In the realm of Blue Star Online, utilizing abilities comes with unintended consequences. Yet, my consequence is an irreversible transformation into a female. Server-wide announcement. The International Alliance, having developed Mystical Realm Online based on Blue Star, will soon cease operations. The Alliance has stated that the computational power required for Mystical Realm Online is too great to sustain continued operation. Beneath the announcement lies a countdown timer, ticking away the final moments 23:59:59. At long last, this day has arrived. Seated before his computer, Lin Yuzi felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, when Mystical Realm Online shut down, the world merely lamented the loss of such an immersive game. Little did anyone know that a year after its closure, the game would manifest into reality. In his past existence, Lin Yuzi had paid little heed to this game, casually registering an account merely to pass the time, for the game time mirrored that of reality in a wanton ratio. He simply lacked the leisure to indulge in gaming. Thus, when the game was shut down, he did not pay it much mind. This led to the unfortunate circumstance wherein, in the first month following the game's descent into reality, his character panel was woefully inadequate, inheriting minimal strength, and adorned with the title of Lucky Emperor, he met his demise beneath the hooves of a horse. With the game's transition into reality, there was no means of resurrection. Fortunately, in his prior life, he had acquired the legendary item known as the Chronotactics. While within the game, this passive item remained grayed out and unusable. However, upon his death in reality, it transformed into a golden, usable state. Now, as the game nears its closure, Lin Yuzi gazes at the vast array of game items being sold off in Mystical Realm Online's public channel and decisively takes action. After 18 years of preparation and a year spent withdrawing from school to amass game currency, this moment has finally arrived. Tap, tap. The sound of keystrokes fills the air, and with a press of the enter key he types, acquiring mystical coins at a rate of 10,000 to 1. Message me privately. Boss, I'm here. How much do you need? I welcome all offers. I aspire to claim the title of the server's #1. He had always been the best, and this statement served merely as an excuse to reassure others to sell him mystical coins without hesitation, deterring anyone from inflating their prices. However, he overlooked the existence of Huayu Nation, which had already been covertly orchestrating certain operations. The comments continued to flow. What's wrong with you? The game is shutting down and people are still buying. What use is that? Don't be fooled. Instantly, the channel erupted with various remarks. Countless individuals flocked to him, eager to sell their mystical coins to Lin Yuzi. In the face of these sellers, Lin Yuzi took as much as he could acquire. He squandered billions amassed over 18 years. Devoid of funds, he picked up his phone and reached out to acquaintances from within the game. Peerless Handsome. Are you there? I need to borrow some money. Artistically challenged. How much? Peerless Handsome. All of it. Artistically challenged. Your account? His online friend was exceedingly generous. This was someone Lin Yuzi had met in his previous life, and in his rebirth, he endeavored to maintain the relationships he had established over the past 18 years, striving to keep his social network intact. It was only when Mystical Realm Online reemerged that he would strike with full force. The matter of taking a year off remains undisclosed to his family, yet Lin Yuzi is acutely aware that the truth can no longer be concealed. For, in the coming year, the child from the neighboring household will be enrolling in this very school. At that point, the fabricated tale he spun about greedily earning money before the school year, only to be swindled and hospitalized for a year, will inevitably unravel. It is worth noting that during the winter and summer breaks, he was vibrantly sharing his university life without a hint of suspicion from his family. After all, these experiences were indeed genuine, albeit belonging to a previous life. Returning to the game, Lin Yuzi gazed at the substantial sum of 100 million that had just been credited to his account, marveling at the generosity of his online acquaintance. Rest assured, my friend, I will take care of you in a year. Were it not for his gender, he might have even considered offering himself in gratitude. This is no mere online friend, he is a benefactor of considerable means. If necessary, he could even coax some assistance from him. Naturally, this was all in jest. In high spirits, Lin Yuzi exchanged his newfound wealth for a plethora of Mija coins, which he then lavishly spent on an assortment of fundamental health potions. Those that restore vitality, magic, health, energy, and fury, among other states. Additionally, he procured various basic items, including spatial rings, armors, weapons, and seeds. He bought everything that was available. Following the game's arrival, the more fundamental the items, The less they were subject to depreciation. It was unlikely that he could inherit his strength entirely, but he was determined to amass as many resources as possible in terms of items, aspiring to become a merchant of stockpiles. He stored all the acquired items in the warehouse located in the eastern part of the city, safeguarding his treasures with a golden quality lock. This, indeed, was the reason behind his desire to purchase land in the eastern district of Wanqing. Thus, a day passed. After 24 hours of continuous operation, Lin Yuzi's hands felt so fatigued that he could scarcely lift them. At that moment, the remaining time until the server shutdown was 1 minute. With just 1 minute left, he opened his character panel. Name, Lin Yoji. Gender, unknown error. Race, human. Realm, perfected immortal realm. Abilities, space-time mirror, Chong Tian mirror golden, not yet unlocked. Layout, capable of layout, establishing spatial anchor points, consuming blue energy to leap, becoming immune to damage during the leap, with energy consumption not exceeding 5%. Mirror, at the cost of 30% health, can select an individual to elevate one's power to match theirs, allowing for the inheritance of strength through the mirror. Absorption, capable of absorbing damage up to 3 times one's own health. Rebound, by expending blue energy, can reflect absorbed damage. The greater the reflected damage, the more blue energy consumed, not exceeding 10%. Chong Tian golden, continuously consumes health and blue energy, with a maximum consumption of 99%, rendering the user unable to be targeted during the Chong Tian state. What is this? Why does the gender field display an unknown error? Could it be that as the server shutdown approaches, the data is beginning to reset, resulting in this anomaly? Lin Yuzi pondered, perplexed. This was his first earnest engagement with the game, and witnessing the shutdown of Manga firsthand left him uncertain about the normalcy of this situation. His understanding was rather limited. He only knew that Manga would descend a year later. As for this particular detail, Lin Yuzi decided to disregard it. Based on the novels he had read, he was well aware that stockpiling was undoubtedly a wise choice. He had also prepared a considerable number of special items that defied limitations. Among them, the most invaluable was undoubtedly the wealth accumulating pot, which guaranteed a daily return of 1% on the total assets invested. He hoped to acquire the wealth accumulating pot soon. A server-wide announcement echoed. The game Manga has officially closed its doors. We look forward to our reunion. With the final notice, every player was simultaneously ejected from the game. Lin Yuzi flexed his wrist and sighed in relief. After an elaborate strategy spanning 18 years, it has finally come to an end. I can finally enjoy a well-deserved year of rest. The thought of his future reign, where he would be a dominant power, reveling in the embrace of beauties and wielding authority over the world, stirred a tempest of excitement. Within him, beep, beep, you have new mail to check. This was the sound of a game notification, leaving Lin Yuzi perplexed. The game had been shut down. So from whence did the sound originate? Could it truly be a glitch? After searching for a while, he found no trace of any mail. Unbeknownst to him, the content of the email read, "Congratulations. You have achieved the pinnacle of power in the game, ranking first and becoming a paragon of the human race. Would you like to accept your abilities in advance? Confirm. Decline. If no choice is made within 10 seconds, it will default to confirm." Beep, beep. The notification continued, yet Lin Yuzi scoured his computer in vain, finding no remnants of the game. The 10 seconds slipped away swiftly. The blue confirm button faded to gray. In the next moment, Lin Yuzi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he slumped over his desk, unconscious. At that moment, a character panel from Manga materialized in the air, showcasing a 3D figure spinning gracefully, with fair skin, alluring curves, and breathtaking beauty. As the 3D figure gradually faded, it transformed into radiant light that enveloped Lin Yuzi. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The following was published on August 27th. Due to the abundance of mindless contrarians, I shall provide a brief explanation to prevent the hasty and short-lived from misunderstanding. 1. To impose reality onto fiction is sheer folly. 2. The currency within the text poses no issues. Refrain from excessive interpretation. 3. The detection of kidney deficiency arose from the fusion of the character panel. The images produced by technology were distorted by a special force, leading to misinterpretation. 4. Regarding the issue of plus-size clothing, it is indeed oversized, dragging on the ground, due to the targeting actions of the blue star consciousness against the primary character, which instigated this situation. 5. If you find it unpalatable, Simply depart. This narrative is singular in nature even if there is interaction. It remains a solitary tale, with the protagonist embodying the essence of universal charm. Point 6. On the matter of being first within the game, monetary expenditure does not guarantee supremacy. Furthermore, the Huayu Kingdom's officials have consistently taken action from the protagonist's perspective. It seems that the nation has spent the entire year acquiring items. 7. Regarding the issue of borrowing money from online acquaintances, it is because the protagonist facilitated their profits, thus garnering trust. Additionally, spending money does not ensure being first. Its sole purpose is to purchase items, as referenced in point 6.8. Most of the content within the text will be elucidated through context for those who skim. Inquiries are welcome, provided the tone remains cordial. 9. To be determined. Chapter 2. The conclusion of a year of leave. The inheritance of abilities has been completed. We look forward to the player continuing their unfinished journey in Blue Star OL. As the notification faded, Lin Yuzi, having gained his character panel a year earlier, found himself with only the character panel from the game, lacking a complete inheritance of power. However, there was no need for concern. The strength would eventually be inherited, albeit requiring some time. Blue Star character panel. Name: Lin Yuzi. Race: human. Gender: unknown. Realm: first level of the Yellow Realm, the only Yellow Realm powerhouse in Blue Star OL. Abilities: Time-Space Mirror, in a sealed state; Heavenly Mirror, Golden; Unknown Error, unusable; Unified negative status. In Blue Star OL, utilizing abilities may incur certain unknown side effects. Please use with caution. Side effect progress bar, 0-10. There are 6 levels of realms: Immortal, Celestial, Earthly, Mysterious, Yellow, and Human. The advantage of obtaining the character panel a year in advance, along with the Yellow Realm ability, is quite significant. However, this benefit could only be truly felt once Lin Yuzi awoke. As night fell, Lin Yuzi slumped over his computer desk, opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue, as if his very essence had been drained. This familiar sensation mirrored the experience of his arrival in the game. What is happening? Have I traversed a year into the future? He clutched his head and reached for his phone to check the time. Thankfully, he had only slept for a few hours. Had he truly exhausted himself? Unbeknownst to him, subtle changes had taken place within his body. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, ringing melodiously. A fleeting firework in the human realm. Lin Yuzi picked up his phone and focused his gaze, realizing it was a call from the academic office. Remarkably punctual. Just as his year of leave had concluded, the school could no longer contain its curiosity and reached out. This was understandable. He had maintained his connections from 18 years prior, yet during the college entrance examination, he had achieved near-perfect scores, becoming the top scholar of the province. The choice of this provincial top scholar left everyone astounded. No one anticipated that the valedictorian would enroll in the Wuhan University of Martial Arts, renowned solely for its martial arts program. This decision led to many admissions officers from prestigious universities lamenting in disbelief. They could not comprehend why, in a nation promoting fitness and various welfare subsidies, one would choose to attend such an institution. Wuhan University of Martial Arts had its own struggles, as the top scholar had just reported in before opting for a year of leave. The reason? During the summer vacation, in a bid to earn tuition, he had been deceived into going abroad and ended up losing a kidney, necessitating a year of recuperation. The school approved this reason, initially intending to visit the student, only to be refused. He claimed he wished to maintain his dignity, not wanting others to know about his misadventure. Had they not been able to contact the student, they might have reported him missing. Now, with the year's period concluded, the student was returning. Thus, the call was indeed timely. Lin, how is your recovery going? Much better now. Can I return to school? Yes, of course. I'll come by to register tomorrow. Upon taking a year off from school, the regulations dictate that you shall commence your studies anew as a freshman. How does that sound? Very well. I have reserved a dormitory for you. I shall send the address to your phone shortly. Thank you, Director. After the call ended, Lin Yuzi felt no apprehension about restarting his freshman year, for he was well-versed in the student handbook of Wuhan University in Wanqing. He had thoroughly acquainted himself with the school rules. Moreover, in a year, the realm of the game Mijiaol would descend upon him. Whether he was a student or not mattered little, as long as he remained in Wanqing. After all, the Wuhan University in the game represented a formidable boss level, and conquering it could yield substantial rewards in the form of realm inheritance. With Mijiaol now discontinued, Lin Yuzi pondered his path ahead. Back in his hometown, only his grandparents remained. His parents had long vanished from his life, never to be seen again. Irresponsibly, they had even sent him to an orphanage, and had it not been for his grandparents' timely intervention, he might have become a true orphan. His grandparents, both retired officials, enjoyed a comfortable pension, accumulating a generous sum of 20,000 yuan monthly. He was unaware of their official titles, as they were reluctant to share such details. Nevertheless, his childhood was devoid of want, thanks to their financial support, which enabled him to engage in speculative trading of cryptocurrencies. Having been reborn, he strategically invested at market lows and divested at peaks, using his profits to open accounts in the stock market under his grandparents' names, amassing wealth beyond what many could earn in a lifetime of labor. The next lucrative opportunity lay in rare earth elements and currency exchange rates. An enticing prospect. Lin Yuzi aimed to acquire a parcel of land in the eastern part of the city, priced at an astounding 13 billion yuan. Although he possessed ample starting capital, most of his funds had been spent on in-game items. His rent was due in a few days, at which point his landlord would refund him 3,000 yuan. How could he transform this modest sum into considerable wealth? It was now late August, and with new students yet to arrive, Lin Yuzi was reluctant to return to school. However, with his rent approaching its expiration, he had no choice but to prepare for his departure. As he stood up to tidy his room, he unexpectedly felt an unusual strain on his shoulder. His shirt slipped, revealing a delicate, rosy shoulder. Upon glancing down, he was taken aback. This was undeniably alluring. Panic surged through Lin Yuzi as he realized his pants were also slipping. What on earth? Why have I shrunk? He exclaimed in astonishment. In that moment of bewilderment, he recalled the phone call and the reality of the events he had been contemplating. The sensation of Mijiaol descending upon him felt increasingly tangible. He swiftly summoned his character panel, and to his dismay, it appeared before him. Cursed be it. His game avatar was female. Surely not. The horrifying prospect of this revelation propelled Lin Yuzi to hastily gather his trousers and dash towards the bathroom. He must protect his dignity at all costs. After 18 years, he had never allowed his manhood to be compromised. The thought of it all being lost before he even truly embarked on his journey filled him with despair. Thus, he rushed into the restroom. He trembled as he reached into his trousers. Thank goodness he could still feel the presence of his brother. The emotional roller coaster left Lin Yuzi collapsed on the ground. Not lost, not lost. As long as his brother remained, that was enough. A slight reduction mattered little, for he could still indulge in a harem of beauties. With the arrival of the game, surely there would be remedies available. Definitely not for kidney replenishment. Once his mood had finally calmed, he approached the mirror to wash his face, only to discover that his reflection had transformed into a much more refined visage. The once sharply defined handsome face had vanished, replaced by a soft countenance imbued with grace, large, expressive eyes and a gentle smile that curved ever so slightly. It was captivating, rendering one momentarily entranced. Lin Yuzi suddenly jolted awake, realizing he had been mesmerized by his own reflection. Cursed be it. How could I be so handsome that I almost fell for myself? He averted his gaze from the mirror, fearing the prospect of falling in love with his own image, and hurriedly fled the bathroom, collapsing onto his bed. His eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling, his clothes draped loosely around him, creating a strangely chaotic beauty, a significant enhancement to his appearance. A term for it could be beautifully disheveled. How had his hair grown so long? Lin Yuzi curled a strand of hair, noticing it now reached his neck, fine and soft. After a year of neglecting haircuts, it seemed it had always been this lengthy. He contemplated cutting it, yet felt a tinge of reluctance. Who among us hasn't harbored dreams of being a long-haired swordsman? Oh well, university is quite accommodating. It wouldn't be strange for a boy to have long hair. After this self-reassurance, he took a deep breath, rose, and began to gather his personal belongings. Tomorrow, he would return to school, and the 3,000 yuan from his landlord had already been refunded. With nothing pressing to occupy him, He looked forward to a relaxed year ahead in college. With his newfound strength at the Yellow Realm Level 1, Lin Yuzi found work to be utterly effortless. The character panel lacked the numerical values typical in games, leaving him unaware of his physical attributes. Presumably, they were substantial, though to what extent he could not say, just a lot in general. Once he had prepared his bags, he sighed deeply and turned his gaze towards the bathroom. Time for a shower. Chapter 3. Will he transform into a cross-dresser? Pushing open the bathroom door, Lin Yuzi hung his clothes outside as was his customary practice. After all, he was a man, unperturbed by the sight of his bare shoulders. Previously, he would lounge on the sofa wrapped in a towel, exposing his upper body after a bath. Yet, he had overlooked an important detail. His physique had diminished over time, rendering his former garments considerably larger. Oblivious to this change, Lin Yuzi removed his shirt, only to be startled by his own reflection. He resembled a flower bud, beautiful yet untouchable. Is this truly me? He had anticipated alterations to his body upon the arrival of the game Mystic Realm OL, but no one had forewarned him of the enhancement to his appearance. How astonishing! He felt that washing his skin with the meager water ration of his modest monthly rent was almost a desecration of this newfound form. However, circumstances compelled him to wash. After inheriting his character, all impurities had been expelled as sweat, and having been busy organizing his belongings, he found himself sticky and in dire need of cleansing. Even during his shower, he dared not glance at himself, fearing an unwelcome reaction. But then he froze, staring at his unresponsive companion, his mouth trembling. Bro, please don't scare me. No. The shower was finally over. After several hours of toil, Master Lin lay despondently on his bed, feeling as though the world had turned bleak. His companion had inexplicably ceased to function. Even when he engaged with an educational video from his language teacher, there was no change. The sounds in his ears were mere gibberish, leaving his heart untouched. Why did inheriting a character after achieving perfection in the celestial realm lead to such a state of abstinence? Lin Yuzi found himself perplexed. This was his first experience with rebirth, and lacking experience, he reflected that had he been granted more opportunities, he would never have coveted the initial attributes of a female character with a bonus of 10 to all stats. In truth, the character creation in Mystic Realm OL was not entirely arbitrary. Lin Yuzi was a unique exception. He bore the aura of temporal strategy, and the turbulence of time had disrupted the game's judgment, allowing him to exploit this loophole. Yet, this twist of fate could be considered a blessing in disguise. As the foremost player in the game, only 1,000 individuals worldwide could inherit the abilities of Mystic Realm OL in advance. The stronger the individual, the higher their ranking, and with each use of their abilities, the side effects intensified. Over the course of the year, those 1,000 players would need to utilize their powers judiciously. The consequences of overexertion remained an unknown peril. Lin Yuzi was unaware of the concept of side effects. In his previous life, he had perished within a month as a mere pawn, his character's abilities akin to those of a fortunate one. He had no inkling of what side effects entailed. Ironically, bearing the abilities of a fortunate one, he had met his demise in the very first month of Mystic Realm OL, a disgrace to the name. Yet, he had forgotten that his status as the top player in the game and the temporal strategy item might be intertwined with his previous fortune. Furthermore, as the premier player of the Mystic Realm, he would inevitably attract its essence, which, in the eyes of the Blue Star's will, marked him as a traitor, a guide for the Mystic Realm. How could he possibly become the first? Lin Yuzi exclaimed in indignation, perplexed by his unexpected ascendance. He merely wandered aimlessly during gameplay, unwittingly enhancing his prowess. If one were to label Lin Yuzi as a guide to the realm itself would vehemently deny it. After all, Lin Yuzi is male, and having exploited a flaw in he was not recognized by it. As for the will of Blue Star, it remained indifferent to such matters, understanding only that an anomaly had emerged that must be eradicated. Each individual bore a pattern of side effects, indicating when these repercussions would manifest. On Lin Yuzi's shoulder, a mark resembling a colorless 10-petaled flower was present. Once all 10 petals illuminated, the side effects would become apparent. At that moment, Lin Yuzi was gazing at the flower on his shoulder through the selfie function, his expression peculiar and his heart heavy. How do I remove this tattoo? A grown man adorned with floral ink. What would people think if this got out? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Oh well, considering my current strength. If I remain cautious, I should evade detection. Currently, he possessed a character panel, yet he was baffled as to why he could not utilize his abilities. In this first reincarnation, he was inexperienced and utterly clueless. Fortunately, his physical constitution was undeniably robust. Each realm was divided into 9 tiers. The first 3 signifying initiation, the middle 3 denoting mastery, and the final 3 representing perfection. Should one reach the 9th tier without advancing to the next realm and opt for extreme cultivation, they could attain the 10th tier, the great perfection. However, not everyone could choose extreme cultivation. It required a certain fortune. There existed 6 great perfections: immortal, heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and human. Lin Yuzi devoted himself tirelessly to the OL in pursuit of achieving these 6 great perfections. Thankfully, his pre-inherited strength from the first tier of the yellow realm was derived from the great perfection. In terms of strength, he could ensure a comfortable year ahead, relishing his final moments of leisure. Yet, as he surveyed his ill-fitting garments, he realized he needed to procure some suitable attire before venturing out the next day. By now, it was well past midnight. The streets were ablaze with vibrant nightlife. However, he found himself devoid of proper clothing and in dire need of a purchase. Typically, Lin Yuzi shopped online, but time was of the essence, and he contemplated asking someone to purchase clothes on his behalf. After placing an order, 25 minutes elapsed with no one responding. He could not afford to delay any longer. Dawn was fast approaching. At this hour, conventional clothing stores had long since closed, compelling him to seek out a large shopping mall that remained open. A quick online search revealed that the most frequented venue was a commercial center in Wan City, notorious for its exorbitant prices. The reviews indicated that an entrance fee of 10,000 yuan was customary, a sum Lin Yuzi had never encountered in either his past or present life. With only 3,000 in hand, he found himself in a precarious situation. What to do? I have no money, he lamented, scratching his head in uncertainty. Without new clothing, there was no way he could walk the streets in his current state. Even his top could double as trousers. Though society may be forgiving, such an appearance would undoubtedly attract attention. Perhaps it would lead one to mistakenly believe that this was some form of performance art. After much contemplation, Lin Yuzi's eyes brightened. He had found a solution. He picked up his phone to contact a trustworthy online acquaintance. "Handsome man, are you there? Could I borrow some money?" "Poor artist." "How much?" "Handsome man, I'm not quite sure." "Artist, what do you need it for? I might have some suggestions." "Handsome man, to buy clothes." "Artist, now." "Handsome man, yes, I need to go to the mall. I'm out of cash." "Artist, I'll send you 500,000. This is my last bit of money, so don't squander it." "Handsome man, thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. When we meet, I'll make it up to you." "Artist, get lost." Putting away his phone, Lin Yuzi gazed at the 500,000 that had just arrived, his face alight with joy. Indeed, in a moment of urgency, this online friend proved to be reliable. If one were to consider their past lives, they had known each other for nearly a decade. Their bond was solid, akin to that of brothers. With the money in hand, Lin Yuzi undertook a bit of disguise. After all, his current appearance was rather peculiar. He still wished to maintain some semblance of dignity. The weather outside was chilly, so he donned a trench coat, wrapped a scarf around his neck, and placed a hat atop his head, leaving only his large eyes visible. Standing at 180 centimeters, he typically favored clothing a size larger. But now, having shrunk to 170 centimeters, 169 could also be considered 170. The garments he wore seemed quite odd. Gazing into the mirror, he felt an unusual sensation, akin to that of an undercover agent. Surely, I cannot be mistaken for a covert operative? His imagination ran wild until he shook his head to dispel the thoughts. Time was of the essence. It was already past midnight. As Lin Yuzi stepped out of his room, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, a rumble of thunder followed, and the presence of an anomaly began to stir. The will of Blue Star was set into motion. Startled by the thunder, Lin Yuzi murmured, "It looks like it might rain. I should leave early and return promptly. He positioned his access card securely and hurriedly jogged away. His rented accommodation employed an electronic card system, akin to that of a hotel. Inserting the card activated the electricity, while removing it rendered the place powerless. There were advantages and disadvantages to this setup. Should he return too late, and the water heater hadn't been prepped, he would have to wait over half an hour for a hot shower. But he pushed such thoughts aside. After stepping out, Lin Yuzi hailed a taxi, directing the driver toward the upscale commercial district. During the ride, the driver expressed a hint of anxiety. Having watched numerous suspense films, he feared he might have picked up a potential criminal. After all, who in their right mind would venture out clad in ill-fitting attire and shoes, completely obscured? It was hardly as if they were in a life-or-death situation. The all-black ensemble exuded a sinister air, concealing any distinct features and evoking an unsettling impression. Particularly unsettling was Lin Yuzi's silence upon entering the vehicle, which sent a chill down the driver's spine. It wasn't that Lin Yuzi was unwilling to converse. Rather, he preferred silence, contemplating the likelihood of a heavy downpour. As the taxi idled at a traffic light, the driver shifted into neutral and engaged the handbrake, summoning the audacity to inquire, "Excuse me, young man, you aren't in any trouble, are you?" With his gaze fixed intently on the central rearview mirror, one hand poised on the door handle and the other gripping the seatbelt, he was prepared to leap out and alert the authorities at the slightest hint of unusual behavior from Lin Yuzi. Upon hearing the driver's question, Lin Yuzi turned to face him, his icy gaze startling the driver. A rumble of thunder echoed, illuminating Lin Yuzi's profile. In that fleeting flash of light, the driver discerned the phone concealed within Lin Yuzi's sleeve, mistaking it for a weapon, and panic surged through him. He hastily unfastened his seatbelt, flung open the door, and fled in a frenzied sprint, his voice piercing the air with a desperate cry. "Help! There's been a murder! Someone's been shot!" Regardless of the truth of the matter, he prioritized his life above all else. Lin Yuzi, bewildered, watched the driver abandon the vehicle and flee, his mind struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. What on earth had transpired? Chapter 4. The misunderstanding at the clothing store. The driver had fled, leaving Lin Yuzi with no choice but to open the car door and step out. In that instant, he felt the gaze of countless onlookers fixated upon him. The sky, in a dramatic turn, rumbled with thunder, illuminating his clandestine attire, mysterious and aloof. This was the immediate impression formed by the curious crowd. Added to the late hour and proximity to the commercial district, chaos ensued. In an instant, throngs of people abandoned their vehicles, fleeing in panic. The police hotline was nearly overwhelmed with frantic calls. Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Lin Yuzi felt a surge of anxiety. Ignoring the ill-fitting garments, he began to run swiftly. He dared not unleash his full potential, fearing it would further agitate the already frayed nerves of the crowd. Yet, to the onlookers, every movement he made appeared to be a prelude to violence. The thunder rolled ominously, amplifying the atmosphere of dread. "Help! Run!" echoed the cries. "My shoes! The murderer has a gun! Flee!" The commercial street erupted into disarray. The intersection became choked with vehicles, traffic lights malfunctioning and plunging into darkness. Witnessing the chaos, some drivers ventured into the street, halting their cars to peer out, only to hear shouts of an armed assailant ahead, prompting them to abandon their vehicles in haste. "Great," Lin Yuzi thought, feeling as if he had inadvertently stumbled into a dire situation. He murmured to himself, "Should I turn myself in at the police station?" Before he could finish his thought, a loud bang erupted from behind him, startling him. He turned to see a car with a blown tire, an ill omen. This was bad. Lin Yuzi sensed impending calamity. The timing was too coincidental. Indeed, while some had maintained their composure, believing it improbable that someone would commit violence in public, the sound of gunfire shattered that illusion. Panic spread as people imagined encountering ruthless terrorists. "Run! The terrorists have a Gatling gun. They've taken the building. Hurry! The area ahead is surrounded by terrorists." Within moments, news of the Wan City terror incident surged to the top of national trending topics. Shock! Armed assailants spotted in Wan City, police intensifying efforts to capture them. The red-hot topic captured the attention of night owls still awake at this late hour. Many short videos captured the scene, embellished with exaggerated commentary. It was the unscrupulous media sensationalism that fueled the rapid spread of this rumor, exacerbating the situation. Such behavior was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. When the truth emerged, they would likely claim that even if they had exaggerated, what harm had been done to others, attempting to shirk responsibility. In the deep night of Wan City, it was daylight across the ocean in the Lighthouse Nation, where they had superheroes capable of firing laser beams. News spread rapidly across the global communication network. At the police headquarters, the chief received a mysterious call instructing them to wait for certain individuals before launching their operation, shrouded in secrecy. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the video continued to circulate. It appears that some individuals have acquired game abilities and have begun to exhibit them in Wan City. The man in a headband observed the video with a hint of disdain. He held in contempt those who could not resist the temptation to wield their newfound powers. He pondered the announcement which stated that 1,000 individuals could opt to inherit the panel, yet here they were, hastily making their presence known. It was indeed a case of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He intended to observe how the nation would handle this situation. Perhaps there were players within the government itself. This conjecture was not without merit. The authorities were undoubtedly aware, for MegaOL was a collaborative endeavor launched by the 5 major alliances worldwide. Such rhetoric could not prevent the emergence of Mega. It was merely a jointly released game intended to quell public panic. Over the past year, they had refrained from promoting it, fearing a surge in the number of civilian players competing for spots. For this was no mere game. It was a tangible reality. The enhancement of abilities relied solely on luck. Regarding the inner workings of the game, due to the existence of certain individuals, they were acutely aware that the game's arrival a year hence would allow for the inheritance of strength. Within the military, there were a dozen or so individuals who had inherited abilities, alongside those power users lurking in the upper echelons, whose numbers would remain undisclosed. Presently, the military's practitioners were dispatched to address the Wan City incident. The world's gaze was fixed upon the unfolding events. Lin Yuzi, the catalyst for it all, had already arrived at the commercial city. Regardless of misunderstandings or explanations, he first needed to procure suitable attire. He hurried to a clothing store, pointing at the garments displayed. Initially, the sales attendant was taken aback, but fortunately, the news within the commercial city had not spread swiftly. "Are you here to buy clothes?" Lin Yuzi nodded and removed his hood. "Oh, it's a little sister." The attendant's hand, which had been reaching for men's clothing, shifted towards the women's section. Smiling as she said, "Did the little sister sneak out in her brother's clothes? I am male." His voice was decidedly androgynous, causing the attendant to momentarily falter before nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, you are male." It was not uncommon for some girls to dress as boys when purchasing clothes and then assert their male identity, which was understandable. After all, if he were truly male, how could he lack even a single fitting garment? Having worked in fashion for years, she could discern that Lin Yuzi's attire was a large hooded coat suitable for someone over 6 feet tall, and the skeletal structure clearly suggested a female physique. Nonetheless, as a seasoned saleswoman in the commercial city, she understood the importance of not exposing a customer's secrets. With a smile, she presented a selection of unisex men's clothing: khaki athletic shorts, white casual trousers, a fall jacket, and a light blue short-sleeve shirt. "All right, I'll take them all," Lin Yuzi replied, grabbing 2 sets of clothing without glancing at the price tags. His sole focus was to change out of his current outfit, which marked him as a suspect before wandering about. This urgency was compounded by the fact that he had already overheard discussions outside about a murderer fleeing into the commercial city. After bringing the clothes into the fitting room, Lin Yuzi realized he had forgotten the most essential item: his underwear. The numerous pairs of boxers he had previously purchased were now rendered useless, and he was left to secure his pants with a clip to prevent them from slipping down. Regardless, he swiftly removed his trousers that had brushed the floor and changed into athletic shorts, subsequently discarding his oversized white shirt for a jacket. After a moment of self-admiration in the mirror, he confidently exited the fitting room. By this time, several minutes had elapsed, and news of a murderer being present in the commercial center had spread. Many stores had closed their doors, and the staff, anxious about the situation, were following orders to minimize losses. One employee explained to her boss that there were still customers inside, but he insisted on ensuring their safety to protect the store's reputation, especially since it specialized in high-priced imported clothing, typically frequented by affluent clientele. The directive to close the store implied clearing out the customers, leaving the young girl in a precarious situation. Just then, the young girl emerged. The employee, knowing her place, reluctantly said, "Customer, my boss just called to inform us about a murderer being here, and we need to close the store," so ultimately, she had to convey this message delicately, unable to oppose the authority of her superior. Lin Yuzi understood the implication. He was being asked to leave. "No problem, I'll settle the bill first. Thank you for your understanding." The staff member, merely an employee, was anxious about potential losses. To mitigate any negative impression on customers, she complied with her boss's instructions and offered a discount. "Altogether, let us say it's, sorry about that." Upon hearing the price, Lin Yuzi fell silent. Was the discount truly that substantial? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. After all, it wasn't his money. He waved dismissively, saying, It's fine. He spent the money without a second thought, confident that he could earn it back in the future. He had witnessed fortunes beyond comprehension, and this price was nothing compared to the storms he had weathered. Next, he planned to leverage his profits to repay his online friends, a total of 1,050,000, and acquire land in the eastern part of the city. With this unwavering confidence, he grasped his shopping bag and was about to leave when a commotion erupted outside. The employee noticed a large crowd rushing towards the store and swiftly shut the door, inadvertently trapping Lin Yuzi inside. He raised his hands in exasperation, saying, "I haven't even left yet. I'm sorry, but the murderer has arrived. Safety first." Observing the employee's panicked demeanor, Lin Yuzi couldn't help but realize that they were actually concerned about him. Now that he had completed his shopping, he decided to lighten the mood and jokingly revealed his identity. "Don't be alarmed. There might not actually be a murderer outside. What if I were the rumored murderer?" Chapter 5. Surrender. The shopkeeper gazed at the adorable young girl, shaking her head in disbelief. Rumors circulated about a murderer wielding a Gatling gun, wreaking havoc on numerous vehicles. How could this little girl possibly lift such a weapon? Moreover, she had not seen Lin Yuzi with a firearm. Furthermore, would a criminal purchase clothing? Surely they would resort to outright theft. After listening to the shopkeeper's reasoning, Lin Yuzi nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point," he conceded. "But let us not speak too loudly, lest we attract the attention of those outside." The shopkeeper remained visibly anxious. Living in a peaceful era, she had never encountered such perilous situations and was understandably frightened. In contrast, Lin Yuzi was unfazed, fully aware that the turmoil was of his own making. He calmly scrolled through his phone in the dimly lit store, observing the trending discussions online. The discourse was fervent, with reports of helicopters and armed police surrounding the commercial district. Some speculated that the next step would be to sever communication signals, fearing that if the signals were cut, the murderer might unleash further violence within the mall. "Such analysis is intriguing," she whispered, her tension easing slightly. Lin Yuzi candidly replied, "Just check the trending topics. They are discussing the incident in Wanqing." This sparked the shopkeeper's interest, prompting her to pull out her phone and delve into the information. Having finished his own reading ahead of time, Lin Yuzi decided to purchase some underwear and clothing. He had already made his selections earlier that day. After browsing for a short while, using his phone's flashlight to assist him, the shopkeeper regarded him with an odd expression. "You are remarkably composed, with a murderer outside, and you still think of shopping. If your brother were to find out, he would be utterly worried about you. Rest assured, there is nothing to fear." Lin Yuzi reassured her without further explanation. With his purchases complete, he resolved to turn himself in. Just as he contemplated how to do so, he noticed the shopkeeper's legs trembling. "Why are you shaking?" he inquired. "Forgive me," the shopkeeper gasped, suddenly kneeling on the ground, head bowed, her lips quivering as she stammered. "Bibi brother, I will return all the money. Please do not kill me." Seeing her distress, Lin Yuzi realized that he had inadvertently revealed too much. "You saw everything?" he asked helplessly. "I did not intend to look. I am so sorry, please do not harm me." The shopkeeper was in a state of panic, unable to fathom that Lin Yuzi's earlier comments were genuine. She had merely seen the description and photographs of the murderer online. The mysterious figure cloaked in shadow, coupled with the comments from users speculating that the killer might seek to change attire at a clothing store, suddenly clicked in her mind. Recalling her initial impression of Lin Yuzi, clad in an ill-fitting, enigmatic outfit, she now recognized the chilling alignment with the murderer's profile. Am I to meet my demise here? The shopkeeper felt a shroud of despair envelop her as she remembered her earlier deductions, questioning how a murderer could possibly spend money on clothing. It seems that this is merely a manifestation of the murderer's perverse inclinations. First, they procure clothing, only to abscond with the money thereafter. Ultimately, the funds remain with the murderer, who can acquire even more. This individual exhibits a certain refinement, possessing the decency to pay for their purchases, even when engaging in robbery. Fear not, I am not a villain. This is merely a misunderstanding. I have no desire for your money. Have you ever witnessed a murderer who pays for their goods? The clerk, flustered, pondered how to respond. Previously asserting himself as a murderer, he now claims to be a good person. Truly, a murderer's demeanor shifts with remarkable swiftness. The clerk could only scoff internally, too intimidated to voice his thoughts. Lin Yuzi fell silent, seemingly branded as a criminal. Yet this is a misunderstanding. Could it be that fate itself has a hand in this? It is all the fault of fate. Big brother? Silence prevailed. The clerk grew increasingly anxious. What does a murderer desire if not money? Life itself. Please don't kill me. I will return the money. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. Get lost, Lin Yuzi retorted, exasperated, before instructing the clerk to open the door. All right, brother. With the door ajar, the clerk glimpsed a flicker of hope. Once outside, Lin Yuzi promptly dialed the police. Ring, ring. At the police station, an officer answered the call. I am the murderer you are pursuing. This is a misunderstanding. I am right here. At the door. Come apprehend me. He made the call to avoid prolonging the farce. However, his words resonated differently in the officer's ears. After all, Lin Yuzi's status remained that of a suspect. One might ponder how to surrender oneself. Those who have previously turned themselves in would understand, but Lin Yuzi was at a loss for words. Such statements were audacious, excessively so. The responding officer immediately escalated the situation. At the entrance of the commercial complex, the captain received the report and glanced at the enigmatic figure standing beside him. This group of mysterious individuals donned military green cloaks, their handsome features exuding an almost imperceptible pressure. Commander, what are your orders? Remain here, we shall proceed inside. Yes. The cloaked figures followed their leader into the commercial complex, heading directly for the clothing store. Inside the store, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Lin Yuzi was reluctant to meet with the authorities so soon, fearing exposure. Given their differing positions, he was unaware of the intelligence that the international alliance might possess. The Wanqing incident was, after all, a blunder. What explanation could he possibly provide? What required elucidation was why he had chosen to wear such attire for his shopping. The source of his funds was easily explained. His 18 years of preparation were genuine. Moreover, Lin Yuzi had never intended to collaborate with the authorities, as his means of income were clandestine. As for the financial transactions within the game Mijiaol, the disappearance of the game rendered any trace untraceable. Only news related to the game seems to vanish. This phenomenon is attributed to the mysterious forces of the Maze realm. Beyond memories, the entities of the Blue Star cannot encapsulate anything associated with this enigmatic domain, including any pertinent records. Even the substantial sum of 100 million borrowed from netizens remains untraceable. Lin Yuzi is acutely aware of this. During the arrival of the game in his previous life, he had conducted some research. Unfortunately, his time was too fleeting, leaving him in ignorance of certain matters. The existence of information disparity leads him to feel compelled to justify why he must dress in such a manner. I mentioned that school starts tomorrow. Yet my records are still in the archives. They can access them. What if they question me about my drastic weight loss? It is indeed challenging to explain, as the reduction in his physique is undeniable. Lin Yuzi finds himself vexed, particularly pondering how to elucidate his situation to his grandparents when he returns home for the new year. Should he say, "Congratulations on your offspring"? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes through the tranquil corridor with startling clarity. Lin Yuzi's train of thought is interrupted as he lifts his gaze. A group clad in immaculate military green cloaks approaches in unison, exuding an inexplicable aura of pressure. Mysterious figures, he muses. Unbeknownst to him, the leading military officer's lips twitch slightly in disbelief. How could a young girl be linked to a murderer, particularly one endowed with such abilities? It is no wonder he contemplates this. Lin Yuzi's expression of confusion, coupled with his slightly tilted head and wide, innocent eyes, is indeed beguiling. As the commander comes to a halt, the conversation is set to commence. The store attendant, visibly anxious, is filled with a sense of desperation. Time drips slowly away. Moments later, in consideration of the safety of the store attendant held hostage, the commander takes the initiative to speak. You! Chapter 6. This is a misunderstanding, please allow him to exit. Sending a young lady to take the blame does not seem like a means to resolve a misunderstanding. Frustration enveloped Lin Yuzi. He was not a young girl, but a dashing young man. Ahem, I was the one who called the police, and I am not that murderer. This is merely a misunderstanding. Lin Yuzi raised his phone, his demeanor sincere. If you doubt me, you may inquire with the shop assistant. She can attest to my words. Upon hearing this, the commanding officer turned to the shop assistant, who nodded vigorously in agreement. You see, I was not mistaken. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, I shall make my own judgments. First, release the hostage, the commander stated firmly, his tone brooking no dissent. Lin Yuzi, feeling helpless regarding this misunderstanding, raised his hands in exasperation and replied, I have not confined her freedom at all. Upon hearing this, the commander's gaze softened as he looked at the shop assistant. Come here. The shop assistant, filled with trepidation, glanced at Lin Yuzi before cautiously approaching. Fear gripped her heart, concerned that Lin Yuzi might suddenly brandish a weapon as the rumors suggested. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. Once the shop assistant reached the commander's side, he instructed someone to escort her out. Now, we can engage in a proper discussion, provided that you first relinquish your weapon.
Ipusas 9 a punt.
That bag with no other recourse. Lin Yuzi complied, handing over the bag to prove his innocence. Within it were 2 bags. One contained new clothes while the other held old garments. The commander crouched down, donning professional white gloves to inspect the new attire, and upon seeing the old clothes, he understood they might be implicated as instruments of a crime. Since this is a misunderstanding, perhaps you might elucidate why you chose to wear such oversized, ill-fitting clothing when venturing out. Given that Lin Yuzi could freely shop for clothes, he did not appear to be in dire straits or coerced into undertaking some illicit task. Despite his serious demeanor, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the punitive measures of certain individuals from neighboring nations. If this were indeed a misunderstanding, there must be underlying circumstances. As a citizen, Lin Yuzi would extend a helping hand when faced with adversity. Unable to conjure a satisfactory explanation and reluctant to divulge the truth, he began recounting the tale from the moment he got into the vehicle, conveniently omitting the reason for his choice of oversized clothing. After listening intently, the commander discerned that Lin Yuzi had spoken no falsehoods and proceeded to clarify the truth to the officers outside. They promptly resolved the crisis in Wanqing and subsequently took Lin Yuzi from the commercial district for further investigation. In due course, the full narrative of the Wanqing incident emerged. The initial report of a gun-wielding driver was substantiated, and the vehicle's dashcam footage clarified everything. The subsequent gunfire was merely a coincidental tire blowout, and the ensuing chaos was a result of panicked reactions leading to operational errors. Thus, the truth was unveiled. Many people expressed their astonishment, wondering who would venture out in such oversized clothing, tightly wrapped as if to conceal themselves. Had they been the driver, they too would have felt apprehensive. You do not comprehend. This phenomenon known as guasipule has become quite popular among the youth. As a young individual myself, I am certainly aware of it. If you are oblivious, it suggests you may no longer belong to the younger generation. Humorous image, indeed, at the tender age of 18, I find myself in ignorance. Am I now considered elderly? Might I inquire where I can claim my pension? Doge image. The discussions surrounding this blunder have ignited fervent debates online. Meanwhile, in reality, the commander is perusing the latest retrieved dossier concerning Lin Yuzi. Lin Yuzi, male, is a student at Wuhan University, standing at 182 centimeters tall and weighing 68 kilograms. After reviewing a series of documents, the commander noted a report from the school dating back a year. Furthermore, upon examining Lin Yuzi's chat logs, no criminal activity was uncovered. There was merely a record of a loan amounting to 500,000, alongside the explanation provided by the academic office regarding being deceived into going abroad for monetary gain, resulting in a year's hiatus for recovery from an alleged injury. The question arises: how does a back injury lead to a reduction in stature, significant weight loss, or enhanced beauty? It is not as though one has undergone a procedure on a more intimate area. This does not add up. The commander then retrieved a physical examination report for Lin Yuzi, completed recently. However, the report exhibited various peculiar statements due to the recent integration of Lin Yuzi's character panel, compounded by errors regarding gender and interference from the forces of the mysterious realm. Particularly perplexing were the imaging results concerning internal organs. Quite unfathomable. In truth, Lin Yuzi himself was curious about the state of his health, eagerly awaiting the results. The report indicated a loss of blood supply to the corpus cavernosum, hormonal imbalances, and varying degrees of organ damage. The term damage was the only applicable descriptor, as the images were utterly incomprehensible. Yet, they corroborated the fact of the alleged back injury. It appeared to be a genuine misunderstanding. However, this seemed to contradict medical logic. The commander, not being a medical expert, decided to stabilize Lin Yuzi's situation first and consult some medical specialists for further investigation. After considerable discussion, the medical experts concluded that this was quite straightforward. Yet, what did Dr. Hua mean? Under the guise of this young friend, a new case could simply be established. Upon hearing this, the assembled medical professionals erupted in applause, their curiosity piqued. They were aware that weight changes could result from a back injury, but the potential for height reduction and enhanced appearance was uncharted territory for them. They engaged in spirited discourse, vying to determine who would be the first to document this case. Ultimately, Dr. Hua decided to inscribe the collective name on the new case. On the 30th of August 2023, the entire medical staff at Wuhan First People's Hospital discovered a novel case. After deliberation, this case was aptly named Lin's Post-Back Injury Syndrome, the dual helix paradox of shrinking physique and enhanced aesthetics. The back injury served as the cause. The dual helix paradox represented the continuity of DNA with Lin Yuzi's previous state, while the shrinking physique and enhanced aesthetics were the symptomatic manifestations of the ailment. Such a naming convention was indeed exquisite. You are free to go. After thorough investigation, we have determined you pose no issues, yet the kidney you have lost cannot be recovered. Lin Yuzi listened to these words in silence. He gazed at the examination report in his hands, the name on the case along with its explanation. Little did he expect that he would become the first patient to have a disease named after him. Should this be regarded as an honor or sigh? After a moment of inner lamentation, Lin Yuzi felt a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, he had not exposed himself. On the other hand, what did it mean that his corpus cavernosum could not engorge and had lost its function? Was it not merely stating that he was impotent? A sense of despair washed over him, and he resolved that once the realm of the online game Manga OL descended, he would certainly seek a remedy to restore his former vitality. After calming his thoughts, Lin Yuzi sincerely addressed the military commander. I apologize for the inconvenience. This misunderstanding has squandered so many public resources. It's quite all right, you may head to school now. I've already made arrangements with Wanchang and Wuhan. However, the records need to be stored here for the time being. No problem. The location of the records was of little concern. A year later, monsters emerged within the city, wreaking havoc and causing a significant decline in population. Once the monsters were eradicated and order was restored, a new census would be conducted. Lin Yuzi stepped outside, feeling the thrill of freedom. As he beheld the rising sun, he remarked, "The air is truly splendid." Chapter 7, Disability Certificate? After speaking, Lin Yuzi was momentarily taken aback. It was already September. Those belongings he had left in the rental apartment could very well have been discarded by the landlord as trash. In a fit of urgency, he hailed a taxi to rush back to the apartment. Meanwhile, the military commander refrained from further investigation solely because the game Mystic Realm OL was on the verge of being launched. In the span of a year, peculiar changes were not uncommon. As long as Lin Yuzi posed no threat to society, they would maintain surveillance without restricting his freedom. In order to cultivate combat prowess sooner, a year-long intensive training program for the soldiers was about to commence. Inside the rental apartment, the landlord was quite distressed. The young man had vanished without taking his belongings. Although the room was tidily arranged, the numerous bags and packages needed to be removed. Feeling helpless, he had come to collect the rent the previous day, but was unable to reach Lin Yuzi by phone. With the new semester starting, he wondered how easily the place would rent out. Every day of delay was a loss of 50 yuan after all. Just then, as Lin Yuzi emerged from the elevator, he spotted the landlord standing at the door and shouted, "Have mercy!" This cry caught the middle-aged landlord's attention, who turned in annoyance. However, upon seeing Lin Yuzi's youthful visage, he was momentarily stunned. That vibrant aura, mother! I found my first love. No, that wasn't right. The landlord's expression shifted back to seriousness. Little Lin, hurry up and pack your things. I need to rent it out this afternoon. Alright, no problem. I'll move out right now. As the landlord left, he did so with a hint of reluctance. How could he have known his tenant was so attractive? Had he known earlier, he would have visited more often. After all, it seems there's nothing illegal about being interested in a man. He, noticing the landlord's unusual gaze, which was fixated on his backside, Lin Yuzi, an adept at the first tier of the Yellow Realm, felt a tightening in his sphincter. Damn! After living here for so long, how did I only just realize that the landlord is? Fortunately, he had securely locked the doors and windows at night. Otherwise, he feared for his safety over the past year. Thankfully, he could finally escape this predicament. Quickly, he shouldered his bags and, dragging 2 pieces of luggage, made his way downstairs. He then took a taxi to Wuhan University in Wanqing. At Wuhan University, a towering character of Wu stood at the entrance. The university offered specialized courses in archery, horseback riding, and cold weapon training, among others. The Huayu Kingdom of the Blue Star revered physical strength, prompting many schools to introduce martial arts programs in response. Wanqing was known for producing exceptional horses and boasted the nation's finest equestrian school. Lin Yuzi was re-enrolling in his freshman year, choosing the martial arts program. In his past life, he had followed a conventional path, deeming this major of little use, believing it would only lead to a career as a teacher or coach. However, after experiencing a world-altering event, he was determined to hone his writing skills this time around. After all, the game OL is played on a computer, not in virtual reality. It is essential to acclimatize one's body to the combat style of reality beforehand. From the entrance of Wuhan City's Martial Arts University, one can observe the stone tablet bearing the school motto, as well as a statue representing martial prowess. It is a stone sculpture of Guan Yu on horseback, wielding the legendary green dragon crescent blade. Beside the statue of Guan Yu stands a teacher from the Academic Affairs Office. Due to Lin Yuzi's late arrival, he received an explanation from the police regarding his physical condition, which allowed him to be exempted from military training, ensuring no undue hardship was placed on the student. Furthermore, a disability certificate was presented, which bore no classification of severity. The medical institution could not elucidate how to categorize his condition, given his bodily diminishment and the removal of a kidney. However, this was sufficient. The teachers initially suspected that Lin Yuzi's excuse for taking a year off was fabricated, considering his reluctance for their visitation. Now, with the official endorsement, they were convinced. They had specifically come to the school gate to await his arrival. As Lin Yuzi alighted from the vehicle, he received a call from the academic office. I have arrived, standing at the school gate with a backpack, 2 pieces of luggage, and a bundle of bedding. Alright, I see you. Please stand still, we will be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Yuzi reflected on how the instructors at Wuhan City's Martial Arts University truly possessed a sense of humanity, feeling immensely warmed by their kindness. He was so moved that he felt compelled to promote the school, Attending university at Wuhan City's martial arts is undoubtedly the best choice in life. Are you Lin? Yes, that's me. Greetings, teacher. I am the student who took a year off and am now re-enrolling to report in. This was Lin Yuzi's first encounter with the teachers from the academic office, and he presented himself with a touch of formality. Observing his demeanor, the teacher felt a complex mix of emotions. What a wonderful child. How has he endured such torment? Dear student, just follow us. Your matters will be kept confidential. The teachers will assist you with your luggage. Is this treatment too generous? Lin Yuzi felt a bit bewildered. Could last year's provincial champion still hold some weight? With these perplexing thoughts, he arrived at his designated dormitory, a 2-story small villa. They had already departed for military training. Your room is this one. All right. The second floor is for residents, comprising 4 rooms in total. The rooms are modest, approximately 40 square meters, furnished with air conditioning, a bookshelf, a computer desk, and a private bathroom. The first floor features a living room with a television, sofa, dining table, refrigerator, stove, and a small outdoor courtyard. The space is quite ample, and the accommodation fee is considerably steep. As the provincial champion, Lin Yuzi was exempt from tuition and received a living allowance of 3,000 yuan per year, along with a 30 discount meal card for the cafeteria. Various preferential measures were in place. Otherwise, the annual accommodation fee of 50,000 yuan would be insurmountable for the average individual. Although the tuition is not exorbitant, its affordability accentuates the high cost of lodging. Those who can afford it undoubtedly possess a distinguished status. Furthermore, the 2-story villa is exclusively allocated for students majoring in martial studies. The reason, of course, is that some students can utilize their leisure time to enhance their physical well-being. The purpose of the small front yard is precisely this. Viewed from above, the small front yard occupies a third of the entire area, which is quite substantial. With the introduction concluded, the teacher departed after placing down their luggage. Before leaving, they handed Lin Yuzi an envelope, shrouded in mystery. Once the teachers had exited, Lin Yuzi sat in a chair within the room, his curiosity compelling him to open the envelope. In the next moment, he felt a wave of suffocation. It was a disability certificate. So it was a disability certificate after all. He had initially thought it was something else. But wait, how could I possibly be disabled? Lin Yuzi stood up in despair and called the teacher to explain. Lin, we understand your situation. Rest assured, it will be kept completely confidential. No one will know. No, I am not disabled. Yes, you are not disabled. Despairing, Lin Yuzi lost the will to argue. After hanging up the phone, he gazed at the disability certificate, his eyes twitching in disbelief. What on earth is happening? He was perfectly fine. How could he be considered disabled? Could it be that being a boy under 170 centimeters tall was the affliction that had befallen him? Surely not. That would be far too dramatic. Chapter 8. The Shang Dynasty and King Zhou. At this juncture, Lin Yuzi found himself unable to alter his circumstances. Regardless, he already possessed a medical record under his name. Thus, acquiring another certificate was not beyond acceptance. At worst, in a year's time, he would prove that he was not disabled. What more could he do? He resigned himself to this reality. After organizing his personal belongings, he realized he would be residing here for an entire year. Once everything was in order, Lin Yuzi reclined on a chair, allowing his body to relax. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, he sensed that his physical flexibility had undergone a remarkable transformation. He could now perform advanced maneuvers, such as the splits, handstands, and aerial straddle splits. Moreover, his waist, fair and slender, seemed capable of executing intricate backbends. Could this be the advantage of being at the pinnacle of the realm ranking? Had he known that he could inherit abilities in advance, he ought to have refrained from being greedy for the all-attribute bonus of 10 and chosen a female character instead. Yet, given the current situation, there was no choice but to embrace the error. At this moment, notifications from online friends chimed in. Poorly drawn circle, you used to play the game Mystic Realm OL, right? Unparalleled handsome man. Indeed, at the start of the game, didn't TI send you a screenshot of my character? You remarked that my character was quite appealing, didn't you? Meanwhile, in a distant grand estate, A strikingly handsome young man coughed awkwardly. It was a memory from a year ago, and he was surprised it was still recalled. However, he quickly glanced at the back of his hand, where an enigmatic pattern resided. After pondering for a moment, he resumed typing to inquire. Poorly drawn circle. Do you have any patterns on the back of your hand? Unparalleled handsome man. None at all. Lin Yuzi examined his own hands. Long fingers, distinct knuckles, aesthetically pleasing, devoid of any patterns. Poorly drawn circle. What about other places? Unparalleled handsome man. Why? Are you suspecting I have tattoos? I assure you I bear no markings. Your question seems rather peculiar. Are you prying into my privacy? Inside the grand estate, the young man read the message and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He quickly replied, Poorly drawn circle. No, I was merely inquiring. I also have no tattoos. Ha ha ha. He sent the message along with an awkward smiley face. This expression, akin to sweat-drenched soybeans, inexplicably ignited Lin Yuzi's irritation. Thus, he decided not to respond and prepared to stroll around the campus. Meanwhile, after sending the message, the young man rested his fingers on the keyboard, awaiting a reply, only to find Lin Yuzi remained unresponsive for an extended period. Was he upset? Women were indeed so capricious. After muttering softly to himself, he glanced at the back of his hand. The game Mystic Realm OL was peculiar. Both he and his real-life friends bore patterns on their hands, as if those who had obtained character panels in advance were destined to possess such markings. His character panel in the game is as follows. Name: Yin Shang Zhou Wang. Gender: Male. Realm: Immortal Realm. Level 9 abilities. Overlord, Tyrant Power of the 9 Tripods. Deducts 30 of current mana for a one-time use, granting the power of the 9 tripods for a duration of 3 minutes. Sweep of all directions. Deducts 10 of mana to create a circular pressure attack with a radius of 100 meters centered on oneself. Autocratic Rampage. Deducts half of health, increasing damage by 5 times for a duration of 5 minutes. Foolish and Tyrannical. Deducts all mana, granting a 5-minute invincible state, during which the character cannot be targeted or attacked. Wine Pool and Meat Forest. A continuous recovery state that increases basic attributes by 300 while in Tyrant state. Lasts 5 minutes. Cooldown of half an hour. Overlord. A state that continuously deducts health to enter Overlord status. Not unlocked. Tyrant. A state that continuously deducts mana to enter Tyrant status. Not unlocked. In the game Manga OL, Yin Yanzhou has not acquired the panel. His panel in Blue Star OL is as follows. Name: Yin Yanzhou. Gender: Male. Realm: Human Realm. Level 6 abilities. Overlord, Tyrant, not unlocked. The remaining abilities are completely absent, relying solely on the basic attributes provided by being at Human Realm level 6. Yin Yanzhou has inquired with friends, who are similarly affected. With the character panel, it is evident that it has been truncated. It is likely that Manga OL has imposed certain restrictions to prevent players from becoming excessively powerful prior to obtaining their panels. However, that is not the case. The arrival of Manga OL after a year is entirely due to the time taken to erode Blue Star. During the year of Manga OL, the game collected extensive data before shutting down to commence the erosion. The International Alliance is aware of all this yet remains powerless. They can only attribute it to insufficient computational power to avoid causing panic. A year's time is what they managed to secure. With the formal arrival, there will undoubtedly be many casualties. This is unavoidable, and the International Alliance has done its utmost. Those with greater strength who obtain their character panels prematurely will be targeted by Blue Star's self-defense mechanism. This very reason led to Lin Yuzi facing suspicion immediately upon stepping out, triggering the Wan City incident. All this is influenced by the self-protective awareness of Blue Star. First and foremost, it is not an easy feat. It is easy to imagine that Lin Yuzi's life during this year will not be particularly tranquil. At this moment, he is strolling within the campus. His youthful and vibrant attire catches the attention of innocent college students in the afternoon at Wan City University. Some freshmen, freshly liberated from high school, are eager to experience a sweet romance in college. Lin Yuzi's appearance coincidentally aligns with many people's ideals of a partner. His only flaw is that he appears somewhat flat. Fortunately, dressed in a jacket, no one dares to stare too intently at his chest. The martial arts major begins military training earlier than other disciplines. Other majors commence military training uniformly on September 9th, while the martial arts major commenced on September 3rd. Today happens to be September 3rd. The training on the grass clearly indicates a high-intensity session. Those who dare to apply for this particular major undoubtedly possess commendable physical prowess. The principal, in a rather thoughtful manner, has assigned an individual known for his lack of flexibility to this discipline, hoping it might serve to strengthen his constitution. The intention is to see if, by some miracle, he could sustain his endurance despite his shortcomings. Such is the principal's earnest concern, which should not be misconstrued. As Lin Yuzi curiously observed the martial arts freshman training under the setting sun, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. "Senior, may I add you on WeChat?" "Senior?" Lin Yuzi replied, exasperated as he pinched the bridge of his nose, gazing at the cheerful, robust young man before him. "Classmate, I am not a senior." "Ah, then are you a junior?" The boy's expression fell slightly as he studied Lin Yuzi for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely declared, "Then can I still add you on WeChat?" "What's wrong with you?" Lin Yuzi retorted, "Classmate, I am male." "I know, but can I still add you on WeChat?" "No." Lin Yuzi decisively declined before turning to leave. What nonsense is this? Does he really expect to pursue something absurd? It is truly infuriating. Chapter 9. Leveraging 100-fold, first achieving several minor goals indeed. Lin Yuzi was not defeated by frustration. He ventured into the dining hall and ordered grilled fish. 1 year hence, he wondered if he would still have the opportunity to savor such a dish. Thus, he chose to cherish the present. Aware of the looming loss of peace a year later, he approached each moment with utmost seriousness, eating with diligence and expressing gratitude to the server. Although startled by Lin Yuzi's feminine appearance paired with a masculine voice, the server nevertheless returned a smile. She pondered how such a beautiful and kind lady could possess such a voice. The heavens, it seemed, were fair, endowing the young woman with striking beauty while withholding a melodious voice and the softness of her form. In the presence of Lin Yuzi, who held an advantage over others, many felt intimidated. Unbothered, he could enjoy his fish in peace. The fish was delectable, possessing a mild spiciness and an enticing aroma. After indulging, a gentle heat lingered, yet it was not overwhelming. Grasping a glass bottle of soy milk, he inserted a straw and took a sip, soothing the spiciness in his mouth. Outside the dining hall, the sun was beginning its descent. The martial arts training was nearing its conclusion. As Lin Yuzi exited the dining hall, he encountered a throng of cheerful newcomers, all engaged in laughter and conversation. "Hello, senior," they greeted politely. Lin Yuzi responded with a stiff smile, realizing once more he had been misidentified. Oh dear. He resolved that, upon returning to his dormitory, any notion of post-meal digestion could be disregarded entirely. Upon reaching his dormitory, he found the other 3 housemates were yet to return. Lin Yuzi was indifferent. After all, they all shared the same roof and would have ample opportunities to meet in the future, particularly during cultural classes. He retreated to his room, opened his computer, and navigated to the international trading market. Within this realm lay a trading method known as futures. For instance, purchasing a 1-month future meant acquiring a commodity at the price set for 1 month hence. Some commodities might appreciate while others could depreciate. If a commodity's value fell by the time of delivery, the buyer could profit by selling it at the current rate. Essentially, it was a means of profiting from the passage of time. In his previous life, Lin Yuzi had observed the international market closely. Throughout the past year, numerous regions had erupted in conflict, causing a surge in resource prices, while others had plummeted. For example, a certain country's currency, originally valued at 131, had collapsed to 1701 within a month. This was the art of futures trading, capitalizing on currency fluctuations, a sophisticated endeavor. Now, Lin Yuzi intended to employ such strategies. The outbreak in September would culminate in March of the following year. In the ensuing 6 months, he must amass sufficient capital. When war erupted, he would leverage his wealth to acquire the barren land in the eastern part of the city. He had previously researched that the price for that stretch of wasteland was estimated at 13 billion. This was no trifling sum. Nevertheless, as long as he could generate 13 billion within half a year, all possibilities remained open. His first modest goal would be to commence with rare earth trading. Rare earth elements are essential for the production of advanced high-tech chips. In the current climate, few anticipate a decline in their value. However, Lin Yuzi understands that in a month's time, a new rare earth mine will be discovered in the desert region of the northwest of Huayu country. Upon extraction, this mine will dominate 40% of global supply, thereby bringing international rare earth prices crashing down. This juncture presents an opportune moment for investment. Indeed, the discovery of the rare earth mine was announced during the National Day celebrations, a timing laden with significance, akin to a grand gift bestowed upon Huayu country. Such a gift would not have been prepared hastily. Without hesitation, Lin Yuzi invested all his savings of 400,000. This sum serves as a margin, with a leverage ratio of 100 times. The substantial amount he could maneuver is attributed to his previous credibility from cryptocurrency trading. Although the flow of funds remains untraceable, the digital footprints left behind could still reveal some clues upon thorough investigation. Much like a VIP status where, after consumption, one's level rises while the transaction records remain invisible in the back end. With 100-fold leverage, he secured a staggering 400 million. Lin Yuzi utilized this sum to purchase rare earth elements, paying according to the month's price, and subsequently listed them for sale. Now, he simply awaited the outcome. Upon completion of the trade, the funds would be settled in due course. After profiting, he would first repay the 400 million leveraged amount, and only then would he transfer the remaining funds to his account. In other words, this month, Lin Yuzi would find himself utterly bankrupt, his pockets emptier than his countenance. Not entirely correct. While his account was devoid of funds, he still possessed 3,000 yuan in cash. This amount would suffice for the month. Once all operations were completed, Lin Yuzi stretched lazily, planning to take a shower. What to wear today? He realized he had no new clothes. He decided to make do with his old attire, which, though somewhat oversized, would serve as pajamas. He had always favored wearing shirts, especially white ones, as they evoked a sense of youthful exuberance. It was no wonder he had chosen the moniker Peerless Handsome Man. In terms of appearance, Lin Yuzi was quite confident, possessing a keen sense of style. The sound of running water filled the bathroom. There was no washing machine in his room, only on the first floor. He took out his underwear, intending to wash only his outer garments. Shared washing facilities necessitate a degree of hygiene, particularly for intimate apparel. Yet, as he gazed at his unresponsive little friend, his expression turned despondent. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt that his little friend had diminished in size. Moreover, the diagnosis indicating impaired blood flow was disheartening. Given such circumstances, it was crucial to maintain hygiene and minimize unnecessary stimulation, ensuring that he could seek treasures to rejuvenate his vigor in Blue Star Online a year hence. Suddenly, while showering, Lin Yuzi caught sight of his naked reflection in the mirror, the floral patterns on his shoulders momentarily captivating his attention. The pattern. Previously, after inheriting the character panel, he had seen it but paid it no mind. However, how is it that a single petal has now taken on color, and a pink hue at that? This is utterly mortifying. It must not be seen by anyone else. According to Lin Yuzi's conjecture, the other petals might also transform into pink. How terrifying! A robust man's shoulder adorned with pink petals. If anyone were to witness this, the title of pervert would be inescapable. Yet why has it changed color? Lin Yuzi suspects that the color change is linked to the advent of the Mijiao. Perhaps, as time progresses, it gradually shifts in hue. Once the game fully materializes, 10 petals will illuminate and abilities will return. After all, at this moment, the character panel displays only the name, gender, realm, and abilities, with the expansion of those abilities locked. Without the ability expansion, one cannot utilize their powers. As he pondered, the water from the sprinkler ceased. Lin Yuzi donned a white shirt, which, despite being buttoned, hung somewhat loosely. Lacking a bit of bulk, it struggled to fill the shirt. Yet even so, there was an undeniable allure. After opening the door, he carried the laundry basket downstairs. Just then, outside the main door, voices of discussion could be heard. The next moment, the door swung open. It was his roommate returning. Chapter 10. My enviable and mysterious roommate is actually me? As three large men, laughing heartily, opened the door. They were instantly silenced. They stood there transfixed, gazing at the ethereal Lin Yuzi, who had just emerged from the shower. Clad in oversized shorts and slippers, with a loosely fitted white shirt draping over his damp hair, he appeared as a vision of freshness. The three men, frozen in place, dared not move as they watched Lin Yuzi place his clothes into the washing machine, program it, and then ascend the stairs. As they beheld his alluring silhouette, they simultaneously swallowed hard. Those who chose to study martial arts were, by nature, vigorous individuals, and their families were not lacking in wealth. They were all privileged second-generation heirs, each with dreams of martial prowess. Having encountered numerous women, they were no strangers to beauty. Yet today what they witnessed was unlike anything before, a feeling that was indescribable. In unison, the three retreated from the doorway, glancing at the room number. There was no mistake. It was indeed the male dormitory. But how could a woman be present? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck them. They realized the truth. Could it be that this person was the girlfriend of their fourth roommate, who had been absent for a week? It was entirely plausible. As they pondered the scene, the thought of their roommate indulging in intimate moments with his girlfriend while they toiled away in training made them feel a pang of jealousy. How infuriating it was for him to bring his girlfriend into the dormitory for what they called love. Disheartened, the trio lost interest in conversation, returning to their rooms with a mix of emotions, and soon began their own showers. The sound of water cascading down could not mask their inner turmoil. Unable to resist, they embarked on clandestine actions. At last, after releasing their pent-up frustrations, they sighed in relief, transitioning into a more serene state. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi was aware that his roommate had returned. However, he was not socially adept, having few friends. Aside from the boisterous neighbor, who was a rather unrefined woman, he hardly knew anyone. This had been true in his past life, and with the impending arrival of the game world, he became even more reclusive, refraining from forming connections. After all, if friends were to perish in the game, the sorrow would be unbearable. It was better to forego such friendships altogether. This was a manifestation of his lack of confidence. He had been given a second chance, yet the future remained riddled with uncertainties, and he could not guarantee the safety of anyone. The only ones occupying his thoughts were his grandparents back home. Tonight he could retire early. After a year of laboring for the game world, he could finally begin to rest. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Yuzi ventured downstairs to retrieve his freshly laundered clothes. The sound of the door clicking open caused the ears of the three remaining occupants to perk up. Who could it be outside? Was it a roommate or perhaps her? Curiosity piqued, they simultaneously opened their doors, carrying laundry baskets as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found Lin Yuzi already ascending with his basket in hand. As they gazed at the freshly laundered garments, the three individuals found their attention captivated by the clothes, as if they could still catch a whiff of the fragrant detergent lingering in the air. Their expressions grew somewhat peculiar. Lin Yuzi cast a fleeting glance at them. The indifference in his almond-shaped eyes jolted the trio back to their senses. Hello there. Do you also reside upstairs? This inquiry was one Lin Yuzi found himself disinclined to answer. After all, the only place available for habitation was upstairs. Otherwise, one would be reduced to sleeping on the sofa. Moreover, he had just descended from the upper floor. It was akin to asking an air conditioning technician what his profession entailed. Ignored, the three felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them and promptly stepped aside at the staircase to allow Lin Yuzi to pass. As he walked by, the movement of air carried a subtle yet delightful fragrance, invigorating the trio. They couldn't help but envy the roommate they had yet to meet, blessed with such a diligent girlfriend. How infuriating it was to encounter someone who brought a girlfriend to campus, reaping the benefits effortlessly. After a collective sigh, the three tossed their clothes into the washing machine before retreating to their rooms to change. They had new training sessions awaiting them that evening, a hallmark of the military training exclusive to the Wuhan program. Within room 4, Lin Yuzi was busy drying his hair. His locks had grown long enough to cascade over his shoulders. He contemplated a haircut yet hesitated to part with them. After all, it was university. Long hair on a boy was hardly unusual. Thus, he decided against cutting his hair. Once dried, He opened his laptop to catch up on global events. Previously unaware of the impending arrival of the game Mysterious Realm OL, he had not anticipated acquiring any abilities. Now, however, everything was becoming clear. According to the International Alliance, Mysterious Realm OL was a game developed based on the Blue Planet. Consequently, the monsters within the game were likely to materialize in the very cities of the Blue Planet. He recalled a sanctuary in his previous life Swan City, dedicated to the legendary Guan Yu. Typically, such sanctuaries were surrounded by monsters, aligning perfectly with the positioning of Wuhan University. The stone sculpture of Guan Yu was situated beside the school's motto, suggesting that the first dungeon might indeed be the university itself. The game's minor boss was a magical steed. Upon defeat, it would drop an egg containing a young horse, which could be tamed as a mount. Yet, he pondered whether the monsters emerged from thin air or were merely mutated local fauna. After all, there exists a distinction between gaming and reality. The International Alliance had cited insufficient computational power. Could it be that certain nations were privy to the underlying truths? In this tranquil state of mind, Lin Yuzi began to unravel many seemingly illogical occurrences. The army green overcoats seen during the Wan City incident were worn by enigmatic figures, perhaps members of the fabled Special Operations Group. The chaos of war appeared suddenly, disjointedly. Contemplating this, he speculated that it might all be part of a struggle for prime locations following the arrival of Mysterious Realm OL. Moreover, the recent explosions of underwater pipelines further deepened the mystery, leaving Lin Yuzi feeling as though reality was more fantastical than the game itself. Many events remained entirely opaque to him. In the game, he was the best in the world. In reality, he was powerless against guns and cannons. I cannot remain idle, awaiting the arrival of the enigmatic realm of OL a year hence. For if the International Alliance were to uncover the truth behind the scenes, they would undoubtedly have already embarked on clandestine developments. Thus, the advantage of foresight would be lost. In fact, several nations within the International Alliance are actively seeking Lin Yuzi. Faced with a formidable presence that holds the top rank, and moreover, being a woman, they must strive to secure her. The Huayu Kingdom is no exception. They have initiated the 133rd National Census in hopes of identifying individuals that match the characteristics of Lin Yuzi. After all, her name bears a striking resemblance to that of the Huayu Kingdom. To achieve global supremacy, one must have traversed numerous paradisiacal realms. This is precisely what each nation seeks to attain. When the realm of OL finally descends, the locations of certain spiritual herbs and mystical beasts will become coveted resources in this new world. This is, in truth, the ultimate aim of the International Alliance in their quest to locate Lin Yuzi. Chapter 11. The thrill of horse riding time swiftly passed, and soon a day had elapsed. Lin Yuzi awoke from his slumber, eager to seek out his instructor and inquire whether he might commence his equestrian lessons. As for military training, he held little desire to participate, deeming it a frivolous expenditure of time. Given his current physical condition, he found no training particularly challenging. What truly mattered now was the acquisition of skills, specifically in horseback riding and archery. Moreover, should he engage in military drills, he would return home too late, having toiled for 18 years. He wished not to be engulfed in such busyness during this year. Last night, while drifting off to sleep, Lin Yuzi had overheard his roommate departing at around 7 and returning well past 10. An evening training session that sounded utterly disheartening. This morning, his roommate had again ventured out at the crack of dawn. The rigorous training regimen for martial arts students was indeed demanding. After lingering in bed for a few moments, he resolutely proclaimed, "Time to rise," and sprang from his bed. A quick glance at his phone revealed it was already 9 o'clock. In youth, it is customary to forego breakfast. Perhaps, after the arrival of the Blue Star OL, humanity would evolve to possess a stomach that requires no morning meal. With such fanciful thoughts, he made his way to the bathroom, brushing his teeth and washing his face with a gurgle. Once refreshed, he stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection. Clad in a sky-blue oversized t-shirt paired with loose-fitting trousers, he radiated vitality. Before departing, he donned a cap to shield himself from the sun. Whether due to the influence of the game or the changing climate, the heat was becoming increasingly oppressive. September's temperatures soared to a staggering 37 degrees Celsius, with the morning at 10 already reaching 28 degrees. After achieving a fair complexion, Lin Yuzi was averse to being sun-kissed, fearing the loss of his hard-won brightness. He donned a sun-protective jacket and set off towards the academic office. The sweltering heat made the journey unbearable. Even the thought of someone dropping money on the street failed to inspire him to retrieve it. Upon entering the academic office, the air conditioning was set to a mere 24 degrees, yet it felt far from refreshing. The director remarked that during the hottest hours of the afternoon, even with the air conditioning set to 16 degrees, one would be reluctant to venture outside. A basin of water left in the sun would evaporate within 3 minutes. Consequently, all outdoor activities had been cancelled for midday. The only exception was the postponement of the first physical education class to the final period of the day, placing a considerable burden on the PE instructors. Dear Student Lin, you wish to commence your studies in horseback riding and archery ahead of schedule? That is certainly feasible, the director replied. But when shall I attend class? Lin inquired. The director, mindful of Lin Yuzi's sensitive nature as last year's top student, chose his words carefully to avoid any semblance of discrimination. You see, this month is designated for military training, and it may be somewhat challenging to pursue horseback riding and archery exclusively. However, should you wish to proceed, I can arrange for you to visit the equestrian center, where a skilled instructor awaits to guide you. After the director resolved the equestrian issue, he remarked regarding archery, there are targets at the riding arena. I can grant you permission to practice there, provided you refrain from shooting recklessly. It would be unfortunate if you were to hit someone. If you can assure me of that, I shall allow you to proceed. I can certainly guarantee that. Lin Yuzi nodded, thumping his chest to assure, I will not shoot arrows carelessly. Very well, here is a letter of approval I have written. You may present it to the security department, and they will escort you there. Thank you, Director. No need for thanks. In truth, the director harbored a slight ulterior motive. The principal had stated that during the freshman speeches, students should avoid cliché phrases and strive for innovation. Thus, he conceived the idea of having Lin Yuzi, who had suffered an unfortunate incident, share his experience during the freshman speech to serve as a cautionary tale for new students. For this modest goal, he was inclined to offer a few extra privileges. Consequently, when the freshman speech occurs in a month's time, Lin would likely feel too embarrassed to decline. Indeed, I am quite clever, he mused. The security department is situated diagonally behind the statue of Guan Yu. The blue and white pavilion serves as the security booth. Today, a mysterious student arrives. The mystery lies in the fact that the security chief, Old Man Guan, is unaware of Lin Yuzi's gender. Are you truly a boy? Yes, sir. You've asked me several times. Now, please take me to the riding arena. Old Man Guan fell silent, gazing at the statue of Guan Yu, inwardly lamenting, Oh, martial saint, this girl has been deceiving me, and I cannot expose her. With no other option, and with the documentation from the Academic Affairs Office in hand, Old Man Guan reluctantly led Lin Yuzi to the riding arena. The riding arena is a treasured gem of Wuhan University in Wanqing. Everyone must pass through security. Moreover, the security personnel are multi-talented, possessing knowledge of horses, riding, and horse care. They already resemble staff members of the riding arena. Classmate, this is the riding arena. Let me assist you in selecting a horse suitable for beginners. This one is a pony, gentle in temperament, allowing you to acclimate gradually. All right, Lin Yuzi took his time, learning step by step. Upon mounting the pony, the sensation was entirely unlike riding in a vehicle. It felt akin to the thrill of horseback riding. The view from the saddle offered perspectives unattainable in the realm of virtual games. For some reason, he felt an exhilarating urge to gallop. As he issued the command to control the horse, its ears perked up, and it began to walk slowly. Old Man Guan sat beneath the shade, conversing leisurely with several seasoned horsemen. This girl possesses remarkable perseverance. How long do you think she can endure? 10 minutes, perhaps. This horse is docile and cannot run. The horseman, with years of experience in horse care, could discern from Lin Yuzi's slender frame that she was quite frail, lacking any substantial muscle. He estimated that after a few jolts, she would be unable to endure and would dismount in a hasty retreat. I wonder if she will cry out for help. This speculation brought amusement to the horseman. However, everything unfolded differently. Lin Yuzi, bearing the surname Lin, was no delicate flower like Lin Dayu. She was far from weak. She was exceptionally strong. As she and the pony began to synchronize, she gradually mastered the rhythm and took the reins of control. Pulling on the reins, she called out a command, and the horse came to a steady halt. "Sir, are there any superior horses available? I wish to try others." Within the shelter, the horse breeders were taken aback, their gazes fixed intently upon Master Guan. "Is this the person you brought, here to witness our misfortune? Master Guan, you rascal, your wickedness knows no bounds." The horse breeders, feeling humiliated, quietly retreated. Master Guan, too, felt wronged. These individuals had wagered that Lin Yuzi would concede within 10 minutes, yet in less than 5 she had already mastered riding the pony. This girl must have ridden before. After muttering this under his breath, he led out a modest brown horse. "Here, this is the horse you requested. You ride quite well. Are you not a novice anymore?" "I am indeed a novice, but perhaps I possess a certain talent." "Very well. Continue practicing, but be cautious this time. Falling from this horse can be quite painful. Make sure to wear your protective gear." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzi hesitated for a moment before agreeing. With everything in place, she embarked on a galloping adventure. Riding truly is exhilarating. Giddy up. Chapter 12. Horseback Archery. From novice to master, the ordinary brown horse, under Lin Yuzi's guidance, had become remarkably obedient. When instructed to move east, it would never veer west. Riding with great enthusiasm, Lin Yuzi turned and called out, "Guan, toss me the bow." To his surprise, Guan paused momentarily before flexing his powerful muscles, launching a bow high into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuzi tightened his grip around the horse's belly, and the animal understood, galloping towards the descending longbow. As the bow fell, the horse leapt gracefully, and at the perfect moment, Lin Yuzi reached out to grasp it firmly. "Arrows now!" Guan transformed into a quiver-bearer, tossing the arrow tube into the air. As the scene unfolded, the horse executed a turn before leaping once more, and Lin Yuzi extended his arm, threading it through the tube strap to secure the quiver upon his back. Swiftly, he drew an arrow, his gaze sharp and determined, the arrow poised on the string. Witnessing this, Guan swallowed nervously. Could it be possible? Was Lin Yuzi truly capable of hitting the target? The old man felt the odds were significantly in favor of a successful shot, especially as he observed the girl's earnest expression, her eyes radiating an unwavering confidence. Unbeknownst to them, a group of seasoned horse trainers had quietly gathered, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuzi in the center of the arena, her demeanor reminiscent of a youthful general preparing for battle. Archery demands precision, aligning 3 essential points: one's position, the line of sight, and the target's location. When these 3 converge, now was the moment. Lin Yuzi decisively released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, drawing the attention of everyone in the arena, including the horses. Thud! The arrow struck true, embedding itself deeply into the target. "Missed," Lin Yuzi murmured softly. While the force was sufficient, the accuracy left something to be desired. He urged his horse forward to retrieve the arrow from the wooden post. Through this experience, he gleaned invaluable insights. With each subsequent shot, he drew closer to the target until only 1 arrow remained in the quiver. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Yuzi recognized that the horse had grown slightly fatigued after such exertion. After this final shot, it would be time for a well-deserved meal. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow struck the bullseye, quivering from the sheer force of impact. Success! Lin Yuzi exhaled, the horse coming to a steady halt beside the target. Dismounting, he approached Guan, bow and reins in hand. "I shall return tomorrow. I appreciate your assistance." "Very well," Guan replied, momentarily perplexed about Lin Yuzi's gender. Although referred to as Guandage, he was merely in his early 40s, adopting a grandfatherly persona to appear more approachable to his students, avoiding an overly stern demeanor. He too had children who often visited on weekends to enjoy horseback riding and archery, a delightful perk for a horse trainer and security personnel. Guan had even encouraged his children to choose this school for their education. "That impudent young rascal in my household shall come over tomorrow to witness what it truly means to be outshone by others." Old Master Guan's son excels in archery, hitting the target with unwavering precision from 50 paces, and has achieved a top 100 ranking in a popular shooting game, taking immense pride in these accomplishments. Now, with the emergence of Lin Yuzi, an exemplary figure, it serves perfectly to motivate that impudent boy, reminding him not to become too arrogant. Old Master Guan's intentions are genuinely commendable, showing no concern that his son might suffer a blow to his confidence. Upon exiting the equestrian grounds, Lin Yuzi flexed his slightly sore arms, having spent an exhausting hour riding and shooting. The target may have been stationary, but the challenge of hitting a moving target proved to be tremendously difficult. Aiming was far from easy, and the experience was entirely distinct from playing video games. In shooting games, one moves while targeting a moving enemy and achieves perfect accuracy. However, the disparity between the virtual and the real world was a lesson Lin Yuzi had come to understand. Coincidentally, this month, an international trading platform is engaged in transactions involving rare earth resources, coinciding with new military training, allowing him ample time to quietly study. He aimed to avoid revealing his extraordinary physical abilities during practice, which might attract the attention of those enigmatic figures clad in military green. After all, how could someone who has suffered such a grievous injury be so formidable? While few may be aware of this, it is becoming increasingly difficult to conceal the truth. He has inadvertently exposed himself. Within the campus forum of Wan City Wuhan University, certain headlines have emerged. Rapidly spread, a goddess of poise enters as a freshman. Mystical martial arts prodigy spotted at the equestrian grounds. Her identity is. Some horse trainers and security personnel captured footage of Lin Yuzi riding and shooting, their astonishment compelling them to share the video with others. Is this truly someone from our school? How impressive she is. Can such a remarkable freshman really exist? Seemingly surpassing even the instructors? Within merely a few hours, the news had spread throughout the university, even showing signs of reaching beyond its confines. This is a manifestation of the protective mechanism of the Blue Star, determined to unveil the top contender in the game maze realm OL. Meanwhile, the individual in question remains blissfully unaware, engrossed in checking the prices of rare earth elements on his computer. Excellent prices are on the rise, aligning with the normal international market trends. Such actions are to be expected, as who could have anticipated that Huayu country would suddenly discover rare earth mines? On a forum dedicated to rare earth mining, a post surfaced featuring a screenshot of Lin Yuzi's trading activity. Brothers, come take a look. I've discovered a fool who dares to leverage 100-fold. Do you know which country has announced the discovery of new mining areas? No? This individual is simply foolish. Look at the high credibility of his account. Perhaps it was misused by a child from his family. I believe that's the case. With a mere investment of 400,000, it must have been the account holder's child at play. How unfortunate to have such a troublesome child. Many engaged in rare earth futures lamented in despair, recognizing that this was the price for a month later, potentially leading to losses amounting to several hundred million. After all, a month later, if the price of rare earth elements is excessively high, if he leverages his investment, purchasing rare earths for 400 million and later selling them for 500 million, yet a month later the price escalates to 1 billion, he would then be required to cover a loss of 500 million, which is the difference between 1 billion and 500 million. Conversely, should the prices plummet, he would subtract the future price of rare earths from the profits gained from his initial 400 million investment. If the resulting figure is lower than his profits, it would mean a gain. Observing their discussions, Lin Yuzi remained silent and unobtrusive. What is the easiest money to make? Undoubtedly, it is the profit derived from information asymmetry. He pondered why his listed prices were not exorbitant, yet he managed to sell so little. Were these individuals truly that cautious? The current price of rare earths, as of September 4th, is 500,000 per ton. Were Lin Yuzi not to leverage, he could not afford even a ton. With 400 million, he would only be able to acquire 800 tons. He set the price at 450,000 per ton, precisely aligning with the psychological expectations of many, ensuring he would not earn too little. Futures trading operates in such a manner. The total amount of money remains constant, with some profiting while others incur losses. Upon reviewing the back-end trading records, he discerned that today, no one would come to make a purchase. Chapter 13. To ride. One must ride the fiercest steed. A few days later, on September 9th, all the freshmen commenced their military training. The price of rare earth elements surged to 630,000 yuan per ton, a remarkably high figure. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi's offering of 450,000 yuan per ton drew considerable inquiries. Yet the actual purchases remained scarce, leaving many to ponder what was being awaited. Fortunately, out of the 800 tons available, 200 tons had already been sold. Observing the stagnation in sales, he decided to stimulate demand by raising the price. The price escalated from 450,000 yuan per ton to 550,000 yuan per ton. Instantaneously, a flurry of discussions erupted among observers on the rare earth forum. What was this maneuver? After 10 days of no price increase, why the sudden spike? Speculations arose. Some had previously doubted his intentions, but now it seemed that perhaps it was indeed a ploy orchestrated by his family. Should one buy at 550,000 yuan? Selling at 630,000 yuan would yield an immediate profit of 80,000 yuan per ton. With 600 tons remaining, a bold investment could net 48 million yuan. If you wish to buy, go ahead. I cannot afford it. Those participating in the discussion were predominantly representatives from major corporations in need of rare earth elements. As this was an international forum, the linguistic diversity was vast. Among the participants, to thwart the development of Huayu Nation, merchants from the Lighthouse Nation took action. One had previously purchased 200 tons, and upon realizing the prolonged price stagnation was not a trap, he swiftly acquired the remainder. This left the executives of companies poised to purchase in a state of shock and anxiety. It's over. I failed to secure rare earth at a low price. If my boss finds out, I shall be in trouble. Damn it, I am in the same predicament. Just earlier, my boss called to inquire whether the rare earth was a trap. If not, I should have secured 20 tons. As a citizen of Huayu Nation, I had just discovered the opportunity for low-priced rare earth, and now it has all vanished. Truly infuriating. Many observers lurked behind the scenes of the forum. Meanwhile, those from the Lighthouse Nation, who had engaged in purchases, found amusement in the unfolding events. Although they required rare earth elements, they did not need to acquire the entire 800 tons at once. Consequently, they listed their holdings of rare earth for sale, a substantial 1,000 tons, all priced at 650,000 yuan per ton, slightly above the reference price of 630,000 yuan per ton. Lin Yuzi took note but remained unfazed. With 200 tons sold at 450,000 yuan, he earned 90 million yuan, and with 600 tons at 550,000 yuan, he garnered 330 million yuan, totaling 420 million yuan. In the eyes of the forum's titans, Lin Yuzi appeared to be incurring losses. Given the prevailing upward trend in rare earth prices, it was anticipated that a month later, the price would undoubtedly surpass 700,000 yuan per ton, or at the very least stabilize around 650,000 yuan. At that time, the price for 800 tons at 650,000 yuan per ton would amount to 520 million yuan. Initially, the 800 tons, valued at 400 million yuan, would only sell for 420 million yuan. Should the transaction price a month hence be 500,000 yuan per ton, Lin Yuzi's earnings would dwindle to merely 420 million yuan against the original 400 million. If the price were 650,000 yuan per ton, he would face a loss of 100 million. However, Lin Yuzi was aware that, in a month's time, the price of rare earth would plummet below 300,000 yuan per ton. At the end of September, a significant wave of sell-offs occurred, primarily orchestrated by companies privy to insider information. A month later, Lin Yuzi had already calculated his anticipated revenue, amounting to 420 million, deducting 30 million for each ton, totaling 800 tons, which results in 240 million. The net profit would be 180 million. With this capital, he intended to profit from currency fluctuations. It was time to practice horseback riding. Ever since he encountered a high school student who had watched him in awe during his practice, that student had not returned. After a 3-day hiatus, Lin decided to visit again on September 9th, taking the opportunity to learn what he could, although he had no intention of attending cultural courses. Upon arriving at the security booth, he found Elder Guan idly monitoring the surveillance. "Ah, you're here," he remarked upon spotting Lin Yuzi. "Elder, I wish to go to the riding arena. Let's go." Elder Guan had been waiting for 3 days, and now that Lin had arrived, he promptly exited the booth to lead him to the arena. Inside the riding arena, following the emergence of certain slogans, a crowd had gathered outside, intrigued. Unfortunately, none possessed the prowess to deduce Lin Yuzi's identity, mistaking him for a leader's daughter in training. Given the lack of response from the principal and the academic office, this assumption seemed natural, leading them to speculate about familial connections to the staff. On this visit, Lin Yuzi had a new objective. He sought to tame a spirited steed. "Are you certain?" Elder Guan inquired. Wanqing is renowned for its Dewan horses, also known as the Heavenly Blood Horse. Their temperament is fierce and challenging to tame. "That's precisely why I am drawn to it," Lin Yuzi replied with enthusiasm. "What's the thrill of riding a docile horse? If I am to ride, I shall ride the most fiery steed." As the Heavenly Blood Horse entered the arena, it cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuzi, then approached, snorting aggressively and rearing its front legs to intimidate him. "Ah, now that's fierce. I like it," Lin Yuzi exclaimed, grinning as he patted the horse's muscular body, envisioning its speed. Elder Guan, still apprehensive, cautioned, "Can you truly manage? No one has succeeded in taming a Heavenly Blood Horse thus far. Whether I can or not, I must try," Lin Yuzi insisted boldly, waving his hand dismissively. After all, with diminished vitality, the joys of manhood had waned. He deserved the thrill of riding. "I must conquer it." Seeing the determination in Lin Yuzi's eyes, Elder Guan reluctantly acquiesced, having come to believe in Lin's masculinity despite his effeminate appearance. "Very well, but do exercise caution." Elder Guan remained uneasy, retreating to the shade to keep a watchful eye on Lin Yuzi. News of someone attempting to tame the prized Heavenly Blood Horse of Wanqing quickly spread. Students in their second year, free from classes, gathered outside the arena, ready to record and broadcast the event. Despite the attention, Lin Yuzi remained undeterred. The arrow was drawn, and it was time to release it. He grasped the reins, exerted a powerful kick, and mounted the steed. The horse, sensing the weight upon its back, immediately reared and neighed towards the heavens. "Be good. Do not play tricks on me." Lin Yuzi resembled a valiant general on the battlefield, her single ponytail swaying with vigor, her expression brimming with determination. The horse began to gallop, leaping and executing a series of intricate maneuvers. The ancient art of horse taming, akin to the modern spectacle of bullfighting, is a process fraught with challenges. It is a contest of endurance between man and beast, determining who will succumb to exhaustion first. It is essential to note that Lin Yuzi is at the first tier of the Yellow Realm. To deplete her stamina is a fool's errand. Training the horse is indeed a source of joy. With utmost seriousness, the petals on her shoulders unwittingly began to change hue. 10 had transformed, and 2 had already shifted in color. The horse commenced its daring stunts, sidestepping at a 45-degree angle and leaning back nearly to 90 degrees, all while continuing its relentless leaps. The spectacle caused many onlookers to blink in disbelief. Is this riding, or is it an act of murder? This surely must be horse taming. How exhilarating! If I were to join, I would undoubtedly be thrown off at the very first jolt. Truly impressive. I have heard that those studying martial arts must learn these skills. What a terrifying prospect. Chapter 14. The Bao Certificate. Outside the training grounds, people were engaged in animated discussions. Inside, Lin Yuzi was becoming increasingly adept at mastering the rhythm of his steed's movements. The moment had come for him to take the initiative. First, he tightened his grip against the horse's belly, causing it discomfort, and then grasped the reins firmly to steer its direction. Taming a spirited horse is a battle of wills. The cheers from the onlookers ignited the horse's competitive spirit. It was determined not to lose, eager to showcase its prowess against the lanky rider. The magnificent steed leapt with vigor. After some time, with the sun blazing overhead, many spectators grew weary. The sweltering heat left them drenched in sweat, and several female classmates, unable to endure the midday sun, had departed. Those who remained had come after their meals. The horse training had reached a stalemate for several hours. The longer the stalemate persisted, the more exhilarated Lin Yuzi became. The eventual triumph over the horse would yield a more profound sense of accomplishment. After hours of intense struggle, even his first-tier mastery began to wane. However, the effort was worthwhile. While falconry required days and nights, taming a horse only took a few hours, a remarkable gain. Sensing the struggle beneath him had lessened, he exerted his legs, pressing down on the horse's head, and commanded, "Be still." The immense force proved too much for the horse. His front legs buckled and it knelt. Once it regained its footing, it lowered its head, becoming remarkably docile. "Ah!" Lin Yuzi laughed, stroking the horse's head as he dismounted. "Do you yield?" The horse responded with a snort. "Good horse." Leading the steed, Lin Yuzi strolled under the shade, casting a triumphant glance at old Master Guan. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Well done, young lad, truly remarkable." Old Master Guan gave a thumbs up and, along with a group of horse breeders, approached to examine the Dewan horse. After taming, it was essential to ensure the horse sustained no injuries. However, as they drew near, the horse reacted aggressively, driving them away. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd exchanged glances, and old Master Guan chuckled helplessly. "Oh dear, even after being tamed, it retains such a fiery temperament. It seems this horse truly belongs to you now." Laughter erupted among the other breeders. After the laughter subsided, old Master Guan shared some methods to check for injuries, advising Lin Yuzi to conduct the examination. "All right, I've noted that." After committing the information to memory, Lin Yuzi circled the horse, gently pinching its muscles. Upon completing the inspection, he reached his conclusion. "It's fine. Just let it rest and ensure it eats and drinks well." "Very well. I shall take my leave then, returning tomorrow to see my horse." "Now that it's your horse, go on, go on. Come back tomorrow so I can witness your riding prowess." "Until tomorrow then." With that, Lin Yuzi turned and departed. After spending so much time there, he felt famished. Hungry, it was time to seek a meal. In the distance, the observing students remained uncertain whether the taming had been successful, unable to hear the conversations within. "Is it over? It seems that the goddess has triumphed. When I observed her leading the horse, it appeared remarkably docile. Surely, being guided by such a beautiful goddess must bring it immense joy." This remark elicited a number of peculiar glances. Noticing this, he hastily clarified. "Ahem, I meant to say that the horse must indeed be very happy." However, this explanation did little to alleviate the odd perceptions others harbored towards him. "Oh no, class is about to begin." Several students, who had classes in the afternoon, were startled to check their phones, realizing it was nearly 2:30. Disaster! The onlookers dispersed in a flurry. The instructor, aware that the tardy students had been watching the horse training, bore no grudge against their lateness, even chuckling that if it were not for the need to prepare lessons and take a break, he would have preferred to watch as well. After all, it was the magnificent steed of the academy, renowned for its prowess. This comment prompted laughter among the students, fostering a warm and harmonious atmosphere. In the dormitory, Lin Yuzi was cooking on the first floor. His 3 roommates had gone for military training, leaving him alone in the small building. He had purchased essential ingredients from the campus supermarket, but his budget had significantly dwindled to just 1,000 yuan, down from 3,000. With 20 days until the next month, he anticipated needing the understanding of his roommates to navigate this financial dilemma. Lin Yuzi had no qualms about discussing his investment in futures. He was unperturbed by the possibility of others discovering it. He had come to realize that whatever he did would ultimately be uncovered, so he chose not to struggle against it. After all, the money was earned through honest means, not through theft or robbery. On the dining table lay a feast of 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a nourishing soup. The vegetable was sauteed oilseed lettuce, while the meat comprised a chicken, a fish, and 2 pounds of beef, accompanied by a restorative soup. He consumed an ample amount, leaving him astonished at how his flat stomach could accommodate such a bounty. After finishing his meal, Lin Yuzi glanced at the clock and noted it was already 3:30. He ascended to his room to shower and change into cooler attire before heading out to shop. He intended to purchase a bow and some arrows to practice in the front yard of the small building. Along the way, he politely declined the advances of several students, making his way directly to the cold weapon shop. Such establishments had emerged thanks to the substantial support of the Huayu Kingdom for martial arts. The equipment sold was unsharpened, with the exception of the arrows. However, carrying a bow and arrows was conspicuous. To procure them, one needed a bow permit and also to register the type of arrows. This meant that the arrows needed to be custom-made, engraved with a unique identifier belonging to Lin Yuzi, a measure implemented to prevent individuals from using bows for hunting or nefarious purposes. This was the first time Lin Yuzi had encountered such regulations, yet he found them acceptable. Young man, this hardwood bow requires 50 pounds of draw weight, which is equivalent to a stone. Can you manage it? Boss, you underestimate me. I'll handle a 4-stone bow and demonstrate a full draw for you. Very well, if you can manage it, I will agree to extend credit to you. Such a conversation ensued because Lin Yuzi, upon entering the shop, inquired whether he could purchase a bow on credit. Alas, he was truly short on funds. Observing his frail appearance, the shopkeeper retrieved a 1-stone bow, contemplating a test. If Lin could not draw it, he would be sent on his way. To the shopkeeper's surprise, Lin immediately requested a 4-stone bow. Rarely had the shopkeeper encountered such audacity. He removed a bow from the wall and handed it to Lin. However, there are no arrows. Without them, the bow cannot be utilized properly, which may cause damage, Lin remarked. Taken aback, the shopkeeper responded, I must admit, you possess a certain understanding. Follow me to the backyard. The shopkeeper slung a quiver over his shoulder and led Lin to the rear of the shop. The target lay 100 paces away, approximately 200 meters. If you hit the bullseye, I shall waive the cost for your custom arrows. That's not necessary. I merely require your agreement to extend credit. Unfortunately, I lack a bow permit. No problem. As long as you strike the bullseye, you may return tomorrow to obtain your bow permit. It was a deal. Lin Yuzi smiled, appreciating the shopkeeper's straightforwardness. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Drawing an arrow from the quiver, he fixed his keen gaze upon the target. Hit. Added on August 30th, 2023. Regarding inquiries about compound bows. It is not that compound bows are unusable. Rather, the materials they are composed of became ineffective following the advent of the Mist Realm. Mist Realm OL represents an entirely new world with its own set of rules, distinct from a mere game. The protagonist perceives it as a game, but it is likely to undergo a name change in subsequent evaluations. Addressing the matter of compound bows. After the arrival of the Mist Realm, components such as screws and pulleys, all non-living products, became fragile and prone to failure, which is why compound bows are not utilized. There is no need to dwell on the alterations in the rules of force. Simply changing the material suffices for usage. As for the primitive wooden bows, derived from plants, they embody life. Life, encompassing both flora and fauna, will undergo a selection process. Those that survive may become new materials in the Mist Realm, while those that fail to be selected will perish. However, items already crafted remain unaffected. Therefore, primitive wooden bows will experience minimal impact. Following the emergence of new materials in the Mist Realm, simply replacing the materials will allow for the use of compound bows. Should you have further questions, feel free to ask here. Chapter 15. The Boss. Credit as Lin Yuzi drew the bowstring. The boss was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that such tremendous strength was concealed within such a slender frame. His gaze fixated on the arrow, and as the string released, he immediately turned his attention to the target. A resounding thud echoed. A perfect shot. You! This! The boss was left speechless, his mouth agape, unable to close it for an extended moment. This was the legendary feat of shooting 100 paces and hitting the mark. Not only did it require precision, but also considerable power. My word, I must admit I misjudged you. I will assist you in obtaining your archery permit and will agree to your credit. Let us discuss this at the front desk. Please. Lin Yuzi politely gestured for the boss to proceed. He then cast a glance at the arrow. What he had only dared to dream of in his previous life, he had now accomplished with his own hands in this one. The sense of achievement filled him with immense pride. A true man should indeed be like this. Firmly gripping the bow, he approached the front desk. What are your specifications for the arrows? Do you require any inscriptions? What type of fletching would you prefer? Just inscribe the character Lin. Please. For the rest, use the finest materials. I am not short on funds. Very well. The boss made no inquiries regarding Lin Yuzi's financial status, for he believed that anyone capable of such a remarkable shot possessed an honorable heart. If the young man truly could not repay the debt, then let it be a lesson learned. How many arrows will you require? 200, please. Understood. What are your specifications for the bow? If you wish for a custom design, you may either provide your own materials or select from what I have available. Let us go with a custom design. Lin Yuzi felt that archery would become a frequent pursuit for him. Thus it was essential that the equipment be tailored to his needs. After all, he could not ascertain how much his strength would recover over the course of a year, nor whether any techniques would unlock. Until then, he would need to rely on external tools. Preferring ranged combat, he was eager to finalize his selection. After much deliberation and numerous drafts, Lin Yuzi finally settled on a design. The bow would be intricately carved with landscapes and mythical beasts, reminiscent of both the Qilin and the dragon tongue bows. He felt a swell of anticipation regarding the craftsmanship achievable with ordinary materials. Once the design was confirmed, the boss nodded, recorded all specifications, and retrieved an abacus. Witnessing this, Lin Yuzi felt a flutter of anxiety. Here it came, the calculation of costs, and he was curious to know the total. Custom 4-stone bow, crafted from millennium-old timber, along with 200 arrows, free inscriptions, and assistance in obtaining your archery permit. The boss recited as he tallied. Finally, he looked up at Lin Yuzi. The 4-stone bow totals 2 million, inclusive of materials, design, and construction. The 200 arrows, priced at 2,000 each, along with wastage costs, brings the total to 500,000. The grand total is 2,500,000. Upon hearing the price, Lin Yuzi could not help but twitch his lips. 250. Was this a deliberate act or a mere oversight? Boss, this too. 5 million. Is it too expensive? No, I mean, could we consider it as 3 million, just as a token of appreciation for your hard work? The boss raised an eyebrow at Lin Yuzi, thinking silently. This young lad is quite adept at navigating social nuances. I wonder if he is being intentional or merely fortuitous. The additional 500,000 can be deemed a gratuity, cleverly disguised as a hardship fee. This young man knows how to conduct himself. It seems this transaction warrants careful consideration. He nodded. Very well, let it be 3 million. With that, the boss modernly drafted the invoice. You may come tomorrow to collect the bow permit, and in 2 weeks, you can retrieve the bow and arrows. Is that understood? Understood, Lin Yuzi affirmed, fully aware of the arrangements. However, he was taken aback by the exorbitant costs associated with these custom bows, having fallen victim to his ignorance of the industry. But upon meticulous calculation, the price seemed justifiable. The millennium-old wood, the bespoke 200 arrows, the design fees, all these factors contributed to an understandable total. After all, the bows utilized by martial artists are inherently costly, not something mere mortals can easily afford. If one were to inquire as to why, a glance at the prize money of martial arts competitions would suffice. With the invoice securely stowed in his pocket, Lin Yuzi exited the cold weaponry store. He was genuinely impressed by this establishment. From the outside, it appeared ordinary, yet transactions worth millions transpired within. It was no wonder he hadn't encountered any other patrons. The average individual simply cannot afford such expenditures. The very bow he initially selected cost 50,000 yuan, not even accounting for the arrows. It was evident that without at least 100,000, one could hardly engage in archery. Nevertheless, 3 million was a mere trifle compared to his earnings. With the bow secured, it was time to procure a saddle. The prized steed from the equestrian center had been tamed by him, and for a considerable time, he was the sole rider. When the world of Mijiaoel descended, that horse would belong to him. Since it was his own horse, a little embellishment would be fitting, wouldn't it? Thus, he made his way to the tack shop. Custom saddle? The clerk stared at Lin Yuzi in bewilderment. Having worked there for so long, it was the first time he had encountered someone requesting a custom saddle. Sir, there is no need for a custom saddle. I recommend this model, a sharkskin saddle, which significantly reduces friction between your thighs and the horse. The clerk earnestly presented various saddle options. There were sharkskin, crocodile skin, burlap, silk, nylon, tough leather, and Lin's signature rare synthetic leather. Lin Yuzi touched each saddle, finding the texture somewhat lacking. Eventually, the clerk remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Sir, the part of you that interacts with the saddle is your posterior, not your palms. The sensation in your hands is inconsequential. It is the comfort for your backside that truly matters." "You have a point," Lin Yuzi conceded, momentarily at a loss for words. Although it was indeed his posterior that would rest upon the saddle, it was hardly practical to test a saddle with his backside during selection. Naturally, he would use his hands. In any case, he felt no desire to elaborate further. After choosing the most expensive sharkskin option, he thought to himself that he would see how it felt when riding tomorrow. Moreover, the saddle is not solely for his use. The horse's experience must also be taken into account. The most prudent choice would be to allow the horse to select its own materials. Subsequently, from the options chosen by both parties, a consensus must be reached. With the materials agreed upon, a saddle tailored to the horse's physique can be crafted. It may seem cumbersome, yet there is no alternative. The intricacies of equine care are vast, knowledge that Lin Yuzi acquired from Master Guan. Furthermore, the matter of horseshoes remains unresolved. Trimming a horse's hooves is no trivial task. The hooves, akin to human nails, require regular maintenance. Moreover, horses must be fitted with shoes to prevent cracks from prolonged running. At the moment of payment, an awkward situation arose. "Sir, the price for the shark skin saddle, after discount, is 18,888. How would you like to proceed with the payment? Can I purchase it on credit? Perhaps I should just give it to you for free." "Really? Are you jesting?" "Sir, you were the one who jested first. Then I shall return another time." The embarrassment was palpable, so much so that Lin Yuzi momentarily forgot his lack of funds. With no money to spare, what was the point of lingering? It was time to return to school. Upon his arrival, the new student military training had concluded, and many freshmen were dining, creating a vibrant atmosphere in the cafeteria. Lin Yuzi, reluctant to join the throngs, opted to purchase materials and return home to cook. However, upon arriving back, he discovered 3 roommates gathered at the entrance, engaged in discussion. They were lamenting about the upcoming class meeting, expressing concern over the unreachability of Lin Yuzi, who had not been seen for days. Indeed, how mysterious. Could he be someone with connections? "I've heard tales of individuals being inserted into the selection process at the last minute. Yes, I've also heard that our dormitory was supposed to have an empty spot, yet we ended up with a parachuted roommate, complete with a girlfriend. How outrageous." Chapter 16. Is Kobayashi really a boy? So, the crux of the matter is, does he come with a girlfriend? The 3 fell silent once more. At that moment, he caught sight of Lin Yuzi, returning with provisions. Instantly, one of them felt a pang of unfairness, lamenting that Lin Yuzi ought not to be so kind to that well-connected individual. "Dear lady, I find this quite unjust." "Huh?" Lin Yuzi looked at them, puzzled. She had no intention of engaging in the prior discussion among her roommates. Being misunderstood had become commonplace, and explaining herself would only complicate matters further. Observing Lin Yuzi's confusion, the other 2 stepped forward to voice their thoughts. "Miss, you continually cook for Lin Yuzi and even wash his clothes. It appears you are merely his caretaker. Indeed, where is he? He should come out." Upon hearing their grievances, Lin Yuzi paused momentarily before speaking. "You are looking for Lin Yuzi." Her neutral tone momentarily stunned the trio, who nodded mechanically. It was the first time they had heard her voice. To describe it, average in sound, average in stature, yet her visage was undeniably exquisite. "There is no need for trouble. I am Lin Yuzi. What is it you wish to discuss?" "You are Lin Yuzi?" The 3 furrowed their brows simultaneously, scrutinizing her, particularly her upper and lower halves. "You truly are Lin Yuzi." "Indeed, without a doubt. Should you wish for proof, I can present my student ID." This declaration did little to quell their suspicions. As they pressed further, "Then, are you male or female?" That question felt rather intrusive. Lin Yuzi, who was most vexed by such inquiries, frowned slightly and retorted, "And you? Are you male or female?" "Obviously, I am male, a genuine 24K man." "Well then, that settles it. This is a male dormitory, my friend." With that, Lin Yuzi turned and resumed her culinary endeavors.
I am hungry.
It's time to eat. This left the three in a state of bewilderment, standing amidst the swirling winds of confusion. Indeed, this was a male dormitory. Yet, the trio lowered their heads in contemplation, their small minds grappling with a significant quandary. Does a man truly exist who resembles a woman so closely? They exchanged glances, each reflecting the bewilderment in the other's eyes. Then, they turned to observe Lin Yuzi, diligently working in the kitchen. In that domestic scene, she appeared to embody the virtues of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. There was nothing about her that suggested she was male. Was it the world that was askew? Or was it they who were mistaken? Oh, I can't take this anymore. My brain feels like it's going to explode. I'm feeling quite dizzy myself. Never did they expect to find themselves questioning their own judgments. Coming from affluent backgrounds, they had encountered many people. Yet, Lin Yuzi's existence was truly unlike any they had ever seen. Several minutes later, Lin Yuzi called out to the dazed trio. Have you eaten yet? If not, you are welcome to join me for a meal. In front of her roommates, she was keen to conceal the extent of her appetite. Furthermore, for the coming days, she would rely on her roommates to supplement her food expenses. As the saying goes, one should soften others with a gentle hand. What better way than to bribe them with delectable food? What a splendid approach. It is truly befitting of her. Will you eat? That was indeed a question. Is there any need for further consideration? Naturally, it is time to eat. Come, I have yet to dine. I must honor Xiao Lin's invitation. I never anticipated your culinary skills. Allow me to savor your creations. The demeanor of the trio shifted swiftly, leaving Lin Yuzi momentarily bewildered. This is quite fortuitous. Once you partake of my meal, you shall be bound to me. Thus, when I seek financial assistance from you, it would be rather awkward to refuse, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. Lin Yuzi harbored a playful thought, watching the three of them eat with a beaming smile. Sensing his gaze, the trio surprisingly felt a twinge of nervousness. After a considerable effort, the leader of Room 1 finally summoned the courage to speak. Xiao Lin, will you be attending the class meeting tonight? Can I opt out? Well, I suppose that's permissible. Upon hearing this, the second and third members grew anxious, exchanging furtive glances. Wasn't it agreed that we would bring our roommate along? You can convey that. I shan't. What are you afraid to speak? A bunch of ungrateful souls. You say it, I won't. Thus, the third member was thrust into the spotlight. With a serious and solemn expression, he firmly declared, No, you must attend the class meeting tonight. It is mandatory for all students in the martial arts program. Is there truly no room for negotiation? None whatsoever. The third member remained steadfast, his expression unyielding. Witnessing his resolve, Lin Yuzi abandoned his playful demeanor. Very well, I shall attend. Let me first take a shower, if that is acceptable. Ahem. The third member instantly faltered, clearing his throat. If you wish to go, then go, why voice it? Observing the scene, a smirk appeared on Lin Yuzi's lips. Who would have thought that being attractive could yield such advantages? It is truly unexpected. I shall trouble you to wash the dishes. I will head upstairs now. The three were too bashful to refuse. Beauty possesses an undeniable allure. Moreover, they dared not gaze at Lin Yuzi's retreating figure, instead bowing their heads to slurp their rice. However, their bowls were already empty, leaving them to slurp air. Is Xiao Lin truly a boy? Why does every movement exude such charisma? I do not know. I too am uncertain. The third member remained silent, refraining from comment. When he witnessed Lin Yuzi's smile, his heart experienced a sharp pang. He would never admit to even the slightest flutter of affection. Just a hint, that is all. After this encounter, Lin Yuzi discerned that his three roommates harbored a sense of imbalance towards him. They resented his exemption from military training, the absence of punishment from the instructor, and his effortless transition as a roommate, arriving at school with a girlfriend in tow. They had subconsciously assumed he must have connections. In truth, he indeed possesses such connections. As he stepped into the bathroom, the sound of cascading water filled the air. Gazing at the petals upon his shoulders, he pondered what would transpire if they were all dyed pink. In this first reincarnation, devoid of experience, with the temporal guidance vanished and no hints provided, he found himself navigating through challenges independently, which proved to be rather arduous. Why do I feel as though my skin has improved slightly? Previously, his skin bore the faint traces of blemishes, yet now it has attained a remarkable smoothness, truly deserving of the phrase as delicate as a petal. Could it be that the essence of blooming petals also bestows an inherent beauty? Yet, it seems to lack any enhancement in strength. Moreover, Lin Yuzi couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps his confidence was misleading him. He sensed that his physique had seemingly diminished slightly. He could not recall its previous length but was left with an unsettling impression that it had indeed shrunk. A disconcerting thought crept into his mind, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. No, that cannot be. I mustn't frighten myself. In a hurried manner, he applied shampoo and body wash, and after finishing his shower, he felt the coolness of the evening air. He slipped on a jacket and donned his slippers before descending the stairs. His toes, round and well-shaped, caught the attention of the two companions below, causing a faint blush to rise on their faces. Why is Xiao Lin wearing shorts? In truth, they were 5-point shorts, perfectly concealing his knees. His calves were elegantly sculpted and remarkably fair, appearing even more luminous under the soft glow of the lights. The upper half of his attire remained loose-fitting, complemented by the jacket. It was as if, well, those who understand, understand. Chapter 17 Student ID 52303166 Lin Yuzi ultimately resolved to attend the class meeting. The anticipation in the eyes of his companions, big brother, second brother, and third brother, was palpable. With merely a year remaining, he thought it prudent to go. Opportunities like this may be scarce in the future. Who could predict if there would be another chance? The evening breeze carried a slight chill. Had I known, I would not have worn shorts. As he traversed the campus, he found it peculiar that despite it being only a little past 7, a sense of coldness enveloped him. This was decidedly unusual. With his strength at the first level of the Yellow Realm, feeling cold was indeed strange. The classroom designated for the meeting was not far. Inside, students from other classes had already taken their seats. This was a spacious auditorium, capable of accommodating 200 individuals. With 3 martial arts classes present, there was ample room. Indeed, the number of students enrolled in martial arts was scarce, totaling only 3 classes. The instructor was the same for all. In university, there are no homeroom teachers, only course instructors and representatives. Occasionally, a teacher might also serve as the vice dean of the college or hold a senior position in an external enterprise. In essence, the university years represent a time when one may interface with individuals of considerable status, an opportunity that becomes increasingly rare once one enters the workforce. Once the student identity is relinquished for a societal role, everything transforms. Lin Yuzi had never experienced such a shift in 2 lifetimes. It was a profound regret. Why did the world of Mystic Realm Online descend upon Blue Star? Was there something about this world that drew attention? Lost in thought, he furrowed his brow. The image of a beautiful maiden lost in worry captured the attention of countless onlookers. The trio exchanged knowing glances. Little Lin seems troubled. Why not inquire? Why don't you ask? You're the oldest. Third brother should go. Among us, you are the youngest. You go. I'm not that young. I'm 18. Third brother, you've lost your mind. We're talking about age. Second brother, I meant age as well. Their silent exchange bore no fruit. The bystanders could no longer contain themselves. A handsome senior approached, his smile radiant and his golden hair shimmering under the fluorescent lights. The brightness caught Lin Yuzi's attention. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, adjusting before gazing at the man before him. So tall, how impressive. His first thought was a quip about height. Truly, he was incorrigible. Little sister, where are you headed? Is the class meeting flexible? Lin Yuzi instinctively dismissed the term little sister, opting not to elaborate. After all, was it my fault for being attractive? A neutral voice broke through. The golden-haired senior was momentarily taken aback by the tone, ordinary, unremarkable. Little sister, I'm called Ran Yen Fenghua. May I add you on WeChat for a better acquaintance? Lin Yuzi sighed in resignation and turned to his 3 companions, exclaiming, You 3, stop just staring. Aren't we supposed to attend the class meeting? If this continues, I want to go. Cough, cough. Little Lin, our apologies. We were just a bit distracted. After the leader expressed his stance, He stepped forward and quietly explained to Lianlan Fenghua, "Brother, this is my roommate, a male, not a female junior. There are quite a few people around, so I want to elaborate further." "Really?" Lianlan Fenghua was taken aback. He had been shocked twice tonight, both times due to Lin Yuzi. The leader nodded, sincerity glimmering in his eyes. Yet, he remained reluctant to concede. It was rare to encounter such an innocent freshman girl. If he did not act swiftly, someone else would seize the opportunity. "How can you prove it? Look at Xiao Lin's chest so flat. Which girl has such a flat chest?" And his voice. "Don't you remember?" Lianlan Fenghua glanced at Lin Yuzi, who indeed possessed a flat chest, complemented by long, slender legs devoid of any hair. "Is this a boy? Surely not." Sighing, Lianlan Fenghua left in despondence. The leader, watching him depart with a hint of pity, returned to Lin Yuzi's side. "Xiao Lin, how's that? I helped you fend off unwanted admirers." Lin Yuzi chuckled. "Don't think he is unaware. He knows everything." With the strength of a first-level Huangjing, he easily overheard the conversation between the leader and Lianlan Fenghua. "What does it matter? Am I eating your rice? I am proud of my flat chest. I save fabric for the nation. Besides, it's perfectly normal for a boy to have a flat chest." Fuming, he turned to leave. "The class meeting is about to start. Hurry up." As Lin Yuzi walked further away, the three exchanged bewildered glances, still in confusion. Is he angry? Who knows? Does this look like anger to you? Seems like it. I had a girlfriend in high school, and when she was upset, she walked particularly fast. We could never catch up. But Xiao Lin is a boy, right? Is he really? The trio fell into self-doubt once more. If he is a boy, why does every action resemble that of an aggrieved girlfriend, storming off in a huff? In any case, they decided to chase after him. The three of them sprinted, but ultimately, being mere mortals, they could not keep pace with Lin Yuzi's swift strides, empowered by his first-level Huangjing strength. Finally, at the foot of the teaching building, they gasped for breath as they spotted Lin Yuzi standing there. "You all are so slow. I've been waiting for ages. Wow, Xiao Lin with such short legs. How do you walk so fast?" "Yeah, that nearly exhausted us. Don't you sweat from walking so quickly?" Out of the three remarks, Lin Yuzi only registered the comment about his short legs. Thus, he turned and entered the teaching building. Is he angry again? Who knows? Did I offend him in some way? The third one fell silent, too fatigued to speak. Inside the large classroom dedicated to martial arts, the counselor was introducing matters regarding the program. At that moment, Lin Yuzi appeared at the front entrance. Upon seeing him, the counselor paused the introduction and stepped outside. "This young lady? Who are you looking for?" "Hello, is this the class meeting for the martial arts program?" "Yes, it is." The counselor was increasingly perplexed. With such slender arms and legs, could it be that she was a student of martial arts? However, to his knowledge, the female students in the martial arts program could be counted on one hand. There were 165 students, including one special case, totaling 166, with only 9 of them being female. All 9 were present. Could it be that she is here to find a boyfriend? As this thought crossed his mind, a twinge of envy gripped him. He was a fourth-year student in the martial arts program himself, now serving as a counselor at the school. Yet, despite being in his final year, he remained single. These little rascals, each bringing their girlfriends along. How infuriating. Lin Yuzi was oblivious to the counselor's internal musings and nodded in affirmation, stating, "That's good to hear. I am indeed a student here, and this is my student ID. The number is 52303-166. The 5 represents martial arts, 23 is the current year, 03 is the class, and 166 indicates my position among the students." "You are truly a martial arts student?" The counselor felt his mind spinning. Could it be that the number of female students was finally reaching double digits? Meanwhile, in the large classroom, several boys had already stretched their necks to gaze outside. Wow, there are some really beautiful girls out there. I see them too. They fit my ideal type, so pure and innocent. I like them as well. Let the competition commence. Let me see if I can impress. Chapter 18. The Crimson Tyrant in the Shattered Dreams. Such is the nature of new beginnings. In the absence of the counselor, chaos swiftly ensues. The 9 young women find themselves seated together, all residing in the quaint villa. An additional student, sharing accommodations with those from a different major, has joined them. While students from the martial arts discipline are prioritized for housing in the villa, it does not imply exclusivity to them alone. At this moment, the 9 individuals at the adjacent tables begin to engage in hushed conversations. Xiao Zhou, what about your side? Oh, I'm living with 3 students from another major. That's peculiar. The girl outside appears to be from the martial arts program as well. Could it be that she cannot afford to stay in the villa? I'm not certain. Those who enroll in this discipline typically either have family connections to martial arts or come from affluent backgrounds. They all share some semblance of association. It is widely acknowledged that martial arts is a burgeoning field of study. Without financial means or a solid foundation, one could only aspire to become a coach in a martial arts academy or a trainer in the police force. In a more diminished capacity, one might even find themselves teaching physical education in elementary schools. It is quite disheartening to envision martial arts students, their training costing hundreds of thousands, relegated to such positions. Thus, a heavy silence envelopes the group. For a young woman from a less fortunate background to pursue this discipline is hardly a judicious choice. The male students, upon hearing this, feel an overwhelming instinct to protect. Poverty and innocence coalesce in their minds, conjuring the image of a resilient spirit, unyielding in the face of fate, boldly striving forward to shatter the shackles of destiny. Such inspiration is profoundly moving, igniting a fire of motivation within them. As they gaze out at Lin Yuzi's silhouette, they elevate her to the status of their cherished muse, their dreamlike beloved. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, the counselor's mind struggles to comprehend the situation. Are you saying that you were originally a sophomore, and after taking a year off, the academic office assigned you here? Indeed, you are male. It is stated on your student ID. The martial arts program is quite challenging. Perhaps you should consider switching majors. No need, I possess this. What is this inexplicable sense of pride? Lin Yuzi shakes her head and hands over her disability certificate. The lengthy name of her condition causes the counselor's lips to twitch. It seems almost humorous. Were it not for the identification number and the embossed seal on the certificate, he might have dismissed it as a forgery. I understand now. You may go inside. Thank you, teacher. The counselor remains in a daze, still reeling from the shock until the arrival of the 3 brothers, known for their sour expressions. All 166 members are present. The counselor returns to the podium, his mind still somewhat adrift. Classmates, now that all 166 of you are here, I shall take a moment of your time to begin again. I will speak a bit more quickly. Those who do not understand may approach me after class or consult their peers. Very well, let us continue. As the counselor delivers his lecture, Lin Yuzi finds herself dozing off in her seat. The content is truly exhausting, consisting of various considerations regarding the training process. It is highly professional, akin to the experience of attending a lecture. The sensation of drowsiness is not without reason. Lin Yuzi comprehends that with the arrival of the game Mystic Realm OL, all established rules are destined to transform. The laws of physics have ceased to exist, much to Big Lou's delight. It is indeed tragic for those earnest scholars who, after a year of diligent study, will ultimately realize that their efforts were in vain. The pain is overwhelming. Succumbing to slumber, he truly drifted off. The instructor at the podium had been observing Lin Yuzi all along, and upon noticing his slumber, lowered his voice slightly. The classmates, in silent agreement, also softened their tones. The imagined figure of Bai Yueguang might be exhausted from labor. After all, they had not even glimpsed her during military training. Perhaps she was toiling to earn tuition fees. Moreover, the students seated by the window had overheard about her disability, thus understanding Bai Yueguang's frail condition. The female students also grasped the situation. Assuming that Lin Yuzi had chosen this major at the behest of his parents, who wished for him to strengthen his physique through academic pursuits. It was a fortunate coincidence that this aligned with the principal's thoughts, a realization that struck a chord. Truly, the hearts of parents are filled with compassion. As sentiments of empathy permeated the room, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Only 3 individuals felt an immense sense of awkwardness. Teacher, if your voice diminishes any further, I shall not hear you at all. Being the last to arrive, they were relegated to the back of the room. Lin Yuzi, with his striking appearance and pitiable background, was surrounded by classmates, akin to a cherished gem. An hour later, the instructor concluded his lecture. Did everyone understand clearly? Yes, we did. Good. I will subsequently share the PowerPoint in the group chat. Feel free to refer to it if you have questions. The trio in the back lamented, I did not understand. I did not comprehend at all. Their despair was palpable, as their rearward position rendered them unable to hear anything. Not even a glimpse of Xiao Lin's figure. They felt isolated from the entire class. How exhilarating! These peculiar individuals were utterly enchanted by Xiao Lin. Do not speak. I too am captivated, unable to meet his gaze, particularly those enchanting eyes that evoke a sense of guilt within me. Ah, who could deny it? The first time they laid eyes on him, they were overwhelmed, and that night sleep eluded them. The third member recalled that evening and could not mask his weariness. In the dead of night, he questioned himself repeatedly, why did I engage in such acts, especially towards my roommate's girlfriend? Yet, today, upon realizing that she was not merely his roommate's girlfriend but Xiao Lin, despair enveloped him even more. Reflecting on his recent actions, he wished he could bury himself. Now, he dreaded the sight of those pure, bright eyes that carried a coldness. A mere glance would awaken any lurking wickedness within and fill him with remorse. Very well, the third member had also begun to feel guilt. As for the first and second members, they too felt isolated from the class. Tick-tock. Time flowed steadily, the wall clock marking the seconds with a rhythmic sound. In the depths of slumber, Lin Yuzi dreamt of the arrival of Mystic Realm OL. Yet, fate remained unchanged, as he met his demise beneath the hooves of a demon steed. It is precisely because he perished beneath the hooves of a demonic steed in his past life that he has relentlessly devoted himself to mastering the art of horseback riding, prioritizing it over other pursuits. In his dreams, he finds himself powerless to resist, watching as the hooves approach him. The chilling breath of death envelopes him, rendering his body immobile in defiance. Suddenly, a figure materializes, astride a magnificent horse, a crimson cloak billowing behind them. A long spear sweeps forth, emitting a sanguine light that decapitates the infernal horse and rends the heavens. Just as the figure turns, sunlight breaks through, illuminating the scene, yet obscuring the identity of the rider. He strains to open his eyes, desperate to discern the figure, but clarity eludes him, until at last, he awakens to the sights of the classroom, the bright fluorescent lights, and the silence of his classmates. The scene startles him, leading him to believe he has been reborn once more. A look of panic crosses his face as he turns to observe his surroundings. For some inexplicable reason, he perceives that his classmates seem to be gazing at him. It is as if he has been caught dozing off in class, with the teacher refraining from lecturing, silently watching the slumbering student, and then the classmates, too, joining in the collective observation. The sensation is strikingly akin to that which Lin Yuzi experiences in this moment. It is utterly mortifying, so much so that his face flushes with embarrassment. Lin Yuzi, having lived 2 lifetimes, finds himself in such an awkward predicament for the very first time, being watched while asleep. How infuriating! Chapter 19. A rainstorm traps me here. Lin Yuzi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting him to bury his head and feign sleep. Laughter, warm and gentle, erupted from his classmates. The counselor shook his head, stifling a chuckle, and announced, "All right, the class meeting is over. You may all return." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzi dashed away, quick as lightning, with the sound of laughter trailing behind him. The classmates gradually trickled out of the classroom. The trio, Bitter Melon, exchanged puzzled glances. What had transpired? Why had the sudden laughter erupted? And why had Xiao Lin left? Was the class meeting truly over? Realizing the situation a beat too late, they rose and made their way toward the dormitory. On their journey, after running against the wind for a while, the cool breeze caressed their flushed cheeks, providing a refreshing sensation. As Lin Yuzi continued, his pace gradually slowed, eventually transforming into a leisurely stroll. He gazed up at the moon, savoring the pleasant passage of time. The girl bathed in moonlight drew the attention of many on the playground. Who could resist the allure of beauty? Yet, it seemed the girl harbored some worries. They hesitated to approach her, feeling inadequate in comparison, fearful of disturbing such a picturesque scene. Numerous individuals raised their phones to capture the moment. The bitter melon trio arrived late, and upon witnessing this scene, their hearts began to race uncontrollably. Was Xiao Lin truly a boy? Perhaps we should send him for surgery. At this remark, the eldest and the youngest fell silent. It was you again, the second, always the one to stir mischief. But upon reflection, it wasn't he entirely out of the question. What were the odds of a successful surgery? Who knows? In their madness, they truly began to debate the likelihood of surgical success, a conversation bordering on absurdity. After enjoying the evening breeze on the playground for a while, Lin Yuzi let out a sigh. In his dreams, the aura of death had been overwhelmingly intense. He still lacked the confidence to survive the month ahead. His strength had not improved, and he felt a rising sense of panic. He had yet to unlock any of the 5 essential skills: active skills, passive skills, area skills, terrain skills, and enhancement skills. The meager sense of security provided by his innate attributes was proving insufficient, especially after that harrowing dream. He believed in the connection between heaven and man. After a year of playing in the game Mystic Realm OL, it was through various instincts that he had managed to reach the pinnacle. Perhaps it was the luck from his past life that had carried over into the game, allowing him to level up rapidly. Nevertheless, the distinction between the game and reality was stark. In the game, there was no PvP. Defeating monsters relied solely on numerical superiority. Reality, on the other hand, was fraught with uncertainties. What should I do? He felt utterly lost. He had died too quickly in his previous life, gathering little information about Blue Star OL. Hoarding supplies was a desperate measure, a jack-of-all-trades approach that, regardless of the circumstances, could not lead him astray. Sighing deeply, he resolved to take things one step at a time, focusing on earning money to purchase land in the eastern part of the city. Thus, even if he encounters insurmountable challenges later, he can seek refuge within the warehouse, elevate his realm, and emerge anew. As his mood gradually calmed, Lin Yuzi turned on his heels and exited the playground, making his way back to the dormitory. He had to retrieve his archery license tomorrow and practice horseback riding as well. His schedule was packed, ensuring he would not succumb to the melancholy of the late night. Little did he know, 3 shadowy figures were trailing him. Their furtive behavior did not go unnoticed by Lin Yuzi's classmates, who approached and encircled the trio. This is Wuhan University. What business do you have following a female classmate? One questioned. We're not following her. We're just heading back to the dorm, came the feeble retort. We have it all recorded, another chimed in. Upon viewing the footage, the 3 miscreants were taken aback, realizing they appeared quite lewd. But who recorded this? Step forward. One demanded. Why does the angle seem so voyeuristic? What side hustle do you have? Faced with the accusation regarding the perspective, a bespectacled boy cleared his throat and explained, I study photography. Finding angles is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Too reasonable, indeed. As a martial arts major, carrying a brick is also quite reasonable, came the sharp reply. Accused of peeping, the trio, being privileged youths unaccustomed to such indignities, retaliated fiercely. Naturally, the righteous defenders were not to be intimidated. They intended to present the video as evidence to summon security and have the trio escorted to the dean. The 3, however, were unwilling to be exposed for their unsavory behavior captured in the recording. How many times must I say it? We are simply returning to the dormitory. Can you not comprehend? Who knows if you speak the truth? We are calling security, so just wait here, they insisted. Get lost. I have no time for your nonsense. As tensions escalated between the 2 parties, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour and a fierce wind. If Ru Ping were present, she certainly would not have asked her father for money. The rain was relentless. In an instant, a deluge akin to pots and pans fell. Students, resembling drenched chickens, dashed away, eager to return to their dorms. The trio found their delay and soaking quite vexing. Damn it, this is infuriating. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi, who had been leisurely strolling back to his dormitory, suddenly noticed the lightning and the rising humidity, realizing a storm was imminent. He intended to quicken his pace but was caught off guard by the sudden downpour. Not wanting to get wet, he sought shelter under the entrance of a shop. The entrance was dimly lit by a solitary yellow lamp, appearing desolate under the flashes of lightning. Moments later, Footsteps approached, accompanied by a voice brimming with authority. Why is it raining so heavily? I haven't collected my clothes. I wonder if my roommate has helped. Shuri Fong, possessing striking beauty and an air of aloofness, noticed Lin Yuzi standing beside her, a visage that stirred a sense of familiarity within her. You are a martial arts major, are you not? Lin Yuzi, perplexed, turned to face her. In that moment, both were momentarily taken aback, each harboring an inner voice. Shuri Fong mused, so lovely, so pure, while Lin Yuzi thought, goodness, how could this be the violent girl from my neighbor's house? He recalled that she was supposed to arrive the following year. No, wait. It seemed to be this very year, the next year from last year, indeed this year. Oh no. I've been so absorbed in my game that I completely forgot about this. Panic surged within Lin Yuzi at the thought of his true identity being uncovered, compelling him to maintain a stoic expression, silent and tense. At that moment, a background melody began to play. A downpour has ensnared me here. Your indifferent expression brings me sorrow. Lin Yuzi felt his composure slipping away. What on earth was this? Why was it so fitting? Upon noticing his struggle, Shuri Fong's face blossomed into a smile. Hello, I am Shuri Fong, also a martial arts major. I saw you tonight and would love to get acquainted. Chapter 20. Side effects and unknown errors. Lin Yuzi fell into silence. He found himself at a loss for words. The more he spoke, the greater the risk of making a mistake. In his past life, he had suffered at the hands of Shuri Fong, a remarkably astute young woman, sharp-witted and cunning. Yet, remaining silent seemed impolite. If discovered later, he would undoubtedly face reproach. After much contemplation, Lin Yuzi nodded in acknowledgement. Upon noticing this, Shuri Fong smiled, dismissing his reticence as mere social anxiety. After all, not residing in a small villa, coming from a less privileged background, and bearing a disability could understandably contribute to his introverted nature. Social anxiety, in her view, was not entirely detrimental. She found it rather endearing. Unlike that insufferable boy from her hometown, who donned an air of profundity daily. Despite her efforts to reach out, he never invited her to share a meal. In her mind, she pondered whether he was truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance. She hoped he would refrain from returning home for the new year. Otherwise, she would ensure he comprehended the essence of blooming flowers. The rain continued to pour, showing no signs of abating. Lin Yuzi felt a profound internal struggle, wishing to distance himself from Shuri Fong. In his youth, he had attempted to minimize their interactions, yet she persisted in clinging to him. From elementary school through high school and into university, she had remained by his side, a constant source of annoyance. He could not shake her off. Rumor had it that their grandparents were old acquaintances. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain, but they often visited each other during the new year, complicating Lin Yuzi's efforts to distance himself. In his previous life, he had relished such attention, feeling a sense of fulfillment and achievement with a beautiful girl orbiting around him. However, this time was different. Preoccupied with the impending arrival of the game Mystic Realm OL, he was consumed with thoughts of making money, his demeanor perpetually serious. Consequently, from Shuri Fong's perspective, Lin Yuzi appeared to be adopting a facade of depth. After all, in their younger days, he had always worn a serious expression, leaving her bewildered about his thoughts. Why won't the rain stop? Lin Yuzi silently implored for the rain to cease, but to no avail. Perhaps growing bored of standing still, Shuri Fong inched closer to him. Haven't we met somewhere before? This doesn't feel like our first encounter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzi broke into a cold sweat. Ah, here it comes. Shuri Fong's uncanny intuition. Why was it still so accurate? Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Yuzi dashed out into the rain. Sighing, Shuri Fong halted her outstretched hand, exhaling softly before resuming her wait for the rain to diminish. Tonight, she had not brought her phone, unaware of when the rain might relent. If necessary, she resolved to brave the rain and return when it lightened. With my constitution, catching a cold should be quite difficult, she mused, gently caressing her fair chin. As time passed, the rain finally ceased, with droplets cascading from the eaves in a melodious rhythm. Oh, the rain has stopped. Had I known, I would have invited her to stay a bit longer. Shuri Fong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Uncertain of when the rain would return, she hurried back to the small villa. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi stood silently at the doorway. Just as he arrived, the rain ceased. "Damn the heavens! Are you conspiring against me?" he muttered under his breath, shrinking his neck as thunder rumbled ominously. "If you are targeting me, then continue your onslaught. Let your arrogance persist for another year." The thunder grew louder, its resonance echoing the peculiar weather of the night, capturing the attention of many, especially the military commander clad in an olive-green coat. Strange phenomena often precede the arrival of the game Maze OL. Perhaps the unusual weather in Wanqing tonight is a portent? Some pondered deeper implications, yet Lin Yuzi's sole desire was to take a shower and change his clothes. Soaked to the skin from the downpour, he resembled a drenched chicken. Inside the small villa, the Bitter Melon trio had already finished their showers and were seated on the first floor, engaged in gaming while awaiting the completion of their laundry. Unsure if Lin Yuzi had returned, they opted to play quietly downstairs, lest they disturb his rest. After all, who wouldn't prefer playing games in the comfort of an air-conditioned room? "What's wrong with you?" The first to notice Lin Yuzi was the leader, whose character had just met its demise. He casually turned his head and spotted Choping and Xiao Lin. Following his remark, the other two became aware of Lin Yuzi's presence. In an instant, the second member put down his phone and walked to the dining table to retrieve some absorbent paper towels. The third member abandoned his device, rushed upstairs for a hairdryer, and descended once more. The leader shut the door to prevent the cold air from seeping in, then prepared warm water, which he offered to Lin Yuzi. Such hospitality. "Thank you," Lin Yuzi replied, cradling the cup filled with warm water that also warmed his heart. Having such roommates was truly wonderful. The third member was busy drying her hair. "There's no need for such trouble. I can just shower upstairs," he said, prompting the three to retract their hands. Once Lin Yuzi vanished upstairs, they picked up their phones, only to discover that the game had ended in failure. Their two teammates kindly sent friend requests, accompanied by a cryptic message full of asterisks, leaving them utterly perplexed. Strangely, despite their inability to comprehend it, the message incited frustration among the trio. Could this be some form of coded language? Upstairs, Lin Yuzi loosened his clothing, shedding his garments as he stepped barefoot into the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over him, dispelling the chill from his skin. He realized that this world seemed inexplicably set against him, as if intent on exposing his identity. Why was this happening? It had not been the case in his previous life. Could it be due to his status as number one? Yet it was not solely because of that. The temporal turbulence wrought by the chaos of time and space had led the will of Blue Star to prematurely categorize Lin Yuzi as an anomaly. Even the number one in his previous life had faced opposition, but that targeting only began when side effects emerged. However, Lin Yuzi is different. The disarray of time and space has led to a peculiar situation in which Lin Yuzi has outsmarted the game Mystic Realm OL, effectively exploiting a glitch to create a female character. The ensuing chain of events resulted in an unknown error occurring when he inherited the character panel. Only when this error is rectified can he gradually unlock other abilities, thus avoiding being targeted. However, for the error to be corrected, he must possess foundational attributes identical to those of the character panel, one of which is gender. His height has already been inherited, as has his weight, yet his gender remains unchanged. The desire to alter this situation is simultaneously simple and complex. It entails illuminating all the petals, which symbolize the manifestation of side effects. This introduces another complication. When side effects arise, the consciousness of the Blue Star will identify him as an anomaly. In summary, regardless of whether the errors associated with Lin Yuzi are resolved, he will still be a target of the Blue Star's consciousness. It is only after a year, with the arrival of Mystic Realm OL, that this targeting will cease. Lin Yuzi remains unaware of all this. Had he learned too soon, despair would likely have overtaken him. Presently, his only concern is the potential for greater troubles arising from being targeted by the world, particularly the complications that may ensue in his pursuit of wealth. Chapter 21. The rare earth mine has been discovered. Events from a previous life are destined to recur. Even though the will of Blue Star can alter many things, one element remains immutable: the insatiable greed that resides within the human heart. As long as this avarice persists, The will of Blue Star shall often feel impotent. This evening, it acted impulsively, and aside from hastening the arrival of the illusion realm online, it bore no fruit. The will of Blue Star was, in fact, quite vexed. The squabble involving the trio of Bitter Melon and the righteous individuals appeared to it as a spectacle of the local populace being toyed with by outsiders, nearly leading to internal strife. Such disgraceful conduct prompted a torrential downpour, intended as punishment for these individuals, while simultaneously seeking retribution against the outsider Lin Yuzi. The outcome was favorable. Vengeance was exacted, and mediation was achieved. And what followed? Lin Yuzi merely required a bath. Emerging from the bathroom, he delicately toweled his hair. The hairdryer, with its low base and high-speed negative ions, worked wonders to protect his hair's quality. In essence, it was a marvel of high-end technology, producing a gentle sound that also safeguarded his locks, an investment of over 1,000 yuan. In the realm of personal care, Lin Yuzi recognized that expenditures could accumulate significantly. He placed his damp clothing into the laundry basket and descended the stairs, the wooden steps creaking softly beneath him, a sound neither loud nor faint, sufficient for the trio below to take notice. They turned to see Lin Yuzi clad in a bathrobe, his thighs subtly visible, smooth and fair. The delicate contours of his collarbone and his innocent visage were accentuated, accompanied by the lingering fragrance of his recent bath. His face flushed, and the leader of the trio earnestly wished for the washing machine cycle to conclude swiftly, allowing him to retreat to his room. The third member maintained a stoic demeanor, forcing himself to remain composed, conscious that a lingering gaze at Lin Yuzi in such attire could overwhelm his composure, leading to a collapse of rational thought. The bathrobe, spacious and enveloping, provided Lin Yuzi with a sense of security, completely unaware of the perspective of an onlooker, especially since the robe featured a daring cut that allowed for swifter movement, a remarkable innovation that alleviated the awkwardness of post-bathing mobility. Rarely donning such attire, Lin Yuzi was oblivious to the variety of styles available, though he appreciated the fabric's quality, soft against his skin and non-irritating. As the music of the washing machine resonated, signaling the end of its cycle, the trio hurriedly approached to retrieve the clean clothes, stuffing them into the basket before hastening back upstairs. How strange! He murmured to himself as he tossed his garments into the machine and turned to return to his room. His hair was not completely dry, only about 70% so. Before retiring for the night, he needed to ensure his hair was dry to avoid the risk of catching a chill under the air conditioning. Though the likelihood was minimal, he preferred to eliminate any chance of misfortune. Possessing too much to lose, he was determined to avoid any health mishaps. Once the laundry was finished, Lin Yuzi returned to his room, opened his computer, and resumed his examination of the international futures market. Everything appeared routine with no notable discoveries. The price of rare earth elements continues to rise, reaching an astonishing 700,000 yuan per ton, a surge that borders on the absurd and thus appears rather abnormal. Many seasoned traders have perceptively noted that there may be individuals intending to exploit the market for their own gain and subsequently cash out. Consequently, the trading market for rare earths has come to a standstill. In a rare earth forum, Lin Yuzi has once again been brought up. The recent market activity is peculiar. How could prices escalate to such heights? Is there truly some insider knowledge at play? Or are there those who wish to take advantage of the unwary? Fortune favors the bold while fear starves the timid. I have already purchased 10 tons. This space is filled with individuals from various nations, and a trader from Neon Island is gleefully broadcasting news, convinced that prices will not decline, claiming to possess inside information. In the latter half of the year, Neon is set to fervently advance its technological endeavors, which will inevitably consume a significant amount of rare earths, thus driving prices even higher. However, he seems to have overlooked a critical premise, that an increase in demand, with the total supply of rare earths remaining unchanged, is what truly leads to price inflation. The concepts of scarcity and surplus are fundamentally different. I shall remain cautious. 700,000 is exorbitant, whereas 600,000 seems more reasonable. There are still many voices of reason. Meanwhile, those monitoring the trading market include representatives from Huayu Nation. At a mining office, the director stands at a long table, enthusiastically discussing a certain proposal with a group of personnel. The director speaks first. Is this feasible? With the National Day approaching, this grand gift will surely be appreciated by Huayu Nation. Director, the proposal is viable. We are currently applying for a mining permit. Once we obtain the necessary documentation, we can commence excavation. Excellent. This rare earth mine will undoubtedly send ripples throughout the world, showcasing a small but significant impact from Huayu Nation. The director is filled with excitement. This rare earth mine is larger than any previously discovered. Although this area had been surveyed before, the prior results indicated no rare earth resources. Now, by sheer chance, someone has utilized instruments to investigate and uncovered abundant mineral resources beneath the surface. The unexpected joy has elated everyone at the mining office. Seizing the opportunity, they have sold this information to various enterprises for profit. Naturally, the companies receiving this news will not retain their rare earth mines and will hastily divest. An excessive sell-off will lead to a drop in prices. Yet, behind these enterprises lie astute financial experts who deliberately set the ceiling price for rare earths at 700,000 yuan per ton. This is an inflated figure, designed to elevate the psychological expectations of investors. Simultaneously, they release a substantial amount of low-priced rare earths, creating the illusion of a buying opportunity, thereby facilitating a form of exploitation. Regarding financial matters, Lin Yuzi is not well-versed. He merely profits from the information asymmetry he possesses. If he truly understood these concepts, establishing a company would yield more sustainable benefits, or investing in stocks poised for rapid growth within a year would also ensure easy earnings. Buying stocks essentially means awaiting dividends from corporate profits. However, he remains unaware of these intricacies, having made insufficient preparations in his previous life, only recognizing significant events that must transpire within a year. Among these, he recalls the pivotal currency exchange rate event in March of the following year. Following the exchange rate, fluctuations in natural gas prices will also occur. The opportunities for profit are dwindling. Uncertain of the potential earnings, he mused that the land in the eastern part of the city should be within reach for purchase. After perusing the discussions on the Rare Earth Forum for a while, he shut down his computer. Subsequently, he extinguished the lights and retired for the night, allowing the day to pass in tranquility. The following day, the trio, having risen early, embarked on their military training. Lin Yuzi, as per usual, arrived at the security booth around 9 o'clock. The previous night's rainfall had ushered in a noticeable drop in temperature, and he could distinctly feel the change. Mr. Guan cheerfully made his way to the horse ranch, eager to astonish Lin Yuzi this time. Within the ranch, there was more than one Dewan horse. When a multitude of horses appeared before him, Lin Yuzi was indeed taken aback. Lin, do you see it? The horse you tamed that day is among them. Can you spot it? I shall give it a try, he replied, fixing his gaze upon the horses. He pursed his lips and blew a whistle. A clear, resonant sound filled the air, piercing and transparent. One of the horses in the herd perked up its ears, turned its head, and upon recognizing Lin Yuzi, galloped towards him with fervor. Chapter 22. The contest of archery. Is this truly how such matters are resolved? Remarkable indeed. Old Master Guan was genuinely impressed. Who would have imagined that within a mere day, Lin Yuzi could forge such a bond with the horse? With just a whistle, he could summon it effortlessly. Truly, it was astonishing. Yet, Old Master Guan was not one to be underestimated. He placed the second joint of his pinky to his lips and blew forcefully. A sharp whistle echoed forth, and from the herd of Dayuan horses, another horse emerged. Lin Yuzi was taken aback. When did Old Master Guan tame a steed of such noble lineage? Noticing Lin's astonishment, Guan boasted, "Young Lin, am I not impressive?" Indeed, he was formidable, his prowess undiminished by time. A competition began amongst the horses, each vying to be the first to reach their master. However, Lin Yuzi's horse surged ahead, its physique superior to Guan's steed, arriving a full 2.5 seconds earlier. Upon the horse's arrival, Lin swiftly mounted with grace. Old Master Guan followed suit. "If you wish to learn, I shall impart the true art to you. My ancestors were martial sages, and it is for this reason that I humbly serve as a mere security guard." Lin Yuzi was once again astounded. He had not anticipated the illustrious background of the guard. The Guan family possesses mastery in archery and swordsmanship. Let us engage in a contest, he declared with great enthusiasm. Was this the commencement of Lin Yuzi's first battle in the realm of reality? He felt a surge of excitement. A fierce wind arose, adding to the challenge of the archery contest. The seasoned horseman presented a quiver containing 10 arrows, divided into red and blue. The targets were no longer fixed but were to be thrown by Guan's children, circular targets with a diameter of 6 inches, tossed from a distance of 50 meters. Archery would commence only as the targets began to fall. To ensure fairness, high-speed cameras were set up to capture the event. As they took their positions, there were obstacles ahead that required them to navigate while shooting. The contest would conclude once all targets had touched the ground. The rules were straightforward, and simplicity often allows for greater creativity. The old horseman stood between the two competitors, raising a red flag. 3 seconds later, he swung it down with vigor. The signal was sent forth, and Guan's children simultaneously hurled the targets into the air. The horses galloped into action. Lin Yuzi wielded a red arrow, while Old Master Guan had a blue one. Whoosh! The blue arrow was launched first. It turned out Guan's daughter lacked strength. The target she threw did not ascend high before beginning its descent. Lin's arrow struck with precision, piercing the target. The old horseman, equipped with binoculars, began scoring. At that moment, Guan's blue team held a temporary lead. Lin Yuzi remained composed, his hands steady, his gaze fixed upon the target, trusting his steed to carry him. This was a testament to his faith in his mount and in the battlefield. If one cannot trust their own horse, how could they face the impending chaos a year from now? Fortunately, the horse did not betray its trust, maintaining stability while evading obstacles. Lin Yuzi, upon noticing the target begin its descent, decisively released an arrow, striking true. The next moment, the target was propelled skyward once more. There were too many to contend with. He needed to accurately identify the descending ones and hit the corresponding colors. The challenge was formidable, and the trajectory of the targets was not entirely predictable. Grandpa Guan's children were concealed behind a partition, unable to discern who was shooting at the targets or whether the throws were accurate. Nevertheless, they each took turns throwing in every direction, continuing until all 30 targets had been launched. The sky was densely populated with targets, with blue and red ones potentially intersecting. Grandpa Guan had not practiced in this manner for quite some time, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. For Lin Yuzi, this was his first encounter with such a situation, leaving him momentarily dazed. How to shoot? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. The score continued to widen. Grandpa Guan had already scored 4 points while he had only 1. If this persisted, defeat was imminent. He could not afford to lose. He focused intently on the descending targets. Red. Red. Found it. Whoosh. The arrow flew true, scoring. For 2. For 3. 5-3. The score was tightening. He had to ensure every shot counted. At this moment, Grandpa Guan had released 5 arrows while Lin Yuzi had only 3. All targets were beginning to descend. Within 1 minute, all arrows needed to be shot. Lin Yuzi spotted a red target and took decisive action. However, to his astonishment, someone had already claimed the target he aimed for. Shocked, he glanced at Grandpa Guan. Ha ha ha. Lin boy, this is a lesson I have taught you. In warfare, one must be cunning. Enlightenment dawned on Lin Yuzi. Cunning did not imply treachery. Rather, it referred to the necessity of adapting strategies in real time according to the circumstances, employing a myriad of styles to catch the enemy off guard. He understood this now. Just as Grandpa Guan released his next arrow, Lin Yuzi swiftly shot at the opponent's target first. Grandpa Guan, this is called using their own methods against them. Ha ha ha. Lin boy, your quick learning is commendable, but time is running out. How will you respond? If you do not devise a plan soon, victory will be mine. It was then that Lin Yuzi realized he had fallen into a trap, fixating on the opponent's target and neglecting his own scoring opportunities. That old fox. He had 2 more arrows than Grandpa Guan, and those 2 arrows were the key to victory. While they maintained their separate focuses, Grandpa Guan quickly accumulated points, bringing the score to 7-5. Grandpa Guan had 1 arrow left. After taking aim, his gaze sharpened, reminiscent of an seasoned general on the battlefield, the bowstring taut. In a moment, he released. The arrow flew swiftly, achieving a double strike. 9-5. 3 arrows, for points. In other words, without any distractions. Lin Yuzi must shoot 3 arrows within 40 seconds, with at least 1 arrow needing to hit 2 targets. The challenge has certainly intensified. Master Guan truly lives up to his reputation. He is remarkably formidable. Due to the immense pressure, he even missed 1 shot. Only 2 arrows remain. Master Guan sat atop his steed, stroking his short beard thoughtfully. To him, this competition was already a victory. He had been practicing martial arts since childhood, honing his skills for over 40 years to achieve such proficiency in archery. However, young Lin is commendable, managing to score nearly as much as him, showcasing considerable talent. Whoosh! Lin Yuzi released his first arrow. It struck true, but regrettably, due to insufficient force, it failed to penetrate to the next target, earning only a single point. The difficulty escalated yet again, as he now needed to achieve a 3-target hit. If it must be this way, then do not blame me for resorting to extraordinary measures. Outmatched, utterly outmatched. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yuzi's gaze sharpened as he focused on the target, descending before him. There were less than 10 seconds remaining. At this moment, all his attributes at the Huangjing first level came into play. The world seemed to slow down. In his blurred vision, he discerned a line connecting the 3 targets. Now is the moment. With unwavering resolve, he released the arrow, infused with the hope of certain victory. Thud, 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 the targets fell to the ground. Chapter 23. The martial arts competition is open for enthusiastic registration. As the target fell to the ground, many sighed. The time had come. Lin Yuzi exhaled softly, shaking his head slightly as he urged his horse out of the designated area. We lost, many presumed, believing that Old Man Guan had emerged victorious. However, the scorekeeper, observing through binoculars, trembled as he announced, "A single arrow strikes 3 targets, scoring 3 points." What? Many were incredulous, for the target had already descended. At that moment, the high-speed camera proved invaluable. A crowd gathered around the camera, frame by frame, scrutinizing the final moments before the target's fall. Just as the target was about to touch the ground, an arrow soared in, curving upwards near the earth, grazing the grass, and piercing through 3 targets before they finally fell. How could this be adjudicated? The arrow had almost touched the ground. Yet, the rule dictated that the target's descent determined the score. Thus, 3 points were valid. The score stood at 9-9, an unexpected tie. This outcome caught everyone off guard. Old Man Guan was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile, resignedly stating, "Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves aside. Heroes emerge from the youth." To him, a tie felt equivalent to a loss. At over 40, he believed he was at his peak, and his strength could only wane from here. In contrast, Lin Yuzi was still young, with potential for growth, lacking only in worldly experience. "You've won, young lad." "No, we have tied. Next time I will triumph." A tie is still a tie. After saying this, he returned his horse to the herd, gently patting its head and whispering a few words before handing over his bow and quiver to the stableman and departing the equestrian grounds. Old Man Guan stood in silence, reflecting for a long while, as a horse nuzzled against him, seemingly offering comfort. "I am fine, just a bit pensive." Anyone who suddenly realizes the twilight of a hero will inevitably feel dazed. The Guan siblings exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. It was the first time they had witnessed their father's full prowess. Remarkable, akin to a scene from a martial arts film. Yet, the student was even more formidable, having bested their father. Wanqing Wuan truly concealed dragons and crouching tigers, attracting so many skilled practitioners. What do the masters do? After purchasing groceries, they returned to prepare meals. As noon approached, his roommates would soon be back. He decided to cook extra. If they were not hungry or had already eaten, he could indulge himself. If there were leftovers, he would place them in the refrigerator to enjoy later. His plight was one of genuine hardship, with barely 1,000 yuan to his name, leaving him in a tight spot. The smell of cooking wafted through the air as the range hood worked diligently. After several minutes, a simple yet balanced meal was ready. Just in time, his roommates returned. As Lin Yuzi had anticipated, they had already eaten. Upon seeing the dishes set on the table, they declined, opting instead to shower, rest, and prepare for the afternoon's training. Then, the leader began to discuss the unusual behavior of the instructor that day. For instance, the intensity of the training has escalated, becoming increasingly rigorous, leaving many newcomers struggling to keep pace. There are rumors that additional military personnel will soon arrive, which will undoubtedly elevate the training demands to unimaginable levels. Furthermore, the annual martial arts competition is now open for registration. Naturally, the most anticipated aspect is the rewards, as the leader disclosed the prizes for today's events. The first place winner will receive a house, a car, and a cash prize of 5 million. The second place will only receive 5 million, while the third will be awarded merely a house. The fourth place will receive a car, and those ranked 5th to 10th will each receive 1 million. Contestants ranked from 11th to 100 will be awarded 50,000. Beyond this, the distribution of rewards will vary by city, as this grand event is hosted by Wuhan University in collaboration with the local government of Wanqing. The authorities place significant emphasis on this martial arts competition, providing substantial support that facilitates such generous prizes. This underscores the high regard the upper echelons have for the martial arts tournament. Wuhan University has declared that any student from their institution who secures a position within the top 4, regardless of their major or graduation status, will have a non-legal request granted by the president. However, with so many talented individuals in the world, achieving a top 4 position is akin to a pipe dream. Many upperclassmen from the second and third years enroll each year, but are unable to achieve this feat. There are even graduates who continue to compete, yet fail to reach the top 10, with the best previous result being 36th place, despite being in their 30s. After all, the age limit for participants ranges from 18 to 50. Typically, the most awards are claimed by those around 30 years of age. Numerous individuals from various fields will participate this year as well. Within just one day, registration surged to 2 million participants. The competition allows for anonymity through the use of pseudonyms. However, winners must disclose their identities when receiving their awards. The competition consists of 6 phases: a preliminary round lasting 20 days, a main event lasting another 20 days, a promotion round of 10 days, a revival round of 10 days, a final round of 10 days, and a championship match lasting 7 days. Registration remains open for 20 days, commencing on October 7th, coinciding with the conclusion of the holiday, when the city's preliminary selection begins. After each phase, there will be a 7-day break. Thus, the martial arts tournament will span a total of 119 days, nearly 4 months, before it fully concludes. The 3 roommates have ascended to their upper floor, intending to rest and aim for commendable rankings in the competition. While the monetary prizes are of little concern, what they truly desire is the prestige that comes with winning. The title of being among the top 100 martial artists in the nation sounds remarkably impressive. After finishing their meal, Lin Yuzi fell into deep contemplation. He is not particularly focused on the rewards for the top 4. Rather, he is fixated on the president's stipulation. He is now pondering how to secure a horse. Just then, an opportunity presented itself. He must register. He is determined to secure a top 4 position. However, there remains an essential task to accomplish beforehand: sleeping. After awakening, he plans to obtain his archery license and commence training. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the 4 who had awoken made their way downstairs. "Xiao Lin, are you going to military training?" "No, I need to leave the school. I have some matters to attend to." "Very well, we shall take our leave then." The 3 of them, understanding the unspoken sentiment, refrained from inquiring whether Lin Yuzi wished to participate in the competition. After all, they did not believe that the young Lin was fit for such an endeavor. The reasons were threefold: his disability certificate, his frail physique, and the fact that he had never undergone military training. These compelling factors led them to avoid broaching the subject in front of him. Lin Yuzi, for his part, had no intention of disclosing his aspirations. He planned to conceal his identity during the competition, aiming for a top 4 finish, at which point he would present the medal to the principal. As for the accompanying rewards, he deliberately chose not to claim them, curious to see how fate would conspire to reveal him. Upon exiting the school gates, his wallet had once again diminished in its contents. The fare for the ride was 20, and upon arriving at the cold weapon shop, he found the owner diligently crafting arrows. At a glance, Lin Yuzi recognized the inscriptions. These were indeed his arrows, yet he did not claim them. He patiently waited for the proprietor to finish his engraving. Without uttering a word, the owner turned around and gestured towards a nearby table. The bow certificate was there, and the bow and arrows could be collected at the end of the month. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave, ensuring to close the door and hang up the sign indicating a temporary cessation of business. Very well. Chapter 24. What is your dream? The shopkeeper had remarked that Lin Yuzi should take the door with him, but he certainly did not intend to dismantle the shop's door and carry it away. One must not fall into the trap of literal interpretation. After closing the door and hanging up the sign, he departed from the cold weapons store. Underneath a tree, he gazed at his archery permit. The archery permit, issued by the Martial Arts Association of Huayu Nation, was a crimson booklet. Upon opening it, the left side contained an introduction to the origins of the archery permit. In response to the call of Huayu Nation, to enhance the physical fitness of citizens, and to unify the management standards for the use of bows and arrows. On the right side, there were spaces for his name, race, gender, photograph, and a steel seal. However, all the fields were blank, save for the seal. The shopkeeper was quite practical, allowing him to fill in the details himself. In the bottom right corner of the right page was a unique identification code, with each individual assigned an exclusive number that would correspond to the number on their arrows. The back of the right page mirrored the left, recording usage times and frequency. The right side included the registered types of bows and arrows as well as the materials used, accompanied by 2 non-removable photographs. It all felt quite solemn and formidable. After tucking away the substantial red booklet, he surveyed his surroundings. Well, nothing unusual had occurred today. It was time to return and register for the competition. The scene shifted. He sat in a chair, facing a computer. The registration page for the martial arts competition offered options for both anonymous and real name registration. He clicked on the anonymous option. It prompted him to enter a nickname and age, and then it vanished. However, upon clicking next, a liability waiver appeared. A circular icon revealed a statement beginning with, "I have read and understood." In essence, it required assurance that the participant had no health issues and met the registration criteria. Otherwise, all consequences would be borne by the registrant. This was quite serious, not a matter to be taken lightly. Lin Yuzi's expression grew slightly grave as he decided to check the real name registration option. This required much more information. Not only name, gender, and age, but also occupation and medical history. Additionally, he was required to upload both sides of his identification card. Finally, there was even a request for a medical examination report and insurance purchase. What a hassle! Lin Yuzi opted to forego the real name registration and completed his registration anonymously. Congratulations on completing your registration. Competition areas will be designated on October 1st, and please print your participation form by October 3rd. Was that all? He pondered what the participation form would look like. It was his first time dealing with such matters, and he found it somewhat intriguing. Regardless, the registration was a success. What next? Shuri Fong had already arrived at school. Should he change his identity to meet her, or continue to procrastinate? After a few moments of contemplation, he decided to delay. In a year, the world of the game would descend, and that would be sufficient. On the other side, tonight's military training for the martial arts specialty was somewhat different. 3 classes of students formed a group, seated on the playground as the instructor recounted past events of the martial arts competition. "Instructor, have you participated before?" "Of course, I join every year." At this revelation, the hearts of the bitter melon trio tightened. In that moment, they fully grasped the fierce competition that awaited them in this tournament. The instructor informed them that all the instructors residing in the dormitory had signed up. Previously, they had failed to secure a place within the top 100, but this time they aspired to break into that elite group. These instructors, after all, had to possess a university education and military experience to qualify as instructors. Subsequently, they could apply for an instructor's certificate, which was not a permanent credential but required annual reevaluation, a process that was quite stringent. Despite such rigorous standards, these instructors had still been unable to penetrate the top 100. The bitter melon trio felt despondent. After discussing the martial arts competition, the instructor asked everyone to line up and share their reasons for choosing the martial arts major. This began at 7:30 and continued until 9 o'clock. During this time, Many students revealed they lacked dreams of their own, with most having their paths dictated by family recommendations, yearning to be heroes. These reasons were quite ordinary, embodying the aspirations of everyday individuals. Even among those from affluent families, discussions of dreams exuded a certain naivety. Finally, it was the turn of a female student. Shuri Fong, why do you wish to pursue a major in martial arts? Shuri Fong stood up from the seated crowd. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding a cool demeanor typical of a strong girl, known for her serious training. Many could tell she had a solid foundation in martial arts. She replied, I am not necessarily compelled to choose martial arts. I simply learned that this school's martial arts program requires fewer cultural courses, and I can also engage in horseback riding and archery, so here I am. Why is that? The instructor inquired. Shuri Fong answered, I want to have time to find someone. The classmates erupted in playful uproar, lamenting the fact that she had come to Wan City Wuhan University merely to seek someone, and that her pursuit of a martial arts major was motivated by the desire for more time to find this person. Who could it be, if not someone she adored? Many felt a pang of jealousy, eager to uncover who was worthy of her pursuit. The instructor, sensing the curiosity of the crowd, conveyed their sentiments. After a moment of silence, Shuri Fong shared her story. She began from her childhood and spoke for a considerable time, half an hour to be precise. The audience remained captivated, engrossed in the narrative of her past. By the end, Shuri Fong intended to leverage her classmates' connections to locate the oblivious heartthrob who had wronged her. She provided a description. A sophomore not in the martial arts program, standing at 181 centimeters, handsome, and possessing a demeanor that seemed profound. Anyone who saw him would surely remember. What is his name? Lin Yuzi. Upon hearing this, the bitter melon trio was taken aback. Lin Yuzi, which Yuzi? They realized the senior she sought was not from their class. It must have been a case of a name coincidence. The three individuals engaged in hushed whispers, all attributing the situation to mere coincidence. Meanwhile, the other classmates took note of the name, intending to leverage their connections to ascertain the true allure of the person who could evoke such admiration. As they prepared for sleep that evening, they resolved to elevate their pillows slightly, pondering which position might allow them to dream of a cherished childhood companion. What is your dream? The instructor posed as his final query, addressing the group collectively. Following earlier individual inquiries, the aspirations of the students had become evident. There was no need for verbal responses. They simply needed to affirm their dreams within their hearts. Observing the resolute gazes of his pupils, the instructor nodded and, in an instant, his demeanor grew serious. Stand up. With a swift motion, they all rose, straightening their spines, radiating a sense of righteousness. The instructor nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at them before speaking in a low tone. All present, right turn, and proceed to exit the field at a measured pace. In simpler terms, this signified their dismissal. And so, this day came to a close. Chapter 25. 3 worlds. As Shuri Fong made her way back along the narrow path, a flickering street lamp illuminated her surroundings. Memories of sheltering from the rain with a mysterious classmate danced in her mind, causing her to momentarily lose her focus. How peculiar, she pondered, pressing her hands against her temples in confusion. This cannot be right. How could this be? It may sound unbelievable, but she had indeed been reborn. Faint recollections from her past life revealed that she had not known Lin Yuzi. They had never even crossed paths. It was not until the advent of the Chaos Realm Online that the world descended into turmoil, disrupting the established order. During one fateful outing, she was ensnared in a trap that left her life hanging by a thread. At that critical moment, Lin Yuzi emerged, cloaked in black, fiercely protecting her despite being outmatched. He persevered until reinforcements arrived, but the cost was dire. He lost an arm. This marked their first encounter. Initially, Shuri Fong harbored doubts about him, suspecting he had orchestrated a grand performance. After all, following the onset of the Chaos Realm Online, even a severed limb could be treated with medication. Just as she anticipated that Lin Yuzi might make a demand, he departed without a backward glance. After some inquiries, she uncovered the truth about Lin Yuzi. It was revealed that during the first month of the upheaval, a cataclysm had befallen his hometown, resulting in the demise of his grandparents. Amidst the chaos of their corpses, he had miraculously survived. Since then, he had become taciturn, consumed by a desire for vengeance against an unknown adversary. Despite not knowing whom to seek retribution against, he relentlessly rescued others, firmly believing that the more lives he saved, the greater the fighting force would be, and one day he would unveil the truth behind the Chaos Realm Online. It was this selfless spirit of dedication that captivated Shi Fang. In the 5th year of the Chaos Realm Online, she had risen to become a formidable warrior. Yet, Lin Yuzi's shadow lingered in her heart, prompting her to keep a watchful eye on him. Occasionally, upon encountering someone clad in black robes, she would find herself momentarily entranced. Years passed in this manner. When they crossed paths once more, she found herself in peril. The one-armed Lin Yuzi appeared, wielding his blade before the enemy, rescuing her. In a moment of courage, she extended an invitation for a meal, only to be met with rejection. Having ascended as a powerful Valkyrie, her pride was bruised, and in a fit of indignation, she severed all ties with Lin Yuzi. Months later, in the stillness of a late night, she recalled that figure and decided to renew her interest. However, the news she received was devastating. In a daring endeavor to save 165 young prodigies, Lin Yuzi ventured into a perilous domain. After rescuing them, he was consumed by the very place he sought to escape, departing from this world forever. Even in his final moments, his gaze remained resolute, fixed on the horizon where the human race's stronghold stood, brimming with countless hopes. The blade that had accompanied Lin Yuzi throughout his journey shattered upon his demise. When Shi Fang received this news, a profound regret washed over her as she longed to return his remains. Yet, some assert that this corporeal form has lost its vitality, and should it encounter external forces, it may dissolve into dust. Helpless, she constructed a memorial around the body to safeguard it. She vividly recalls the moment she beheld that familiar visage. Tears, long dormant, cascaded down her cheeks. The cascade of white hair and the withered frame silently whispered the perils of death. Years later, humanity still succumbed. In an unpredictable flash of white light, she was enveloped in brilliance so intense that she could not open her eyes. When she awoke once more, she discovered her pillow soaked through. To her astonishment, she realized she had been reborn in her infancy. Thus, by the age of 5, she had already uncovered Lin Yuzi's address and persuaded her family to relocate next door, becoming his neighbor. Life after the arrival of the Maze Realm OL was fraught with tension, rendering her incapable of relaxation. Only in Lin Yuzi's presence did she find solace. In this life, she had resolved to protect Lin Yuzi. Rubbing her temples, Shi Fang emerged from her memories. She would never allow the tragedies of her past to repeat. She would claim the title of champion in the martial arts competition, relying solely on her own abilities. Character panel for Blue Star OL. Name: Shi Fang. Gender: female. Realm: human realm. Level 5 abilities: heroine, military strategy not to be outdone, passive skill each time she gains the recognition of a historical female hero, her attributes double.
Recognized female heroes, Fuao, Qinlianju.
This means Shi Fang's attributes have already doubled. After so many years since the arrival of the Maze Realm OL, she had mastered the art of acquiring skills in advance, albeit limited to her own abilities. Thus, even if the side effect pattern on her hand remained unlit, she could exploit loopholes to gain her passive skills prematurely. Lin Yuzi, I shall find you. In this lifetime, I will ensure your safety. This is the vow of the Valkyrie. In her previous life, she had received the acknowledgement of numerous female heroes. Although her strength was not particularly high, only at Heaven Realm level 6, the multiplier effect still enabled her to contend with the Celestial Realm. Yet, she was uncertain of Lin Yuzi's abilities in her past life. How could he withstand celestial assaults at such a low realm, enduring until reinforcements arrived? Some speculated that it was a method of burning one's life force to create a shield immune to all damage. Shi Fang believed this to be the case. Hence, she was resolute in her decision to protect Lin Yuzi in this life, ensuring he would not squander his life unnecessarily. In the depths of night, within the stables, a horse's eye flickered with human-like contemplation. As it raised its neck, the mane was tousled by the evening breeze, revealing mysterious patterns beneath the moonlight. It was no ordinary horse. Across the world, Half a month after the closure of the Maze Realm OL, many began to take action. Some showcased extraordinary abilities, establishing cults, while others, believing themselves to be unique protagonists after gaining powers, behaved recklessly, only to be captured and subjected to experimentation. The will of the Blue Star has become excessively focused on Lin Yuzi, hastening the encroachment of the Mijiaol. As a result, merely half a month after the closure, the world exhibits characteristics akin to 3 months post-closure. The initial 1,000 players who obtained character panels were not the only ones. The Lord of Mijia is selfless. With wisdom, even in the absence of a computer, one can engage with the game. The game residing on a computer is merely a vessel. Do you not see that when Lin Yuzi acquired his abilities, that email could manifest directly upon his retina? At that moment, all he needed was to concentrate, and he could perceive it. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Today is a sleepless night. Many beings who have gained abilities have commenced their endeavors. The activities of creatures in the wild have intensified. Yet none are aware of this. The commander, clad in an olive-green cloak, trains soldiers in combat skills alongside players who have previously acquired character panels. All of this is in preparation for the impending upheaval. Shuri Fong is sound asleep, and so is Lin Yuzi. Shuri Fong has been reborn once, and so has Lin Yuzi. Yet she has transformed him while he has transformed himself. Chapter 26. Running out of money for food the following day, as dawn broke, the chirping of birds outside filled the air. The early bird catches the worm, while the early worm meets its fate. Nestled in their cozy abode, the hungry fledglings awaited their mother, who ventured out at the break of day to procure sustenance. Their meals, sourced from afar, offered them a sense of security. Once satiated, the chicks began to feel the warmth of the rising sun and drifted into slumber. The remaining hours belonged to the mother bird, who now sought to nourish herself. However, she must remain vigilant, for a moment's inattention could render her prey for other creatures. Yet within the confines of the school, she felt safe. Lin Yuzi gazed out at the trees, lost in thought about a peculiar dream he had. In this dream, he appeared striking, a one-armed figure wielding a blade, sacrificing his life to save another. Oddly, he found himself haunted by the presence of Shuri Fong, who seemed to weep for him, her sorrow palpable. Was he dead? This contemplation occupied his mind throughout the morning, dulling his senses and causing him to keep Master Guan at the stable waiting longer than intended. Eventually, Lin Yuzi arose and, after freshening up, made his way to the stable. "Young Lin, you are quite slow today," remarked Master Guan. "I was held up by some matters," Lin replied. I understand," Master Guan conceded, then shifted the conversation. "Have you decided to participate in the martial arts competition?" "I want to give it a try," Lin Yuzi responded. Master Guan raised an eyebrow in surprise, then nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. Your abilities are commendable. Have you considered what kind of result you hope to achieve?" "The top 4, Lin Yuzi declared candidly, eager to bring a horse home. Once he secured a steed, he would need to register it at the Equine Management Center, where it would be tested for competence before being permitted on the roads. The officials would then affix a license, complete with a code and QR scan, to the horse's forehead, allowing for identification of its registration details. Achieving a top 4 position is no small feat, Master Guan remarked, aware of the challenge ahead. He considered advising Lin Yuzi to temper his ambitions. Yet Lin Yuzi was resolute. He had to secure a top 4 finish, or the opportunity would slip away. "How can one know without trying?" he asserted confidently. "Since you have such determination, allow me to impart some new skills," Master Guan offered. "Excellent." Lin Yuzi acknowledged Master Guan's prowess, considering him the foremost expert in archery and equestrianism. Learning from such a master would undoubtedly be advantageous. Master Guan, too, contemplated entering the martial arts competition. He had previously dismissed the idea as mundane, but with Lin Yuzi's participation, he felt inclined to seize the chance to compete against him once more. The memory of their previous draw lingered in his mind, and he was eager to settle the score. Those who practice martial arts inherently possess an indomitable spirit. Furthermore, all of Master Guan's martial arts lineage originates from the revered Wuxing at the entrance of Wuan in Wanqing. He perceives everyone as lesser beings, viewing them as mere opportunists, and he finds great admiration in the teachings of the Spring and Autumn Annals, akin to the legendary Guan Yu, the martial saint. In close combat, Master Guan has not inherited the techniques of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. He excels only in mounted archery, lacking proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. His teachings are primarily conveyed through oral tradition, yet fortunately, Lin Yuzi possesses considerable insight, grasping various combat techniques with remarkable ease. For instance, he learned that one should strike the body but avoid the face, as a blow to the face provokes anger and enhances one's fighting spirit. When facing multiple adversaries, it is essential to aim for a decisive blow. One must act swiftly, accurately, and with ferocity, ensuring a stable foundation. Evasion must follow a systematic approach, with the rhythm of movement firmly etched in one's mind. Knowledge of the human body's meridians is crucial, as a well-placed strike can leave an opponent dazed. Master Guan imparted many maxims and experiences, which deeply impressed Lin Yuzi. This truly exemplifies the value of a legacy. After noting down the teachings, Master Guan instructed him to return the following day, when he would provide a wooden post for practice, eventually progressing to movable targets. Ultimately, he planned to incorporate evasive training with offensive maneuvers within a small space. Lin Yuzi accepted the three-step training method, albeit time was a constraint, as he had just over 20 days to complete the 3 phases. Nevertheless, the opportunity to receive guidance from a distinguished mentor is exceedingly rare. As the midday sun ascended, Lin Yuzi, not one to take advantage, expressed his desire to treat Master Guan to a meal, only to be graciously declined. Master Guan's exact words were that he regarded Lin Yuzi as a friend and a worthy rival in mounted archery. Thus, teaching him close combat techniques was an act of goodwill, not requiring any monetary compensation. If he truly wished to show appreciation, he should simply attend training more frequently. Lin Yuzi was inspired by this spirit of generosity. However, Master Guan mentioned that his children might have needs and suggested that Lin Yuzi inquire with them. Not as a means of repayment, but rather as a gift from a senior to the incoming freshman of Wuhan University in Wanqing. A brilliant plan, indeed, showcasing his wisdom. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Yuzi went grocery shopping. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded in garnering sympathy from his roommates previously, but today he was determined to achieve that. He deliberately brought his phone downstairs, and after dining, he sat on the sofa, frequently checking his balance, even as his roommates returned, pretending not to notice. His furrowed brow suggested he was burdened with numerous worries. The balance on his account dwindled to under 1,000 yuan, with more than half a month still remaining. He meticulously documented his daily budget and expenditure plans on paper, filling it to the brim. With 560 yuan to last over 16 days, and considering the 30 discount at the campus cafeteria, even at that rate, he would need 30 yuan per day. For 16 days, that amounted to 480 yuan. Barely sufficient, as he also needed to reserve some funds for commuting. Therefore, he resolved to purchase ingredients. While the supermarket offered no discounts, he could procure groceries for merely 20 yuan, sufficient to sustain him for a day. For a span of 16 days, the expenditure amounted to 320 yuan. The consequence of such a plan was a monotonous diet, restricting him to the same dishes daily, devoid of any culinary variety. With the remaining 160 yuan, it was imperative to replenish the lost fluids and salts from his rigorous training. To economize, he contemplated the idea of acquiring a bottle to prepare saline water in his dormitory. Thus, he inscribed the phrase bottled saline water to save on purchasing drinking water. Behind him, 3 roommates held their breath, secretly observing. As affluent youths, they had never worried about finances in their lives. Consequently, they found this budget plan quite intriguing while simultaneously experiencing an inexplicable sensation. This peculiar feeling eluded verbal expression, compelling them to remain silent, lest they provoke Shaolin's pride. However, once perspiration began to bead on their brows, their efforts at silence proved futile. The scent wafting through the air was unmistakable to Lin Yuzi, provided his sense of smell remained intact. Yet, he feigned ignorance and continued to draft his plan. After much deliberation in the fruit section, he ultimately penned 50 yuan for purchasing fruit. Having resolved to embrace a narrative of hardship, he was determined to see it through. 100 yuan allocated for daily necessities. After noting down the remaining 10 yuan for public transport expenses, he closed his notebook and commenced his meal. Chapter 27. The assistant instructor with a pattern on his palm during mealtime, Lin Yuzi continued to feign ignorance of the three individuals present. Deceiving one's roommates regarding emotional matters was truly quite audacious. He ate his meal, meticulously regulating his portion. In a moment of distraction, he turned his head and, upon noticing the trio, adopted a facade of surprise. He then cautiously concealed his notebook. "Have you eaten? If not, shall we share a meal together?" "Ah." Xiao Lin remains so gentle, inviting us to dine with him. How selfless of him, even when he scarcely has enough to eat. Oh dear. The three were profoundly moved. They finally began to comprehend why, each time they observed Xiao Lin during meals, he consumed so little yet still invited them to partake. Initially, they had assumed he was merely trying to maintain his physique by eating sparingly. It turned out he was reserving food for the evening. The thought that they had previously dined while attempting to mooch off him was unbearable. They could hardly fathom how Xiao Lin had coped that day with diminished sustenance. Had he gone hungry? The more they pondered, the heavier their guilt grew, nearly overwhelming them to the point of tears. Poor little rich kids, who had never tasted the harshness of life, were now being expertly outmaneuvered by Lin Yuzi. Burdened by guilt, they feigned calmness and claimed to have already eaten before retreating upstairs. Once on the upper floor, the three huddled together. "How about we give Xiao Lin some money?" suggested the leader. "Absolutely not. Did you not see? He concealed his notebook, clearly not wishing for us to see it," replied the second. "Indeed. He is easily embarrassed and possesses a strong sense of pride. We cannot simply hand him money," added the third. "What should we do then?" The leader turned to the third for guidance. The third, displaying a spark of ingenuity, contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "We could buy groceries and ask Xiao Lin to cook for us. That way we can enjoy his meals without guilt." Precisely, the leader and second agreed. "We could even bring back fruits. It's not as if we cannot afford to support Xiao Lin, right?" "Yes." "Ha ha ha, let us proceed with this plan. We'll discuss it with Xiao Lin when we return this afternoon," said the leader. All right. The trio made a clever decision, and downstairs, Lin Yuzi smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent, splendid. Truly, my dear roommates, you are quite astute." However, to thoroughly alleviate the guilt they harbored, Lin Yuzi needed to make some preparations. Knowing the trio would return early, he deliberately timed his actions to ensure they would witness the remnants of his meal. "Dear little roommates, awaken your compassion." At that moment, Lin Yuzi resembled a mischievous demon, grinning wickedly. He devoured his meal with the speed of a whirlwind, washed the dishes promptly, and retreated to his room, disrobing in preparation for sleep. Do not overthink it. Pajamas await outside. Those with impure thoughts shall be cast out and dealt with. In the adjacent room, the three roommates sighed in unison upon hearing the door close. They began to reflect. Is it possible that Xiaolin, feeling excessively famished, resorts to slumber as a means to stave off hunger? Observe how slender he is, standing at 170 centimeters yet weighing less than 100 pounds. In a state of profound guilt, they close their eyes and drift into sleep. At 1 o'clock, the eldest awakens. Sleep evades him. He cannot rest, for guilt gnaws at his conscience. Despite having ample financial resources, he indulges in the company of others for sustenance. Such behavior is beneath him. The second and third members of the group, too, find themselves restless, haunted by the refrain of their own unworthiness. Thus, at 2:30, the trio rises. Upon opening the door, they discern the exhaustion etched in each other's eyes. This afternoon, they are to assist the instructor, and their lack of vigor may invite reprimand. Yet what does it matter? Scolding is but a trivial concern. The eldest declares, "Let the broken vessel shatter. I care not for the consequences." The intensity of their military training escalates once more, ostensibly in preparation for the martial arts competition, though the true purpose remains shrouded in mystery. Given the limited resources of Huayu Nation, it is impossible to nurture all. Thus, they must selectively cultivate the strong to safeguard the weak. In this moment, the underlying significance of the martial arts competition reveals itself, albeit in fleeting glimpses. The military training commences under the scorching sun. The assistant instructor, undeniably from the military, bears intricate designs on the back of his hand, obscured by a protective covering. He exudes an aura of seriousness, subjecting the newcomers to a terrifying regimen of inhumane training, stirring trepidation among them as they contemplate the arduous journey ahead. Fortunately, the assistant instructor reassures them, stating, "Fear not. I aspire for each of you to reach my level, but not just yet. Dedicate yourselves to rigorous training." The intensity of this endeavor. Among the crowd, Shi Yifang squints slightly, recognizing him as a player who has attained an advanced character panel prematurely. Observing his condition, she surmises that the side effects must be nearing completion, rendering him a test subject. As the side effects approach their threshold, the physical transformations intensify. Once fully realized, these effects will culminate in an explosive manifestation. If quantified, the initial 9 instances of side effects incrementally add 1, while the 10th directly escalates by 91. Yet, there are advantages. When the side effects reach 9, most abilities become accessible, albeit only for a single use. Following that, the side effects erupt, leading to an unpredictable metamorphosis. Each individual side effects remain an enigma. Shi Yifang herself is uncertain of her own. However, she recalls witnessing an adept with the power of devouring. Upon fully activating his side effects, he transformed into a monstrous pig demon. Engaging in the use of abilities accumulates a specific type of toxin within the body, which purges itself annually. Alternatively, one may utilize medication to expunge the accumulated toxins, yet such remedies have become exceedingly rare in the decade following the Great Transformation. Toxins only increase during the activation of abilities, compelling each participant to weigh their decisions carefully. Prior to the arrival of the realm of OL, the fluctuations of side effects bore no discernible pattern, and no one possessed the knowledge to predict them. Shi Yifang unravels the bandages from her hand, gazing at the shield and sword emblazoned upon her skin. The patterns were all in shades of gray, signifying that she had yet to utilize any of her abilities. She speculated that the side effects preceding the arrival of the Maze Realm Online could be influenced by the will of the Blue Star. Reapplying the bandages, she explained to others that it was merely for sun protection. The assistant instructor exerted their efforts, and the training commenced in earnest. Within the quaint little mansion, Lin Yuzi rose from his slumber and approached the mirror. He noticed that 3 petals had illuminated on his shoulder. It was quite peculiar. He pondered the significance of this phenomenon. Reaching out to touch the petals, he felt nothing particularly extraordinary. They seemed as ordinary as his own skin. In his previous life, he had never encountered an answer to this enigma. Recalling what an online acquaintance had mentioned regarding the patterns, he felt compelled to inquire further, convinced that this individual must possess some knowledge. After all, the group of enigmatic figures clad in military green coats he had observed previously appeared to bear similar patterns on their hands. With these thoughts in mind, he opened his computer and sent a message, accompanied by a poorly drawn circle. "Peerless handsome man, are you there?" Chapter 28. The sudden emergence of Tears in Yanzhao has been quite troubled of late, as the disappearance of funds from his private stash has come to light. This predicament arose when a friend sought to borrow money to purchase land that would yield treasures following the game's arrival. However, he was not the only one privy to this information. Together, they aspired to acquire the land, yet found themselves short by a staggering 100 million. When the friend attempted to borrow the funds, he discovered that Yin Yanzhao was devoid of money. Believing he had been deceived, the friend promptly informed Yin's father. Upon receiving this news, Yin's father chastised him severely, confining him to his home for training, warning that failing to secure a position in the top 10 of the martial arts competition would result in dire consequences. Once the parents were aware of the situation, their financial resources made it a simple task to purchase the land. Reflecting on these events, Yin Yanzhao was quite anxious about the prospect of borrowing money. He had no funds to lend and had been scolded precisely because he had previously lent money to an online female acquaintance. His friends mocked him for being a sycophant, believing he had been swindled. Otherwise, why had it been so long since they had contacted him? This accusation was difficult for Yin Yanzhao to refute, leaving him with a sense of frustration that he could not easily express. They had known each other for nearly a decade, and he trusted her not to be the type to deceive him. Had she truly intended to trick him, she would have done so long ago. Moreover, a significant portion of that 100 million had been earned through cryptocurrency trading that she had introduced him to. In the dormitory, Lin Yuzi caught wind of the news and frowned slightly. What did this mean? Did he think he was merely seeking a loan? Goodness, is this how he perceives me? Instead of inquiring further, he confronted the matter directly. Peerless beauty, is it your belief that I sought you solely for financial assistance? I misjudged you. Poorly drawn circle. That is not the case. Fine. Tell me, what is it? Lin Yuzi was not one to adopt an aggressive demeanor. He proceeded to address the matter at hand. Beauty, I have been undergoing military training, and I noticed a peculiar design on someone's hand. Is this a new trend? Why would someone tattoo a pot on their hand? It was evident that this was a fabrication, yet the communication of the existence of the design was sufficient. The specifics were left to the imagination. Meanwhile, in the manor, Yin Yanzhao instinctively glanced at his own hand. It was not a pot. It was a halberd. Circle. Perhaps it is indeed some peculiar hobby? Circle. I suggest you keep your distance from those individuals. Those with such tattoos may be rather unusual. Beauty. Very well. Beauty. I will return your money next month. Circle. Agreed. With their conversation concluded, Lin Yuzi was certain that this online acquaintance had some knowledge of underlying matters. Back at the manor, Yin Yanzhao furrowed his brow in contemplation. If memory served him correctly, the peerless beauty had mentioned attending university in Wancheng, a place with numerous universities, coincidentally where the finals of the martial arts competition would take place. It seemed imperative that he participate in this tournament. Lin Yuzi removed his hands from the computer and raised his gaze to the ceiling. He harbored certain secrets that he chose not to disclose. Alas, this feeling of being mistrusted was truly disheartening. Never mind, I shall conduct my own research. He incessantly searched the internet for various matters, hoping to uncover some clues amidst the chaos. Whenever unusual events arose, he would delve into them. This time, he stumbled upon something from the afternoon. After all, he had little to occupy his time. Training only occurred in the morning. Moreover, Grandfather Guan needed to patrol the campus and could not always accompany him during training. More importantly, he required solitary study. Seated at his desk, Lin Yuzi meticulously transcribed a plethora of strange messages. He planned to conduct an on-site investigation once his finances replenished next month. He was eager to witness what would transpire when the pattern illuminated. Apologies, Director, but it appears I may need to request another leave of absence. After all, he relished the elusive persona of a student who appeared and disappeared at will. The small Western-style building exhaled wisps of smoke. Thus began his plan to feign hardship. Lin Yuzi retrieved leftover food from the refrigerator, heated it, and began to eat at his table. Suddenly, he sensed 3 footsteps nearing the small Western-style building. An idea sparked in his mind, and he commenced preparations for his plan. Ahem. He coughed as though choking from eating too quickly, swiftly rising to pour himself a glass of water before resuming his meal. At the entrance, the 3 stood in silence. They felt that entering now would be akin to uncovering Lin's secret. So they waited outside. Even though the heat of the wind was stifling and uncomfortable, they endured the discomfort, continuing to wait. It was only after Lin Yuzi finished eating and washed the dishes that he entered, feigning ignorance with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh Lin, you finished so quickly. We were just discussing buying ingredients to cook ourselves," one of them remarked. "Indeed, your cooking is superb. We were hoping you could prepare some meals for us. That way we can eat as much as we desire and also strengthen our friendship. Yes, let's all dine together. You can bear the burden of being the chef. How does that sound?" The 3 spoke with a nervousness that rendered their words somewhat disjointed. Yet Lin Yuzi understood their intent. He wore a somber expression. If they were to act, they must do so thoroughly. He could not simply acquiesce. "Are you pitying me?" he inquired. No, absolutely not. In truth, Lin Yuzi was not destitute. Let us not forget, his grandparents were retired officials with ample pensions. If he were truly in need, he could sweet-talk his grandparents into providing for him. He refrained from asking them for help, intending to approach them only after the arrival of the game, Mijiao. Otherwise, given his current circumstances, he would be met with suspicion. Thus, for an entire year, he had not made a single phone call to inquire about the well-being of his elderly relatives. As he pondered this, a sense of guilt washed over Lin Yuzi, moving him to tears. He truly wept. He did not wish to cry. However, upon hearing the cry, the emotions reached a peak, and the performance became exceedingly authentic, causing the three to panic. They all presumed they had inadvertently upset Xiao Lin. Despite Xiao Lin's assertion of his masculinity, their hearts ached uncontrollably at the sight of his tears. I truly am not human, they thought. Xiao Lin, please do not weep. We did not intend to pry into your writings. Yes, it's all the boss's fault. He clandestinely perused your proposal. Indeed, it is entirely the boss's error. My fault, he lamented as the three reflected. The food outside is unpalatable. We thought to dine together in the dormitory. Observing their anxious attempts at explanation, Lin Yuzi could not help but smile through his tears. As for the matters concerning his grandparents, he could only offer a brief apology for the time being. He vowed to return within a year. Otherwise, he feared that the revelation of his offspring would be too much for them to bear. A smile was indeed a welcome relief. With their hearts eased, the trio found themselves at a loss for words. Noticing this, Lin Yuzi extended his hand. Did you not request me to be your chef? Please hand me the ingredients. Quickly pass the ingredients to Xiao Lin. The items were plentiful, and anything that could not be used immediately could be stored in the refrigerator. Lin Yuzi accepted the ingredients, noting, to be honest, this bag is quite heavy. It seems we have indeed purchased a great deal. Chapter 29. The last meal before the holiday, as Lin Yuzi finally set down the bag of ingredients and began to categorize them, a certain someone's stomach let out a resounding growl. The three exchanged awkward glances and lowered their heads in embarrassment. I apologize, I forgot. I shall prepare the meal at once. Lin Yuzi, appearing like a startled rabbit, began to flurry about in a state of mild panic. Fortunately, he quickly settled into his rhythm, slicing vegetables, chopping meat, rinsing rice, and steaming it with deftness. Of course, this was all an act. It is often said that a woman who knows how to be coy has the best fortune, and the tears of a beautiful woman serve as the most potent weapon against men. Although that sentiment may be slightly off, nevertheless, the essence of the idea remains intact. The warm, familial atmosphere of the small villa began to rise once more, with tendrils of smoke curling upward, adding a touch of homeliness. A delightful warmth enveloped the space. The meal was ready. The third roommate had already washed the strawberries, grapes, and mangosteen and arranged them neatly on the table as post-dinner fruits. Engaging in the preparations together, they felt an unfamiliar yet pleasant sensation. Could it be happiness? The fruits they had chosen were the more expensive varieties, likely because they perceived that Lin Yuzi's living conditions were not particularly favorable, and he must seldom indulge in such luxuries. Lin Yuzi noticed their thoughtful gestures and gave a slight nod of appreciation. Having such considerate roommates was indeed a blessing. I'm sorry, I had to rush tonight, so I could only prepare these simple dishes. Tomorrow, I promise to create a more sumptuous feast. No need to apologize. This is already wonderful, far surpassing the meals prepared by the chef at my house. Chef, are you all right? After finishing their humble meal, they felt an overwhelming sense of fullness, a sensation they hadn't experienced in quite some time. Lin Yuzi took the initiative to collect the bowls and headed to the sink to wash them. This evening he refrained from eating, instead choosing to sit nearby with a smile, watching them enjoy their meal. They say that delightful sights can be as appetizing as a good meal. Tonight, this dinner was the most delicious they had ever savored. It must be noted that, despite the various temptations surrounding them, these innocent second-generation wealthy individuals still found themselves somewhat naive in the presence of Lin Yuzi. Their attempts at manipulation seemed rather juvenile. Such tactics were foreign to Lin Yuzi. He had never learned them but had instead picked them up intuitively. Petals on the shoulder. Are you certain? The three gazed at Lin Yuzi, who was washing the dishes, their eyes brimming with tears. Oh, if only I could marry someone like Xiao Lin in this lifetime, one lamented. Xiao Lin truly embodies my ideal of a future partner. The third roommate nodded in silence, in agreement. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, shaking his head and furtively glancing around. No one noticed, right? But they had noticed. Lin Yuzi realized that his grip on the dishes had tightened slightly. With a resounding crack, a bowl shattered. In an effort to avoid alarming the others, he continued the charade. feigning nonchalance as he disposed of the broken pieces in the trash. Observing the three standing there, he smiled and said, "You all can head upstairs. There's still evening training, right? Leave this to me." "All right," they replied in unison, nodding their heads. Lin Yuzi resumed washing the dishes with his back turned to them. Xiao Lin is so adorable. The way he accidentally broke that bowl was just too cute. Indeed, the third roommate agreed, continuing to nod while stealing glances around. No one noticed, right? Xiaolin, the dishwashing attendant, thought to himself, "Patience I shall endure. It's merely idle chatter from my roommates. Completely acceptable, no issues there. They even dream of marrying someone like him. Ha! What a fantasy.
Absolutely impossible.
He is a striking gentleman standing at 180 or rather 170 centimeters. A certain defunct sponge. Just look at me. How dare you utter such words?" He remained undeterred, believing that a year later, he would undoubtedly discover a remedy to restore the grandeur of his lost vitality. Once the dishes were cleaned, the three had vanished, and he returned to his room to prepare for his evening routine. Each time he stepped into the shower, the sight of his body felt foreign. This physique, aside from being somewhat flatter and possessing certain additional features, almost resembled that of a woman. Those shoulder contours added a hint of allure to this form. Am I truly still myself? Lin Yuzi's greatest concern was that the character panel within the game MijiOL would entirely transfer over. The only lifeline sustaining him was the character panel from launching OL, which bore the name Lin Yuzi, not the in-game Lin Yoji. This was his beacon of hope, preventing him from spiraling into despair. It's all right. I must not frighten myself unnecessarily. Emerging from the bathroom, having lost the joys of manhood, he deleted the torrent files from his cloud storage. Terabytes of data vanished with a single keystroke. The computer transformed into a safe, pristine green interface, devoid of any trace of unsavory content. A pure green online experience, fostering a harmonious future. Time flew swiftly. Before he knew it, tomorrow was October 1st. On the Rare Earth Trading Forum, prices hovered around 500,000. Major enterprises in Huayu Nation, having acquired insider information, began to liquidate their rare earth assets to recoup funds, opting for real-time trading over the sluggish futures market, eager to reinvest in newly emerging mines. With the advent of new rare earth deposits, they would inevitably sell at lower prices to capture market share. At this moment, many admired Lin Yuzi for his foresight and audacity in futures trading a month prior. Who knew who he was? This past month must have netted him a profit in the hundreds of millions. He deserved every bit of it. Boldly betting on a decline while prices were still rising. What a genius! The tone of discussion on the forum had shifted from initial derision and disdain to admiration and praise. Here it was quite straightforward. If you could make money, you were revered. At midnight, the transactions would be settled. The military training had concluded, and that evening, his roommates had purchased an abundance of seafood, planning to indulge in a lavish meal before embarking on a holiday adventure. Thus, Lin Yuzi resolved to express his gratitude to his roommates by revealing to them his method of making money. To bolster his persuasiveness, he intended to showcase the fruits of his labor from the past month after dinner. He had to completely overturn their notions about being able to marry someone of his caliber. They must understand the prowess of a sister like him, one they could not resist. During dinner, Lin Yuzi cheerfully prepared the meal, humming a gentle tune. As he sang, his voice took on a softer, almost feminine quality, causing the third brother, who was assisting him with the seafood, to momentarily lose his focus. Stealing a glance at Lin Yuzi's profile, he found himself increasingly unsettled. Is Xiao Lin really a boy? He pondered, still grappling with disbelief. After all, could a man truly embody such grace? Shaking his head, he resolutely focused on the oysters, recalling the adage that oysters and chives are a man's fuel. As men, they were expected to indulge in such fare. Oddly enough, Lin Yuzi displayed a distaste for particularly fishy dishes, though he could manage some river shrimp and hairy crabs. The kitchen was ablaze with activity, the enticing aroma wafting far beyond the confines of the small villa. Those lingering nearby, also intent on savoring one last meal before the holiday, caught a whiff of the delectable scent, stirring a pang of envy within them. As proud men, they cursed Lin Yuzi for his culinary prowess, lamenting that a man capable of such culinary artistry, especially one who was handsome, could possibly remain unattached. It seemed inconceivable that he would struggle to find a partner. Chapter 30. So, you earned 100 million in a month? The seafood feast was complete, the table overflowing with a sumptuous spread. All three were indulging in beer, while Lin Yuzi opted for apple cider vinegar, wary of the effects of alcohol and the attention of his handsome roommate. Amidst their jovial banter, they began to drink quite liberally, addressing one another by their first names. Hey, Jiang Yongji, let me tell you, you haven't been very fair in your dealings, said Sun Mingren. And you, Su Yongchu, I must say, I'm quite impressive myself. It was evident that their inebriation was setting in. The hierarchy was established. Jiang Yongji as the first, Su Yongchu as the second, and Sun Mingren as the third. And then there was Lin Yuzi, the fourth. The names of the 4 dormitory mates were all mentioned. Lin Yuzi intended to show them his earnings record, but there were other means to reveal it. The sour plum soup was about to make an appearance, concocted to be exceedingly tangy, meant to sober them up. Just as he was preparing the soup, the second one spoke up, belching lightly. With a tipsy left hand raised, holding a bottle, and his right thumb pointing at himself, he remarked, "Boss, look at Mingren. He can't handle even a little bit. What a loser." Sun Mingren had already succumbed, sprawled on the sofa, while Jiang Yongji clung to a semblance of sobriety. He found the conversation oddly familiar and unconsciously began to reenact it. Mingren is such a loser. So, you think you're quite brave, huh? Of course. I'm exceedingly brave. You know, Su Yongchu declared grandly, though he too sensed something amiss. The muscles of his sphincter tightened uncontrollably, a chill creeping over him. Hearing their exchange, Lin Yuzi nearly erupted in laughter. What was this? Were they attempting to stage a calamity in the dormitory? That was quite audacious. To prevent their nonsensical chatter from continuing, he administered a taste of the sour plum soup to each of them once it was ready. Ugh, what is this? It's so sour, they exclaimed, their brains seemingly vibrating with the intensity of the flavor. As their senses slowly returned, they recalled their previous utterances, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Oh no, I hope Lin didn't misunderstand. They furtively glanced at Lin Yuzi, only to find him wearing a mysterious smile, his eyes curving charmingly. This was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the way they perceived Lin Yuzi's smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, so mischievous. Are you awake? Lin Yuzi stepped forward, still holding the sour plum soup. Yes, we're awake, they replied, though the thought of consuming that concoction again filled them with dread. What kind of faux liquor is this? My head is throbbing. Jiang Yongji, a seasoned drinker, felt utterly out of sorts after this bout. I feel the same. It feels as though someone has struck my head with a hammer. I'm a bit dizzy and tinged with sourness. The headache was indicative of alcohol poisoning, while the sourness was likely the soup's effect attempting to counteract their inebriation. Observing the pained expressions of his 3 companions, Lin Yuzi inquired, "Would you like me to give you a massage?" With that, the 3 turned towards Lin Yuzi's hands. Delicate fingers with their rounded tips must surely provide a delightful sensation when massaging the head. What are you all thinking? Are you awake? I have something important to discuss. Ahem, go ahead. The leader coughed lightly, adopting a serious demeanor. The other 2 immediately ceased their playful banter, eager to hear what Lin Yuzi had to share. Observing their reactions, Lin Yuzi resolved to lay his cards on the table. Through recent observations, he had come to realize that his roommates possessed commendable personalities. Thus, he decided to bestow upon them a stroke of fortune. Although currency had lost its significance since the arrival of the game Mysterious Realm Online, accumulating some wealth during this interim period was nonetheless advantageous. Please wait a moment. He hurried upstairs with an unusual swiftness. The leader, puzzled, wondered what he was up to. Could it be that he was reluctant to part with them and intended to present a gift? Perhaps, he chuckled. Now it was time for a fantasy. This moment was fleeting. When Lin Yuzi returned with his laptop and opened the international trading market, the eyes of the 3 widened in astonishment, as if they resembled saucers. This cannot be real. Surely, I am still dreaming. So many zeros. The 3rd roommate felt a pang of anxiety, remaining silent as he gazed skyward, swallowing hard. The leader, upon counting the sum pending settlement, stammered, "Lin, is this for real? Of course, it is genuine. I am grateful to you all for helping me through a challenging month. So, you are not broke. Well, how should I put it? This amount is not substantial. It is still insufficient. Not substantial? You've amassed over 200 million, and it's not substantial? My goodness." The three felt as if the world had turned absurd, momentarily unable to process the information. After sitting down, they poured themselves a glass of water to quench their bewilderment. As they reached for the pot, Lin Yuzi interjected, "Wait, that's sour. Plum juice." Yet, it was too late. They had already consumed it, leaving no trace behind. How peculiar. What is this? It has no flavor at all. It appears I am indeed dreaming. The leader uttered this with a contorted expression, wiping away the tears caused by the sour taste. The second roommate felt similarly affected, but he would never admit it was sour. The third remained silent, his lips twitching occasionally, betraying none of his discomfort as he downed the sour plum juice without a change in demeanor. Observing their reactions, Lin Yuzi felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated such intense responses from his roommates. "Are you all right? There is water here to alleviate the sourness." Upon hearing this, the three could no longer maintain their composure. "Bring me a glass." Finally, as they tasted the lingering tartness in their mouths, reality dawned upon them. "So, Lin, you earned your small goal in a month relying on this. Futures trading? Yes. Impressive. It's not too bad. I still owe someone 100 million. Once the funds settle in the international trading market at 0 hour, I will repay him." At this revelation, the trio's expressions turned serious, and they pressed, "Who is this person? How could you owe him 100 million? They were all concerned that Xiaolin might be deceived. After all, he was so innocent. The ability to earn money and innocence are two entirely different matters. Capability and character should not be conflated. Sensing their apprehension, Lin Yuzi smiled and explained, "It's all right. He is a friend I have known for many years. Besides, I am borrowing money from him. He wouldn't deceive me." "Well, if you say so." The four of them then waited for the arrival of dawn. Once the funds were settled, Lin Yuzi was about to transfer the money to his online acquaintance when the leader intervened. "Call him and have him personally confirm the receipt of the funds." "All right," Lin Yuzi replied, though he felt it was somewhat superfluous. However, with his roommates present, making a call was no trouble at all. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end of the line, Yin Yanzhao had just finished training and was in the shower, thus missing the call. No one answered. Lin Yuzi was puzzled. This was his first encounter with such a situation. Of course, it was indeed his first time trying to contact Yin Yanzhao at such a late hour. What should we do now? Should we still send the money? Well, wait a few minutes and then call again. All right. Chapter 31. You are just inferior. Lin Yuzi was in high spirits, her speech imbued with a melodic lilt that was both delightful and enchanting. Close. Her voice bore a distinctly feminine quality, causing the three young men to blush almost instantaneously. Among them, some had experienced romantic relationships, yet they remained naïve in matters of intimacy, unaccustomed to such scenarios. Having entered university, they all harbored dreams of sweet romances, and now, with a charming roommate, it was exceedingly challenging to maintain composure. When individuals feel anxious, they often resort to drinking water as a means of alleviation. Thus, the trio found themselves repeatedly quenching their thirst, only to hastily excuse themselves to the restroom. It led Lin Yuzi to ponder. Do boys truly accompany each other to the restroom? He dismissed the thought and clutched his phone, recalling the day when an online acquaintance had evasively withheld information from him. Could it be that he deliberately avoided my call, thinking I inquired about the patterns? What's the big deal? I am the top performer. I can uncover the truth on my own. Perhaps I shall call again later. If he doesn't answer, I will cease my attempts. Could it be that he has already retired for the night? Having known this online acquaintance for a considerable time, Lin Yuzi remained unaware of his name, only knowing that he hailed from a wealthy family and attended prestigious private schools, likely around the age of 20. He had never perused the character panel of his counterpart, nor had he felt the necessity to do so, for he was still oblivious to what the character panels in the game, Manga truly represented. In truth, the information concealed within these panels was extensive. For instance, the first player in MiGOL was named Lin Yoji. Had Yin Yenjo not distanced her from the first player, she would have been whisked away by a helicopter the following day for protection. This suggests that Yin Yenjo indeed held someone in high regard. In fact, he had inquired beforehand and learned that Lin Yoji bore no patterns. During their conversations, he could sense the endearing na-vet of his counterpart. It seemed improbable that such an adorably foolish individual would be associated with the first player. The general consensus was that those capable of achieving such status were rarely innocent, often possessing cunning intellect. The failure to locate Lin Yoji post-population census served as compelling evidence. Yet Lin Yuzi felt compelled to express that his ascent to the top was a matter of sheer fortune. Upon venturing out, he encountered rare treasures, consuming them to enhance his prowess. Facing formidable wild monsters, he managed to strike at their vulnerabilities with every blow, rendering the challenges trivial, albeit time-consuming. To this day, Lin Yuzi believed that his potential to become the foremost player stemmed significantly from his dedication. He had devoted an entire year to gaming, never once logging off. He had even foregone sleep, continuously immersed in play, shrouded in darkness within his rented room, subsisting solely on takeout. At 12:10, the trio returned from their restroom excursion, albeit looking somewhat pale. Upon seeing the distracted Lin Yuzi, they sensed that this online acquaintance held considerable significance for him. He is truly despicable for not answering Lin Yuzi's call. Do you not understand the value of cherishing? I hope I do not cross your path. Should I encounter you, I would extract the elastic from your underwear and fashion it into a slingshot to shatter the windows of your home. Lao San remained silent, accustomed to being the quiet third party. However, after indulging in alcohol, he transformed into the life of the party. Shall I make another call? Lin Yuzi murmured softly before dialing. He wished to repay the money promptly, not wanting to procrastinate for fear of forgetting amidst numerous matters, which could tarnish his reputation among online acquaintances. Tomorrow, he intended to print the competition registration form and collect the custom bow and arrows from the cold weapon shop. Subsequently, he would board a plane to the fabled city of Lulan. Rumored to have vanished, the ancient city had reappeared recently, bringing with it a vibrant new jungle teeming with life. Beyond the jungle, faint sounds of water could be heard, yet the river's location remained elusive. Despite the river's whereabouts being unknown, the lush greenery of the jungle continued to draw many visitors. Each day, people ventured forth. Coincidentally, during the National Day holiday, he planned to spend a few days there to investigate any connections with the patterns before returning to participate in the martial arts competition. The busy signal persisted. Yin Yenjo, having finished his shower, descended to converse with the butler regarding tomorrow's training. Tonight's medicinal bath was somewhat lacking in potency. It can be intensified, as my body can withstand it. Understood, young master. After issuing his instructions, a servant hurried over, saying, "Young master, your phone is ringing in your room. I am uncertain who is calling." "I see." Yin Yenjo ambled back upstairs at a leisurely pace. At this hour, it was likely his friends trying to reach him. Could they have discovered some rare treasure? Upon returning, the ringing had ceased. He picked up his phone and unlocked it, his heart racing in surprise. Why is it her? Anxiously, his mind raced as he deliberated whether to return the call. She had dialed twice, indicating urgency. He ought to call back to inquire. His finger hovered over the phone icon, then hesitated. No, I cannot. How do I explain my earlier failure to answer, especially with 2 missed calls? He was deeply conflicted. After much contemplation, he typed a message intending to clarify. I was unable to answer earlier as my phone was on silent. Is there something urgent? Just as he was about to send it, he deleted the message. The words felt cold and mechanical, lacking warmth. Had I known, I would have come up sooner. Alas, hindsight is invaluable. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi sighed upon realizing he had indeed not answered. Well, it appears he is asleep. Is he still drinking? No more drinking for me. Very well, I shall drink alone. Earlier, the chat window had briefly indicated that the other party was typing. What sleep? It was merely self-deception. The other party simply refuses to answer the phone. If they choose not to pick up, so be it. Who cares? Lin Yuzi approached the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of beer. His roommates claimed it was counterfeit, yet he remained unconvinced and decided to taste it for himself. During dinner, he had sampled a few sips of apple vinegar but found it unpalatable, thus refraining from further consumption. Now, he was determined to down an entire bottle of beer. He was quite audacious in this regard. With a pop, the cap was removed, releasing a rush of cool air. Consuming excessively cold beverages late at night often leads to stomach discomfort, yet Lin Yuzi felt no trepidation. He possessed the fortitude to endure any potential pain. He took a hearty gulp. The taste was rather unpleasant, somewhat bitter. In the next moment, the alcohol hit him, and a headache ensued. Ouch. He gently tapped his head, frowning at the bottle. What kind of drink was this? Upon closer inspection, Lei Hua, the label boldly proclaimed, Lei Hua, brave the abyss. Damn it, who wishes to brave the abyss? He decided against further consumption. Instead, he opted for a sip of sour plum soup, which was intensely acidic, almost inducing nausea. Perhaps it served a purpose, allowing him to expel the counterfeit alcohol. The trio had spent quite some time earlier retching, expelling the tainted drink. Upon witnessing the aftermath, they sighed in resignation. They had anticipated this outcome, yet they had not expected Lin to falter after just one sip. How disappointing. Chapter 32. I will smash you with one punch. As Lin Yuzi hurried to the restroom on the first floor to vomit, his phone, resting on the table, began to ring. Beep, beep, beep. At the table's edge, the three of them immediately turned their attention to the phone, exchanging glances. Are you going to answer? You should answer. You answer, you are the boss. Boss, you didn't say that when you were drunk just now. But you are still the boss. Gulp. The boss found himself cornered. Trembling, he reached for Lin Yuzi's phone and, upon discovering it was a call from the poorly drawn circle, he answered it. Meanwhile, at the estate, after much internal conflict, Yin Yanzhou resolved to clarify matters on the other end of the line. Just as he was about to apologize, a deep male voice interrupted. Hello? With a bass voice. Who are you? Yin Yanzhou's senses heightened instantly. After two unanswered calls, he was now speaking to a man. Panic set in. He feared Lin Yuzi might be in danger, as the voice sounded decidedly ominous. He inquired again, who are you? What have you done to Lin Yuzi? Lin Yuzi. The fact that this stranger knew the name struck Zhang Yongji as quite astonishing. It seemed Lin had a decent rapport with this online acquaintance. He decided to be forthright. After all, they were all grown men. There was nothing to hide. Glancing at the restroom and hearing Lin's retching, he replied, He drank too much and is throwing up in the restroom. Upon hearing that Lin had been drinking, Yin Yanzhou's anxiety intensified. She is foolish and easily deceived. Now she is drinking at this late hour. What if? What if? The more he contemplated, the more frantic he became. Why is she drinking? Hand the phone to her. I need to speak with her. I've already told you. She is vomiting from drinking and can't answer the phone. You are the one, right? Yes, what of it? What do you mean, what of it? Lin called you twice and you didn't pick up. He got upset and went to drink. What are you doing? Lin. Lin? Yes. I'm his older brother. Oh, so you're the older brother. Yin Yanzhou breathed a sigh of relief, inadvertently calling him big brother in his fluster. However, the boss remained unfazed. Don't try to get chummy with me. You need to explain to Lin why you didn't answer his calls. All right. In a heartbeat, the tension dissipated. After hanging up, the boss shouted towards the restroom. Lin, your online friend just called. It's really him. In the restroom, the effects of the fake alcohol still lingered, and Lin Yuzi, with slightly reddened eyes, rinsed his mouth before resting on the toilet seat. Dam Leihua. He cursed internally, then responded loudly, I know. With that, he exited the restroom. His earlier irritation towards Leihua had caused his loud reply to sound somewhat angry. Due to the faintly crimson circles around his eyes, the trio instantaneously conjured an image of Xiao Lin weeping pitifully in the restroom. Such a fragile creature. Is he truly a boy? This was not the first time they had questioned this. It just didn't seem plausible. Would a boy exude an elusive fragrance? How peculiar. Lin Yuzi, oblivious to his roommate's unusual musings, approached to retrieve his phone, discovering a barrage of messages from the artistically challenged Yuan, all explaining why he had been unresponsive. As he read through them, a smile crept across his face. How foolish. After muttering a quiet retort, Lin Yuzi ascended the stairs. Pausing midway, he turned and declared, "When the next opportunity for profit arises, I shall take you all along." All right then. The earlier scene of him tossing his hair had struck a chord in the hearts of the three. The second roommate sighed. "Perhaps we should send Xiao Lin for surgery this national day." The eldest hesitated, presenting a query. "Kidnapping? That seems unwise. Don't you want to see Xiao Lin in women's attire?" Upon hearing this, the eldest's demeanor shifted dramatically, his voice faltering as he suggested, "Well, why not give it a try?" The third roommate nodded in silence, expressing his agreement. In another room, Yin Yanzhou spent a considerable amount of time, finally managing to exchange a pleading emoji for one representing forgiveness. It was no easy feat, more exhausting than my training. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he lamented the complexities of dealing with women. The unparalleled handsome man. "Are you fabricating tales about me?" artistically challenged Yuan. "Absolutely not. I am engaging in self-reflection." "Handsome man. Then I shall forgive you. You once promised, no matter when I sought you, you would always be there." Yuan. "Yes, I made that promise. I understand." "Handsome man. As long as you haven't forgotten, I've made some money and will return it to you." Yuan, "Sure." Yin Yanzhou never doubted Lin Yoji's ability to generate income. Soon, a sum of 100,050,000 arrived. The instant the money hit his account, he triumphantly took a screenshot and shared it in his friends group chat. Yuan, "See? She didn't deceive me. She returned my money." Grandpa Nyo, the son-in-law, "Impressive. Where did you meet this heiress?" "From within your circle." Yuan, "Probably not. I met her online several years ago." Crooked Mouth Warrior, TSK. "I smell the scent of romance." Yin Yanzhou, "You're finished. You have fallen in love." Yuan, "I am delighted." After boasting to his close friends, he resumed chatting with Lin Yoji. Their conversation stretched on for half an hour. During this time, he subtly probed for information about Lin Yoji. "Do you have an elder brother?" "No, I have no siblings at home." "Do you live alone?" "Of course, I live independently, but I have a very good roommate." "Are you seeing anyone?" Upon encountering this question, Lin Yoji felt an overwhelming urge to slam him. "Handsome man. Get lost. I don't have a boyfriend. Are you trying to provoke me?" This message brought a sigh of relief to Yin Yanzhou. It appears to be a shared rental arrangement. She is still a student, likely residing off-campus, and has an independent room, albeit at a rather steep price. This high cost suggests that her roommates are not financially constrained. Contemplating this, Yin Yanzhou felt a twinge of anxiety. "Steward, please book a ticket for me to Wanqing for tomorrow morning." "Certainly, young master." Round, "Haha, indeed. You probably won't find anyone either." "Handsome man. Get lost. You only know how to irritate me. Do you believe I could knock you out with a single punch?" After sending this message, Lin Yuzi declared that he was off to bed. Round, "Good night. Handsome man. Good night, farewell." Once he set his phone down, Yin Yanzhou couldn't help but chuckle. That little fist, thinking it could actually knock him out. Ha ha ha, how endearing. One could only worry that by the time he felt any pain, she might already be in tears. After all, his recent rigorous training had made him quite formidable. Everyone is preparing for the martial arts competition, which promises to be particularly fierce this year. As of September 23rd, after the registration deadline, there were 30 million participants. To stand out among 30 million is no trivial feat. The Bitter Melon Trio also plans to seek insights from their families during the National Day holiday to acquire some strategies, ensuring they do not get eliminated in the first round. Chapter 33. The research team of Authorized Copyright The National Day holiday has arrived as scheduled, marking the commencement of a 7-day vacation. The schedule for the martial arts competition has been released, and many participants have chosen to remain anonymous, resulting in the use of pseudonyms on the entry forms. After disguising himself, Lin Yuzi stepped out of his residence. His roommates, still asleep, were enjoying the rare leisure of their long-awaited break following a month of military training, rising unusually late to find it was already 9 o'clock. Descending the stairs, they discovered a meal prepared, indicating that Xiao Lin had already departed. Had he left in haste to seek adventure? Indeed, he was off to the fabled ancient city of Lulan. Who wouldn't he wish to witness such a sight firsthand? Once the three of them descended, finished their meal, and tidied up, they began to push their luggage away from the quaint little building. Just as they stepped beyond the school gate, Lin Yuzi had already arrived at the cold weapon store. "Shopkeeper, I have come with money. All right, your bow and arrows are right over there." At the center of the shop's display, a bow gleamed under the light, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Shall we practice in the backyard?" Of course. With arrows in hand, he made his way to the rear, commencing his archery practice. Each arrow found its mark, firmly embedding itself in the bullseye. The sensation was exhilarating. Lin Yuzi yearned to continue, but recalling his journey to Lulan, he retrieved his arrows, settled the bill, and bid farewell to the proprietor. With his bow permit in hand, he could legally carry his bow on the airplane, albeit it must be worn openly, not concealed. This was perhaps the only drawback. During the ride, the driver observed the enigmatic Lin Yuzi but thought little of it, having seen many peculiar costumes during the holiday period. This attire merely suggested participation in some archery event. However, Lin Yuzi's arrows were far from mere toys. They possessed genuine lethality. At last, the taxi arrived at the airport. He glanced at his phone. The flight was scheduled for 11:30 a.m., and the current time was 10:40 a.m. It was essential to check in half an hour early to enter the boarding area. After completing the check-in process without checking any luggage, he approached the security checkpoint, only to be halted once more. "You cannot bring the bow and arrows on the plane. Here is my bow permit." Lin Yuzi had been questioned about this during check-in, and now, well-prepared, he presented the permit. The security personnel, upon reviewing it, cautioned him against using it on the flight to avoid causing panic among passengers, then allowed him to pass. He had no objections to this requirement. He had no intention of hijacking the plane or shooting arrows mid-flight. Having traversed the corridor, he finally arrived at the waiting area. The sight of him bearing the bow was shrouded in mystery and undeniably cool. Many eyes were drawn to the bow, for it was indeed striking. In a nation where martial prowess held sway, those who discerned genuine skill were compelled to approach him with inquiries. "Brother, where are you headed?" Given Lin Yuzi's full gear, armored sleeves, knee pads, and a mask, his robust appearance naturally piqued curiosity. "To Lulan." "Wow, we are headed there too," the man exclaimed, astonished. Yet Lin Yuzi wished to roll his eyes. This flight was bound for Lulan, yet it detoured to P-City? Did they intend to parachute mid-journey? Perhaps his foolish remarks had drawn the attention of the team leader. An elderly gentleman with graying hair first expressed his apologies before elucidating. "We are a research team. Our expedition to Lulan aims to investigate the ecological environment there." Thus it was. Lin Yuzi understood. This was an old professor accompanied by graduate students and personnel arranged by other companies, all authorized to conduct research in Lulan. Unlike himself, who was merely a novice. "Comrade, are you venturing to Lulan for adventure?" The term comrade was both familiar and foreign to Lin Yuzi. He had not heard it in quite some time. After a brief moment of distraction, he retorted, "Adventure? What adventure? I assumed you were also seeking thrills." The professor explained that many who traveled to Lulan, aside from curious tourists, were research teams and adventurous martial artists. Seeing Lin Yuzi traveling alone, the professor had initially thought him to be one of those martial artists, as who would embark on a journey armed with a bow and arrow, fully equipped. A research team, however, would certainly not fit that mold. A team must consist of no fewer than 20 individuals, including various experts in geology, hydrology, ecology, virology, and biology. Indeed, many fields. Naturally, the team also included soldiers for safety. These soldiers would provide protection for the research team upon landing, which was entirely reasonable, as it was appropriate for a research team authorized by the Huayu Nation to be accompanied by military personnel. After their engaging conversation, the professor inquired about Lin Yuzi's thoughts on Lulan. He candidly admitted that he was simply curious and wished to see it for himself. Carrying a bow and arrow was merely a precaution, a means of self-defense. "What is your archery skill like?" "Here is my bow permit. Take a look." The permit contained some basic information, and the archery shop owner had noted hitting the target at 100 paces in terms of range and accuracy. This idiom is not used lightly. The professor's expression grew serious upon hearing this. He looked at Lin Yuzi and proposed, "I would like to hire you to protect us during our research for a period of time. I will compensate you at 3 times the price listed on your permit for each arrow used." The price, of course, would be that listed on the bow permit. The professor held Lin Yuzi in high regard. To be able to spend 3 million on arrows, coupled with such remarkable archery skills, was a strength that could, at times, prove more advantageous than firearms. At the very least, in terms of vision, he surpassed everyone in the team by a considerable margin. In research, the most crucial aspect is to discern differences, making keen eyesight particularly vital. Lin Yuzi fell into contemplation. If not for the martial arts competition, he would gladly accept. However, he could only stay in Lulan for a maximum of 5 days. After that, he must return to prepare for the competition. The importance of events follows a certain order. Though he was eager to comprehend the significance of the patterns, his desire for the magnificent steed that was rightfully his eclipsed all else.
I apologis, Professor.
But I have registered for a martial arts competition and may not be able to join your team. Not to worry, should you wish to leave at any time, simply inform us, and I shall compensate you on a daily basis. How does that sound? With the conversation having reached such a point, Lin Yuzi found it difficult to decline. Furthermore, aligning himself with a reputable team sanctioned by the Huayu Kingdom promised a far more efficient acquisition of knowledge than his aimless pursuits. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall impose upon you for the next few days, Professor." "Haha, not a problem at all. Here is the Team-S emblem. Please keep it close to your chest, as it is essential for our identification. Don't misplace it. Understood. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, my comrade." Observing the professor extend his hand, Lin Yuzi grasped it firmly. To a successful partnership. His hand, encased in a glove, was a testament to his readiness. He was fully equipped, and this was no jest. As the professor introduced Lin Yuzi to the research team, his mere presence commanded silence, leaving them too awestruck to utter a word. It was only after the professor elucidated his identity that the group dared to breathe freely, their eyes scrutinizing the enigmatic martial artist. For many, it was their inaugural encounter with a genuine practitioner of martial arts, and their curiosity was palpable. Chapter 34. Deep in the western regions, there lies Lulan. Some individuals, emboldened by their curiosity, urged Lin Yuzi to demonstrate his remarkable archery skills. Such a request was undeniably presumptuous. Lin Yuzi remained silent, prompting the professor to step forward and admonish him. "What manner of speech is this? A martial artist does not indulge in frivolity." "My apologies, Professor," Lin Yuzi replied. "I have never witnessed such a feat as hitting a target from 100 paces. I was merely curious. Curiosity does not grant one the liberty to shoot arrows at will. This is an airport. Where do you expect the young comrade to aim? At your own forehead?" At that moment, he realized he had spoken inappropriately for the setting. Lin Yuzi, however, assured him that he was unperturbed and, if they truly wished to see, he would gladly showcase his skill once they reached their destination. The amiable martial artist earned the respect of all present. Coincidentally, an announcement echoed through the airport, reminding passengers to board their flights. During the ticket verification process, the flight attendants informed passengers that archery equipment was prohibited on board. This was the third such reminder. Drawing upon his experience, Lin Yuzi produced his archery license. After a thorough inspection, the attendants confirmed its authenticity. It was their first encounter with such a document, and they returned it with a smile, wishing him a pleasant journey. Indeed, he was a bona fide martial artist, certified by the Huayu Kingdom, with the commendation of the legendary hitting the target from 100 paces. Fewer than 5,000 individuals in the nation held such a certificate. Once aboard the aircraft, the research team had reserved seats together in the rear, while Lin Yuzi had purchased a solo seat by the window, not anticipating any complications. "Let us regroup once we disembark," said a young comrade. "Understood." Lin Yuzi nodded, proceeding to his seat. He had yet to name his bow, struggling to find a fitting title. He considered Doublewood Bow, but deemed it too mundane and ultimately settled on that name. The arrows were named Lin Yu arrows. Sitting beside him was a young couple, quietly discussing Lin Yuzi's attire, finding him enigmatic and suspecting he was merely posturing. Having an archery license is quite impressive. Yet he insists on donning such professional garb. One might assume he is the sole possessor of a license in the entire world. The young man felt a twinge of envy, as he too had attempted to obtain a license. At an archery enthusiasts club, he had wielded a modern bow equipped with technological aids, effortlessly drawing a 5-stone bow. Within a 50-pace range, he was consistently accurate. However, when novice archers practiced, many struggled to even hit the target, some lacking basic knowledge of bow handling. Encouraged by the new trainees, he was swept away by a surge of enthusiasm, inviting numerous friends to witness his license examination. Upon arrival, he discovered that only traditional wooden bows were permitted, devoid of any aiming aids or mechanical assistive devices. This led to an embarrassing experience during his examination, where he struggled to draw the bow and, when he finally managed, his aim was off. Humiliated before his friends, he had sought refuge during the National Day holiday, only to unexpectedly encounter someone possessing an archery license. The difficulty of obtaining this credential is well known to him through personal experience. His feelings of jealousy are rooted in the fact that he was not the one to acquire it. If Lin Yuzi were aware of this reason, he would likely laugh derisively, dismissing any need to explain why he obtained the credential. Following the arrival of the Maze Realm OL, all existing technologies will become ineffective. Only by integrating new materials can new technologies be developed. However, there are exceptions. The more primitive the product, the less it is affected. Life forms that have existed for a longer duration retain their essence more completely. Just like the millennia-old hardwood used in a double-wood bow, the impact on it will be negligible. He certainly does not wish to be left frantically searching for weapons when the Maze Realm OL descends. If he had to waste time on that, he would likely have perished dozens of times over. The young man seated beside him, though resentful, is not foolish. He feels indignant but refrains from provoking those with actual strength. After several hours of flight, they safely arrive in the northwestern region of Huayu country, known as the Western Region or Xizjiang, a term denoting vast lands. The ancient city of Lulan lies within it. Upon arrival, they must take a vehicle, and while Lin Yuzi does not need to wait for luggage, the research team does, so he proceeds to the baggage claim area ahead of them. After a brief wait of a few minutes, the research team arrives, and following several more minutes of waiting for the luggage to be transported on the conveyor belt, it takes them half an hour to finally exit the airport. After renting a vehicle, they set off towards Lulan. However, Lulan is remote and inaccessible by car, requiring them to rent camels instead. This marks Lin Yuzi's first experience riding a camel, which even has its own traffic lights. Along the journey, they encounter several earthen structures that provide shelter from the wind and a place to rest. Utilizing these earthen structures as relay points, the caravan continues onward. The western region is expansive, bathed in ample sunlight. Even at 11 o'clock at night, the sun has yet to set. At this hour, many are parched after being exposed to the sun for so long. Fortunately, every 5 relay points feature a service area where hotels, restaurants, and snack streets are available for rest. The professor decides they should halt here for a day, and the camel caravan concurs. The camels are led by a captain at the front. The midnight desert is terrifying and cold, with swirling sands obscuring the way. In a bustling large indoor restaurant, locals recount tales of desert bandits that have long circulated in the region. They say that in the depths of night, when the desert bandits who do not get lost in the sandstorms emerge, they would rob any travelers they encounter. In desperate hunger, they might even consume those wandering at midnight. The tales are chilling yet provoke hearty laughter from the visitors. It is well known that parachuting from passenger planes mid-flight is prohibited. Many aim to visit Lulan for the scenery, naturally joining the same camel caravan for their journey. After listening to the locals recount their tales, Lin Yuzi felt that this was likely a local marketing strategy, deliberately weaving mysterious stories to pique curiosity. With this thought, he sensed a twinge of deception. Could it be that the legends of Lulan circulating online are mere fabrications? Yet, upon reflection, the presence of a research team must indicate some semblance of truth. The caravan is set to depart at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, meaning they must set out shortly after dawn. Leaving the restaurant, Lin Yuzi returned to his hotel room, marveling at the unique experience of sleeping in a hotel in the western regions. The absence of windows made sense, serving to shield against the wind and sand. The architecture resonated with exotic charm. After a brief moment of curiosity, he decided against taking a shower and simply collapsed onto the bed. In the western regions, one cannot wash at will. He could bathe, but how would he travel tomorrow? That was a dilemma. Moreover, he was too lazy to change out of his gear, opting only to remove his shoes before settling in for the night. As the celestial bodies shifted, dawn broke in the east. The day had arrived. At 8 o'clock, faint lights appeared on the distant horizon. With daylight breaking at 8, the days are long and the nights short, stretching over 12 hours of daylight, excessively lengthy. The research team had long since risen, stirring around the hotel in the early hours before dawn, examining the structure. Likewise, the tourists were mindful of the 9 o'clock assembly, unable to afford too deep a slumber for fear of missing the caravan. Chapter 35. The river within the trees. The caravan continued its journey, with half a day's distance remaining to Lulon. Lin Yuzi trailed at the rear of the research team, his mind preoccupied with the descriptions of the western regions from the game Mystic Realm OL. The western regions. I seem to have no recollection, as I have not paid much attention to it. It was likely that no significant events had occurred there. In truth, any substantial matters would be meticulously controlled by higher authorities, ensuring that the average person remained oblivious. In his past life, he had been an ordinary individual, thus unaware of such truths. At that moment, the professor inexplicably found himself at the back of the research team, slowing his pace to inquire, "Young comrade, are you not feeling warm?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzi emerged from his reverie and shook his head, replying, "I am not warm. There is no danger at present. And your attire? It is quite breathable." This outfit had cost him a considerable sum, amounting to hundreds of thousands, serving both to conceal his identity and to ensure his protection. Having faced death once, he harbored a profound fear of it and prioritized his safety above all. Very well, the professor acquiesced, respecting Lin Yuzi's choice. However, his peculiar attire consistently attracted the attention of many, leading them to speculate that the professor and his companions were engaged in some enigmatic mission. Consequently, they were featured online under the sensational title, "Shocking, the mysterious team on the road to the western regions." Some industry insiders, upon seeing this, responded, "They are not a mysterious team but rather a research team authorized by the Huayu Nation, investigating the sudden appearance of suspected Lulon ruins." Indeed, I also saw on the official website that among the participants, there are 30 researchers and 22 security personnel, totaling 52 individuals. Of course, such information was beyond Lin Yuzi's reach. Meanwhile, a man and a woman were seen in Wanqing, where the man was inquiring about someone's whereabouts but faced constant setbacks, leaving him dejected. The woman, upon noticing the trending topic regarding the western regions, recalled the desert bandits from her previous life. A year later, Mystic Realm OL would descend, and the desert bandits would resurrect. Indeed, they would be reborn. The desert bandits, once rebels of a certain nation, had perished long ago. Under the influence of some mysterious force, their decayed bodies were filled with sand, their eye sockets ablaze with an undying fire of vengeance against that nation, having long concealed themselves within the sands to deliver a heavy blow. Reflecting on the description of the desert bandits, the woman fell silent. Such entities should not emerge in the current time. The sands, immune to all modern weaponry, could only be crystallized by great fire or attacked using abilities and the 5 primary skills. Otherwise, any assault would be futile. The desert bandits, 2, possessed ranks: bandit, bandit leader, advisor, deputy chief, and chief. The woman felt reassured that, at this juncture, there was no cause for concern. The Lulon depicted in the video might merely be an illusion conjured by the synergy of chameleons and mirages. At long last, after a prolonged journey, the group arrived at Lulon. The tour guide introduced, stating that this place is indeed real. It is neither a mirage nor an illusion. Ahead lies a verdant expanse, a desert oasis, a marvel of the world. It is astonishing that such a location truly exists. It defies logic. Do not be surprised, for centuries ago, this was not the desert we see today. When the ancient kingdom of Lulon chose to establish itself here, It is clear that the land's resources must have been abundant long ago. Indeed, the passage of time has wrought significant changes. Professor, why is this area now a desert, devoid of any traces of its former glory? Could it be the consequence of excessive resource exploitation? Perhaps to some extent, but it is likely more attributable to climatic factors. The professor, as expected, speculated that the recent rise in temperatures has led to glacial melt, resulting in increased humidity which, influenced by the cold currents of Siberia and dry air masses, is swept across the western regions. Due to the high temperatures and significant temperature differentials here, much of this moisture is retained. With water, life naturally begins to thrive. It has been centuries since the Little Ice Age. Each year, global temperatures continue to rise, making this hypothesis increasingly plausible. Perhaps, in a few millennia, the western regions will once again be adorned with lush greenery. The professor's insights were enlightening, and everyone gleaned knowledge from his words. This exemplifies the value of practical experience, learning from the reality around us. Now, let us gather materials from the periphery and commence our research. Yes, the research commenced, and they eagerly immersed themselves in their work. Among them, one individual remained preoccupied with a thought. He approached Lin Yuzi and quietly asked, "Martial artist, could you demonstrate the skill of hitting a target 100 paces away?" That person. Sigh. Very well. Lin Yuzi grasped the bow, nocked an arrow, and, with a keen gaze, inquired, "What is the target? Let me see." He surveyed the surroundings, searching for a suitable spot to showcase his prowess. However, after a thorough look, he discovered a lack of appropriate targets. Surely, he could not shoot towards the lush greenery of Lulon, as there were tourists within. Furthermore, indiscriminate shooting might damage valuable research materials. After some contemplation, he resolved to create his own target. "Wait for me," he declared, dashing away. He retrieved a stone and positioned it 100 paces away. His every action attracted the attention of many onlookers. The professor, exasperated, felt a strong urge to intervene. Was this not sheer folly? Nevertheless, the individual had already moved 100 paces away. He waved his arms, signaling Lin Yuzi that he could shoot. As for the stone, murmuring softly, he aimed without much precision, releasing the arrow, which shattered the stone effortlessly. Wow, impressive! Though they were nearly 30 years old, the onlookers reacted with the enthusiasm of children. "Martial artist, your skill is truly remarkable." The crowd erupted in applause. Just as the excitement reached its peak, the professor approached and playfully tapped his student on the forehead. "Enough of this nonsense. Hasten to collect materials and expedite your testing." "Yes, professor." Having been struck, he remained unfazed, a broad smile illuminating his face, exuding sheer delight. Indeed, there exists an individual capable of achieving the remarkable feat of hitting the target with precision. The dream of a martial artist filled him with exuberance. His name is Guijin. Retrieving the arrow, Lin Yuzi heard the sound of flowing water. It struck him as peculiar. He cast his gaze about, following the sound's direction. Upon reaching a tree, he halted. The sound of water appeared to emanate from within the tree. Strangely, as he approached, the sound diminished. Logically, one would expect the sound to amplify with proximity. Something was amiss. He placed his hand against the bark. The texture felt entirely normal, akin to that of any ordinary tree. Were it not for his first-tier prowess in the Yellow Realm, he would scarcely have perceived that subtle sound. The more anomalous the situation, the more it indicated that this tree harbored secrets. He drew forth his tactical dagger, hesitating before the tree. Should I pierce it? Chapter 36. The enigmatic technology of Lulon within the trunk of a tree. There was a sound of flowing water. Lin Yuzi was about to pierce into it when he suddenly remembered the presence of a research team. Thus, he turned back to seek out the professor. "Professor, I have discovered a tree that emits the sound of flowing water." Flowing water? The professor pondered over his accumulated knowledge and realized that there seemed to be no known tree that matched such a description. "Take me to see it." Very well. The two quickly arrived before the tree. The elderly professor donned white gloves and, after a moment of contemplation, shook his head. "I do not hear any sound of water. I can assure you, there is indeed a sound of water, right within this tree." Observing Lin Yuzi's earnest demeanor and recalling his exceptional archery skills, perhaps it was a martial artist's keen intuition at play, the professor resolved to trust him this once. All right then, please wait a moment while I retrieve the instruments for measurement. Understood. Before long, geologists, dendrologists, and various specialists gathered. They began to examine the tree and assess the moisture of the surrounding soil. Guijin set up the instruments, preparing for a scan. The scanning would require time. Typically, it took about 5 minutes for an ordinary tree. Professor, the instruments are ready for scanning. Upon hearing this, the professor led the experts away. Once they departed, he initiated the scanning procedure. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals engaged in discussions. The geological expert remarked that the moisture levels of the soil appeared quite normal. If there truly were sounds of flowing water within the tree, the surrounding land would either be exceedingly dry or excessively moist, rather than exhibiting such a balanced distribution. The dendrologist concurred, stating that based on the bark and diameter, it was impossible for there to be any flowing water inside. Plants transport fluids in a linear fashion, moving from the roots upward, through channels formed by the walls of dead cells. These channels are minuscule. It is utterly inconceivable that they could produce audible sounds. To hear such sounds, a significant portion of the tree's cells would need to perish, rendering it incapable of supporting such a diameter. Moreover, the transport conduits were small. Xylem transported water and inorganic salts, while phloem transported organic materials. If the sound of water were audible, what would become of the phloem? In other words, it was fundamentally impossible for this tree to contain water that could be heard. They also leaned in closely to the tree to listen, but heard nothing. One expert added that for water to produce sound, there must first be a fracture and secondly, the presence of bubbles. The references cited were the sources of sounds from bubbles and flowing water. Each expert presented credible arguments, leaving little room for doubt. Yet, Lin Yuzi remained adamant that he had not misheard. The others found it difficult to further contest his assertion, as the scanning results were imminent. As the 5 minutes elapsed, Guijin stepped forward to check the results, instantly freezing in place, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. At this moment, a sense of foreboding swept over everyone, drawing them closer to witness the unfolding mystery. Fear, a palpable, unspeakable dread, settled heavily in their hearts. Cold sweat trickled down the professor's forehead as he recalled Lin Yuzi, the first to identify the anomaly. Striving to maintain composure, he said, "Young comrade, come take a look." Lin Yuzi approached and halted in astonishment. Among the results of the scan, the entire interior of the tree was filled with water. The X-ray and infrared images revealed numerous invisible organisms surrounding them. Could this be a ghost? It was no wonder they were so terrified. The most alarming sight, however, was in the distance. A river suspended in midair. Within the river, a thermal image of a creature appeared. This being was enormous. This cannot be real. Surely the instruments have malfunctioned. Guijin swallowed hard, anxiety gripping him. The professor spoke gravely. Save the data and upload it to the external database. We must continue scanning. Understood. Guijin flexed his stiff fingers and resumed the scan, while Lin Yuzi began to discern the identity of the creature. Chameleon. A remarkably large chameleon. Biologists had mentioned it was a chameleon, yet it was hard to fathom a specimen of such size. A chameleon several meters long. Who would dare believe it? It felt as though they had inadvertently stumbled into the Jurassic period. To be cautious, Lin Yuzi gripped his bow tightly, remaining vigilant to the sounds around him. Should danger arise, he would not hesitate to release an arrow. 5 minutes swiftly passed. This time, those observing the scan lost all illusions. The creature in the infrared had shifted position, and its eye sockets were distinctly visible. Not good. Upon seeing the image, he alerted the others, swiftly drawing an arrow and knocking it. The sharp sound of the arrow echoed. Alarms rang out, and everyone immediately retreated from the area. Guijin and the professor hastily packed the instruments. Has the image transmitted back? Yes, it has. He worked quickly, responding while disassembling the equipment. Such instruments were quite expensive, and the lenses could not endure any damage. Are you ready? I sense something approaching. Lin Yuzi's expression grew serious. He could feel the wind ahead stirring. This was caused by the rapid movement of the creature. Moreover, His arrow had vanished in mid-flight. An invisible enemy, troublesome indeed. All right. Gujin finally finished packing the equipment into a box, preparing to leave when the nearby trees suddenly burst apart. Streams of water gushed forth from within. Before long, all the trees began to break, scattering the crowd. This was the miraculous water management system of Lulan. Truly astonishing. Suddenly, the professor began to shout in excitement, still immersed in his research. Upon seeing that so many trees were filled with water, he speculated that Lulan relied on these trees as natural wells. This would not harm the land. The opposing scientific factions' claims that land destruction led to desertification were erroneous. It was the temperature theory that was correct. He was right. Ha, I am correct. It is all due to temperature. Professor, we should leave and return later. No, we cannot. The professor refused to leave, insisting on preserving the evidence. What could have caused such stubbornness in him? Gujin felt increasingly exasperated, while Lin Yuzi furrowed his brow slightly. This obstinacy left him uncertain about the fate of both individuals. However, it was impossible to both delay them and mount a counterattack. Gujin, being a researcher himself, was not in the best of health and could not manage both confronting the professor and handling the instrument simultaneously. Should the two leave and the professor perish, the research would effectively come to an abrupt conclusion. Unless the professor voluntarily departed, it would be challenging to employ forceful measures to remove him. Is this yet another instance of fate conspiring against me? There was no other option. You all should hasten your actions. Lin Yuzi had no choice but to buy them some time, urging them to take photographs quickly. Professor, please hurry. The martial artist cannot hold out much longer. I know, the professor replied, seemingly entranced, as he continued to capture images. Outside among the trees, above the foliage, the earth was being excavated, and a patch of bark was sliced away. His intent was to thoroughly investigate how this hydraulic technology was realized. Just then, amidst the flowing water, a figure emerged. Chapter 37. The source of water, the mysterious palace sculpture. A figure emerged, braving the torrents. Water dripped from its form, revealing that even in invisibility, the presence of a living being could not be concealed. Lin Yuzi loosed an arrow, which vanished into thin air. As the chameleon-esque camouflage dissipated, its massive silhouette, larger than a car, instilled a sense of dread in both the professor and Gujin. At the peak of mental tension, the professor suddenly regained clarity. Why am I still here? We must leave at once. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzi felt a surge of frustration towards the heavens. It seemed as though fate conspired against him, manipulating the older professor into making foolish decisions. While debates often arose among scholars, he would never descend into such irrationality. It was evident that some external force had influenced the professor's mind, amplifying his innermost desires. Fortunately, time was still on their side. The three fled backward, only to find the water currents slowly coalescing into a half-sphere, seemingly intent on ensnaring them. Follow me, Lin Yuzi commanded, his gaze sharpening. Unbeknownst to him, the petals on his shoulder began to glow. He launched 3 arrows, piercing through the flowing curtain of water. Hurry! It's coming! Seizing the opportunity created by the momentary disruption, the two companions dashed through the passage Lin Yuzi had created. Once outside, they looked back. There was no water curtain, only a scene that appeared perfectly normal. Had it not been for the sight of the professor and Gujin, drenched and disheveled, Lin Yuzi might have doubted the reality of the previous events. Furthermore, the 3 arrows he had shot had truly vanished. Despite having penetrated the water curtain, they could not be found outside. Unbeknownst to them, within this revealed ruin lay a far greater entity. This being, known as the SHN, had long concealed itself within the mists. Now, all were ensnared by the SHN, which, having sensed Lin Yuzi's arrival, sought to compel him into a task, prompting the chameleon to lead the way. The tourists, entranced by the fog of the SHN, had all succumbed to unconsciousness, and the researchers lay strewn about in disarray. Only the 3 remained awake. Have we escaped? Gujin asked nervously, his eyes darting around in search of safety. The professor remained silent, burdened by guilt, unable to comprehend why he had disregarded the safety of those around him in such a reckless manner. Yet, there was no time for self-reproach. The water curtain surged once more. This time there would be no escape. The earlier small curtain had merely served to buy time, while the current large curtain had entirely sealed off the area, blocking out sunlight, rendering it undetectable even to satellites. Communication signals were severed. Soon, dense mist began to envelop them. The SHN flickered in and out of visibility within the fog. Did this creature truly exist? Guijin caught a glimpse of the SHN and was bewildered. Was this not a being from the classic of mountains and seas? How could it be real? Lin Yuzi, witnessing this, felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. The SHN dragon, a creature that guards a certain domain, weaving through the mists, its every appearance heralded by swirling fog that ensnares all beings within, plunging them into an eternal illusion. The chameleon's ability to refract light allows it to alter the colors of its surroundings, employing its tongue as a means of attack with remarkable speed, capable of consuming all incoming assaults. His body secretes a slime, rendering it immune to adhesive attacks. However, it possesses a significant flaw. Its eyes can only perceive a 300-degree field of vision, leaving it vulnerable to unexpected strikes from its blind spots. In his mind, Lin Yuzi recalled information about the desert dungeon from the game Mystic Realm OL, a place he had never visited but had a passing knowledge of, particularly that the greatest boss within was the SHN. Now the SHN had emerged. Could it be that Mystic Realm OL had arrived prematurely without informing him? Lin Yuzi felt a wave of despair wash over him. The heavens truly seemed intent on his demise. If they wished for his end, he would resolutely resist. He relentlessly fired arrows at the SHN, disregarding the waste. These arrows vanished without a trace upon entering the fog, and the SHN's form similarly dissipated. Moreover, the true essence of the SHN had yet to reveal itself. It is worth noting that the full name of the SHN is, in fact, the SHN dragon. Typically, it prefers to remain inconspicuous, often manifesting as a clam. Yet now it presented itself before him in that very guise. Suddenly, the ground split apart, and the SHN appeared before the three individuals. Under the close proximity of the mist, Professor and Guijin succumbed to unconsciousness. Am I truly to perish today? Lin Yuzi, unwilling to accept death, quickly retreated to evade the fissured ground. He ran and ran until eventually, a chameleon obstructed his path, with the SHN in pursuit behind him. It was a dire predicament with a wolf before and a tiger behind. To elude the chameleon's entanglement, Lin Yuzi altered his direction, only to find the chameleon reappearing, encircling him. Once they joined forces, their tongues extended, their power sufficient to shatter stone. Should one strike him, the pain would linger for an eternity. Why must I encounter such perilous circumstances upon my arrival? Lin Yuzi had yet to cultivate the mindset of a strong warrior. He endeavored to maintain his composure, retaliating with fervor. Unbeknownst to him, a petal had quietly bloomed once more. The SHN observed silently from behind. As the petals surpassed 5 in number and approached the 6th, the chameleon vanished. Gasping for breath, he warily scanned his surroundings. He had been unable to draw his arrows in time to counter the chameleon's previous onslaught. For some unknown reason, he felt an intense heat coursing through his body, the most discomfort stemming from his shoulder, as if it were being gnawed upon, rendering one arm immobile. How could this be? Just then, without allowing him a moment's respite, the SHN reappeared, driving him to the edge of a water source. There, he discovered a singular pearl. The surrounding environment was stunningly beautiful, and neither the chameleon nor the SHN dared to enter. At last, Lin Yuzi could rest. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. It was too hot. In desperation, he removed all of his heavy armor, leaving his attire disheveled. The heat remains oppressive. Instinctively, he thought that obtaining the orb would suffice. He approached the orb step by step. The dense mist enveloped him, alleviating the searing heat within. It truly proved effective. As his rationality gradually returned, he glanced behind him. It was as if an unseen barrier prevented the chimeras and mirages from entering. If I were to take the orb, would it spell my demise? Just as he hesitated, the mist began to dissipate. To his astonishment, he discovered a grand door at the end of the water source. All the water flowed from the door and the orb. He steeled himself. The moment he grasped the orb, His body was drawn into the door. The Mirage observed the scene with calm detachment. The Queen of Lulan. The pact has been sealed. It is time for me to depart. The Mirage Dragon revealed its true form, shrouded the area in mist, and vanished into the clouds. The chimeras also disappeared, for the Queen is about to awaken. Upon being absorbed by the door, Lin Yuzi found himself surrounded by darkness. After taking a step, torches ignited along the path. What is happening? It was eerily silent, so quiet it was unsettling. Lin Yuzi clutched the orb tightly and proceeded in the direction indicated. Eventually, he arrived before a stone sculpture. He could faintly discern that it depicted a female figure. At this moment, the orb radiated a brilliant light. Before the sculpture, there was a recess perfectly shaped to accommodate the orb. Does this mean I am to offer the orb as a tribute? Chapter 38. The kiss of the Queen of Lulan. Lin Yuzi hesitated for a long time, clutching the bead tightly. He was oblivious to its purpose, nor did he know to whom the stone carving belonged. The only illumination came from the flickering torches, rendering the exit invisible. It seemed that placing the bead down was his only option. Should he release it? After a tumultuous internal struggle, he resolved to set it down, for his previous attempt to utilize the bead had yielded no response. Its function appeared to be the transference of power from within the great door, perhaps to generate a source of water. Would placing the bead in the groove unleash a flood? After contemplating various scenarios, he decided to refrain from placing the bead down just yet. He wandered throughout the palace, ultimately confirming that there were indeed no exits. The sole escape lay in relinquishing the bead. In a game, one could simply let it go. After all, death would lead to revival. But this was reality. What if an unforeseen calamity occurred? After much hesitation, he made up his mind. He would proceed and place it within the groove, trusting that nothing untoward would transpire. As the beads settled into the indentation, a brilliant azure light erupted, blinding him momentarily. Lin Yuzi staggered back several steps, pushed away by the surging waves. Suddenly, he felt the arid air around him transform into a humid embrace. As the blue light dissipated, he lifted his gaze toward the stone carving. In an instant, a pair of hands cradled his face, and a kiss descended upon his forehead. I remember you. I eagerly await our next meeting. The voice was gentle yet undeniably commanding, belonging to a woman of regal authority. He yearned to see her visage, yet within the blue radiance, nothing was discernible. As the azure luminescence enveloped him, he found himself adrift in a torrent of water, continuously swept backward. Amid the rippling waves, he strained to glimpse the stone carving, but clarity eluded him. It was only when the water orb passed through the great door and settled quietly upon the ground that it suddenly burst, transforming into a cascade of shimmering blue light. Miraculously, despite being enveloped in water, Lin Yuzi discovered that his garments remained dry. Who was that person? To have stealthily kissed his forehead was quite audacious. Within the palace, the stone carving, no, it should be referred to as the Queen of Lulan, adorned her crown and cradled the bead in her hands, its blue glow illuminating the chamber. The swirling dust rapidly dissipated, revealing a rejuvenated palace. The flowing sand seemed to possess a life of its own as it flowed from the palace. Soon, the previously deserted torches flickered to life, revealing figures bearing them. They were the Queen's most loyal palace guards. The great door swung open. Beyond it stood countless palace guards, alongside valiant protectors and the citizens of the city. I am the Queen of Lulan, and I hereby decree that Lulan shall re-emerge in 1 year. At her command, all the citizens of Lulan knelt upon one knee. They had all sacrificed their corporeal forms to resurrect the Queen, pooling their very lives into her essence before the fall of Lulan, solely to ensure her survival. Only in this manner could they demonstrate their unwavering loyalty. The Queen, living up to their expectations, resurrected the deceased by utilizing the sacred water pearls, summoning their souls and bestowing upon them the holy water, enabling them to roam freely. Close the gates, the Queen commanded with an air of authority. The palace guards dutifully relayed the order. By the Queen's decree, close the gates. As the gates shut, the ancient city of Lulan vanished from Blue Star, leaving no trace behind, impossible to locate. Just before the gates closed, Lin Yuzi abruptly turned his head and noticed a blue luminescent barrier descending from the heavens, swiftly enveloping the ruins. All outsiders were expelled, while a dense white mist emerged within the barrier, a remnant of the Shindong's fog, serving as a veil of concealment. No existing means of detection could penetrate the white mist. The chameleons exerted their influence, altering the surrounding light to offer their strength to the queen, until he sensed a familiar power emanating from the pearl. In the next heartbeat, he found himself 100 meters away. Wait, he took 2 steps forward, only to realize that the ruins had vanished, replaced by an expanse of yellow desert. Just like that, they had disappeared. Following the route etched in his memory, Lin Yuzi retraced his steps, discovering that the Lulan ruins had indeed vanished. It was not merely obscured, it had utterly ceased to exist. A fierce wind whipped around him, stirring up dust that soared into the sky. Looking back, he saw tourists, research teams, and locals lying quietly on the ground, as if they were in slumber. Dark clouds gathered overhead. It was now 10 in the afternoon, and the rain began to fall. Those who had been drenched suddenly awoke, having experienced a dream so vivid. It felt like a journey through time, with all 5 senses acutely attuned. As the rain cascaded down, they stirred from their dreams, still in a fog of confusion. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. After half an hour, someone finally noticed the disappearance of the Lulan ruins. Such a vast sight couldn't have simply flown away. How could it just vanish? The locals slowly ran to the center of the ruins, weeping. It was unclear whether their tears were for the loss of the ruins or the severed means of livelihood. Lin Yuzi felt no desire to know. His mind was in disarray. The sensation of a kiss on his forehead was vividly clear. Why had he been kissed? His thoughts were tumultuous, and after just 2 steps, the rain began again, accompanied by thunder and lightning. He paid no heed, drenched in the downpour, moving aside to gaze at the sky. There, amidst the clouds, he seemed to glimpse a dragon. "Professor, you're awake. How do you feel?" The research team's voices reached him, revealing that many researchers had indeed regained consciousness. Yet, they were in shock, unable to fathom the ruins' sudden disappearance. Moreover, the emergence of the mirage, the colossal chameleons, and the mysterious entities capable of manipulating human emotions left these scientists in a state of bewilderment. Physics. No, reality itself had ceased to exist. Is the knowledge they acquired still of any value? After a prolonged moment, the professor finally emerged from the influence of the blue star's will and the astonishment caused by the surreal beings. Regaining his composure, he anxiously glanced around and inquired, "Where is the martial artist?" At this utterance, everyone began to look around, eager to locate the martial artist. Upon awakening, they discovered that no one was missing, and their belongings remained intact. They simply assumed that a mysterious presence within the ruins had been displeased with humanity's arrival and had expelled them. Now, however, someone was indeed missing. "Martial artist, are you there? Martial artist?" the professor exclaimed. "Look over there, is that the martial artist?" At this, the professor turned to see Lin Yuzi, head tilted back, letting the rain cascade down upon him. The distinctive bow on his back and the quiver at his waist confirmed his identity as the martial artist. At that moment, Lin Yuzi found himself engulfed in confusion, quietly drenched in the rain. The world had already transformed. "Martial artist, is it truly you?" The research team approached, with Guijin taking the lead in questioning. Lin Yuzi turned his head and nodded slightly. "It is I." Instantly, everyone was astounded. They had not anticipated that the striking martial artist they had encountered along the way was, in fact, a woman. Moreover, beneath the rain, the martial artist appeared remarkably captivating. Chapter 39. Acquiring the passive skill, Sacred Waters blessing. Lin Yuzi's expression remained as icy as ever, his gaze sharp as a blade. After casting a fleeting glance at the group of researchers, he turned and departed. Before leaving, he remarked, "Professor, our transaction is complete. There is no need for compensation." With that, he walked away alone. "Wait, young comrade, we cannot return without a camel," came the voice from behind. He merely waved his hand dismissively and continued on. While that may hold true for ordinary individuals, he was not bound by such limitations. He could traverse the terrain unaided. Before long, he vanished into the curtain of rain. The earlier rain had been the sacred droplets, crafted to awaken those ensnared in mirages. Now, however, it was genuine rain, an expression of the blue star's ire, a form of retribution. Lin Yuzi understood that if he lingered here, the rain would not cease, nor would the camels arrive. He harbored no fear, regardless of the circumstances. The wrath of the blue star was incited by the emergence of Lulan, an anomaly awakened by another anomaly, a blatant provocation. Yet, the blue star could not intervene. The thick fog had obscured perception until Lulan vanished. The additional presence of anomalies incited a furious impotence within the blue star. This torrential downpour was the most significant in a century within the western regions. Wherever Lin Yuzi went, rain followed. Was this all the blue star could muster? He scoffed, daring to provoke the heavens. After all, the other party had shown no inclination for reconciliation, continually targeting him. Everyone has their limits, and he defiantly raised his middle finger to the sky, a universal language indeed. The heavens grew angrier, thunder rumbling ominously, yet it dared not strike. Should lightning descend, the encroachment of the Mirage OL would escalate swiftly. Instead, the rain intensified, accompanied by fierce winds. The cold, icy rain lashed against my face. Was it cold? To some extent, yes. My clothes were drenched, and with the wind howling, how could it not be cold? Yet his heart burned with fervor. The increasing occurrences of anomalies only served to herald the imminent arrival of the Mirage OL. Let the storm rage more fiercely. He spread his arms wide, a look of carefree abandon upon his face. Today, he would allow himself a moment of relaxation. After enduring prolonged tension, a measured release was necessary. No one could fathom the anxiety he felt since his rebirth, terrified of failing to alter the fate of dying within a month of the Mirage OL's arrival. Each day felt insufficient in time, as he embraced this sense of liberation. The character panel underwent a transformation. The flaw of the Mirage OL and the blue stars will lay within human emotion. Beneath this unburdened sentiment, a new line appeared on the panel. Passive skill, Queen's Gift. You have caught the attention of the Queen of Lulan, who has kissed your forehead, granting you the sacred water's blessing, capable of dispelling all negative states. This can be used once within 24 hours and cannot be repeated. Note: upon successfully dispelling a negative state, a sacred water shield will be generated, granting immunity to negative effects for half an hour. In an instant, the sacred water's blessing manifested, its blue radiance dispelling the chill that clung to Lin Yuzi. A cerulean shield materialized, invisible to all but those of extraordinary caliber. Beneath this protective barrier, the rain's influence was nullified, and even the moisture clinging to Lin Yuzi's garments evaporated, restoring them to dryness. Upon noticing this transformation, the will of Blue Star reluctantly dispersed the gathering storm clouds. The precipitation was predetermined. After falling in the western region, it could not grace other locales. After some time, Lin Yuzi arrived at the airport, having procured his ticket, prepared to return to Wanqing. In his leisure, he scrolled through videos and stumbled upon an official account reporting the hourly rainfall in the western region, which had shattered century-old records and nearly precipitated flooding. Meteorologists attributed this anomaly to rising temperatures causing an accumulation of moisture. The true cause, however, could likely be known only to Lin Yuzi. At that moment, the airport announcement echoed through the terminal. Lin Yuzi tucked away his phone and, with his bow slung over his shoulder, approached the ticketing gate. Bows were not permitted on the aircraft. This marked his sixth encounter. He smiled as he presented his credentials, leaving the ticket agent momentarily speechless. Just 5 days prior, she had overheard a colleague mention a dashing young man possessing a bow permit. Today, while the charming young man was absent, a delightful girl stood before her. The credentials were in order. She gestured him through. With bow in tow, he settled into his seat. Though not fully armed, he donned a mask, as even a modicum of concealment was preferable. With the mask in place, his features bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the girl. The plane began its taxi, and many passengers discreetly pulled out their phones to capture surreptitious footage. Anyone encountering a person of sweet countenance and undeniable prowess would inevitably cast lingering glances. Lin Yuzi dismissed them, attributing their attention to fate's design, indifferent to their scrutiny. Finally, the aircraft touched down. The aloof Lin Yuzi exited the airport and hailed a taxi to a cold weaponry store, intent on replenishing his arrows. "I have arrived, store manager," he announced. "Ah, you are back," the manager replied, clearly surprised by his swift return. He had departed on October 1st, reached Lulan on October 2nd, and encountered a chameleon and a mirage that very evening, unwittingly transitioning into October 3rd, a day fraught with peril for him. He lingered within the palace for an additional day. Thus, it was now October 5th, yet his phone displayed October 4th. Despite being connected to the network, the lost day remained uncorrected. Consequently, when the store manager mentioned the date, Lin Yuzi was taken aback. If his phone's time was incorrect, how had he managed to purchase his ticket? "What troubles you?" the manager inquired. "Nothing." He chose to conceal his concern, instructing the manager to replenish his arrows, which had diminished by 20. "How were they expended?" the manager asked. "I took a trip to Lulan. The arrows were shot and could not be retrieved." Upon hearing this, the manager squinted knowingly. "Lulan, you say? Let me see your hand." Why do you wish to see my hand?" Lin Yuzi queried. "I simply wish to ascertain if your fingers bear any calluses from your archery." "None, I assure you." Lin Yuzi extended her hands, both the palms and the backs as soft and smooth as silk, truly devoid of any calluses. Almost imperceptibly, the store manager's demeanor softened. As usual, he collected the payment and instructed Lin Yuzi to return the following day. Finally, he inquired, "You are participating in the martial arts competition, are you not?" "Indeed," she replied. "Given your prowess, exercise caution. This martial arts tournament is unlike any before. Many formidable experts will be present." "Thank you for the reminder, I am aware," Lin Yuzi acknowledged. After her departure, the store manager made a phone call. Beep, beep, beep. "How is the investigation concerning Lulan progressing? Are the research teams unharmed?" "They are fine. They merely fainted for a day, losing a day's worth of memories. One professor claimed he saw the legendary mirage." At this, the store manager nodded slightly. "Understood. Is there anything else?" "President, there is one more matter. The professor mentioned he invited a martial artist to participate in the research, but now the martial artist has vanished. It is said that the bow permit he holds was processed by you." "Indeed, I handled it. I encountered him today. If there is nothing further, let us conclude this call. Ensure the arrangements for the martial arts competition are in order." "I understand, President." Chapter 40. Why did the millennial-old queen kiss my forehead in the palace? After hanging up the phone, the store manager fell into deep contemplation. This young man must have acquired something of significance at the Lulan ruins. Nevertheless, it was his opportunity, and the manager was not one to covet it. He mused that Lin Yuzi, with the strength of an ordinary person devoid of extraordinary capabilities, had already accomplished quite a feat. Should he gain further abilities following the arrival of the illusionary realm online, there might be a chance to recruit him into the association. Indeed, the manager was the president of the Wanqing Martial Arts Association. The research team was still in the western regions, awaiting the arrival of the camel caravan. However, Lin Yuzi had already made his presence known in Wanqing. This observation led the manager to conclude that he had stumbled upon some form of opportunity. Alas, the situation was rather intricate. The affairs surrounding the Lulan ruins were under significant scrutiny from above. The images transmitted by the scanner revealed an astonishing hydraulic engineering feat. Igniting their curiosity regarding the lost ancient city, they yearned to uncover the secrets of Lulan. Unfortunately, the Lulan ruins had vanished beyond reach. No matter how deep one dug, there was nothing to be found. Who could have anticipated that Lulan would exist in the clouds? Above the clouds, shrouded in perpetual mist, the Queen of Lulan had chosen this location to restore the grandeur of her realm. After a year, she would bring the blessed one back to Lulan for marriage. The one who bestowed upon her the holy water pearl would become her future husband. Her kiss, a gift of sorts, served as a signal to others that this individual had captured her interest. Those who dared to pursue him would have to face her wrath. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuzi, he returned to school. After showering, he lay on his bed, lost in thought. His hand inadvertently brushed against his forehead. Why had she kissed him? They had never even met. Surely it could not be affection? No, that could not be right. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing the notion. He had seen the passive skill on his character panel, the first skill he had acquired. Upon seeing it, he could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. He even searched online for the meaning of a girl kissing one's forehead. Some netizens suggested that it depended on the place, age, and status. The location was Lulan, specifically the Lulan of a millennium ago, more precisely within the palace. As for age, at least several thousand years, one would presume. And status. The passive skill had declared her to be a queen. He then searched for the significance of a millennia-old queen kissing one's forehead in a palace. The results that appeared were all nonsensical responses. After a prolonged search, he grew weary of the browser. Web Assistant notification. If you have not found an answer, feel free to edit your question to inquire further. Soon, he rephrased and posted his question. What does it mean to be kissed on the forehead by a millennia-old queen in a palace? Before long, the first response emerged. Dear poster, this indicates that you have yet to awaken fully. I suggest you wash your face. Your statement is as absurd as claiming I encountered Qin Shi Huang and received an elixir of immortality from him. A clear indication of daydreaming. In essence, no one believes it. They all assume it to be mere storytelling. In the quest for answers, he rubbed his forehead and began to spiral into nonsensical thoughts. 2 lifetimes have passed without ever experiencing love, leaving him oblivious to the sensation it brings. Alas, the presence of one person's worries inevitably means another shares in that burden. Yin Yanzhou searched for Lin Yoji in Wanqing for 3 days, yet she remained elusive. Inquiries at universities yielded no results. They all claimed no such person existed. It remains unclear whether she truly does not exist or if it is merely a facade. He even resorted to seeking individuals using a screenshot from the game, only to be met with incredulous stares. It is understandable. Anyone attempting to locate a person based on a character model from an ancient-themed game would be deemed insane, despite the model's exquisite beauty. This is often where the issue lies. In the three-dimensional world, perfection of such magnitude cannot possibly exist. After numerous setbacks, Yin Yanzhou's spirits waned. On October 4th, he even messaged a peer renowned for his striking looks. Yet after a day of waiting, no reply came. Today is October 5th. The martial arts competition is set to commence, and he must return to prepare. Reluctantly, he boarded a plane home. Meanwhile, another individual was also searching for Lin Yoji Shi Yifang. Throughout the 7 days of the National Day holiday, she had no inkling of Lin Yoji's whereabouts. Initially, she presumed he had returned to his hometown. After contacting his grandparents, she learned he had not returned, and no calls had been answered. She inquired at the Academic Affairs Office about Lin Yoji, only to find the head was tight-lipped, concocting a lie that such a student existed, with attendance records appearing normal. When Shi Yifang sought more detailed information, the director refused to divulge anything, stating that unless ordered by school authorities or cooperating with law enforcement, he would not disclose any student's personal information. After this setback, Shi Yifang was infuriated. Lin Yoji, you better not let me catch you. Her classmates were aware of her search and voiced their condemnation of Lin Yoji, accusing him of lacking the courage to show himself. Fortunately, they remained diligently training, while Lin Yoji paid no heed to the class group, thus remaining oblivious to the ongoing situation. That night, Lin Yoji, feeling disinclined to cook, took his meal card and headed to the cafeteria, availing himself of the discount. However, a problem arose when he arrived at the register. Wait, why is it that she and I have the same meal, yet hers is 4.5 yuan cheaper? Perhaps it is indeed true that opposites repel, as a dissatisfied female classmate behind him exclaimed, drawing the attention of several onlookers. The cafeteria lady clarified, this student's meal card is a discount card. A meal costs 15 yuan, and with the discount it is normal for it to be 4.5 yuan cheaper than yours. Why does she get a discount while I do not? This is unfair. I will expose you, she declared, commencing to record a video while adding embellishments to her narrative. Lin Yoji frowned, pondering how he could be embroiled in such a situation merely for dining. Did the heavens truly harbor such disdain for him? It seemed intent on orchestrating mischief at his expense. Amidst the commotion, business came to a standstill, prompting the cafeteria manager to intervene. Upon reviewing Lin Yoji's meal card, he confirmed the discount of 30%, having previously received notification regarding this preferential policy extended to exemplary students, those facing hardships, and individuals with special circumstances. Thus, the manager addressed the matter with utmost civility. Dear student, the 7% discount on the meal card is indeed valid. He proceeded to elucidate the policy. However, the female student remained relentless in her pursuit. With a look of feigned innocence directed at the seemingly vulnerable Lin Yuzi, her fury was palpable. She donned an air of purity, perpetually furrowing her brow. Was she attempting to feign ignorance and garner sympathy? I demand she furnish evidence to substantiate her claim of the meal card being hers. Otherwise, it is nothing short of theft. Such blatant defamation. Lin Yuzi found himself in awe of the audacity displayed. This tactic was indeed novel. Yet, Lin Yuzi was no pushover. He retorted, "It is you who casts doubt upon me. The onus is on you to prove that the meal card does not belong to me." Chapter 41. Oh, how I wish to strike her down, well said. The surrounding classmates erupted into applause, voicing their agreement with Lin Yuzi's words. Indeed, beauty is justice. In the presence of the pure, sweet, adorable, and lovely Lin Yuzi, the appearances of the other female students appeared rather ordinary. Moreover, her aggressive demeanor, when juxtaposed with Lin Yuzi's charm, seemed particularly acerbic. Seeing no one rally to her side, the other girl seethed with indignation. You all bully me as a group. Do I not even possess the right to question? Before you question others, might you present some evidence? Who is speaking? She glared at the crowd, pointing an accusing finger and shouting, "What authority do you have over me? What gives you the right to demand a response?" That is what we call retribution in kind. This retort, delivered in the same vexatious manner, elicited laughter from the students. As her initial tactic failed, the girl shifted strategies. Look, she dares not respond. She must be guilty. You think everyone is obliged to respond to you, don't you? Exactly. Can you refrain from causing a scene? She possesses a 30 discount meal card. Why should you concern yourself with that? The classmates were uninterested in the origins of the discount meal card, for the cafeteria manager had stated that students in 3 specific circumstances were entitled to special consideration from the school. They feared Lin Yuzi belonged to one of the latter 2 categories. To have such vulnerabilities exposed in public would be unbearably cruel for any girl. The quarrelsome girl. Am I not a girl? Surrounding classmates. No, you are not. For those who are unreasonable and enjoy creating chaos, it is imperative to discard gender biases to prevent a few individuals from tarnishing the reputation of the entire group. The girl, now infuriated, noticed the calmness in Lin Yuzi's eyes and felt ridiculed. Anger surged within her, and she hurled her tray at Lin Yuzi. Food scattered everywhere, causing widespread chaos. Lin Yuzi, taken aback by such foolishness, something she had never anticipated, felt her luck had turned sour. Frowning at her soiled clothing, stained with soup and rice, she reflected on the absurdity of the situation. In stark contrast, the girl who had thrown the tray reveled in her moment of triumph. The cafeteria manager, caught in the crossfire, was left aghast, as he had been mediating between the two. Unprepared for the flying tray, he found himself splattered with food. The atmosphere shifted palpably as some nearby students were also affected by the fallout. The girl, realizing her impending doom as the others began to turn against her, fled the scene. However, the students who had been splashed refused to let her escape, blocking her path. Don't run. This matter will not end without an explanation. Ignoring their demands, she slapped the student who obstructed her and attempted to flee again. Yet, this was no ordinary place. It was Wuching Wuhan University, a bastion of martial virtue. After receiving the slap, a male student swiftly executed a shoulder throw, bringing her crashing down. Then he pressed his knee against her throat. Each step was a lethal strike. As the female classmate's complexion turned pale, her surrounding peers immediately urged him to relent, prompting him to finally release his knee. Otherwise, she would have suffocated to death. Having confronted death, she broke down in tears. Her worldview was distorted and abnormal. Thus, from her perspective, she was questioning the unreasonable aspects of her surroundings, believing that the school engaged in favoritism and even reveling in her discovery of such privileges. She imagined that the privileged students, upon being exposed by her, would panic and attempt to justify themselves. In the end, she envisioned herself as a fearless champion against oppression, capturing the incident on video to share and draw attention to herself. Everything, in her twisted worldview, appeared justifiable. This is the terrifying reality of a distorted perception. Even when caught, she would perceive herself as the oppressed party, wronged and aggrieved. What could have caused such a phenomenon? Lin Yuzi pondered from a distance, though not deeply. At most, a year. After a year, no one would tolerate such behavior. With the arrival of the game Illusion Realm Online, the global landscape would inevitably shift. All he desired was to return to his dormitory to change clothes. He had little appetite for dinner. "Can I leave now?" he spoke up. The crowd parted to create a passage, and he silently walked through, soon vanishing from their sight. To them, Lin Yuzi had merely fallen victim to an unfortunate incident, encountering an unhinged individual when he had done nothing wrong. The onlookers were also displeased, as their clothes had become soiled, difficult to clean. The most incensed was the cafeteria manager, who scowled as he awaited the arrival of the police. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. As the manager, he could not leave. This predicament forced him to remain clad in garments stained with soup and rice, reeking of unpleasant odors. The police responded quickly, as there was a precinct nearby the university. The closest one was likely just across the street. Upon arrival, the officers gathered evidence, questioned several students, and departed after obtaining the video footage. The school administration also needed to provide an explanation. Currently, students were focused on the issue of the 30% discount on meal cards, and upon hearing the news, the director of the Academic Affairs Office was furious. Lin Yuzi was a disabled person and a former top student. If word got out that Wanqing Wuan treated its top students and vulnerable groups in such a manner, how would other universities perceive them? They would likely wake from dreams filled with laughter. What would prospective students think of the school? Would they view it as rife with injustice? Moreover, the freshman speech event was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and the director had intended to approach Lin Yuzi at noon to persuade him to agree to speak. Now, due to this incident, the school was forced to postpone the freshman speech. The director's greatest fear was that the situation would escalate, allowing one rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. An announcement from the Academic Affairs Office was swiftly released, lengthy in detail, explaining the origins of the meal card. The incident occurred on October 5th at 6 p.m., and by 11 p.m., the resolution had been reached. Lin, a student with a permanent disability, is entitled to special privileges in accordance with the regulations of Wuhan University. The resolution concerning the female student involved was to have her parents educate her at home, along with a public reprimand within the school, requiring her to reflect on her actions before both faculty and students. This punishment stands as one of the most severe, second only to expulsion. The police have also issued their verdict, mandating her to apologize to Lin Yuzi in person, compensate for all damages, and face a 7-day detention. The focus of the students has already shifted. In the lengthy announcement, they recognized the plight of the disabled and those with permanent illnesses. How astute they are in identifying the crux of the matter. It is utterly appalling. Lin is akin to a fallen angel, so pitiful in her circumstances. The tears flow as one ponders why she must endure such suffering. Some have even remarked that Lin does not deserve a discounted meal card. One must truly reflect. How could anyone possess such a lack of conscience? Who truly deserves such treatment? Let us not insult dogs by comparing them to those devoid of compassion. Those heartless individuals who bully Lin evoke a deep anger within. Chapter 42. October 6th. On this day, the students were filled with fervor and indignation. The police officer contacted Lin Yuzi, inquiring whether she would accept a face-to-face apology. There is no need for an apology. I am not concerned. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave as it is getting late, and I require rest. After hanging up, the young officer fell into silence. He had watched the video and recognized Lin Yuzi's beauty, innocence, and sweetness, an embodiment of excellence that seemed beyond description. Moreover, she possessed an indomitable spirit, displaying no resentment even in adversity. What a remarkable individual she was. The officer felt a deep admiration for her. Since Lin Yuzi did not require an apology, he, as an officer, could not allow his personal feelings to interfere with his duties. Thus, he stated, "You do not need to apologize in person. A written assurance will suffice." "Very well, I shall write it," she replied, not wishing to apologize, as it felt too humiliating. In truth, Lin Yuzi was genuinely unbothered. She perceived this as yet another challenge posed by destiny, and battling fate was, in her view, a source of amusement. It mattered little. Once she awoke refreshed, she would continue to contend with her circumstances. Hence, her desire for sleep was sincere, not a mere excuse. The absence of an apology was equally true. The two were on different planes of existence. If disturbed by a mosquito, she would not expend energy to swat it but would instead light incense to eliminate the nuisances entirely. October 6th was indeed a fortuitous day, as her aspirations appeared within reach. The events at Wuhan University had rapidly ascended the trending charts online, with many editing the cafeteria footage. The focal point was the moment Lin Yuzi had food splashed upon her, artfully enhanced with slow-motion effects and accompanied by poignant music, an amalgamation that moved viewers to tears and evoked sorrow. Those watching the video discerned a touch of humor. The cafeteria manager is quite amusing. I must thank him, for otherwise, it could have been my wife who was doused. Cafeteria manager? Get lost. She is my wife. Ugh, I hold you in such disdain. You claim all the beautiful ones as your wives, yet she is undeniably mine. Ugh, perish. Your wives belong to you. She is mine. Cafeteria manager. Is there truly no one to speak up for me? Clearly there was not. In the footage, the beauty's forlorn expression evoked sympathy, prompting many to wonder if she had missed dinner that evening. Indeed, Lin Yuzi had not dined. One missed meal did not pose a significant issue. Furthermore, she discovered that the protection of holy water could quell her hunger, an astonishing revelation. Early the next morning, she ventured out to purchase ingredients, masked and ready to confront the whims of fate. The supermarket cashier recognized her. Aren't you that student from the cafeteria? Upon hearing this, other early morning shoppers quickly drew out their phones to record the moment. In today's world, it seemed that the first instinct in any situation was to capture it on video. This serves as evidence, shielding against slander and facilitating the capture of trending events in daily life. Much like this instance, when footage of Lin Yuzi grocery shopping surged to the top of trending searches, leaving the individual in question utterly perplexed. Having returned from the supermarket half an hour ago, she sat idly in her room, scrolling through her phone. The keyword Lin Yuzi buys groceries soared in popularity, its momentum unabated. Onlookers recorded her choice of simple ingredients. Purchasing groceries at the supermarket does not afford discounts, as some items are prohibitively expensive. Discounts would lead to financial losses for the vendors. The cafeteria, however, operates differently. It is divided into sections, with the first floor designated for budget-friendly options, where a 30 discount card can only be utilized. Such a discount card comes with restrictions that few would know unless they took the time to understand them. In the video, Lin Yuzi, having purchased her ingredients at full price, noticed she was being filmed, her lovely eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation as she hurriedly departed. Subsequently, the videographer inquired with the cashier about how often Lin Yuzi had shopped there, curious whether she was aware of her newfound fame and was intentionally seeking attention by grocery shopping in hopes of becoming an internet celebrity. Fortunately, the morning was not particularly busy, and the cashier replied, "No, I've seen this young lady many times before. She was here last month as well, always purchasing just a few of the same ingredients. I have her purchase records, would you like to see?" The cashier remembered Lin Yuzi, largely due to her striking appearance. When the purchase records were displayed on screen, it became evident to the audience that her most expensive item had not exceeded 20 yuan. How could one survive on just 20 yuan a day? The viewers began to visualize her circumstances. Clearly, she could rely on her beauty for sustenance, yet she chose to fend for herself. Why rely on beauty, one might wonder. Naturally, that would involve seeking out admirers. But Lin, steadfast in her independence, continued to procure her own ingredients for cooking. Suddenly, beneath the video, skepticism arose. I recall that universities prohibit the use of high-power appliances. Could this not pose safety hazards? This individual not only voiced their doubts but also tagged the local fire department. It seems she aims to become an internet celebrity. Otherwise, what are the odds of being filmed? The cashier must be part of her entourage. What of becoming an internet celebrity? I enjoy watching her. If she doesn't pursue that path, where else will I find beautiful young ladies? Nowadays, there are countless tech-savvy beauties. The cafeteria footage serves as an undeniable testament to Lin Yuzi's natural allure. Who wouldn't wish to gaze upon such an unadulterated beauty? Indeed, let us support Lin Yuzi's debut. You chip in, I'll chip in, and let her debut tomorrow. Ha! Debut? What works will she present? She cannot sing or act. Is it merely about looks? Yes, it is about looks, but she is not an actress, just an idol radiating her beauty. What business is it of yours? Laughable, you've all become entranced. Naturally, those who harbor disdain for Lin Yuzi will voice their discontent. Others will simply be envious. After all, with Lin Yuzi's current popularity, should she truly embark on her career, she would undoubtedly amass a considerable fanbase. The flow of traffic remains constant. An increase on one side inevitably leads to a decrease on the other. When Lin Yuzi siphons off a substantial amount of traffic, the earnings of others are naturally affected. To obstruct someone's financial path is akin to slaying their kin. It is hardly surprising that defamation arises. Engaging in such ventures is not something Lin Yuzi would entertain. It is a thankless endeavor. Is there a need to hasten the pursuit of profits? There is ample time ahead. Furthermore, with the advent of the OL, the significance of wealth diminishes. Yet one element retains its perpetual importance: food. Were it not for the prohibition imposed by Huayu Nation against malicious private stockpiling, he would have commenced his own reserves long ago. Nevertheless, within the Eastern warehouse, he has stored an abundance of seeds, specifically the crop seeds from the OL, which he believes will yield a bountiful harvest. In the game, planting and harvesting are executed with a mere click, along with weeding, pest control, watering, and fertilization. These processes are guided within the OL, unlike in reality, which suggests that he might need to acquire some knowledge regarding these techniques. Is this truly the case? It leaves one speechless. Regardless, Lin Yuzi resolves that upon the arrival of the OL, he will simply hire someone to tend to the fields. For now, he decides to procure arrows. Thus, he stows away his phone, ignoring the discussions about him online, and after hailing a cab, he heads straight to the cold weapon store. Chapter 43. A new storm has arisen in the cold weapon shop. The manager stood at the counter, intently observing the competition schedule on his computer. Tomorrow's event would take place at the Wan City Commercial Center, employing a 16-zone free-for-all format. Each zone was meticulously designed with various obstacles and cover to closely resemble a battlefield. Some areas featured icy terrains, while others were shrouded in mist or buffeted by strong winds. Considerable effort had been invested by Wan City to create such an environment, with the ulterior motive of eliminating as many participants as possible. The rules dictated that, at the conclusion of the designated time, only those still standing would advance to the next round. Each contestant would partake in 10 matches, culminating in the preliminary rounds after 20 days. The purpose of these initial contests was to thoroughly weed out the less skilled and fortunate competitors, ensuring that the subsequent main event would feature only the most formidable contenders. Crossing his arms, the manager fell into deep contemplation. The military would dispatch boundary breakers to participate, alongside some second-generation red elites and various civilian boundary breakers. What a pity! I am not a boundary breaker. Having aged, the manager found his vitality waning during the immersive experience of the game MGOL, shifting his focus predominantly to the art of forging. He had effectively cultivated a lifelong vocation. At that moment, the door swung open, prompting the manager to swiftly switch screens on his device. An animated clip of a doll bus popped up, an accidental click that went unnoticed as he stepped away from the counter. "Manager, I've come to collect the arrows." Lin Yuzi's voice resonated. The manager felt a twinge of exasperation. Why did it seem as if he were a mere arrow merchant? This was, after all, a cold weapon shop. "Just in time for you to collect the arrows. There's something I need to tell you," he remarked. As Lin Yuzi turned to glance at the manager while packing arrows into a quiver, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Go ahead, manager. Starting tomorrow, the shop will be closing," the manager explained. "As you know, the martial arts competition is commencing, and I have been invited to serve as a weapon advisor, leaving me no time to attend to this place." "Understood. I doubt I will have much use for a bow and arrow," Lin Yuzi replied. "Actually, weapons will be provided at the venue, crafted from wood and soft rubber. While they deliver pain and leave marks, they are not lethal. As the president, You are well aware of the materials used in the weapons you will be overseeing. When engaging with these weapons, any mark on a vital area signifies elimination. Specific die stickers will indicate a hit on such areas, changing color upon impact. Concurrently, the affected individual will experience a brief disorientation, serving as a reminder of their elimination. Should they persist in their defiance, the dosage of anesthesia will be increased. After absorbing the manager's explanation, Lin Yuzi nodded. These rules would likely be elucidated by the organizers post-competition tomorrow, so having prior knowledge was indeed beneficial. However, will there be bows and arrows among the weapons? Bows and arrows? In all the years the competition has been held, they have seldom been utilized, the manager replied. Let me put it this way. If you were to use a bow, you would likely have only one shot. He expounded on the drawbacks of the competition, particularly the issue of proximity. In the pursuit of promoting the philosophy of physical wellness, it is impractical to create a terrain specifically suited for archers. Furthermore, once an archer conceals themselves, completing a match in a day becomes an unattainable goal. An archer, akin to a venomous serpent, delivers a lethal strike when one least expects it. Lin Yuzi found himself at a loss for words. Without the use of a bow and arrow, what alternatives did he possess? Should he resort to the knife techniques of the Guan family? Time was of the essence. Reflecting on his previous life, he realized he seemed to possess no particular skills. In dire circumstances, he resolved to select a more accessible option, relying on his physical prowess to prevail. All right, a dagger it shall be. Just as he solidified this decision in his mind, Lin Yuzi hesitated once more. Would engaging in close combat not be too perilous? Perhaps a spear would suffice? A longer weapon, after all, offers greater reach. Yet, he had no proficiency with a spear and could only flail it about. The act of choosing proved to be exceedingly challenging. Wait, why can't I carry them all? What a splendid idea. Truly clever of him. Shopkeeper, I shall take my leave. I have decided on the weapon for the competition. Very well. Once Lin Yuzi departed, the shopkeeper began to ponder. This was the final martial arts competition, and a flawless conclusion was imperative. Archery. An idea struck him. He envisioned a concept to create a competition-specific bow that would not disrupt the balance of the event. It must meet several criteria. The range should be sufficient, accuracy assured, and the damage minimal. Even if the arrows were made of a soft material, a careless shot to the eye could still result in blindness due to the force behind it. Therefore, meticulous research into materials was required. The shopkeeper closed the shop and sought out researchers to collaborate on the development of a specialized competition bow. It was essential to prevent the archers from engaging in close combat. Upon returning to school, Lin Yuzi found that his 3 roommates had already arrived. He had perused the campus forum and the trending topics online. Had Xiao Lin been out causing trouble again? Why not trouble me? Ahem. The leader coughed awkwardly, having caught sight of Lin Yuzi at the door, who was carrying a quiver of arrows. He approached and inquired, Xiao Lin, have you taken up archery? MHM. Lin Yuzi nodded. That's commendable. Given your physical condition, archery is a wise choice. Indeed, close combat should be left to the valiant. After training at home, the second roommate had become somewhat boastful, flexing his biceps for display. After observing for a while, Lin Yuzi suddenly stated, I have not caused any trouble. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. The 3 roommates fell silent for a moment. Has Xiao Lin become angry? Is it my fault? The leader, finally showing some wit, pointed to himself, looking rather sheepish. The second and third roommates nodded in agreement. It is indeed your fault. Such remarks genuinely irked Lin Yuzi. He was, after all, a man. Well, even if not particularly large, he was still a man. If that is what you desire. The 6 luminous petals seemed to have a story to tell. Feeling a burning sensation on his shoulders, he furrowed his brow and hurried to the bathroom for a shower. Cold water cascaded down his collarbone, trickling over his shoulders and flowing across the intricate patterns. Wisps of white steam began to rise. The temperature was excessively high. The sacred water's protection was still in the process of cooling, and this adverse state could not be alleviated. How could this be? It seemed as though everything stemmed from that kiss. Could it be that the sacred water's blessing was meant to address such circumstances? The heat was intense, so much so that it caused him headaches. Water continued to pour down. After several minutes, the burning sensation showed no signs of abating. Furthermore, Lin Yuzi felt his consciousness beginning to blur. He quickly turned off the water, donned a bathrobe and staggered to the bedside. After setting the air conditioning to its lowest setting, he could no longer hold on and collapsed beside the bed. Once Lin Yuzi lost consciousness, the color of the petals solidified. After surpassing 5 petals, the side effects began to manifest. His body underwent certain transformations, and the traits of masculinity once again faded away. His physique seemed to have been meticulously sculpted, removing all that was unreasonable. A wave of heat lingered around his lower body, circling before retreating. There was still no way to eliminate the excess. Yet something new had already begun to emerge. Chapter 44. What are they doing? 6 petals emerged, signaling the arrival of something new. You understand. 7 petals appeared, as hormones suppressed the existing ones. 8 petals saw hormones promoting the growth of her own organs. 9 petals indicated that the white rabbit showed signs of growth, with secondary characteristics beginning to manifest. 10 petals marked a return to the origin, unlocking abilities and fully inheriting the character panel from the magical realm of OL. October 7th. Dawn broke. Tomorrow, the competition would commence. All participating students were required to submit their leave requests today. Early in the morning, the trio known as Bitter Melon set off. The academic office remained open without interruption. From 7 o'clock, the leave request window was operational, a tradition upheld over the years. The director personally oversaw the process, scrutinizing each request. Even those participating anonymously would be approved. The director only recorded the codes from the requests. At 7 o'clock in Lin Yuzi's room, his hair had grown longer, and the pattern had ceased to glow. At this moment, bizarre images flickered in his mind. In the visions, he found himself in a place steeped in death, rescuing many yet leaving himself behind. The sensation of death jolted him awake. What was that dream? Previously, he had dreamt of perishing beneath the hooves of a demonic steed in Wanqing. Now he was dreaming of that strange, dark place. Why would he venture into such perilous territory to save others? Confusion filled his mind as he shook his head. Once he regained his composure, he prepared to rise and wash up. Brr. So cold. Ashu. I caught a cold. Having slept by the bed's edge, with the air conditioner blowing all night, he had been chilled. The holy water's protection seemed to be cooling down inexplicably. This was the downside of passive abilities. They were beyond his control. Otherwise, how could they be termed passive? After washing up, he donned a mask and stepped out of the quaint little building. No one could receive special treatment. He too needed to submit his leave request. In the academic office, a long line of people awaited. It was only 8 o'clock now. Observing the scene, Lin Yuzi felt a twinge of anxiety, especially as the sun had risen, making him feel slightly dizzy under its rays. This can't be right. I possess the strength of a first-tier Huang realm. Feeling peculiar, he checked his character panel and discovered. Name: Lin Yuzi. Gender: unknown. Error realm: first-tier Huang realm. Negative status under limitation. Ability: restricted. No wonder he felt so weak. Under the sun's exposure, he could hardly endure. I can't go on. I need to rest for a while and return in the evening. As the temperature rose, he truly could not persist. The combination of a cold and sweating in the heat was nothing short of torment. Despite the sweltering day, he still felt cold. The holy water's protection was still cooling, and tomorrow the negative status would be lifted. Yet today he felt utterly drained. Halfway through, he yearned for respite. Arriving at a gazebo, he was left slightly breathless. Without my strength, I have become a mere shadow of my former self. With a touch of self-deprecation, he settled into the chair. Surrounding the pavilion was a grove of bamboo, shielding it from the sun, and as the wind swept through, the bamboo leaves rustled gently. Fortunately, it was the sound of bamboo leaves rather than the ominous rustle of a snake. In October, one might encounter snakes lurking in the grass. Do not be misled into believing that snakes are distant. In fact, they are quite close, often found amidst the slightly dense foliage of university woodlands and the grass by the lake. These areas boast rich ecosystems and lack proper management. Here, snakes roam freely, devoid of natural predators, rendering them nearly invincible. The pavilion stood at a short distance, aptly named the Wanqing Lake Pavilion. To serve its purpose of providing shade, it had to be strategically placed according to the principles of feng shui. The surface of the lake, evaporating, generated considerable heat, with the wind often carrying warmth. However, when the breeze traversed through the bamboo grove, it transformed into a refreshing coolness. This locale also served as a favored spot for couples. The bamboo grove acted as a natural barrier, allowing for discreet adult encounters. Within the pavilion, Lin Yuzi observed couples surrounding him. In fact, one pavilion was graced by two pairs of lovers, oblivious to the gazes of passers-by as they indulged in affectionate embraces. The four of them were lost in their own world, their hands and feet betraying their restlessness. It was a sight too shy to behold. He turned his gaze towards another pavilion, where the situation was even more fervent. It was not merely kissing. They had begun to touch one another. Could it be that these individuals were seeking an uninhibited tryst? Indeed, some harbored such thoughts. In this vast world, where eccentricities abound, it was not unusual for thrill-seekers to emerge. Normality, one might argue, were there not others present nearby? It felt as though they were disregarding the presence of onlookers. Lin Yuzi found himself at a loss as to where to direct his gaze, feeling somewhat lightheaded and fatigued, his temples throbbing from the provocative scene. To his left, two couples were engaged in fervent displays of affection. Wait a moment. He realized that these couples seemed to have swapped partners. No, these individuals could not be students. During certain holidays, such as National Day, Wanqing Wuan University briefly opened its doors to the public, provided they made prior reservations, with the intention of enhancing the university's influence. Following an incident in the cafeteria, the principal decided to allow members of the community onto campus to showcase its merits. At this juncture, the principal guided Wanqing media representatives on a campus tour, accompanied by numerous self-media influencers eager to capitalize on the opportunity, capturing footage at every turn. They first visited the academic affairs office, where the martial arts competition was explained, revealing that the students in line were participants. This underscored the university's robust martial spirit. Subsequently, they introduced the cafeteria, the dormitory conditions, classrooms, educational resources, and faculty strength, as well as the library. Finally, they turned their attention to the surrounding scenery, beginning with the trees lining the road. Then they arrived at the lakeside. The principal, stepping back before the cameras of Wanqing Media, proceeded to walk while extolling the virtues of the lake and campus, conducting a promotional showcase. Good afternoon, dear friends. Today is the 7th of October. Behold the captivating lotus blossoms, resplendent in their bloom, and observe the bamboo, rising so splendidly. By the shores of Wuqing Lake at Wuqing Wuan University, we eagerly await the arrival of new students. My colleagues and I are here to welcome you all. Just as I was about to finish my words, the principal misstepped and fell into the water. Oh dear principal! Quick, someone save him. The surroundings erupted into chaos, as security and faculty rushed to assist. Those watching the live broadcast could hardly contain their laughter. How amusing the principal is! It is my first encounter with a university introduction gone awry. The principal truly gave it his all, and I am in tears from laughter. Look at the camera. Is that Lin, a student over there? After being rescued from the lake, the principal waved his hand dismissively, unfazed. Students, do not emulate my earlier antics. The water is rather chilly. The good-natured principal elicited peals of laughter from everyone. However, they were even more curious to know if the individual in the pavilion was indeed Lin. The calls from netizens caught the attention of Wuqing Media, who pointed towards the pavilion and inquired, Principal, is that person one of your students? May we approach to interview him regarding his thoughts on the university? Chapter 45. These wretches deserve their fate. No problem, of course not. The principal had no objections. After a brief absence to change into a different outfit, the group set off once more. The pavilion at the center of the lake was interconnected, with numerous paths leading to it. The route taken by the principal was one that led directly to the pavilion where Lin Yuzi was situated. During the morning, he had felt quite dizzy, and the stifling yet cool environment lulled him into an unintentional slumber. With his head resting heavily on the wooden table, His labored breathing was indicative of a cold. He remained in this position from morning until afternoon. Those in the surrounding pavilions, noticing the absence of activity for several hours, eventually relaxed their vigilance. It turned out that they were all illicit live streamers, entering merely to capitalize on the moment for monetary gain. Within their streaming session, someone spotted Lin Yuzi. Quickly, go check the pavilion across. Is that person the online goddess Lin? If you approach her, I'll send you a spaceship. The patrons in the VIP section echoed this sentiment, urging the individual to verify the identity of the so-called goddess. Raising his phone and zooming in, he confirmed, indeed, it was her. Boss, this ISNT right. We're inside Wancheng Wuhan University, and such antics could lead to arrest. This is illegal. Don't lecture me. Are you saying that your illegal live streaming is somehow permissible? I don't care. You must strip her down. The implication was clear, the offer was enticing, and the man, filled with excitement, replied, all right, boss, just wait. He discarded his clothing and, along with his female accomplice, began to advance towards Lin Yuzi. The distance between the pavilions was closer than that which the principal had traversed. Upon learning that the individual was Lin, he began discussing the long-standing principles of privilege within the school, garnering favorable reviews from numerous online spectators. Suddenly, the viewers noticed something shocking on their screens. A naked individual? Simultaneously, the principal and his entourage also became aware of the situation. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Within the pavilion, an elusive blue light flickered, and Lin Yuzi awoke to see the two individuals who had been groping each other approach. Who are you? What do you want here? What? You're awake, the bear man said, his expression menacing, as he made a move to tear at Lin Yuzi's clothing. His female companion was equally formidable, blocking off another escape route. What do you intend to do? Though Lin Yuzi had awakened, he still felt somewhat dizzy. Unbeknownst to him, he had no need for concern, for the Queen of Lulan had taken notice of the situation, and the blue light had begun to envelop the two intruders, poised to take their lives at any moment. The Queen refrained from intervening, eager to witness how the bestower of blessings would navigate this crisis. What crisis? Lin Yuzi was but an ordinary person, lacking the capability to confront such threats, and he was still unwell, bordering on frail. Moreover, he could discern their intentions. They aimed to strip him of his clothing. I am deeply offended by this situation. How dare you conduct yourself in such a manner? Await your reckoning. When he found himself incapacitated and frail, a naked man emerged to strip him of his dignity, provoking his ire. Get lost, he shouted. Ah, little sister, are you not the renowned goddess Lin from the internet? Allow me but a glimpse. I promise not to touch you. Leave. The principal, hearing the commotion, quickened his pace. The online commentators were in a frenzy. What the hell? How did these people get in? Do not allow the goddess to be insulted. Call the police. Why are they still watching? Hurry up and assist. Do they lack legs? The principal and his entourage were equally anxious, yet the path was tortuous by design, intended for leisurely enjoyment of the scenery. As the principal, he felt the urgency more than anyone else. If a calamity were to occur, the reputation of this venerable institution would be tarnished forever. Some security guards, unable to endure the situation any longer, decided to leap into the water, swimming toward the scene like fish in a stream, with remarkable speed. These guards were seasoned professionals, many of whom were relatives of the esteemed Guan family. They recognized Lin Yuzi, having often seen him at the security booth, reportedly to learn horseback riding and archery. Regardless of personal connections, when a student is in peril, it is the guard's duty to protect them. Their swimming was swift, and soon they emerged outside the pavilion. The naked man was startled by the two individuals in the water. What the hell is this? How are there people in the water? He turned to see a crowd surging along the path. Quickly, strip him of his clothing. He was fixated on the ensuing chaos, eager to continue his obscene intentions. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuzi was genuinely enraged. Seizing the moment, he summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful kick that obliterated the man's modesty. The pain surged, causing the naked man to collapse, writhing on the ground like a worm. At this sight, a chill ran through everyone present. It was horrifying. Without pausing, Lin Yuzi took a breath and approached the stunned woman, delivering another swift kick. A collective gasp echoed in silence. The pain was excruciating. Do not presume that a woman feels no pain. She experiences it just as intensely, albeit perhaps not as severely as a man. Lin Yuzi timed his strikes perfectly, taking advantage of their disarray. At that moment, the security guards reached the shore and subdued both individuals. The principal and his group arrived shortly thereafter. After the crisis involving the goddess Lin, online viewers noted an alarming issue. The local media seemed to be complicit. They did not blur the identities. Do not reveal this. The woman had an appealing figure, though her appearance bore the heavy hand of technology. Those 2 lumps were clearly silicone, quite unattractive. In the next moment, a notification appeared. The live stream has been flagged for violations. The administrator has called for rectification. Numerous private live broadcasts exist, devoid of popularity, allowing them to continue their streams. This situation reflects the overwhelming number of live rooms, which renders management a daunting task, inevitably leading to vulnerabilities. In a modest live stream, 2 couples were filmed in a Japanese-style short clip. The police arrived, discovering that the renowned Lin was once again in trouble, consequently apprehending all individuals involved. Illegal broadcasts are subject to investigation, culminating in the complete shutdown of the software. Once the ordeal concluded, Lin Yuzi felt a sense of relief. The Queen of Lulan retracted her attention, and the blue light vanished, leaving him momentarily disoriented, nearly losing his balance. Lin, are you all right? I'm fine. Accompanying him was a doctor from the school infirmary, who had come after the principal's accident, always prepared for unforeseen circumstances. It was fortuitous that his presence proved useful. Lin, you don't seem well. You're burning with fever. You shouldn't delay seeing the infirmary. Let us go. Ultimately, Lin Yuzi visited the infirmary, taking medication and receiving an intravenous drip. Outside the infirmary, the live broadcast was reinstated. The principal briefly recounted the events. Outsiders had infiltrated to garner attention, relying on unlawful broadcasts to capture public interest and generate traffic for profit. Who cares about them? We want to know how my wife is doing. She asked my wife. Mine. Enough noise. You all belong to me. Lin is unwell. She has a high fever and is currently on N4. The camera panned to Lin Yuzi, who sat quietly, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, evoking a sense of sympathy. Chapter 46. The interplay of illness and relationships. They sought to uncover the reasons behind the goddess Lin's ailment. At that very moment, the doctor emerged, elucidating that she initially caught a cold due to exposure to the cold, followed by sun exposure that elevated her temperature, causing her to sweat profusely and leading to an internal imbalance of energy. Coupled with her inherently frail constitution, this culminated in a fever. In essence, Lin had already been unwell upon her departure. Another contributing factor to her illness was the substantial mental strain she had been experiencing lately. Furthermore, the doctor had inquired about Lin Yuzi's condition. He recounted that upon rising, she had sensed the onset of a cold and considered requesting a leave of absence from the academic office. However, upon arrival, she found a throng of people. It was only 8 in the morning, and while contemplating the lengthy queue, she was subjected to the sun's rays, which induced dizziness. Planning to rest in a pavilion until the crowd thinned at noon, she unexpectedly succumbed to slumber. After relaying this information, the doctor sighed. Given her current state, it was imperative for her to take a leave to recuperate, as the pressures of her psyche, compounded by her physical condition, weighed heavily upon her. Additionally, he was aware of her disability. He had seen her disability certificate and knew that Lin Yuzi had suffered a significant injury and had even taken a year off from school to earn tuition, only to fall victim to deceit and misfortune. He refrained from disclosing this information, respecting patient confidentiality. Nevertheless, the details he shared were sufficient to stir the imagination of netizens. The reporters from Wanqing Media wore solemn expressions, and upon realizing the patient was the goddess Lin, the surrounding self-media individuals remained unwilling to depart despite having no stake in the matter. They shamelessly lingered, drawn by the unfolding drama. Speculation arose among netizens regarding the psychological burden of her illness, suggesting that her distress stemmed from the incident involving the vegetable throwing that had occurred recently, leading to her prolonged malaise. Regardless, sentiments of pity for her were widespread. The patient requires rest. It would be best not to disturb her, the doctor advised, taking the initiative to usher away the principal. The principal nodded in agreement, granting the student the space she needed to recuperate before turning to leave. The watching media team followed suit, while the self-media individuals hesitated to depart. However, upon sensing the doctor's piercing gaze, they retreated reluctantly. Within the school infirmary, Lin Yuzi felt genuinely unwell. Experiencing the rigors of a cold and fever akin to that of an ordinary person was quite excruciating. Achoo! She had removed her mask to facilitate easier breathing, as her nostrils were stuffed with tissue, presenting a rather pitiable sight. An interesting tidbit. When humans breathe, only one nostril functions at a time. When the left nostril exhales, the right rests, and they alternate approximately every 4 hours. Thus, when Lin Yuzi's nostrils were congested, not removing her mask to breathe became a source of significant discomfort. In the distance, self-media individuals captured this poignant scene. How adorable! Simultaneously pitiful and amusing. Did you see? Even the goddess Lin resorts to using tissues to stem her runny nose when afflicted by a cold. The very thought of the relentless flow of nasal discharge during a cold evokes a sense of despair. With the situation gaining traction, marketing accounts would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to edit videos, crafting titles of all sorts. Having such an adorable girlfriend. What time will you return home? Oh dear, how does she manage to evoke both pity and laughter? I truly find myself in stitches. How can one person be so amusing? These are all light-hearted titles. In stark contrast, there are the tragic ones. How infuriating! Goddess Lin has fallen ill, and that day's food fight is surely implicated. I cannot fathom why the school has not expelled that individual. The principal's fall into the water was humorous, yet the subsequent events are utterly enraging. How can someone be so unfortunate? Among all during the National Day holiday, she must be the most miserable. There is much fervor surrounding this. The uproar has captivated the nation, with countless individuals engaging in discussion. However, those preparing for the martial arts competition have no time to peruse such videos. The competition is tomorrow. They must focus on adjusting their mindset and attaining their peak spirits. Time passes. The trio known as the Bitter Melon Group returned to their small villa. They had obtained a leave request form, which they simply needed to submit to their counselor to secure their absence. All students majoring in martial arts were participating in the competition, including the teachers, rendering classes a moot point. Practical experience often surpasses what is learned from textbooks. This is precisely what makes the martial arts program in Wan City so commendable. Extracurricular practical courses equate to participation in competitions. In the dormitory, Xiao Lin has not been seen all day. The absence of water stains in the kitchen indicates that no one has prepared a meal today. After deliberating, they approached Lin Yuzi's door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Has he vanished? Where could he be? Should we send a message to inquire? Certainly. They had a group chat among their dorm mates. The leader sent a message. Leader, Xiao Lin, are you out? Second, tomorrow marks the start of classes. Do you need to request leave? The third remained silent. Xiao Lin, I'm outside. I will go to request leave. Upon receiving a reply, their concerns dissipated. Leader, Xiao Lin, we wish to savor your cooking. Do you have time tonight? We three are participating in the competition and desire your grand feast. Xiao Lin, I fear that may not be possible. Lin Yuzi took a selfie clearly in the infirmary, as evidenced by the 4-drip. Leader, what's wrong with you? Second, where are you? Third, why are you ill? We are coming over right now. They no longer mentioned the sumptuous dinner. Lin Yuzi typed a response with one hand. Xiao Lin, in the school infirmary. Leader, we'll be there shortly. They stowed their phones away, their seats barely warm before they hastily departed. It was now past 2 p.m., the hottest part of the day. Instead of enjoying the air conditioning in the dormitory, they raced across the sun-drenched campus. The midday heat was oppressive, with few pedestrians in sight. The only visible figures were those by the cafeteria, and some staff pouring water to cool down their establishments. It was sweltering. At a blistering 36 degrees, they arrived at the infirmary drenched in sweat. They truly have arrived. Lin Yuzi, sitting in boredom, felt a sense of helplessness. These three, how could they really be here? Could it be that they were concerned about his ennui? How could he possibly be bored? After taking a year off school, he had spent an entire year alone in a rented room engrossed in video games, and boredom had never plagued him. This brief interval could hardly induce such a feeling. Little did they know, his eyes were slightly reddened. He truly was feeling the weight of boredom. After losing his abilities, he found himself engulfed in confusion and trepidation, especially when faced with that deranged man, feeling as though the sky was about to collapse upon him. Now, with his roommate's arrival, a smile graced his face. Yet as he smiled, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. This scene left the three of them momentarily stunned. Their breaths became shallow, and they felt somewhat at a loss, even the heat from their exertion dissipating. The doctor was not present. He was at the academic affairs office. "Director, I have a patient here. He is a student who has taken a leave of absence. You should be aware of him. His presence here is merely to take a shortcut and obtain a leave request in advance." "What is his name?" "Lin Yuzi, a student majoring in martial arts." "Very well, here is the leave request form. You may take it." If one were to rely solely on personal connections, that would indeed be impossible. But if the principal and doctor were to forge connections together, the director remarked, then such connections could indeed be established. Chapter 47. The benefits of martial arts studies, the dedication of the doctors, the thoughtful companionship of roommates, the principal's sincere apologies, and the prompt actions of the police. Such moments are truly moving. The two security guards who performed the dive received a well-deserved raise. In light of this incident, it became evident that Wuhan University of Wanqing is a bastion of martial virtue. Anyone seeking to cause trouble here must contend with the formidable security personnel. The principal issued a public apology, expressing regret to the frightened student, Lin. The police clarified that the 6 individuals involved were from an unauthorized live streaming platform. The 4 who exchanged blows were sentenced to 3 years. The principal perpetrator, who attempted to strip a victim, received a 7-year sentence, while the female accomplice, despite merely blocking a road, was also sentenced to 3 years. All illicit gains were confiscated from the 6 individuals. The plans of fate had faltered, suffering 2 consecutive failures. Who, indeed, is the architect of fate? The will of the Blue Star was incensed, as life on Blue Star repeatedly thwarted its designs. It seethed with anger. Once more, the torrential rain fell. The frequency of the downpour was peculiar, arriving abruptly. The temperature outside had been a sweltering 36 degrees, yet it dropped several degrees in an instant. Ah, how perceptive the heavens are, to cool the air amidst such heat. Should the will of the Blue Star overhear this, it would surely be further enraged. The anomaly sensed an increasing presence of outsiders, and its fury clouded its judgment. How could it remain composed? The proliferation of these outsiders signified the manifestation of side effects among many aspirants. Some transformed into wooden figures, others bled out entirely, while yet others contorted into grotesque forms. Countless laboratories employed firepower to suppress the chaos. Yet, once the side effects emerged, ordinary weaponry could no longer suffice. Only the aspirants themselves could resolve the aberrations caused by these effects. This was a concealed reality, unknown to the ordinary populace. Inside the infirmary, the 4 remained unaware of how long the rain would persist. The doctor had yet to return, and Lin Yuzi dared not wander. The vial contained only half its contents. If it runs out, it surely won't draw my blood back. Will it? In matters of medicine, he was astutely knowledgeable. The eldest among them noticed the vial as well. Was the doctor absent? He had stepped out, unaware of his whereabouts. Lin Yuzi sat quietly, uncertain of the doctor's return. The second among them frowned slightly. The liquid in the vial could last for only another half-hour at most. Why had the doctor not returned? The doctor himself wished to return. Now, amidst the torrential rain, he was assisting his fellow students in holding umbrellas to shield them from the downpour. After the task concluded, his clothes were soaked halfway through. He paused for a brief moment of respite before hastily making his way back under the umbrella. He was certainly aware of the situation regarding the 4 drip. Indeed, once he finished, he rushed back. Drip, drip, drip. All 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on the 4 bag, as the liquid within dwindled dangerously low. Lin Yuzi placed his hand upon the back of his hand, contemplating the removal of the needle embedded within, yet apprehensive about the potential for blood to spurt forth upon extraction. As a frail, ordinary person now, he pondered the dire consequences should such an event occur. His mind raced with anxious thoughts. "Do not move," a voice interjected as the doctor returned in a timely manner. He swiftly adjusted a new vial and replaced it. This should not be removed casually. If done improperly, it could lead to swelling on your hand. "What do you mean?" Lin inquired. "It means that." After a thorough explanation, the four of them grasped the situation. It turned out there was quite a science to administering intravenous drips. If the needle is not promptly removed after the medication has been administered, the difference in pressure could cause blood to flow back into the foreline. A rare occurrence, yet not impossible. This phenomenon is known as backflow. Over time, if the needle remains in place even without backflow, the blood could coagulate and obstruct the needle. The most severe scenario involves air entering the bloodstream, potentially causing an embolism. Generally, those who have had blood drawn are aware that once the needle is withdrawn, applying pressure with a cotton swab for a few minutes is sufficient. Failing to apply pressure could lead to bruising around the puncture site, and there is a likelihood of continued bleeding. Such a seemingly simple procedure of needle insertion carries much knowledge. The new four-bag was connected, and another hour of waiting ensued. The three others, feeling bored, began to play games. Meanwhile, the doctor changed into a different set of clothing and retrieved a leave of absence form. "Lin, this is your leave of absence form. I just obtained it from the academic office. You may fill in a month for the leave duration." Hearing this, Lin Yuzi remained silent, while the other three were taken aback. "Isn't this something that requires a competition form to obtain?" "Oh, so you are all from the martial arts department, having participated in the martial arts competition?" The doctor responded, smiling. "Consider this. Most students in your martial arts program participated in the competition. Would you expect Lin to attend classes on his own?" Observing the confusion in their eyes, the doctor continued, "Your instructor also registered for the competition. Don't assume it is solely students who participate. Therefore, for these 4 months, the martial arts department is entirely free. This is simply splendid." The three expressed their envy, having queued from 7 in the morning until past 10 to get their matters in order. Afterward, they had lunch, only to return and discover that Xiao Lin was absent. Following this, the events in the dormitory group chat unfolded. They were taken aback to learn that Xiao Lin was ill. Yet he did not need to appear in person to obtain a leave of absence, as the doctor had brought the form directly to him. Sensing the admiration from these students, the doctor clarified, "Do not be misled. The reason for your leave is to participate in the martial arts competition. While Lin's reason is for recovery, these are fundamentally different. A leave for the martial arts competition grants 4 months at once. Each time you must report your progress. If eliminated, you must also notify us. Conversely, a medical leave is granted for only 1 month. After that, you must reapply for leave, or it will be considered an absence." Having elucidated the matter, the doctor ensured that the three understood. At last, it was Lin Yuzi's turn to speak. "Doctor, thank you. Although the leave of absence form differs from what I had anticipated, it suffices for my needs. Once the cooling period of the holy water concludes, I shall be able to participate in the martial arts competition." He continued, "Well, please keep this leave of absence for your records." "Doctor, how much longer must I endure this?" "It will be over after this bottle," the doctor replied. "Very well. Once you return, take care not to catch a chill. Remember to cover yourself at night and avoid setting the air conditioning too low." "I understand." Lin Yuzi wanted to explain that it was not his fault for neglecting the blanket, but the words remained unspoken. After all, tomorrow would bring relief. "Who are these three?" The leader quickly responded, "We are classmates with Xiao Lin, all in the same field. Upon learning of his illness, we rushed over." "All right, continue your conversation. I shall step inside, and call for me if you need anything." "Understood." The doctor entered the office. The three turned their gaze towards Xiao Lin, their faces adorned with peculiar smiles. How amusing! At this age, still kicking off the covers while sleeping. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yuzi realized they had indulged in their own fanciful interpretations. He could not fathom why fate seemed to conspire against him. Surely it would suffice to influence these three. If heaven could voice its thoughts, it would undoubtedly shout in his ear. It has affected you, indeed, but these three miscreants, enchanted by your visage, persist in believing that Lin Yuzi ought to be a girl. The most perilous targeting was merely sending Xiao Lin for surgery. Chapter 48. The eve of the martial arts competition. Thus, it is not that the heavens lack in benevolence. Rather, they are unable to influence Lin Yuzi through certain individuals. Unless they encounter someone whose heart is inherently darkened, whose worldview has long been distorted, or who harbors hostility towards Lin Yuzi, their influence can merely amplify that person's inner desires. What if someone's aspiration is to soar to the heavens, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Such a notion would only repulse them. The will of Blue Star often resorts to manipulating the weather as a means to target Lin Yuzi, a rather helpless endeavor. The mission is to eliminate the outliers, yet as the number of these outliers grows, the weather becomes increasingly capricious. A torrential rain persisted for quite some time. Nevertheless, the downpour could not dampen the enthusiasm of the students, who, upon receiving their leave slips, joyously sought permission from their counselor. They awaited the competition the following day with eager anticipation. They devoted an entire day to regaining their composure, for being eliminated in the first round of the competition would be exceedingly embarrassing. Unbeknownst to them, the rain had ceased and twilight had descended. It was time for dinner. The cafeteria's offerings that evening were exceptionally lavish. The trio had spotted the vehicles in front of the cafeteria earlier, which were preparing for tonight's bountiful feast. Chicken, duck, fish, anything one might desire. They procured a substantial amount of food from the cafeteria, rented a table, and paid someone to deliver the meal to the infirmary. Xiao Lin, no longer attached to an 4-drip, was too weak to walk far. It would be more convenient to eat and then return to the dormitory. This led to an unusual occurrence. The infirmary was illuminated, casting light over the adjacent empty space. Tonight's meal was hot pot, steaming and inviting. Following the recent rain, the cooler temperatures made it ideal for something warm. After dining, the cafeteria staff would collect the tables, sparing them the hassle of tidying up. They indulged in duck gizzards and duck intestines. The leader opened the box of marinated delicacies, revealing a variety of braised offal, including duck intestines, chicken hearts, and chicken kidneys. The hot pot base consisted of a clear broth, half comprising corn and beef meatballs, and the other half featuring pig lung and goji leaf broth. The soup was delightful. They placed the easily cooked fatty beef into the pot, using a slotted spoon to suspend it above, allowing it to cook properly. The third member busily prepared the food, occasionally adding vegetables to balance the flavors and replenishing the water. They spoke little but worked diligently, and their efforts were commendable. The meal brought them great joy. As the 4 of them made their way back to the dormitory, Lin Yuzi noticed a marked improvement in his spirits, likely due to the hot pot dinner. His roommates, attentive due to his illness, almost entirely took on the task of serving him with public chopsticks, placing the thoroughly cooked food into his bowl. Had Lin Yuzi not insisted that it was too much and that they would waste food, they might have filled every dish to the brim. Earlier, midway through the hot pot experience, the doctor had joined them, having stepped out to remove his 4-drip. At that point, it was still early, and they were unaware of when the doctor would return. It was not until they were halfway through their meal that he returned. Regardless, today marks a conclusion. After the meal, designated personnel will meticulously handle the aftermath, with doctors overseeing the process. Upon returning to the dormitory, the 3 of them urged Lin Yuzi to rest early, as the martial arts competition would be broadcasted live tomorrow, hoping he would cheer for them before the live stream. Rest assured I shall, Lin Yuzi replied with a smile. He had no intention of watching the live broadcast in the dormitory. Instead, he would participate in the competition in person. Upon entering his room, Lin Yuzi disregarded medical advice and commenced his shower. Those who advised against bathing while suffering from a cold or fever were merely concerned that one might inadvertently catch a chill afterward, exacerbating their condition. Were he in their position, he would not be troubled by such concerns. After all, with the blessing of his passive skill, he was on the mend. With the advantage of having a passive skill, he felt entitled to indulge in a bath. After showering, he donned a loose-fitting bathrobe, his long legs subtly illuminated under the bright lights. Standing on a chair, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his skin as delicate as porcelain. No matter how handsome he appeared, this was still himself. With a resigned sigh, he patiently dried his hair. Once his hair was completely dry, he lay down on his bed and closed his eyes, though his nose remained slightly congested, causing some discomfort. In the middle of the night, his passive skill activated. The barriers were lifted, and his strength returned. His breathing steadied as his nasal passages cleared. By the lakeside of Wanqing University, the bullfrogs croaked. Security personnel patrolled, wary of anyone seeking nighttime thrills. At the Wanqing Commercial Center, staff worked tirelessly to set up 16 designated areas overnight. Some competition weapons were moved to the preparation zone. The resting area and spectator seats were equipped with all essential supplies, as food and water were indispensable. Temporary metal toilets had multiplied by the hundreds. The Wanqing Commercial Center could accommodate over 100,000 people, with attendees distributed across the 16 areas, each bustling with a considerable crowd. During this period, street vendors would also arrive, marking an annual test for law enforcement and management. It was a nationwide challenge. Should any incident arise, it would capture the attention of the entire nation. Such scrutiny was rarely favorable, often resulting in higher authorities demanding investigations. Thus, these 4 months were the most dreaded for all local agencies. The prevailing atmosphere of caution deterred many within these organizations from corruption, fearful of disturbances during this critical period. If unrest were to occur, they would face severe repercussions. In the Huayu Nation, now the world's largest economy wielding global influence, there has never been an admission of aspirations for dominance. The subordinates are reluctant to elevate their leader to a position of supremacy. Thus, a peculiar world order is maintained, where the apparent second-in-command can sway numerous international matters. Even the beacon of the world's hegemony must consider the second-in-command's disposition before taking action, wary of overstepping. Amidst the eager anticipation of the masses, the clock struck midnight on October 8th. Let us reflect upon the significant events that transpired over the past week. On October 1st, in the morning, Lin Yuzi obtained a bow and arrow and set forth to the western regions to investigate Lulan. The Department of Mineral Resources announced the discovery of substantial rare earth mineral resources within the country, surpassing existing deposits by several folds. The primary output consists of rare earth elements essential for chip manufacturing, presented as a National Day gift to the Huayu Kingdom. During the military parade, the newly developed J-20 fighter jet made its debut, indicating its manufacture in the year 3020, not 2020. An array of advanced weaponry was showcased, and the existence of the Nanshiman Plan was confirmed. For the first time, aerospace warships graced the skies, accompanied by countless vertical takeoff and landing fighter jets. In the afternoon, during the assessment of international military prowess, Huayu Kingdom emerged as a superpower, officially ranking first in both military and economic strength, marking its successful resurgence after centuries. On October 2nd, numerous companies in the Neon Empire declared bankruptcy, rendering the rumored chip initiative futile. The Lighthouse Nation's covert operation, dubbed the Undersea Bell, was exposed, which had been surveilling global leaders, inciting international condemnation. The International Alliance voiced widespread protests, demanding the Lighthouse Nation to terminate the Undersea Bell program immediately. Simultaneously, the Huayu Kingdom commenced the development of its newly discovered rare earth mines, with an incessant stream of orders flowing in. The price of rare earth elements plummeted to 200,000 per ton in the trading market. Furthermore, on the previous day, a ban on the import and export of rare earth elements was imposed, aimed at restricting the Lighthouse Nation and a series of other countries. On this day, Lin Yuzi arrived in the western regions. Chapter 49. The legendary martial artist. On October 3rd, Lin Yuzi found himself amidst a crisis in Lulan. International tensions were palpable, with numerous salvation organizations emerging in the central regions of Blue Star, espousing apocalyptic doctrines and messianic beliefs, instilling widespread panic among the populace. The military was dispatched to suppress the unrest, igniting the flames of war. On October 4th, a mirage dragon manifested in Lulan. The rare earth minerals had stabilized, now comprising 90% of the Blue Star's total reserves. The Southern Sky Gate project unveiled the purpose of the aerospace battleship, designed to confront extraterrestrial threats, assuring nations worldwide of its prudent usage. During the military parade, a certain general, seated in a high position, was none other than the enigmatic Commander Lin Yuzi had encountered previously. His presence at the parade was marked by his rank as a 5-star general. October 5th became a day of disappearance. All electronic devices in Lulan experienced a temporal halt, their components suffering permanent damage yet remaining operational, unable to revert to the flow of real-time. Scientists continued to investigate this phenomenon, classifying the events in Lulan as top secret, designated S-level. Lin Yuzi received a kiss from the Queen, bestowing upon him his first passive skill. On October 6th, Lin Yuzi returned to school to replenish his arrows, only to encounter an unfortunate food-throwing incident in the cafeteria. That evening, while bathing, he noticed an anomaly with the petals, leading to illness. Meanwhile, on the international front, numerous small-scale skirmishes erupted, as religious factions began to seize territories and establish their dominions. News of the boundary traversers spread among the upper echelons of various nations. Certain research institutions captured these traversers, attempting to preemptively claim the coveted resources that would emerge following the arrival of the Maze Realm OL. On October 7th, the eve of the martial arts competition, Wuhan University in Wanqing opened its campus to the public, aiming to promote awareness while mitigating any negative perceptions of the institution. Despite his illness, Lin Yuzi ventured out to participate in the competition, only to find the academic affairs office overcrowded, prompting him to seek refuge in a gazebo, where he narrowly escaped an unsettling encounter. Finally, we arrive at October 8th, the day of the competition. Early in the morning, the trio set out, each assigned to different zones, 1, 3, and 5. Each zone hosted competitions lasting 2 hours, commencing at 9 a.m. and concluding at 11 a.m. The afternoon events ran from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., followed by evening competitions from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. The number of contests was considerable, attributed to the large turnout. Over 300,000 individuals registered for the event at Wanqing University, nearly doubling the previous year's attendance. In times past, only 2 matches occurred in a day. Now there were 3. The competition schedule for the Bitter Melon Trio was set for 9 p.m., necessitating their departure from the dormitory by 7 p.m. to reach the Wanqing Commercial Center. On this day, all city drivers provided complimentary transportation for participants, akin to the significance placed on college entrance examinations. As they departed, Lin Yuzi awoke, realizing that the boundary had reverted. His negative status vanished, leaving him feeling invigorated. His competition time was slated for the evening session starting at 7 p.m. There remains time. He must procure an ensemble to disguise his identity. Given that it is a martial arts competition, he desires an attire that embodies the essence of martial arts while exuding an air of profundity. Consequently, he acquires a raincoat, a straw hat adorned with a veil, and dons a martial arts uniform. Additionally, he adorns his face with an inkwash mask and wears shoes crafted from layered cloth, fully embracing the ethos of a chivalrous hero. "Young swordsman, draw your sword," he quipped, eliciting a smile from himself. After changing his attire, he sat before his computer and accessed the Wan City media, where a live broadcast was set to commence. Many viewers were already tuned in. At 9 o'clock, the competition commenced at the Wan City Commercial Center, Area 1. The exuberant Jiang Yongji stood ready, having selected a staff as his weapon. Other wooden weapons had been significantly weakened, yet the staff remained relatively unscathed. His father had informed him during the past week that their family once held the title of martial arts leader, with a formidable warrior named Zhang Yuyan in their lineage, renowned for her exceptional skills. The position of martial arts leader was ultimately usurped by this daughter due to her extraordinary prowess, which had led to disbelief among many. It was said that Zhang Yuyan was a great demon, and the Wang family genealogy was too ashamed to document her, only alluding to her in scattered tales. Zhang Yongji asserted that he had indeed watched the legend of Zhang Yuyan. He suspected that the genealogy had been altered by ancestors a century prior. Such modifications were not uncommon. Some individuals sought to highlight their ancestors' greatness by associating with renowned figures. Yet, if one were to ride on the coattails of fame, it would be prudent to choose a more illustrious name. Furthermore, Zhang Yongji specialized in staff techniques, not in the art of deception. Today, he was destined to make an astounding impression, wielding a 2-meter-long staff as he searched for the camera. "Participants, please take the stage." With the referee's command, the competition began. Lin Yuzi observed the battles unfolding, summarizing them as chaotic brawls devoid of technique, driven solely by the desire to land decisive blows. The fighters were constrained by the rules. After a brief observation, he discerned that the preliminary selections were rife with mediocrity and lacked merit, with only the later rounds promising intrigue. On the organizer's side, the president of the Wan City Martial Arts Association sat among official personnel, seasoned individuals who recognized that today's events lacked excitement. However, one individual was an exception. Jiang Yongji dominated Area 1, astonishingly dispatching all opponents within a single hour. Achieving such a feat on the first day of the competition surpassed many participants. The referee approached him for an interview, inquiring, "Esteemed martial artist, what brings you here?" "For honor," he replied. "Why did you choose the staff as your weapon instead of a sword?" "My family has a tradition of wielding the staff, hence my choice," he explained. The referee nodded, understanding that there was a legacy involved. Indeed, many contestants on the first day were merely pretenders. With a touch of fortuity, Jiang Yongji might successfully eliminate all competitors in Area 1. "So, dear classmates, do you have anything to express?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yongji's breath quickened, and he became exhilarated, calling out to the camera, "Lin Yuzi, are you watching? I know you are. Are you cheering for me? Despite your illness, take good care of yourself." It appears that this martial artist is motivated by the wishes of his friends and family. I am certain they are all tuned into this live broadcast. Indeed, Xiaolin must be watching the stream. However, Xiaolin is not watching the broadcast. He is busy perfecting his pose. Cloaked in a raincoat, adorned with a straw hat, and wearing cloth shoes, this ensemble suffices. As for weaponry, he initially contemplated using a fishing rod. After all, he has no proficiency in wielding a dagger or a spear. It would be wiser to select a weapon that aligns with his identity. Yet, the images of weapons displayed at the competition included every conceivable armament, except for a fishing rod. Thus, participating in a martial arts competition with bizarre and unconventional weapons would indeed pose a significant challenge. Should a previous champion, the charismatic Duong who endorses shampoo, enter the fray, the setting would be akin to a supermarket, dramatically amplifying his combat prowess. After all, he possesses the uncanny ability to transform anything into a weapon, including but not limited to a bench. Chapter 50. The cloaked traveler with a straw hat emerges from the misty rain. The morning competition concluded swiftly, and the Bitter Melon Trio successfully advanced to the next round of the preliminary selections. Throughout the morning, only the leader managed to eliminate all opponents, while the others merely passed the time. On one stage, 200 participants vied for victory. After 2 hours, the number of those still standing dwindled to fewer than 30, aligning with the president of the association's expectations. The judges appeared to declare the morning session over, granting everyone a respite as they awaited the afternoon contests. The trio opted not to return to school, for the bustling Wan City Commercial Center was alive with energy, and there was no hurry to depart. The martial arts tournament attracted numerous tall, elegant young ladies, creating a stunning visual spectacle as they moved gracefully. Many content creators also gathered here, drawn by the vibrant atmosphere to promote the event. Wan City is renowned for its deep-rooted martial arts culture, and the finals would inevitably be held here, generating considerable buzz and attracting media attention. When Lin Yuzi arrived in the afternoon, he realized his attire was somewhat unique, though not entirely out of the ordinary, just a touch distinctive. Some participants donned an array of bizarre outfits, such as the individual in front of him, clad in a green bodysuit, sporting a neatly trimmed watermelon hairstyle, and flashing a radiant smile that gleamed with youth. Notably, there were 3 individuals dressed alike, revealing a familial connection. Listening to their conversation, it became apparent they were a grandfather, father, and son trio, all exuding youthful vigor. The grandfather, having aged out of eligibility, accompanied his son and grandson. The shopkeeper mentioned that this family participated annually, aspiring to break into the top 5, yet they had yet to achieve that goal. It was said that their lineage practiced something called 8 gates of escape, a tradition that had never been mastered by anyone. What a peculiar situation. It would be foolish to assume I am unaware of what 8 gates of escape entails. Upon further reflection, it seems that the authentic version hails from the Huayu Kingdom, while the techniques from Neon Land are mere imitations. Thus, could this 8 gates of escape be genuine? Might it lead to an unexpected conclusion? In truth, the trio in green bodysuits practiced a variant of 8 gates of escape that diverged from traditional methods. Ultimately, it was a form of Taoist technique, neither ninjutsu nor physical combat. As Lin Yuzi delved deeper, he discovered an array of eccentric individuals, rendering the cloaked and hat-clad appearances increasingly ordinary. Do not think I have overlooked you. Deadpool, Spider-Man, Batman, Pig Hero, Pancake Hero, Green Hat Hero, Peach Blossom Hero, Ultraman. The absurdity was palpable. A martial arts competition, typically a serious affair, had been transformed by some into a comedic spectacle. Well, this being my first and likely last participation, it hardly matters. The afternoon contest commenced, and Lin Yuzi observed from the sidelines. How shall I describe it? Much like the hurried glimpses he had caught in the morning, there was little structure, merely chaotic brawling. One of the esteemed masters, upon entering, immediately unleashed a left jab, followed by a right whip kick and a left straight kick. With a smile, he launched a sudden ambush, eschewing the principles of martial ethics. The swift and agile strikes, reminiscent of lightning, were a hallmark of his school's unparalleled techniques. As the head of his sect, Master Ma showcased formidable prowess, enduring for 2 hours without faltering. After his victory, he graciously clasped his hands before the television audience and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you aspire to possess strength akin to mine, enroll in the Mixed Intent Tai Chi School. During this promotional period, I shall offer you a 30% discount." Such antics were merely regarded as entertainment. As night fell, the Wan City Commercial Center illuminated, transforming into a city that never sleeps. The competition commenced at 7 p.m. Lin Yuzi arrived at the preparation area, where weapons could be selected. He bore 2 short blades at his waist and a long spear on his back, which was exceedingly lengthy, certainly exceeding his own stature. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he made his way to Zone 16, the first individual to wield 2 types of weapons. This immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from countless onlookers. The figure, clad in a raincoat, displayed remarkable cunning. Possessing 2 weapons provided a distinct advantage over his opponent. Was this not unfair for those wielding only one? The competition rules did not explicitly prohibit such a practice. Opinions were divided. While some supported him, others voiced their dissent. The organizers, undoubtedly attentive to the public sentiments, clarified that the actions of the raincoat wearer adhered to the rules. If one could carry them, there was no limit. 2, 3, or even 4 weapons were permissible. Yet, it is often the case that possessing numerous weapons does not guarantee superiority. Many dedicate their entire lives to mastering a single weapon. To simultaneously acquire proficiency in multiple weapons requires exceptional talent. Otherwise, it is akin to scaling a formidable peak. Each new weapon entails an entirely fresh combat strategy, necessitating a return to the apprentice stage. Now, with the raincoat wearer's dual weapons on display, even the organizers were uncertain whether this individual was genuinely adept or merely exploiting a loophole. At precisely 7 o'clock, the bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the match. In Zone 1, a masked individual without weapons emerged, exhibiting strength beyond anyone's expectations. She unleashed chaos, and within 10 minutes, all 200 opponents were hurled off the stage. It was as if she embodied a Valkyrie. Online commentators began to refer to her as the Valkyrie. Little did she anticipate that this title would come to her so swiftly. As she departed from Zone 1, she murmured softly, "Lin Yuzi, are you watching? You cannot evade me. I shall undoubtedly find you." Witnessing the match, Jiang Yongji, also from Zone 1, felt a chill run down his spine. The ferocity of this woman was terrifying. Could someone truly toss individuals weighing 100 or 200 pounds about as if they were mere playthings? Profoundly challenged his worldview. In Zone 3, another astonishing scene unfolded. An elderly man, dressed in training attire and resembling a park elder, wielded a blade and struck wildly. In less than half an hour, he had dispatched everyone. Among them was a competitor who had ranked within the top 100 in the previous martial arts tournament, yet now found himself utterly defenseless before an elderly man in the park. What kind of extraordinary beings have registered for this event? The powerful opening ignited the atmosphere of the Night's martial arts competition, reaching a crescendo of excitement. The crowd roared like a tumultuous deluge, vibrant and lively. Lin Xiaoyu likely emerged victorious as well. These individuals lacked prowess, and one can only hope for a worthy opponent. It is truly lamentable that no bows or arrows were available as weaponry. In Zone 16, Lin Yuzi, the one being watched, stood precariously in a corner of the arena, nearly teetering out. Many spectators contemplated ejecting him from the competition. Consequently, a throng of challengers surged forward. Lin Yuzi relished such confrontations. When someone lunged at him, he deftly sidestepped. When attacked, he countered with agility, dispatching foes with a flourish. After dispatching a dozen adversaries, the remaining competitors grew wiser, retreating into the shadows. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. No one dared to attack, each wary of the other. This stalemate could not persist. Lin Yuzi decided to take the initiative. As he advanced, the crowd recoiled. When he sprinted, they too fled before him. A surreal spectacle emerged, one individual pursuing a throng. The commentators were left bewildered. What was happening? Why were nearly 100 individuals fleeing from a single person? Mustering some spirit, would they not retaliate? Chapter 51. The eccentric gambler. These individuals were thoroughly intimidated by Lin Yuzi. Rendered almost senseless, incapable of mounting a counterattack, their rationality lost. It was akin to a cat playing with its prey. He was the great feline, pursuing a swarm of diminutive mice. Gradually, the atmosphere of Area 16 transformed entirely, shifting from martial combat to a game of cat and mouse. Some sought to lure the enemy into a trap, only to find themselves thwarted as Lin Yuzi, with a remarkable leap, soared over one such assailant's head, seizing both shoulders and hurling him away like a sandbag. The unfortunate man was sent flying, crashing beyond the perimeter, wailing in agony as medical personnel rushed to carry him away. This spectacle instilled even greater fear in the remaining participants, who scattered in all directions. Thus, 2 hours later, the contest reached its conclusion. After being pursued for such an extended duration, some of the less capable participants felt as though they had exhausted a year's worth of physical exertion. When the referee announced the end, the competitors descended from Area 16 with trembling legs, struggling to maintain their balance. The commentators were at a loss for words, unable to articulate their feelings about the surreal events that had transpired. Area 16 had turned into a farce, leaving a detrimental impression for the upcoming matches. Upon consulting the referee, who was equally perplexed, the inquiry was escalated to the organizers. The president explained that the preliminary selection was designed for various forms of elimination. If one could evade capture long enough to endure until the end, that too was a demonstration of skill. After all, if one could manage to dodge for 2 hours across 10 matches, it would indeed reflect a certain level of capability. With the day's competition concluded, several noteworthy contenders had emerged. Some had even initiated betting pools, inviting wagers on the outcomes. Among them, Zhang Yongji, known for his prowess with a staff, earned the moniker Staff Brother, and bets were placed on his anticipated victories. The odds for a perfect record stood at 110, promising a tenfold return. For 5 or more victories, the odds were 1-5, and for 3 wins, 1-3. The Valkyrie, the Park Elder, and the Raincoat Man had significantly lower odds, as it was well understood that these 3 possessed formidable strength, making their defeat nearly impossible. Consequently, the betting odds reflected this disparity, with a perfect record at 1-5 and 5 victories at merely 1-3. However, the odds for an upcoming loss skyrocketed to 1-100, as the bookmakers recognized the improbability of defeat for these 3. As Lin Yuzi strolled through the Wan City Commercial Center, he encountered a group of gamblers. "Brother, will you lose in your upcoming matches?" they implored. When questioned, the gamblers candidly revealed their predicament. They had borrowed money, accumulating debts they could no longer repay, now desperately hoping to strike it rich with the high odds to settle their dues. Yet Lin Yuzi sensed the gravity of the situation and his tone grew frigid. "You would do well to be honest. I am not easily deceived." "Brother, it's true," one of them replied. "In our vanity, we recklessly maxed out our credit cards, owing over 200,000. We thought we could recover our losses through gambling, but instead, our debts have spiraled further." "How much do you owe now?" 3 million, brother. "If you don't help us, we will surely face dire consequences." "Ah, what amount did you wager?" I borrowed a substantial sum of 200,000 from a loan shark, and should fortune favor me, I shall recoup my losses. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzi comprehended that these individuals remained utterly deluded, still clinging to the hope of recovering their investments through gambling. They dared to impose moral coercion upon him? Regrettably, he had perished once in the realm of the Manga Online, and his heart had grown selfish. There was no way he would abandon his plans for this matter. Moreover, as long as he cast aside morality, he could not be shackled by others. Away with you, do not follow me. The fate of these people was of no concern to him. They were, after all, the dregs of society, the very first batch to perish when Manga Online descended. Driven by vanity and the delusion of striking it rich through gambling, such individuals were beyond redemption. He relinquished his desire to assist and chose to respect the destinies of others. With a sharp reprimand to these few, Lin Yuzi turned and departed, leaving behind a few individuals with fierce expressions. What now? He does not acquiesce. Should we inquire again? If he remains obstinate, we shall eliminate him. A dead man surely signifies a loss. A reasonable proposition indeed. The group hastened to intercept Lin Yuzi, blocking his path. Brother, we can offer you money. How about we split the earnings evenly? Not an option. Do you truly believe I would compromise my integrity for such a trifling sum? This gathering of gamblers certainly underestimates the resolute spirit of a martial artist. The irony in his tone pierced their ears, yet they possessed the self-awareness to realize that gamblers were not favored by society. Therefore, with smiles plastered on their faces, as Lin Yuzi took a few steps forward, their true intentions surfaced. They brandished a fruit knife and lunged at him. How infuriating! If you refuse to assist, then perish. The bustling Wancheng Commercial Center was alive with activity. Onlookers initially presumed the commotion was merely fans of the renowned Cloaked One capturing video from a distance. However, with the sudden emergence of a fruit knife, a throng rushed forward, undeterred by danger, eager to subdue the perpetrator. This was indeed a golden opportunity to achieve fame. Martial artists harbored aspirations of upholding justice, and although it may not be prudent to admit, they secretly hoped to encounter such incidents frequently to enact their chivalrous deeds. Yet, before the crowd could arrive, Lin Yuzi had already taken action. It was as though he possessed eyes in the back of his head. With deft movements, he evaded their advances, delivering palm strikes and elbow blows that inflicted excruciating pain upon his assailants. Merely employing 2/10 of his strength at the first level of the Yellow Realm was sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary person for a week or more. Were he to unleash his full might, even stone could be shattered. Confronted by an assailant wielding a fruit knife, Lin Yuzi deftly sidestepped and sent him sprawling. He then seized the fruit knife, pressing a knee onto the man's arm, the knife's tip ominously approaching his eye. Do not move. Another twitch and you shall be blind. The pressure on his pinned arm elicited waves of agony, yet the gambler remained paralyzed, teeth clenched, eyes wide with terror. Are martial artists truly this formidable? As the remaining gamblers rose, still intent on attack, the surrounding martial artists had already arrived, collectively advancing to subdue these gamblers with brute force. The gambler's face met the ground in a most intimate embrace, and thus it continued until the arrival of the officers. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuzi rose, discarded the fruit knife, and turned to leave. Dealing with these inept gamblers could be accomplished in less than a minute. The gambler sprawled on the ground suddenly appeared dazed. Upon rising, he produced something from his pocket and hurled it at Lin Yuzi, shouting. It was lime powder. The surrounding martial artists were caught unawares, their eyes doused, igniting a searing sensation that rendered them unable to open their eyes, causing intense pain. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining gamblers also unleashed lime powder, scattering it indiscriminately. They had fallen into a trap, for the aim of these few was the martial artists. Ah, my eyes, my eyes! The officers, from a distance, beheld this scene and immediately began to disperse the crowd, bravely charging forward despite the peril. At this moment, the gamblers had completely lost their sanity. In the casino, where the righteous and the wicked intermingle, one could never predict what might unfold. Chapter 52. The bashful beads of sacred water. Fortunately, Lin Yuzi had already distanced himself somewhat. Otherwise, his eyes would have directly encountered the lime powder. Yet, his retreat was not far enough. and a lingering sensation of heat persisted, accompanied by tears that rendered his eyes barely open. Faced with such a predicament, his immediate reaction was, "Oh heavens, are you stirring up trouble again? Will you not grant me a moment's peace?" Lin Yuzi felt utterly helpless. Opposing the heavens was futile, for they loomed high above, and how could he retaliate? Striking back was impossible. At most, he could resort to international gestures to express his discontent. The gamblers had been restrained and taken back for interrogation, while the martial artist whose eyes had been doused with lime powder hastened to the hospital for further treatment. There was one exception. He did not seek medical attention, instead awaiting the passive protection of the sacred water. With a few hours remaining for his passive skill to refresh, he deemed it unnecessary to waste time at the hospital. The sensation was one of inability to fully open his eyes, forcing him to squint painfully, with a persistent burning feeling around his eyes. However, there was no competition the following day, so he resolved to return to his dormitory and rest for the day. Originally, Wuhan University planned to hold a freshman speech on the last day of the National Day holiday, October 7th. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, food being thrown in the cafeteria and bizarre incidents by the lakeside, the speech had been postponed repeatedly. The martial arts competition had commenced once more, but now he would need to wait an additional 20 days for the end-of-month speech. Why mention this? Because on October 8th, the very day Lin Yuzi was to participate in the competition, the director of the Academic Affairs Office had sought him out but failed to locate him. The doctor had clearly stated that the student was unwell. Why then was he missing? Concerned that Lin might wander off, the director waited at the entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi had changed his attire and, squinting, descended from a taxi towards the school gate. Lin, the director, sharp-eyed, spotted him and approached, initially intending to discuss his participation in the freshman speech a month hence. However, he suddenly noticed Lin's squint and the pained expression on his face, prompting words of concern. "Are you all right? You shouldn't be out if you're ill." "I'm fine. The martial arts competition has started, and I was curious." "I understand your curiosity, but you must also consider your health. This competition occurs annually. Taking care of your body is paramount." "I understand." Lin Yuzi could sense the director's genuine concern. Yet, he pondered the director's presence. "Director, are you waiting for someone?" "Indeed, I am waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" This left Lin Yuzi perplexed. "What for?" The director began to elucidate the reasons. Upon hearing, Lin Yuzi grasped the situation. The freshman speech was no issue, but the request to speak about the kidneys seemed rather inappropriate. "Director, if you wish for me to deliver a speech, that is acceptable, but I have a few requests." "Speak." "I would like to take a leave of absence." Lin Yuzi produced the participation form. Upon seeing the list, the director felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his voice rising in disbelief. "Lin, have you lost your mind? You're unwell, and yet you wish to participate in a competition. But I have already signed up, and today I even emerged victorious. That was mere luck. Luck is still a victory. If I do not compete, I would feel an overwhelming sense of regret." Eventually, the director, after observing Lin Yuzi's earnest expression, relented. "I can grant you leave." "Thank you, director. I will attend the freshman speech, albeit with a bit of disguise." "Is that acceptable?" "Indeed, as long as you take the stage." "Excellent." Thus, the matter was settled. The freshman speech was inconsequential. Lin Yuzi had already devised a plan. After all, he was not truly incapacitated. However, the thought of Shi Yifang searching for him prompted him to consider revealing his identity. On the day of the freshman speech, he intended to conceal himself and recount his experiences. This way, Shi Yifang would likely cease her search for him. Clever indeed, he was true to form. "Director, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Make haste back to rest. Competing while ill is reckless, and you ought to be cautious." The director urged him, genuinely concerned that Lin Yuzi might faint before his eyes. Yet Lin Yuzi was far from collapsing. His eyes felt fiery, nearly unable to open, and he walked with an unsteady gait. The director winced at the sight. What could possibly cause one to stagger as though intoxicated after suffering from a cold? Had he not engaged in conversation moments ago and discerned Lin Yuzi's clarity of thought and ability to negotiate conditions, he would have certainly carried him back to the dormitory. Yet, even without that, the director followed closely, only leaving once he saw Lin return to his room. Inside the dormitory, Lin Yuzi realized he could hardly see. The potency of the lime powder was formidable. His eyes burned intensely, a sharp pain coursing through them. The healing waters would not restore him for over an hour. In this shadowy realm, he groped his way back to his room, experiencing the world of the blind. Every step required utmost caution. It seemed that some passive skill was restraining him. As long as his body bore any negative status, his realm would be sealed. Was this the Queen's doing, or something else?
Lin Yuzi pondered in vain.
After a considerable time, a wave of blue washed over him, dispelling the negative state. The burning sensation around his eyes evaporated, replaced by a soothing coolness, and a blue shield materialized. The countdown began 24 hours. At 11 o'clock that night. Perhaps it was time for a shower. Lin Yuzi wished to voice something but ultimately remained silent, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Within the shield, the warm water cascaded from the showerhead, gliding down his alluring form. In the skies of the western regions, the queen suddenly opened her eyes. Astonishingly, her holy water pearl had transformed into a shade of pink. The pearl seemed to blush? What could this possibly mean? The holy water pearl possessed sentience. Years later, the sacred water transformed into a young girl. She revealed that it was the allure of Lin Yuzi's skin that had compelled her to desire a metamorphosis into a woman, with the object of her transformation embodying the image of Lin Yuzi as a strikingly elegant figure. Within the confines of the dormitory, Lin Yuzi finished his shower and began to dry his hair. With no pressing matters on the morrow, he pondered what pursuits would be most fruitful. Opportunities for financial gain seemed scarce, and the 13 billion yuan plot in the Eastern District remained beyond his grasp. How could he amass the necessary funds? The thought of waiting until next year to strategize his finances left him feeling rushed and burdened by pressure. Oh money, how elusive you are! He set down the hairdryer and gazed out the window. The night sky was adorned with the moon, yet it did not reflect the state of his heart. Surely, I must have overlooked some opportunity. This elusive chance gnawed at his mind. Perhaps the liquor sector was poised to decline? No, that would only incur losses. Then there was the impending change in oil prices next month. Perhaps he should buy a lottery ticket tomorrow? The decision was made. Tomorrow, he would venture to purchase a lottery ticket. Chapter 53. Joyful occasions elevate the spirit. Time flies. The following day at dawn, the entrance of the small Western-style villa swung open, and the three individuals had just returned. The previous night, the eldest had become the center of attention, receiving numerous invitations. This was to be expected, as many had placed bets on his performance, eager to gauge Zhang Yongji's prowess. Amidst a lavish banquet, they were surrounded by alluring women, a situation that left the three, who had never encountered such experiences, feeling quite uncomfortable. Under the influence of alcohol, as they teetered on the brink of losing control, they resorted to feigning inebriation to avoid making regrettable decisions. The hosts, uninterested in escorting the trio, dropped them off at the hotel before continuing their revelry. After consuming a fair amount of liquor, the three soon succumbed to slumber. It was not until this morning that the youngest was roused by the pressing need to relieve himself, prompting him to awaken the other two so they could hastily return to campus. Having spent a night away from their dormitory, an inexplicable sense of anxiety gripped them. They felt akin to men who had strayed from home, fearing the reprimands of a scolding matriarch. However, in the boys' dormitory, where was the matriarch? Footsteps echoed down the stairs, and Lin Yuzi emerged, clad in classic white sneakers and light beige trousers adorned with numerous pockets, topped with a loose-fitting white shirt. A cap perched atop his head, with his hair tied back in a high ponytail, exuding youthful vigor. Why do you three reek of alcohol? Have you been drinking? Yes, we have. Oh, you've been out having a wild time. There's a competition tomorrow. You should be more careful. Understood. Well, I shall take my leave then. The absence of reprimand in Lin Yuzi's calm words left the trio feeling somewhat disheartened. A scolding could be interpreted as concern, but this was merely indifference. Why did they desire to be chastised? Was that not a form of masochism? Suddenly awakened from their reverie, the three hurried upstairs to bathe and regain their composure. However, while showering, Thoughts of the enchanting sights from the previous night surged forth, igniting a rush of blood that was difficult to suppress. Just this once, they thought it permissible. As hands ventured forth, a vivid image flashed through their minds. Do not let desire overwhelm your reason, brother Jie. With that thought, their bodies jolted, the blood receding as they entered a state of sanctity. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi remained unconcerned with his roommate's affairs. During the martial arts competition, as long as no lives were at stake, adults ought to understand the consequences of their choices. Nevertheless, he found himself drawn to the thrill of purchasing lottery tickets. Matters of the heart were of no consequence to him. He was a paragon of virtue. Yet, who among the virtuous would not fantasize about a horde of wives and concubines following the advent of a new era? Boss, I'd like $20 worth, please. Everything is over there. Help yourself. The lottery shop owner remained engrossed in the live broadcast on television. Before the martial arts competition, there was also a live broadcast, with a studio in Wanqing operating tirelessly around the clock. Numerous camera angles captured the event, with coverage from all 16 districts and 4 specific locations in the Wanqing Commercial Center. The costs incurred were substantial, yet they effectively showcased the allure of Wanqing. Overall, it was not considered a loss. Moreover, the peripheral benefits brought about by the martial arts competition were exceedingly high, easily reaching hundreds of billions. Speaking of scratch cards, Lin Yuzi purchased an entire book, priced at 20 yuan per card, totaling 600 yuan for the book, scratching each ticket methodically. It was rare for anyone to buy a whole book at once, so when onlookers noticed Lin Yuzi diligently scratching her entire book, curiosity drew them closer, eager to discover how much this young girl could potentially win. People enjoy the spectacle of excitement. The first ticket yielded no winnings. The second, just 10 yuan. After several minutes, only a few tickets remained. Repeating the same action made her hands sore, and she found herself in that predicament. Fortunately, the tickets were nearing completion, prompting her to continue. The jackpot number was 7. She thought, let me see. The first row revealed number 7. It was not until the final row that she spotted a 7. No way. Lin Yuzi stood up in astonishment and approached the proprietor, asking, "Excuse me, does this ticket win 200,000 yuan? Let me see." The proprietor checked it on the computer and confirmed that it was indeed 200,000 yuan. Yes, you have won 200,000. You are quite lucky. Overjoyed, she leaped with excitement. Winning 200,000 felt entirely different from earning billions through rare earth elements. The latter was a guaranteed profit, while the lottery held an element of uncertainty, and it was this unpredictability that doubled the thrill of surprise. Is the little girl claiming her prize now? The proprietor inquired. Wait a moment, I still have a few more tickets, Lin Yuzi replied, her excitement causing her to momentarily forget her formalities as she hurriedly scratched the remaining tickets. Suddenly, her hand froze. Could it be? The amounts displayed were beyond her belief. Sir, take a look. Let me see, he responded. After verifying on the computer, the proprietor stood up in shock. One ticket revealed 500,000, another 1,000,000, and yet another 2,000,000. Adding the previous 200,000 and the smaller winnings, the total soared to 3,710,000. Bystanders questioned their own hearing. Could this truly be real? Yet, the proprietor had already contacted a journalist. Young lady, please wait a moment. Once the reporter arrives, we will take a photograph, and then you can head to the bank to claim your prize. Okay. 3,710,000. What extraordinary luck. The onlookers, upon hearing the news of the grand prize, surged into the lottery shop, each person purchasing a book to try their luck. Unfortunately, it seemed as if all the luck had been exhausted by Lin Yuzi, as the highest winnings from the 600 yuan books barely topped 1,000, while the lowest returned only 300, resulting in losses. The frustrated individuals lamented their misfortune, expressing their discontent vocally. At that moment, the journalist arrived, clearing the crowd away. Lin Yuzi donned a mask, seeking to obscure his identity just a touch. After the photograph was taken, the journalists had already concocted their headlines. Today, citizen Ms. Lin, while purchasing lottery tickets at a welfare lottery shop, wins 371 million. Whether referred to as a lady or a gentleman, Lin Yuzi expressed indifference, stating that whatever others perceive is entirely acceptable. After claiming his prize, he proceeded to the bank to cash the winnings. The unexpected fortune, however, is subject to taxation. Concurrently, he also allocated a portion of the funds for charitable causes. Ultimately, he was left with 1 million, a substantial sum indeed, reminding him of the virtue of contentment. Throughout the day, he engaged in shopping, indulging in various purchases. In the spirit of joy, he inadvertently realized he had bought women's clothing. When had he made such a purchase? Surely he hadn't tried it on.
Impossible.
He is a staunchly masculine man, utterly averse to wearing women's apparel. Indeed, this must be the influence of fate on his psyche. What a conundrum! Yet, having acquired the garments, discarding them seemed unthinkable. He gazed at the bag, caught in a dilemma. Should he dispose of it, or bring it home? What if it were discovered? But wait, he lives alone. How could he possibly be found out? With a little caution, he reasoned it would be fine to take it back. It was certainly not out of fondness. Rather, Lin Yuzi simply did not wish to squander his acquisition. Such was the reality of the matter. Chapter 54. How to persuade Xiaolin to wear women's clothing. The day was spent in a flurry of shopping, and Lin Yuzi felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The tension that had gripped him was momentarily alleviated. If only fate had not swayed his reason, prompting him to purchase women's attire, the day would have been flawless. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Yuzi returned to campus. The streets were alive with the bustle of students, creating a vibrant atmosphere. On the playground, clubs were recruiting new members and engaging in various activities. He cast a glance, feeling a fleeting pang of envy. After all, he too was a university student. Were it not for the looming crisis, he would relish such carefree enjoyment. Life inevitably demands choices, he mused. Growth is a series of sacrifices. With bags in hand, he made his way back to the quaint little villa. On the first floor, 3 individuals were engrossed in discussing the day's competition. They were eager for a certain someone's attention. Thus, when that person appeared, the leader raised his voice, recounting his glorious feats of overcoming many adversaries with a stick. However, upon noticing Lin Yuzi heading upstairs, he could not help but inquire, "Xiaolin, you've been out all day. What have you been up to?" "Shopping," Lin Yuzi replied, revealing 2 bags. The leader, intrigued, asked, "What did you buy?" "Let us see." "Absolutely not." Lin Yuzi firmly declined, maintaining a stoic expression as he hurried upstairs. After he vanished, the leader slumped onto the sofa, exclaiming in exasperation, "Xiaolin is just so mysterious. He won't even let us know what he bought." Well, Xiaolin clearly has secrets. Who among us could match his prowess in earning money? Upon this remark, the trio fell silent. They could not deny their inability to achieve such financial success, let alone his father, who would require at least 3 months to earn over 100 million. "Aren't you curious?" the leader pressed. The other 2 shook their heads. What's there to be curious about? Women's clothing, stockings, or perhaps a Fiji cup? Seeing their dismissive gestures, the leader felt utterly bemused, as if pent-up energy had nowhere to go. Just as a peacock displays its plumage to attract a mate, he sought to showcase his achievements from the previous day. Unfortunately, Lin Yuzi seemed indifferent to his efforts. Feeling thwarted, he had hoped to capture Xiaolin's attention through the contents of his shopping bags. Yet Xiaolin remained enigmatic, refusing to reveal their contents and retreating upstairs. This left the leader curious. He was unbothered by the prospect of being seen by the 2nd or 3rd members of their group. After all, there was nothing illicit about his purchases. What was there to hide? They were all men after all. What could possibly be so shameful? Could it be women's clothing? Eureka! The leader, as if a light had dawned upon him, glanced at the staircase and lowered his voice. What if we trick Xiaolin into joining the club, and during a performance, have him wear women's clothing? That seems inappropriate, the 2nd member frowned, sensing something amiss. The 3rd member's eyes lit up, contemplating the idea but ultimately choosing silence. "You 2 are truly disappointing." "Never mind then." Do not. What I mean is that this matter requires careful deliberation. We must ensure that Xiaolin willingly joins the club and subtly coax him into donning women's attire." "Yeah. I have only just realized that you are indeed quite the enigmatic character. Jiang Yongji observed Su Yongchu with the same astonishment as if he were meeting him for the first time, his gaze suggesting, so, you are this kind of person. Under such scrutiny, Su Yongchu felt a surge of urgency and promptly deflected, saying, it is San who is truly enigmatic. My curiosity is purely innocent. Sun Mingren, unjustly caught in the crossfire, interjected, how am I enigmatic? You are slandering my character. Ha! Do not think I am unaware. Your screensaver is filled with Xiaolin's pictures. Air launched an offensive. San, exposed, retreated in astonishment. When did you see that? He retorted, prompting Sun Mingren to ponder where he had faltered in his concealment, for he had hidden it well. However, Air beamed with triumph, stating, see, you have confessed. In that moment, Sun Mingren's mind raced, and he countered, isn't it you who uses Xiaolin's picture as your screensaver? Upon hearing this, Air awkwardly turned away, coughing. The elder brother's expression darkened. These two truly are peculiar, resorting to using Xiaolin's photograph as their screensaver. Thankfully, he had merely set the wallpaper to Xiaolin's image. Wait. Were we not discussing how to trick Xiaolin into wearing women's clothing? How did we veer off course? He had no choice but to steer the conversation back. Soon, the three began to deliberate, examining the feasibility of their plan. In the room, while the trio engaged in dialogue, Lin Yuzi had already secured the women's clothing deep within the cabinet. The heavens were unkind, influencing his reason to the extent that he purchased an abundance of jewelry. Classic deflection. He would never admit to having bought it himself. If there were any fault, it lay with the heavens for their relentless targeting, which was utterly excessive. After a considerable time, having finished his shower, he found his hands uncontrollably reaching toward the cabinet. Smack! He slapped his own hand, bewildered as to why he suddenly deemed his previous male attire unattractive, yearning to wear those garments. What is happening? I should have regained my rationality by now. Could it be that the heavens have grown stronger in their influence over me? This time, he seriously contemplated this possibility. After much reflection, finding no answers, he buried his confusion deep within and suppressed the urge to dress. He needed a distraction, so he approached the desk, opened his computer, and began reviewing the schedule for the competitions. During the first round of auditions in District 16, Lin Yuzi emerged victorious. In the subsequent round of auditions, he remained in District 16, albeit with the number of participants increasing to 200. Those who had not been eliminated continued to compete. With a large pool of participants, there were 3 matches a day, each accommodating 200 individuals, resulting in nearly 10,000 competitors daily. Yet, with over 300,000 participants from Wancheng, the number surpassed 200,000. Given the current regulations, even if the full 20 days were utilized, only 200,000 would compete, leaving many rounds unfilled. However, there is no need for concern. The algorithm governing the scheduling is remarkably adept, ensuring that every individual who registers will be able to participate. It is simply that as the event progresses, the challenges may become increasingly formidable. Lin Yuzi, feeling rather bored, scrolled through trending topics before reclining on his bed. He harbored a certain aversion to donning male attire, currently clad in a loose-fitting robe. Why is it so? In a place unnoticed by him, the 7th petal had begun to take on color, merely awaiting an opportunity to fully blossom. In the depths of night, those preparing for tomorrow's competition were resting, while the president of the association was still engaged in weapon crafting. President, should we not allow the martial artists to propose their own requirements, and then create accordingly? A commendable idea, but how can we ensure fairness? President, the martial arts competition cannot guarantee absolute impartiality. Everyone employs custom weapons that suit them, which could be considered a different form of fairness. This statement resonated with the president, prompting him to ponder for a moment before seeking approval from above. During the martial arts competition, feedback channels are monitored around the clock. And indeed, a reply has arrived. The president opened it, his pupils widening in astonishment. Chapter 55. The man in the black robe. It was then that the message on the computer revealed. After deliberation, the proposal has been approved. The new regulations will be implemented following the conclusion of the preliminary round. Until then, The original rules shall remain in effect. The president was taken aback by the unexpected agreement from above. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. The enigmatic world was approaching. It was only reasonable that the final martial arts competition would feature some deviations from tradition. With all martial artists permitted to wield weapons that suited their style, the forthcoming contests promised to be even more captivating. This year, the number of registrations has surpassed last year's figures by more than double. Among such a multitude of participants, the strength of hidden champions remained unknown. One could only hope that the young friend would achieve commendable results. The martial arts competition also served as a training exercise for the military. They had enlisted soldiers who had undergone the training of realm practitioners to participate in the contests, with training and competition occurring simultaneously. During the tournament, no one would remain stagnant. The following day, October 10th, a date of significance. The Bitter Melon Trio prepared for their morning match, setting out early, confident that Xiao Lin was watching them on television. In reality, Xiao Lin had yet to awaken. Recently, he had been plagued by peculiar dreams during his slumber, each culminating in death. Such dreams held no auspicious meaning, and he found himself vexed by their recurrence. Could it be that his rebirth had not altered his destiny? He refused to believe it. If the chains of fate truly existed, he would shatter them with his own hands. When he finally awoke, it was already 10 o'clock. An hour had passed since the match commenced. He lay in bed, watching the live broadcast on his phone. In the commercial center of Wan City, Zone 1, Zhang Yongji found himself in a precarious situation. Out of 200 participants, only he and one other remained. The opponent, clad in a voluminous black robe with a hood, concealed a mask adorned with strange patterns beneath, wielded weapons in the form of chains entwined around his hands. In truth, chains were not among the available weapon options. He had defeated many adversaries and fashioned the remaining weapons into a set of nunchaku. In the audience, many spectators were anxious about Zhang Yongji's chances of victory. Their apprehension was not rooted in a particular faith in him, but rather in their financial stakes, believing he could triumph in 5 matches. A loss in the second round would mean a total loss for the bookmakers. Stall for time. Don't engage, they cried out. The sudden emergence of the dark horse in black ignited the crowd's fervor, as they urged Zhang Yongji to endure for an hour without conceding defeat. Yet only Zhang Yongji, present at the scene, comprehended the immense pressure exerted by the man in the black robe. He hesitated to strike, knowing that any attack would lead to his weapon being ensnared and subsequently disarmed. Should he lose his weapon, failure would be his only fate. The man in black showed no haste, speaking in a low, chilling voice. This world is an illusion. I will not eliminate you. I require your assistance in eliminating more. His tone was cold, his expression inscrutable behind the mask. Yet, upon the broad sleeves of his robe, a chain motif emerged upon the back of his hand. This individual was a formidable figure from the realm of the game, 1,000-fold stronger, a boundary transcender. Blue Star OL panel. Name: Gender. Male race. Human realm level 7 ability. Prison lock universal link. Passive skill: when there are no chains upon his hands, he can conjure weapons that substitute for chains. Should an opponent's realm be inferior to his own, he can completely disarm any close-range weapon directed at him. The chain design upon Fidu's hand had illuminated halfway, a testament to the cost of utilizing this passive skill at the expense of its side effects. Thus, Zone 1 fell into a hushed silence. The audience, too, quieted, awaiting the conclusion of time. At last, the moment arrived. The spectators erupted into vehement exclamations. They comprehended the rules of the martial arts tournament, well aware that Zhang Yongji and Fitu would encounter one another once more in the forthcoming match. This signified a potential loss for them. The bookmakers, astutely aware, opened their betting lines. The odds for the cloaked man were comparable to those for the Valkyrie, the elderly man from the park, and the straw-clad figure, all betting on a loss rather than a win. The odds for the next match, predictably, soared to 100-fold. It was an unmistakable setup for exploitation. The organizers, cognizant of this, chose to disregard it. Once a year, they allowed such transgressions to persist. Even if banned, underground betting would continue. It was preferable to operate above board, in fairness and transparency. Speaking of betting schemes, The investigation into the lime powder incident from 2 days prior had yielded results. The 3 individuals involved claimed that after their losses, someone from the casino instructed them on their next actions, even providing them with tools to intimidate the martial artists. They were uncertain as to why, upon being rebuffed, they resorted to such actions. In the aftermath, they professed to have no recollection of the lime powder incident. Their memory lapses commenced from the moment the straw-clad figure refused to share the spoils. What transpired thereafter was a blur to them. Regardless of the veracity of their statements, it was up to the officers to discern the truth. However, the actions had been executed, and the perpetrators deserved punishment. They were incarcerated, yet they remained cheerful about it. For in this way, they would be absolved of their debts. As the morning matches concluded, in a tea house, a refined middle-aged man sat on the second-floor balcony, sipping tea. From his vantage point, he could observe the commercial street. A closer inspection revealed that this was indeed the site of the gambler's assault on the straw-clad figure. All their schemes had unraveled. He raised his teacup, savoring the flavor. Upon the back of his hand, a distinct coin motif materialized. His intentions were not limited to the straw-clad figure. Anyone appearing on the betting lines would find themselves targeted. Only the straw-clad figure had succeeded in evading harm, for his eyes had been injured by the lime powder. From this vantage, he could eliminate the threat posed by the straw-clad figure. If a mere mortal could inflict such damage, then he was weak and posed no threat to him. Like that Valkyrie, before he could even approach, he was restrained. This was undoubtedly a matter of dealing with a kindred spirit, one that must be resolved first. The elderly man in the park could not find him. He was far too enigmatic, vanishing without a trace as soon as the competition concluded. Now, an additional figure cloaked in black emerged. The man continued his actions, producing a handful of gold coins from his pocket and tossing them into the air. The coins landed on the patterned back of his hand, revealing the reverse side. "Your luck seems favorable," he remarked, then crushed the coins, unleashing a radiant golden light that merged into the design. Soon after, he gathered the coins again, only to crush them once more. After completing this ritual, he conjured more coins. "Let us see how fortunate you truly are, figure in black," he declared. The coins soared upwards as he engaged in a game of chance. Success. As the words fell from his lips, he gazed at the coins depicted on the design. Coincidentally, they corresponded perfectly with the outcome. Triumph was his. No sooner had he spoken than the coins transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, behind the figure in black, a gambler suddenly froze, his eyes flashing with golden light. Chapter 56. The Casino Master. Endless wealth. A glimmer of gold flashed in the gambler's eyes as he succumbed to irrationality. The man controlled him, his hand reaching towards his chest. As he approached the figure cloaked in black, he said, "Brother, may we discuss a matter?" "Speak," the black-cloaked figure replied coldly, his gaze unwavering. In a sudden turn, the gambler drew a knife, aiming to stab the black figure's hand. This act was a desperate attempt to compel the black-cloaked man to reveal whether there was a mark on his palm. In response, the black figure moved with astonishing swiftness. From his voluminous sleeves fell chains, which he quickly ensnared around the gambler. "Do not engage in such petty antics from behind." Upon hearing this, the man was taken aback, retracting his control. It appeared they were of the same ilk. He rubbed his chin, donned white gloves, and placed a gentleman's top hat upon his head before departing the tea house. Name: Endless Wealth. Gender: male. Race: enigmatic. Realm: human realm. Human realm. Level 9. Abilities: passive skill, greed. This ability allows him to control those ensnared by their desire for wealth. Before being controlled, the subject must endure emotional turmoil. The control range does not exceed 1,000 meters, and within this distance, the number of individuals he can control equals his current amount of gold coins. Active skill: gamble. By tossing a gold coin and predicting the outcome, if correct, the coin vanishes, allowing for long-distance control over those engulfed in greed. In this case, one coin can control only one individual, and if the gamble fails, it does not consume a coin but incurs a 1-hour cooldown. Active skill: priceless. By expending gold coins, he can reduce the cooldown of all skills. One coin shortens the cooldown by half an hour. Active skill: wealth flow. Each natural day, he can acquire 1 gold coin, with a maximum of 5 coins. This limit increases as his strength grows. The enigmatic realm humans are traitors of the human race, having sold their souls to the lord of the enigmatic realm to gain abilities prematurely. However, they do not gain expansive skills to avoid being targeted by the will of Blue Star. The existence of enigmatic realm humans serves to preemptively eliminate the realm's challengers from Blue Star. The exact number of these beings remains unknown, and they are not solely human. One must not forget the steeds, the Valkyries, and the black-cloaked figures. We shall see. Today, endless wealth had depleted his gold coins. Yet, he could cultivate those ensnared by their desire for wealth. These individuals, driven by greed, would become his future pawns. He would not partake in the martial arts competition. Rather, his true objective lay in hunting those who would participate. Meanwhile, Fitu observed the gambler, recognizing that the sensation he had just experienced must belong to a realm challenger. Could it be that he has acquired such abilities in advance? He pondered, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. Upon the arrival of the police, he retracted the chains and turned to depart. With so many onlookers present, they would provide their own accounts. Thus, this incident was classified as an assault by the gambler. Given that he was indeed a gambler, it was likely that he had risked murder due to a bet lost to the black-cloaked figure in the next round. The actions taken against the cloaked one 2 days prior were strikingly similar. The 100-fold odds drove some to madness. In the afternoon, the competition proceeded as usual, but this time, a towering figure clad in a chicken head mask, standing at an imposing 2.5 meters, made his entrance. With a solid stance, he relied upon his broad shoulders to topple the remaining competitors from the stage. A powerful shoulder charge, unstoppable as a deity in battle. His self-created technique was nearly insurmountable for countless individuals. The green-skinned father and son duo also took to the stage, collaborating to defeat many opponents, while the green-skinned watermelon head captured the audience's attention. Some spectators, upon witnessing him, remarked, "The sight of the green-skinned watermelon head evokes the nostalgia of lost youth." Even the esteemed General Mike from the Lighthouse Nation proclaimed, "Youth is priceless. Until now, I have struggled to comprehend its value, but the emergence of the green-skinned watermelon head's lineage has illuminated the essence of youth for me." As night fell, Lin Yuzi was about to make her entrance. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie's opponents trembled in fear, uniting in their efforts to eliminate her. Unsurprisingly, within 10 minutes, all were cast down from the stage. In the face of absolute strength, employing such petty tactics proved utterly futile. Her words carried profound significance. In the audience, Qian Wujin paused, a smile gracing his face. Truly, it was a gathering of equals, each more arrogant than the last. He shifted his gaze towards the elderly gentleman in the park. The old man remained a force to be reckoned with, wielding a blade that swept from the east of the arena to the west, then from the south to the north. 200 were pursued relentlessly. "Old man, please stop. I'll jump down myself." "Be gentle, old man, you might break a bone." Even a wooden sword could inflict considerable pain. Each strike elicited cries of distress. Unable to endure such torment, they all chose to leap from the stage. The elderly gentleman emerged victorious once more with his overwhelming prowess. In the end, all eyes turned to Zone 16. There stood the cloaked one, still positioned at the edge of the stage. However, whispers of the recent incident circulated. "Come on. The cloaked one has been injured in the eyes by quicklime. Eliminate him swiftly," shouts echoed. "Hurry up, are you not men?" The audience roared with fervor, their voices crashing like a torrent, united in their desire for the cloaked one's defeat. Many competitors were aware of the events from 2 days prior. Initially hesitant, they now resolved to act. 199 individuals seemingly in perfect harmony, launching an assault against Lin Yuzi. Some displayed utter shamelessness. Taking advantage of the cloaked one's impaired vision, they surrounded him from all directions, with some aiming directly for his lower body, eager to showcase their judo and wrestling skills. A number of them had studied various martial arts, employing techniques reminiscent of judo axes, Superman punches, and sacrifice kicks. Their diverse maneuvers posed a considerable threat, relying on an unpredictable assault pattern. In the face of this onslaught, Lin Yuzi remained utterly composed. Possessing overwhelming strength, He remained unperturbed by the underhanded schemes around him. As the crowd encroached, he spoke. "Look, a flying saucer." The moment those words escaped his lips, everyone instinctively turned their gaze skyward. Yet, their minds reacted swifter than their bodies. As they turned, a sense of impending doom washed over them. Alas, they had fallen into a trap. However, their necks were still twisting in motion. Before they could fully redirect their gaze, a sudden force gripped their necks, leaving them disoriented as they tumbled to the ground, their necks twisted in the process. How infuriating! Such treachery to deceive and ambush. The flying saucer tactic swiftly enabled Lin Yuzi to dispatch a dozen adversaries, and seizing this moment, he deftly escaped the encirclement. The art of deception in warfare is paramount. Their foolishness was their undoing. Struck and ridiculed, their patience waned, and they charged forward once more. Yet, Lin Yuzi refrained from engaging directly, opting instead for a kite-fighting strategy. This spectacle left the audience in a state of mixed emotions, even silencing the commentators. The 16th district may be small, but it birthed legends. Chapter 57. The enigmatic Zone 16, creating legends. Zone 16 is rather peculiar. In the match 2 days prior, the figure known as the Cloaked One was the one pursuing others. This time, however, the roles have reversed, with the Cloaked One being chased instead. While such a turn of events could be deemed understandable given the numerical advantage of the pursuers, the Cloaked One disobeys conventional tactics. Midway through the chase, he often turns abruptly, startling his pursuers into a sudden halt, believing he is about to strike. This unexpected stop causes a chaotic pileup, leading many to tumble off the platform. Alas, allies inadvertently harm one another. As this back and forth ensues, the number of participants dwindles rapidly. Ultimately, it is the Cloaked One's turn to pursue those who once chased him. "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I beg you," they plead as they flee for their lives. Lin Yuzi's heart nearly bursts with laughter, yet he must maintain an air of composure, coldly continuing his pursuit. After 2 hours of relentless running, they collapse, panting heavily, resembling a panting dog at the village entrance. The time has elapsed, and the referee steps in to declare the match concluded. Among all the contests, the one in Zone 16 stands out for its flamboyance, specifically due to the Cloaked One's unique style, which many find bizarre. Numerous individuals have banded together to protest, demanding a revision of the rules. The rationale being that victors remain in their respective zones, allowing subsequent participants to anticipate their opponents. No one desires to face these formidable contenders, leading to widespread dissent. In response to the protests, the organizers' reply is quite straightforward. Protests are in vain. However, they assure that new regulations are in the works and will be unveiled during the main event, urging everyone to persevere until then. This statement, however, is akin to a mere platitude. Altering rules for the main event does little to alleviate concerns regarding the preliminary rounds. Many participants realize they may not endure until that point. Faced with the prospect of being mercilessly defeated, they choose to withdraw from the competition. This mass exodus is inconsequential, as the system automatically compensates for the numbers. Each victor is recorded in the background, and the supercomputer effortlessly manages the participant count. Thus, the previously worrisome dilemma is swiftly resolved. Even if one does not withdraw, the president has alternatives. At worst, they might allow the stronger competitors to sit out, permitting the remaining participants to compete, or increase the number of participants. For instance, they could introduce additional competitors to the 16 zones. Naturally, for every event, several contingency plans must be prepared, and the experienced president is well aware of this. With today's match concluded, Qian Wujin affirms his suspicions. If the Cloaked One were truly of his ilk, would he display such cowardice? It appears victory hinges on intellect rather than sheer strength. Furthermore, one cannot overlook his peculiar attire. As if possessed by some folly, who would don a raincoat without the slightest hint of rain? Thus, he could dismiss the threat posed by the raincoat-wearing stranger. Yet, the elderly gentleman in the park appeared rather suspicious. After every competition, he would flee with remarkable haste, as if sensing that someone was plotting against him. Such vigilance is not to be underestimated. In truth, the old man had not pondered much. He merely wished to return home swiftly to avoid being discovered for shirking his duties to partake in the contest. In this realm of asymmetric information, Chen Wujin arrived at an impeccable deduction. As a member of the enigmatic human race, his self-assurance was a hallmark, his pride inherent, and his disdain for the inhabitants of Blue Star a tradition. Twirling a gold coin between his fingers, he made his way to a tea restaurant. The location was splendid, offering a unique view. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi, keen to avoid an ambush, had changed his attire early and stowed his clothes in a suitcase. Indeed, when he first set out, he was dragging a suitcase behind him. Fortunately, the Wan City Commercial Center boasted a luggage storage facility, where he paid to rent a space for 4 months to secure his suitcase. He even procured 2 additional suitcases to create a diversion. This quality of caution was vividly embodied in Lin Yuzi. After changing into casual attire, he set out to indulge in some fish balls, renowned from the neon-lit shores. How to describe them? The texture was delightfully soft, adhering more than cotton candy yet, upon closer savoring, not excessively sticky. Being a sweet delicacy, they were enjoyable in moderation but could become cloying if overindulged. He also sampled octopus balls and fried fish balls. Today was indeed a day for savoring balls of all kinds. As he relished his meal, perhaps due to his solitary presence, several men approached to strike up conversations. "Hey there, are you alone?" one gentleman inquired. Lin Yuzi glanced back at him. He was a middle-aged man. "Sir, I'm not alone. I could be half a person." The older man was momentarily at a loss for words. How could this young lady's tongue be so sharp? "Ahem, that's not what I meant. You must understand my intent." "Sir, what do you mean by intent? I have no desire to know, but surely you grasp my meaning?" "What do you mean, sir? You're quite bothersome." "Farewell, no, never again." Anyone savoring a delightful meal would find their mood soured by the unsolicited advances of an older gentleman. If it were a handsome man or, perish the thought, a beautiful woman, then perhaps an introduction might be entertained. Thus, Lin Yuzi departed and made his way to a herbal tea shop. In October, the autumn heat was still fierce, and the nights bore a lingering warmth. With his million-dollar winnings in hand, he indulged in a spree of shopping, spending freely. After all, there was little to occupy his time in the coming months. Tomorrow, he intended to reconnect with his horse, lest 10 days of separation render the creature unrecognizing of him. In high spirits, he hummed a tune, nearly bouncing along his way. For reasons unknown, he felt inexplicably jubilant today. Perhaps it was the influence of fate. How vexing! Fate? Heaven seems to have no time for Lin Yuzi, having discerned that this anomaly poses no threat whatsoever, unlike the other formidable entities that roam the land. In the central region of Blue Star, a chaotic melee ensues among various factions, where peculiar abilities have emerged. This is the result of the Realm Seekers intervening. The first side effect bearer has manifested, struggling to retain his humanity while his form resembles that of a wolf. A werewolf. This aligns with the mysterious legends. Subsequently, the werewolf bartered his soul for reason, establishing an organization of his kind. Utilizing their powers, they incessantly infect ordinary individuals, enabling their transformation into werewolves. With their growing army, they brazenly seize territories. However, this transformation harbors a weakness. On the eve of the full moon, they lose all their abilities, serving as a natural forecast. The moment one detects a werewolf's vulnerability, it is a clear indication that the following night will herald a full moon. Chapter 58. The Werewolf of Side Effects. The werewolf, having bargained his soul to the Lord of the Illusion Realm in exchange for his sanity, commenced the execution of the Lord's orders, the annihilation of all life on Blue Star. In the heart of Blue Star, chaos erupted, with the acrid smoke of battle permeating the air, unyielding even to the torrential rains. These aberrations brazenly manifested, inciting the wrath of the will of Blue Star. Countless bolts of thunder descended, obliterating numerous lesser werewolves. The werewolf leader remained indifferent to the demise of his kin. As long as he persisted, transformation could continue unabated. The Lord of the Illusion Realm was imminent, and his impatience grew. Provoking the heavens was indeed his obligation. Unlike Chen Wujin, who sought to eliminate the realm cultivators threatening the Illusion Lord, the werewolf aimed to hasten the Lord's arrival by exterminating all potential adversaries, eradicating any semblance of resistance. The chasm between realm cultivators and ordinary individuals was vast. Many magical creatures could only be harmed by those of the realm. Once the cultivators were vanquished, Blue Star would face an extended period of stagnation, time ample enough for the Lord's subjects to seize dominion over the planet. Upon returning to the bustling commercial center of Wanqing, Lin Yuzi's presence captivated numerous onlookers. His inquisitive demeanor sparked curiosity among many. He was approached by several suitors, all of whom he politely declined. That was until a live streamer appeared. Holding her phone aloft, she introduced the scenic beauty surrounding her. Upon spotting Lin Yuzi, she approached and inquired, "Miss, do you venture out without makeup?" "Indeed," he replied. "As a man, I resolutely abstain from cosmetics." "Wow, your skin is truly remarkable. What is your skincare regimen?" "I merely do a little here and there. It's all natural." "How enviable." The female streamer expressed her admiration fervently, gazing at Lin Yuzi's visage, tempted to reach out and touch. Not only did she harbor this desire, but so too did the others, including the viewers in her livestream. His fair complexion and rosy lips beckoned an affectionate gesture. Watching the interaction between the streamer and the bystander, fans grew envious. Look at that lecherous streamer, daring to touch the young lady's hand. Truly a female predator. Indeed, this female predator was affectionately nicknamed "Call Me Sashimi," and was endearingly referred to by her fans as Sister Sashimi. How utterly disdainful. Her expression infuriates me. I envy Sister Sashimi. She gets to be in Wanqing, while I remain here, unable to behold such lovely ladies. The livestream audience expressed their jealousy towards Sister Sashimi's fortune as she held Lin Yuzi's hand, inspecting both the palm and the back, showcasing it in the stream while continuously boasting, "Family, can you comprehend? The young lady's skin is exquisite, so soft, and she even carries a subtle fragrance." Disdainful, utterly so. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuzi withdrew his hand. "This woman is a weirdo. I must return home." "Don't go. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. The night is still young for us." "No, I must leave. Goodbye." "Well, how about adding me on V? Next time, we could go out and have some fun together. Let's talk about it when we meet again. Goodbye." Lin Yuzi wished to avoid being pursued by the girl with unusual tendencies. He was already quite annoyed by Shi Yifang's incessant attention. If another person were to join in, his peace would be utterly disrupted. After a hurried departure, Sister Pian lamented, "That girl is so aloof, refusing to add me on V. Am I not appealing?" To be frank, Sister Pian possessed quite an admirable beauty, with her adorable round face complemented by a tall figure and ample bosom. Suddenly, she recalled the one flaw of the girl from earlier. Her chest did not measure up to her own. This thought brightened her mood, and her tone became noticeably cheerful as she resumed introducing the night market at the Wanqing Commercial Center to her fans. With a smile, Sister Pian's thoughts drifted to more risky matters, proving once again that her mind was either dwelling on such topics or contemplating them. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi had returned to school. Upon entering, he noticed Shi Yifang engaged in conversation with a police officer, casting glances in his direction. What is happening? Listening closely, it seemed to involve gamblers. Had the gamblers struck again? Why had he not encountered them? Lin Yuzi felt puzzled. Just the other day, one had attacked him. Yet today, nothing had occurred, aside from his encounter with that peculiar girl. Suddenly, a realization struck him. "Oh right, I changed my clothes, so I probably went unrecognized." Unbeknownst to him, the scarecrow had already been removed from the hit list by Chen Wujin. A weakling who could be harmed by ordinary individuals could never be of the same kind as himself. Thus, by a twist of fate, he had remarkably evaded a series of troubles. As he walked past Shi Yifang, a thought crossed his mind. Why had she attracted the attention of gamblers? Could it be that she had participated in the competition? And with such high odds, was that why she had caught their eye? Lin Yuzi felt intrigued and slowed his pace to listen more intently. It turned out that Shi Yifang was merely passing by. She had reported the incident where the Valkyrie was attacked by gamblers, singing her praises all the while. She appeared like an infatuated fan, causing his heart to skip a beat, to admire the Valkyrie, who casually tossed opponents off the stage. Such a violent woman. Was it possible that Shi Yifang harbored a similar violent inclination? Lin Yuzi felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly exited the scene. Curiosity had led him into this predicament. Why had he chosen to eavesdrop? Now he found himself unsettled. Several hours later, Lin Yuzi lay in bed. His passive skill, sacred water protection, had reset, freeing him from the worry of negative status effects. The incident involving the slaked lime would certainly not repeat itself. Yet, he could not comprehend how ordinary individuals could possess such audacity to attempt to assassinate martial artists. Was the allure of profit so blinding that they dared to take action? While being blinded by gain is understandable, one must recognize the disparity in strength. Otherwise, it would simply be a case of delivering oneself to destruction. This dilemma perplexed Lin Yuzi. The affairs of the Mejia human race remained shrouded in mystery, unknown to anyone across the globe. Most deemed the appearance of gamblers as mere folly, driven by the allure of immense profit. Even Lin Yuzi could only resign himself to this interpretation. Consequently, the organizers issued a statement declaring, excessively high odds may jeopardize the safety of participants. We urge that the maximum odds must not exceed tenfold. This announcement was disseminated overnight, accompanied by 3 successive releases, including an analysis of the prevailing circumstances. Before long, various bookmakers began to refund wagers exceeding 100-fold. With such prohibitions, they could still devise alternative strategies. For instance, if the Sui player lost in District 16 at 10-fold odds, and if that loss occurred within an hour, they could then compound the odds to 100-fold. It is fair to say that solutions often outnumber difficulties. The higher the path of righteousness, the stronger the forces of darkness. This method of cumulative betting is indeed a remarkable approach. However, the increase in regulations may render the act of wagering more cumbersome for participants. Chapter 59. Call me Sashimi. Sister, time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the distant sun has risen. As the sun emerges, I ascend the hillside, yearning to sing. Who is it that brings forth the sound of bells? Lin Yuzi, roused from his slumber, gazes out the window. Dawn has broken. Upon listening intently, he discerns the sounds emanating from the courtyard of the small villa. Could it be that the long-abandoned yard is finally being put to use? Indeed, the trio of has commenced their rigorous training. Since yesterday, when Jiang Yongji nearly faced defeat, his confidence has been shaken, compelling him to train incessantly. In this atmosphere, Su Yongchu and Sun Mingren have also embarked on their arduous training. This is merely the second round. Even the strongest leader almost faced elimination. If the two of them encounter a formidable opponent, they too risk being ousted. After all, they are students of martial arts, officially registered under their own names. Should they falter, the entire school would be aware of their failure. The focus of Wuhan University in Wanqing is primarily on the martial arts program. Some participants register anonymously, oblivious to the unfolding battles. However, Jiang Yongji stands apart. On the first day of competition, he basked in the limelight, exuding confidence and grandeur. This led him to a fleeting sense of superiority, believing that his family's teachings would allow him to triumph effortlessly. Yet, the second match brought him back to reality. The stark contrast of plummeting from the clouds into an abyss has stripped him of his frivolous demeanor, replacing it with a serious dedication to training. On the first floor, Lin Yuzi observes them from the window. No matter how much an ordinary person trains, they can never surpass those of a higher realm. The disparity is insurmountable. Strive on, perhaps you may create a miracle. He muses inwardly before diverting his attention from the trio. The persistent encroachment of the realm of OL upon Blue Star may yet yield unforeseen miracles. The possibility of finding treasures or rare medicinal herbs remains. Stepping out of the villa, he proceeds to the security booth, where Grandfather Guan sits comfortably, enjoying the air conditioning while watching a live broadcast. Few security personnel can afford such leisure. Upon noticing Lin Yuzi's arrival, Grandfather Guan swiftly shifts the camera, his hand movements remarkably quick, though Lin Yuzi catches a glimpse of his actions. TSK. This Grandfather Guan has quite the eye watching long-legged ladies. Yet, well-versed in the ways of the world, Lin Yuzi feigns ignorance and greets him. Grandfather Guan, I am heading to the horse ranch. It has been a while. I wonder if the little horses still remember me. Cough. Then let us go. Grandfather Guan replies with calm composure, adjusting his security uniform as he leads Lin Yuzi to the ranch. At the ranch, Guan Erzi, Grandfather Guan's son, is practicing archery atop a short horse. Ever since discovering his father's prowess, he has dedicated his spare time to training here, determined not to let the Guan family's legacy fade away. Father is truly something else. He always prefers to keep his talents hidden. How mischievous. After yet another missed shot, Guan Erzi feels dejected, irritably walking over to retrieve the arrows, only to toss them to the ground in frustration. All of this was witnessed by the two individuals at the entrance. That scoundrel! Mr. Guan's face darkened as he stepped forward and bellowed, "You little rascal! Is this how you treat the arrows in your hand? I see you are eager to taste the bamboo shoots. Dad, what you say is utterly useless. Once the horse moves, I can't hit a thing." "Ha! Then how did I manage to hit? You've been practicing for so long. Surely you can hit your target. Then why can Xiao Lin hit?" At this, Guan's son found himself at a loss for words. He turned his head away, his face flushed with pride, only to suddenly notice Lin Yuzi standing nearby, still smiling. Instantly, his cheeks burned, and he quickly turned his head in another direction, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. Seeing his son's bashful demeanor, Mr. Guan couldn't help but jest. As a man, is this all the composure you possess? Are you going to shy away from the target whenever a pretty face appears? That's not it. Then you better not. With no further concern for his son, Mr. Guan approached Lin Yuzi, a broad smile on his face. "Xiao Lin, let us be off." "Sure." Upon arriving in the area where the Dewan horses resided, two sharp whistles pierced the air. The horses dashed out from the herd. It was a young steed, after the sweat-blood steed, which Lin Yuzi had been tending, trotted over and nudged him with its neck. It seemed to reproach him for taking so long to arrive.
Ha, my apologies, my apologies.
"I've been rather busy lately, but I'm here now. How about we gallop together?" The horse neighed, filled with spirit. After mounting, he raised an eyebrow at Mr. Guan. "Shall we have a competition?" Mr. Guan, understanding the unspoken challenge, nodded eagerly. I could not wish for anything more. In that moment, the boundaries of age faded, transforming them into friends and rivals alike. The seasoned horseman emerged to watch the spectacle, and Guan's son joined him at the side. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sharp sounds rang out. The target, set 50 paces away, was struck. Good shot. Splendid. Remarkable precision, consistently hitting the bullseye. The seasoned horseman had only recently come to realize the prowess of the security captain. They wondered how such a formidable individual could humble himself to serve as a mere security guard. Mr. Guan was exceedingly adept at concealing his true abilities. With such skill, he could have chosen any profession, yet he opted for security. With his archery talent, he could easily have served as an instructor in the military. They speculated that perhaps Captain Guan wished to keep his family's secret techniques hidden. After all, there has always been a belief in the careful transmission of knowledge through generations. Perhaps that was his intention. However, the truth was quite different. Mr. Guan chose to be a security guard because Wuhan City's martial arts university was renowned for its rich martial ethics, and Wuhan City itself was a bastion of martial virtue. Moreover, the university boasted sweat-blood steeds and statues of martial saints. For these reasons, he decided to take root in this place. Wuhan City is also a historic city. The famous Battle of Wuhan took place here, where Cao Cao lost his eldest son, Cao Ong, his nephew, Cao Anmin, and the great general, Dian Wei. This grand battle was won by Zhang Xiu. Fortunately, the defeat did not alter the northern landscape, yet it led to a tragic contest for the position of the legitimate heir, entangling many in its web. Perhaps had Cao Cao in that moment not succumbed to pride and lust, and refrained from forcibly taking the widow of Zhang Jie, the uncle of Zhang Xiu, as a concubine, the dynamics of the late Three Kingdoms might have transformed. Yet there are no what-ifs in history. Those events belong to a distant past, where this land has long been shrouded in layers of bloodshed. History is invariably tragic. Perhaps a year hence, the harmony here will vanish, and the smoke of war will rise once more. The competition has concluded. The outcome is of little consequence. Lin Yuzi's intention was merely to cultivate a rapport with the horse. "Master Guan, I shall take my leave." The two shared a tacit understanding and refrained from inquiring about each other's martial arts competition. Lin Yuzi sensed that Master Guan had been waiting for an opportunity to engage him in a fair duel. Perhaps their identities had long been mutually recognized. As they turned to depart, their gazes met, and Lin Yuzi offered a slight smile. "Isn't that right, Master of the Park?" "Indeed, Cloaked Traveler." Chapter 60. The third appearance. A formidable opponent, the martial arts competition has entered its 6th day. Today marks Lin Yuzi's 3rd match. As usual, the trio participated in the contest. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor the 2nd and 3rd members, who were eliminated and left in a state of despondency. The 1st member continued to collaborate with the man in black robes, successfully eliminating all 198 opponents. Master Ma's ultimate technique, the lightning whip, was countered. He encountered a mysterious young man, adorned with a headband and dressed in a striking metallic style, exuding a hip-hop vibe. Armed with a baseball bat, one should not be deceived by his appearance. When he engaged, he displayed no hesitation. With a single punch, he shattered Master Ma's nasal bone, rendering him unconscious. Regardless of the strength of his adversaries, he decisively defeated them with one blow, earning him the moniker of One Punch Man. The Watermelon Head father and son also persevered, utilizing their tactical coordination through the 8 gates of Duinjia, proving to be surprisingly resilient. In the evening, as the Valkyrie ascended the stage, all her opponents leapt off to avoid being thrown down, fearing not only humiliation but also the pain that would linger for days. The elderly gentleman in the park did not engage fiercely this time. It seemed he was deliberately conserving his strength, standing resolutely in the center of the ring, poised with his blade. Despite the apparent openings in his defense, no one dared to approach, as previous attempts to sneak attack had resulted in immediate defeat. The least regarded area, Zone 16, was different today. A skilled fighter emerged. The audience erupted in excitement. I recognized him as a star of free fighting from the Lighthouse Nation, the lightweight champion. How could he participate in our Huayu Nation's competition? It must be an anonymous registration. Ha! This individual is quite audacious, revealing himself openly after registering anonymously, perhaps intending to mock us. Johnson, indeed, registered anonymously, with his girlfriend from Huayu Nation facilitating the process. The reason for the mockery is rooted in recent revelations. It came to light that Johnson worked as a fitness coach in Huayu Nation, amassing over 1,000 female clients in 3 years, even recording intimate videos with them and posting them on a platform in the Lighthouse Nation for profit. Furthermore, he established a paid consulting channel, teaching others how to deceive women in Huayu Nation into spending money on them, inciting fury among countless men in the region. Yet some defend Johnson, claiming it is merely sour grapes from those who cannot attain what he has. Now, with Johnson's brazen appearance, the audience's anger converged upon him.
Vermilion Robemann.
"Take down this white devil from the lighthouse," they shouted, urging him to eliminate him. The commotion in the stands reached the organizers, and the president was quite displeased. However, this was a matter of personal freedom for those women, and interference was impossible. Nonetheless, Johnson's arrogant demeanor continued to irk him. He contemplated covertly ensnaring someone with a snakeskin bag to deliver a beating, preferably severing the delicate parts. It is fair to say that those who practice martial arts would feel indignation upon witnessing such disparagement of their compatriots. As the saying goes, if the minister wishes to fight to the death, why should the sovereign capitulate first? Those aspiring for prominence are thwarted by the very individuals they once suffered at the hands of, leading to an accumulation of frustration with no outlet. One cannot simply pummel Johnson. Should he falter in combat, it would be even more humiliating. The title of lightweight champion looms large. While an ordinary person may possess the will but lack the strength, martial artists eager to engage find their abilities restrained by the law. In the present day, within the arena, as long as no fatal injuries or deliberate harm are inflicted upon the opponent, all regulations seem to fall short. Lin Yuzi grasped the unfolding situation. The brazen individual from the Lighthouse Nation dared to act with such arrogance on the soil of Huayu Kingdom. It seemed he had grown too bold. This time, instead of clearing the battleground, he strode directly toward Johnson. "So, this is the strongest? Watch as I defeat you." Johnson swung his fists, adopting the standard fighting stance, revealing his innate talent as a star of free combat in the Lighthouse Nation. Witnessing his continued bravado, Lin Yuzi drew forth 2 short blades and declared, "Your audacity in Huayu Kingdom shall not be tolerated." As his words fell, Lin Yuzi propelled himself from the ground, swiftly sweeping the dual blades across Johnson's neck with remarkable speed. Many in the audience failed to react in time, relying instead on high-speed cameras to replay the moment in slow motion. The footage revealed the cloaked figure moving with great strides and speed, executing a linear assault. Positioned behind Johnson, Lin Yuzi sensed that this strike had not inflicted substantial harm. Indeed, Johnson's hands crossed defensively over his neck, reacting swiftly yet insufficiently. "Let me engage you properly." He turned to Lin Yuzi, fists raised, the patterns of his gloves visible upon his hands. This man was a realm challenger. Name: Johnson. Gender: male. Realm: human. Realm: level 4 ability. Impact: the speed he had just displayed was the pinnacle of an ordinary person's capabilities, yet it had not subdued his opponent. This only served to indicate that Johnson was no ordinary man, prompting Lin Yuzi to adopt a more serious demeanor. "It appears this individual, much like myself, has attained his realm in advance, thus gaining an enhancement of power." In the audience, Chen Wujin licked his lips. An arrogant foreigner? Regardless of his identity, as long as he belonged to the same species, he was an enemy of the Lord of the Illusory Realm, and thus his adversary as well. It seemed the cloaked figure was destined to lose. A cloaked figure capable of being harmed by an ordinary person could only be regarded as a formidable individual among the ordinary. The speed he had demonstrated corroborated Chen Wujin's suspicions. Presently, Johnson was of the same ilk. "Hurry up! I can hardly wait." Chen Wujin eagerly anticipated the sight of his kind falling before him, a spectacle that would bring him delight. For the denizens of the illusory realm, the swiftest path to power lies in slaughter and consumption. He is certainly adept at such tactics. By consuming the souls of his deceased kin, his prowess can be greatly augmented. This method allows the denizens of the illusion realm to enhance their strength without having to await the arrival of the illusion realm online. In the arena, Johnson relentlessly swings his fists. Lin Yuzi can sense the eerie vibrations surrounding each blow, as if the force of his punches were tangible and impossible to withstand directly. He has no choice but to continually retreat, searching for an opportunity to strike. This scene, however, incites anxiety among the spectators. What is happening? The cloaked one has been pushed back? Indeed, it seems the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation are the strongest. I maintain that if foreign fighters were permitted to register, they would undoubtedly claim the top spots. Indeed, our martial arts are merely superficial. They appear impressive but lack practical application in real combat. The two conversing are practitioners of foreign fighting styles, naturally looking down upon domestic martial arts. For individuals of this ilk, explanations would serve only to waste breath. They can only be silenced through the demonstration of true strength. Thus, the audience places their hopes upon the cloaked one, fervently wishing for his victory. Of course, there are those who desire his defeat, namely the gamblers. The ubiquitous presence of gamblers. Chapter 61. The counterattack. The gamblers' eyes were bloodshot, their existence almost warranting expulsion from humanity. They huddled in the casino like insects in a dark corner, fixated on the live broadcast screen above. "Lose already, lose. I beg you, just lose. I owe millions, my wife and children have left me. If I don't win soon, I will have nothing left to live for. Please lose. Why haven't you lost yet?" In the arena, Lin Yuzi remained remarkably composed. This was his first genuine experience competing alongside a realm practitioner. He needed to utilize his opponent's skills for training, to observe the combat style of these elite fighters. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why these individuals' attacks seemed to carry special effects, while his own abilities merely enhanced his physique without any visible manifestation. What purpose did the time-space mirror and the celestial mirror serve? As Lin Yuzi deftly evaded attacks while contemplating these questions, it became evident that Johnson's strikes posed no real threat to him. Enough probing had been done. It was time to conclude the match. He hurled his dagger forward. Witnessing this, Johnson grinned widely and sidestepped. Had he become so desperate as to abandon his weapon? Was this what a martial artist from Huayu Nation amounted to? Such a feeble display. In the audience, the crowd erupted in jeers. Has the raincoat man lost his mind, discarding his weapon? It's over now. That lighthouse fighter is about to get arrogant again. Ha ha ha, the freedom fighters of the lighthouse are the strongest. Inside the casino, the gamblers erupted in jubilant celebration. Ha ha ha, we're about to win. With this money, I will buy a luxury car and indulge a young model. I knew I would turn my fortunes around. Their manic laughter starkly contrasted with the sincerity of their earlier pleas. The desperate demeanor they wore just moments ago, vowing to repay debts and retire from gambling, vanished without a trace. Those whose insatiable greed for wealth had been magnified by endless money found it difficult to awaken to reality. The orchestrator of this chaos, Qian Wujin, adjusted his glasses and rose from the audience. The outcome of the match was a foregone conclusion. It was time to collect a soul from his kind. With so many days of martial contests having passed, he had yet to harvest a single soul, such a dismal failure. Lord of the illusory realm, forgive me, I shall now present you with a soul. I won, Johnson bellowed, raising his fist in triumph, his eyes gleaming with pride. Now was the moment. Lin Yuzi's gaze was as calm as a millennium-old glacier. The ultimate gun technique, the counterattack, instinctively surfaced in his mind. He swiftly retreated, and just as his foot grazed the edge of the arena, he executed a feigned move, creating an opening. As Johnson's fist approached, a long gun materialized, pressing firmly against his throat. Gulp. Johnson's cold sweat poured down. Had he charged forward just a moment earlier, his neck would have been pierced. Despite the wooden tip of the gun, under the might of the unified waist and horse stance, even steel could be penetrated, let alone that fragile throat. A reversal. A breathtaking turnaround. Then came the thunderous cheers that soared to the heavens. The spectators watching the live broadcast were utterly exhilarated. What an extraordinary display! The name Suoiku echoed throughout the audience, with waves of fervent applause resounding one after another. Victory was claimed, and laughter erupted. Perhaps it is time for the defeated to return home. How amusing it is that one who cannot prevail even in the preliminary rounds dares to call themselves a star of free combat. The mockery was unabashed and unrestrained. The organizers, witnessing this spectacle, felt a sense of satisfaction. I have lost. Johnson's eyes were vacant, unable to comprehend the reality of his defeat. He stumbled backward and, caught off guard, fell off the stage in a rather undignified manner. Time was called. The match was over. The referee emerged to announce the conclusion of today's contest. Suoiku, what are your thoughts on today's match? During your bout with Johnson, you were often under pressure. Did you feel any strain? After your victory, is there anything you wish to convey to the audience? The referee posed 2 questions, and many listened intently. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzi, who initially intended to assert that his opponent was no match for him, realized he needed to alter his response. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to articulate something befitting the persona of a profound and enigmatic martial artist. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly stated, as a martial artist, one must remain composed at all times, even when in a disadvantaged position. Tranquility must not waver. He followed this with a more formulaic remark. My victory today was entirely due to my opponent's complacency. As martial artists, we must never underestimate our adversaries, even if they are completely incapacitated. Upon hearing his words, the referee led the applause, exclaiming, well said. Laughter erupted from the audience, as some grasped the deeper implications of his statements. When asked about pressure, Suoiku spoke of maintaining composure. When inquired about his thoughts on victory, he attributed it to his opponent's oversight. On the surface, these responses appeared humble, yet upon closer examination, they conveyed a different message. The opponent's attacks posed no pressure upon me. I remained calm throughout, deftly evading their strikes, and it was not that I was exceptionally strong, but rather that my opponent was exceedingly foolish, reckless in their approach. As this interpretation circulated, laughter ensued once more. Johnson, once again ridiculed, wore a grim expression as he angrily departed from the arena. Qian Wujin, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of embarrassment. As a practitioner of the higher realms, being defeated by an ordinary individual was indeed humiliating. Alas, this Suoiku was undeniably formidable with a clear mind. However, such prowess alone is insufficient. In the face of absolute strength, cunning tactics become futile. Since you are already a failure, allow yourself to become my nourishment. The match concluded. Half an hour later, Lin Yuzi reappeared in the bustling commercial district, changed and reflecting on the day's events. Savoring skewers by the roadside, he contemplated the profound lessons learned from the day's battle. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met by the individual who had appeared 2 days prior. That person. Alas, Lin Yuzi had forgotten their name. Witnessing his reaction, the person exclaimed, "Well, I'm left speechless like a sashimi. You don't remember me? I asked you for your WeChat 2 days ago and even played with your hand." He recognized her as a peculiar woman yet could not recall her name. Perhaps it was for the best. "Do you need something?" he inquired. "Nothing at all. We've encountered each other again. May I add you on WeChat? That's not permissible." The woman began to wail, adopting a petulant demeanor.
No, no.
"I absolutely must add you." This scene left the fans in the livestream feeling quite embarrassed. What kind of streamers am I following? I feel so awkward. The woman faced rejection once more, a truly unfortunate fate. The young lady is quite adorable, though her temperament seems somewhat difficult to handle. Jeering comments appeared in the chat, and upon seeing them, the woman's irritation surged. "If I can't add the young lady on WeChat, you will no longer see her in the future." This statement carried significant weight. The chat quickly unified in response. "Please do ensure to add the young lady on WeChat." Lin Yuzi paid little attention to the interaction between the woman and the livestream. Instead, his gaze drifted deeper into the commercial street. That place felt distinctly unsettling, a hint of blood permeating the air. Chapter 62. The enigmatic realm and the soul-absorbing technique in the shadowy corners of the commercial street. Johnson was traversing confidently when, without warning, several individuals lunged at him with malicious intent. After dispatching a few with swift punches, he spat contemptuously. Is this truly the nature of the people from Huayu? How despicable! Resorting to ambush. His anger flared. Losing to that raincoat-clad opponent in the arena was one thing, but being ambushed by these ordinary folks outside the ring was infuriating. Not far behind a wall, Qian Wujin smirked. Indeed, a fool. With such intellect, it's hard to believe he is of my kind. I wonder if the Lord of the enigmatic realm will disdain such a foolish soul. After this thought, he activated his ability. Passive skill. Greed-driven. A ripple of power surged forth. The gamblers lying on the ground narrowed their eyes, their reason fading away, as they rose at strange angles. At this moment, Johnson was unaware that those he had just incapacitated were now standing, preparing to confront him. As he stepped out of the alley, a sudden stab to his side caught him off guard. In pain, he retaliated with a punch that crushed the skull of his assailant. How could this be? I sensed nothing of this person's approach. The gamblers, under Qian Wujin's control, were not easily detectable. The arrogant Johnson paid a heavy price. He gazed at the approaching gamblers, their faces devoid of expression, resembling zombies. I know you are there. Show yourself. As a boundary wielder, Johnson's mind was quick to grasp that ordinary people could hardly execute such a strategy. Moreover, these individuals had been easily defeated by him earlier, suffering severe injuries that would leave them bedridden for weeks. Yet now, they appeared unscathed, devoid of pain, wielding knives as they closed in on him. Come out! Come out! You are a boundary wielder too, aren't you? Reveal yourself. Upon hearing this, Qian Wujin felt even more assured. Truly, a kindred spirit. I shall claim this foolish soul. The gamblers continued their advance. Johnson retaliated furiously, yet his fists were no match for the multitude of knives. These gamblers had lost all reason. Even when struck and sent flying, they would rise again and press forward. Such was the terrifying nature of greed-driven madness, transforming them into soldiers unafraid of death. Outside the alley, amidst the bustling commercial street, Lin Yuzi turned his gaze toward the ominous location. The scent of blood, he suddenly declared. Blood? There's none, Sister Pian exclaimed, sniffing around with her keen nose, detecting only delightful aromas. It smells wonderful. There's no trace of blood. I am a doctor. Trust me, a crime has occurred here, and the scent of blood is strong. A doctor? Sister Pian was taken aback, surprised to learn that Lin Yuzi was indeed a physician. In truth, this was merely Lin Yuzi's ruse to usher away those uninvolved. Having pieced together several incidents of gambler assaults, he surmised that an organization was likely lurking behind the scenes. In an effort to conceal his identity, he grasped his phone and made a call. Upon witnessing his decision to alert the authorities, the young woman's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Yet she continued to strain her senses. The scent of blood? No, that could not be right. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination. No, that was incorrect. The young lady was not devoid of discernment. This was her innate talent. Before long, the officers arrived, visibly overwhelmed. It seemed that every 2 days, something untoward transpired in the commercial district. However, this incident was markedly different. The caller reported a homicide, accompanied by a strong scent of fresh blood. This was not akin to a street assault on a martial artist. No lives had been lost previously, but this time it was a grave matter indeed. Within 5 minutes, several police vehicles had arrived on the scene. Lin Yuzi stepped forward to elucidate the situation. The commanding officer nodded, opting to trust the citizeness' account, and instructed everyone to prepare as they advanced together. Lin Yuzi led the way, blending in among the officers with 2 individuals ensuring his protection. As the young lady departed, the woman known as Pianjie felt less daring, contemplating her exit, yet her fans insisted on witnessing the unfolding drama. If Pianjie and the young lady dare to go, why do you hesitate? Are you afraid? They chided. The young lady hasn't even obtained her V yet. You should accompany her, even if only from a distance. Hurry, or you'll miss the chance. When the officers arrived, the crowd instinctively parted. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the unfolding events. What had transpired? Within the ranks, Lin Yuzi halted before a shadowy alley, pointing toward the inky darkness and earnestly declaring, "It is right ahead." Inside the alley, Qian Wujin wore a mischievous expression. Little did he expect the officers to respond with such alacrity. Alas, they were still a step behind. A frantic gambler had seized Johnson, who was in a dire state, bloodied and bruised, with one hand severed. The hand adorned with a significant pattern had been lost. This emblem represented a conduit for abilities. Prior to the advent of the media online, should a hand bearing such a mark be severed, one would be rendered incapable of utilizing their powers. Now, Johnson was bereft of his abilities and gravely injured, leaving him exceedingly weak. "Rest assured, I shall make your passage swift," Chen Wujin declared as he manipulated the gambler to obstruct the officers, while he commenced setting up a grand array to absorb Johnson's very soul. The media soul absorption array was designed for the media human race, who sold their souls to the sovereign of the media. Their souls were inherently flawed and required the essence of fellow realm travelers to replenish their strength. The patterned hand pierced through Johnson's heart, the gold coin design radiating an eerie, dark red glow. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat resonated, synchronizing with his own. A blue soul emerged from Johnson's mouth. Upon its departure from the corporeal form, Qian Wujin activated his ability, and the soul shattered into scintillating fragments, surging into his being. Ah! Such comfort! The sensation was exquisite. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Lin Yuzi glanced upward, sensing a foreboding presence, a harbinger of calamity. Originally, the will of the blue star was striking down upon the fleeing werewolves with bolts of lightning when it abruptly discerned a terrifying anomaly in the distance. In less than a second, it arrived, the thunder and lightning began to converge. A bolt of lightning struck down. The gambler, who had just dashed out of the alley, was hit and transformed into charred remains. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the ashes. This is bad. There is something even more terrifying within. Upon realizing that divine wrath was not directed at him, Lin Yuzi understood that there was a greater threat lurking here. What could it be? Inside the alley, Qian Wujin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the sky. Cursed blue star will, you cannot prevent the arrival of the Lord of the Mist Realm. He taunted the heavens. Thunder rumbled ominously. The heavens were enraged. Lightning coalesced to its zenith, a thick, dark bolt striking down. The alley was razed to the ground. Fortunately, there were no residents to be found. Otherwise, they too would have been reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. Yet, despite this devastation, Qian Wujin's figure appeared before the officers. This scene caused the officer's pupils to constrict to the size of pinpricks. He bellowed, "Run!" Evacuate the crowd and call for backup. Chapter 63. This time I shall spare you. What provoked his piercing scream? What stirred such tumultuous emotions within him? It was the grim image of Chen Wujin piercing through Johnson that invaded his mind, surrounded by a gruesome tableau of bloodstains and severed limbs, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Such a presence could only be described as a deranged murderer. Behind the officers, Sister Pai also bore witness to this horrifying scene. A gust of wind swept through, tousling her hair and carrying with it the acrid scent of blood. Nauseating. Yet, it was not merely the stench of blood. She beheld the terrifying spectacle in its entirety. The live stream has been suspended for violating regulations. The administrator has banned it. With the live stream terminated, the onlookers fled in sheer panic. Martial artists emerged, shouldering the responsibility of evacuating the citizens. Meanwhile, at a training base, a unit prepared to deploy. Yes, a unit clad in military green cloaks, bearing a unified insignia, Qinglong 1st Division. Alongside them stood the Su-NW, ZH-Chu, and BIH divisions, each comprising 9 battalions. As the Qinglong 1st Division, they were the most formidable among the new recruits. A team of 12, accompanied by 3 practitioners of the realm, set forth. The commander watched them depart, knowing that as novices, they required practical experience. The new recruits boarded a helicopter, uncertain if they would arrive in time. Apologies for being seen, but the lightning was rather bothersome. Chen Wujin withdrew his hand. The absorption he had just undergone elevated his strength to the 1st tier of the Yellow Realm. Comparable to Lin Yuzi, yet not entirely equal, for Lin Yuzi had reached the pinnacle of perfection, not ascending through the 9th tier. The exhilarating sensation of power coursing through him was intoxicating. He reveled in it, clenching his fists and savoring the abundant strength. Even his interface revealed an additional ability. Passive skill, wealth accumulation. The more gold coins one possesses, the greater their strength. For every 10 gold coins, strength increases by 1 tier, while effects above the celestial realm are nullified. Now, as he stood at the 1st tier of the Yellow Realm, his ascent had fully replenished his gold coins. A total of 10 coins, precisely enough to elevate his strength to the 2nd tier of the Yellow Realm. The officers fired their weapons, but Chen Wujin deftly evaded their shots. You protect this woman. She must have called for help, with such keen instincts and exceptional talent. He taunted, revealing a cruel smile. I delight in extinguishing the lives of the weak with great potential. He unsheathed a knife, advancing with a sinister grin. The bullets whizzed past him as he danced away, like a specter eluding their aim. However, the story might differ with a rifle. Alas, the officers wielded handguns, lacking the necessary speed. Retreat. The sight of Chen Wujin dodging bullets instilled terror in the hearts of the officers. After years of service, they encountered an absurdity unlike any they had faced before. This killer was no mere human. Run, you ants. Mere mortals are utterly weak. Allow me to grant you liberation on behalf of the Lord of the Illusory Realm. The Lord of the Illusory Realm. Lin Yuzi's gaze sharpened. This individual is connected to the mystical realm known as OL. Coincidentally, a weapons shop stood nearby. He broke away from his group and dashed inside, swiftly retrieving a bow and arrows. Positioned at the entrance, he aimed directly at Chen Wujin. Whoosh! The speed of the arrow, compared to a bullet, was astonishingly swifter than that of a handgun. Precise shot. It struck close to Chen Wujin's face, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Fortunately, the opponent is merely an ordinary person, lacking any special abilities. Otherwise, I would be in grave peril here. To distinguish between ordinary individuals and those with extraordinary abilities, one could examine the patterns on the back of their hands, as well as the presence of special effects accompanying their attacks. Clearly, Lin Yuzi, wielding the bow, bore no markings on his hand, nor did his attacks exhibit any unique effects. I should retreat for now. Having just absorbed a soul, my strength is still somewhat unstable. It is by no means a sign of cowardice, nor is it a fear of being bested by an ordinary person. He had previously ridiculed those of higher realms who suffered at the hands of mere mortals. How embarrassing it would be if he fell victim as well. A retreat is in order. No shame in that. However, even in retreat, he refused to show weakness, maintaining a defiant demeanor. Chen Wujin laughed arrogantly. Ha! I acknowledge your archery skills. Whoosh! In response, another arrow was loosed, knocking off his hat. Thankfully, Qian Wujin had a penchant for wearing tall hats. Otherwise, the arrow would have been fatal. What kind of archery is this? He abandoned his pretense and took off running. Lin Yuzi remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. The sound of a helicopter approached. Upon spotting the helicopter, Qian Wujin's face lit up with joy, and he feigned regret, exclaiming, "Had it not been for your timely support, I would have surely slain you. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Next time, beware." Lin Yuzi silently lowered his bow. The opponent possessed formidable strength. Were it not for the advantage of ranged combat against melee, the outcome of a direct confrontation could have been dire. Upon the arrival of the Qinglong team, inquiries were made regarding the events that transpired, followed by an investigation of the scene. "Captain, this individual's soul has vanished." "I see." The team leader's expression turned grave. As a practitioner of the higher realms, he recognized that the other party was also of such caliber. This indicated that two practitioners had engaged in combat. The criterion for determining death among practitioners is not merely the cessation of breath, but rather the disappearance of the soul. The vanishing of the soul now signified that Johnson had met his demise. What could have provoked this confrontation? According to the officer's earlier accounts, had it not been for the civilians' intervention, they too would have perished. Evading handgun bullets indicated a minimum strength of the Yellow Realm. As per the organization's intelligence, only the top-ranking individual possesses such power in the Yellow Realm. Could it be that someone had elevated their strength to the Yellow Realm in just over a month? This seemed implausible. Without the advent of OL, who could possibly enhance their abilities? With many questions lingering, the team leader could only document the findings and submit them for analysis by the organization. He approached Lin Yuzi, gazing at the adorable young girl, and a hint of a smile broke through his typically serious demeanor. Hello. Your archery skills are quite impressive. It's decent. Who did you learn from?" "Our school's security guard. He is remarkably skilled, particularly in archery." "The security guard? The captain was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend. Shouldn't one introduce themselves by mentioning their lineage from a renowned archery family? For instance, the L family, the Huang family, the Li family, or the Shui family. Elbu, known for his prowess in archery at the gate. Huang Zhong, who never missed a shot. Li Guang, the flying general renowned for his ability to shoot down tigers. And Shui Rengue, who secured the Tianshan Mountains with 3 arrows. These individuals are all masters of the bow. Yet here you are, stating that you learned from a security guard. This truly leaves one at a loss for words. Ahem, it seems your school is a hidden gem, with even the security guard possessing such formidable archery skills. Indeed, this aligns perfectly. The captain fell silent, observing the innocent Lin Yuzi, noticing her unadorned hands, indicating she was an ordinary person. Concerned about potential retribution from that realm's practitioner, he cautioned, "During this time, try not to wander alone, do you understand?" Chapter 64. The howling second and third. "Thank you, uncle. I will be cautious." "Uncle?" The captain fell silent, his expression slightly stern. Despite being under 40, he was addressed as uncle. "Sigh, if you put it that way, old Master Guan has something to say as well. He is in his 40s, yet still called old master." "Captain, how can it be the same? You volunteered. I was coerced." "Old Master Guan, who coerced you?" "Captain." The cross-server chat concluded. After offering his instructions, the captain remained to supervise the officers as they managed the aftermath. He watched as the caution tape cordoned off the ruins, and only then did they depart by helicopter. "Ma'am, thank you immensely today." This gratitude was heartfelt. Had Lin Yuzi not driven that individual away with 2 arrows, they would have all met their end here. Upon hearing this, he felt little, for the assailant's target had been their entire group. Had he not intervened, they would have perished, and he dared not take credit. Waving his hand dismissively, "It was no trouble. As a concerned citizen of Wanqing, it was merely a small effort. Indeed, I shall report honestly to the Bureau. I am unsure of your school's location, but we wish to present you with a banner to express our gratitude." "No need. I prefer to remain out of the spotlight." "Very well then. Shall I escort you home? I have some matters to attend to." Lin Yuzi declined the officer's offer thrice, leaving the officer helpless. All right. Do return home early to avoid danger. Understood. After bidding farewell to the officer, Lin Yuzi gazed up at the sky. It was pitch black, devoid of anything. Well, are you satisfied? Are you going to make it rain on me? Thunder rumbled in response, but no rain fell. How peculiar. Those who were once hostile are now so agreeable. If you do not bring rain, I shall return home. Thunder rumbled once more, as if the clouds were agitated by his words. Well, let it be. Do not be angry. Regardless of whether the heavens could hear him, he exited the commercial street and took a vehicle back to school. As for Sister Pian, she was taken away by a martial artist upon witnessing the gruesome scene. Not to mention, the officers were also busy dispersing the crowd. Thus, the weapon shop remained wide open, allowing Lin Yuzi to use the bow and arrows free of charge. Upon returning to the dormitory, the second and third were utterly intoxicated on the first floor. They had lost, their spirits low, shouting and sobbing. It was nearly 11, yet they were so loud, not fearing ridicule from the neighboring villa. The eldest did not know how to console them. Enduring 3 rounds was already a testament to the black-robed figure's generosity. The once lofty aspirations had long since faded. Earlier, they had foolishly dreamed of entering the top 100, yet now they had not even made it into the finals. Woo, Yongchu, I am so unfortunate. I was eliminated today. Mingren, I too am unfortunate. I was kicked out. In the midst of a wrestling match, the third competitor, Sun Ming, found himself unceremoniously thrust off the stage by an opponent of greater weight, rendered utterly defenseless, akin to a fledgling chick. He bore witness to his own elimination with helplessness. Meanwhile, the second competitor, Su Yongchu, attempted to launch a surprise attack on an adversary standing at the edge of the ring, only to be met with a swift kick to his abdomen that sent him tumbling down. Such tactics of edging out opponents are undeniably underhanded. The despicable tactics employed by the opponent, luring adversaries into a vulnerable position only to strike unexpectedly, are truly infuriating. It is indeed true that many have adopted the insidious edge tactics of the opponent. To eliminate him now poses a perilous risk of inadvertently falling off the stage. In today's competition, the opponent triumphed once more over the star of free combat, thereby amplifying his notoriety. The number of imitators will only continue to swell. It can be said that this particular match has been transformed by a single individual. Contestants are no longer reckless. They are now employing strategy. This has significantly slowed the rate of eliminations, causing considerable distress, as the already sparse hair on their heads seems to be diminishing further. New regulations for the main event are still under formulation, and the incorporation of weapons such as bows and arrows is under consideration. The emergence of edge tactics has only compounded the confusion. Yet, there is little recourse. The preliminary rules cannot be altered indefinitely. One can only hope that future competitors will exert themselves to eliminate those currently in contention, and that the opponent will not devise any new strategies that further complicate the elimination process. Within a small mansion, the opponent, Lin Yuzi, observed the lamentations of the second and third competitors, who were bemoaning their misfortunes. Their sentiments are understandable. After all, the chasm between reality and psychological expectations is often too great for anyone to accept instantaneously. As the two grew increasingly agitated, their cries becoming more heart-wrenching, Lin Yuzi felt overwhelmed. He wished to contemplate the events of the evening in peace. To quiet them, he interjected, "Enough of the tears. You are merely at the beginning of your competition. Winning and losing are commonplace. There will be further opportunities, and with each contest you shall improve." As he spoke, Lin Yuzi cited examples of perseverance, such as the elderly gentleman in the park, embodying the spirit of resilience, and the trio of determined competitors clad in green spandex, who persistently participated in the matches. You are still young. If you persevere, you can compete for decades. Do not be disheartened. Succumbing to despair over a minor setback will not pave the way to becoming exceptional martial artists. This manner of speaking resonated deeply with the three, evoking familiarity, as if echoing the sentiments of the opponent. Nevertheless, Xiao Lin was correct. They still had opportunities ahead. Truly commendable, Xiao Lin, for offering them solace in their moments of despondency. How gentle he is! Observing that their wails had subsided, Lin Yuzi pressed his fingers to his temples and ascended the stairs. The events of the evening had proven quite exhausting, not in a physical sense, but in a mental one. The plethora of questions weighed heavily upon him. For instance, what exactly is the master of the maze? It eludes his understanding. Should he seek to inquire further? Who is he? He is a peerless, handsome man. By the way, I encountered something today. In no time, a reply came through. Poorly drawn circle. What happened? Peerless, handsome man. It is like this. Lin Yuzi slightly modified the events of the evening before sending them over. Upon receiving the message from the handsome man, Yin Yanzhou felt a sense of familiarity, and after pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized. What he was referring to was the Wan City dismemberment case. No wonder it felt familiar. Could it be that she witnessed it firsthand at the scene? Upon considering this possibility, a sense of worry crept into Yin Yanzhou's mind. Circle. Did you see it at the scene? Handsome man. Yes, that person was quite strange, ominous. Unable to contain himself, Yin Yanzhou raised his head. Envisioning Lin Yoji's character panel from the game Mijiao merged with her aggrieved expression softened his heart. He longed to hear the sound of her voice as she spoke those words. It must be delightful. Chapter 65. With such extraordinary effects on the long spear, who could possibly rival me? No, that cannot be right. Yin Yanzhou is inherently a serious individual. How could he entertain such fanciful thoughts? After a moment of earnest contemplation, he offered some advice. You might want to refrain from attending the competition unless absolutely necessary. I have been following the news from your area, and it seems there are incidents cropping up every couple of days. It doesn't feel particularly safe. If you truly must go, it would be wiser to accompany a friend. Having a larger group is undoubtedly preferable. All right, I understand. Lin Yuzi set her phone aside and reclined back onto her bed. The online community undoubtedly harbored some knowledge, yet they remained silent. Could it be due to some unspoken restraint? In truth, Yin Yanzhou was entirely oblivious to Lin Yuzi's subtle probing. His preconceived notions led him to perceive her merely as a naive girl, devoid of ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could someone entrenched in that sphere fail to comprehend metaphors? Such thoughts never crossed his mind. Moreover, it was precisely because he was entrenched in that world that he yearned for the simplicity of a partner. Someone with whom he could relax his mind and body, someone he could trust unconditionally. Furthermore, the existence of the internet had transformed distance into beauty, leading to a heightened admiration for her once self-enhanced. Within the estate, Yin Yanzhou also put away his phone and stepped into the bathroom for a shower. Amidst the cascading water, he sensed that chaos was beginning to unfurl in Wanqing. The boundary dwellers were growing restless. Had there been no movement from above? He felt a twinge of anxiety. If these boundary dwellers were allowed to run amok, it would surely incite societal panic. In the small Western-style building, Lin Yuzi lay in bed for quite some time before closing her eyes. In recent days, she could not ascertain whether it was merely her imagination, but she felt a peculiar sensation in her abdomen, suspecting it might be due to her indulgence in snacks. Moreover, she realized she seemed to have developed a fondness for them. However, could an excess of snacks truly elicit such feelings? How strange. It left her perplexed. As night deepened, under the same sky yet on different lands, Qian Wujin sat within the haze-filled confines of a casino office. In the late hours of the night, the casino remained ablaze with lights, while the outside world was a cacophony of noise. The gamblers, ensnared in their obsession, had bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon the spinning roulette wheel. Damn, so close yet so far. Frustrated, he shook the machine, but upon catching a glimpse of the tattooed enforcer, he faltered and resumed his play. Initially, the casino's deceptive tactics involved providing free chips to entice players. Should one lose, payment would be demanded. If one won, the chips would be deemed complimentary, rendering the winnings null. Generally, if luck favored an individual and they recognized the ruse in time, escape was possible. Yet, one mustn't underestimate the unpredictability of fate. Should one become overly confident, believing in a streak of good fortune, they might begin to spend money on chips and place bets. Before long, influenced by the environment, they could gradually lose their rationality, becoming just another cog in the machine. Within the office, Qian Wujin observed the gamblers through the surveillance cameras and lit a cigar. Today, Everything seemed to proceed smoothly until the sudden appearance of that woman disrupted the plans, leading to an embarrassing retreat. No, it was not a retreat. It was merely a temporary departure due to the arrival of reinforcements. He extinguished the cigar he had just lit, rose to adjust his suit, and instinctively pushed up his glasses. Suddenly, his hand froze. Damn it! After muttering a curse, Qian Wujin turned his gaze towards the hat. In the center of the hat, there was a hole. This ensemble was quite expensive. A pair of 24K pure gold-framed glasses and a limited edition crocodile leather hat. Both new designs for this autumn. And now it was damaged irreparably so. If I ever catch you, you will regret it. He seethed with anger. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. He had no desire to wear the remaining clothing, as it was not a matching set and therefore lacked appeal. He would wait for the winter ensemble. As for the source of his funds within the surveillance footage, gamblers were reveling in laughter. Now, one could see from whence the wealth originated. Wealth, like flowing water, evaporates under the sun's rays. The best course of action is to conceal it, ensuring it does not dissipate and minimizing troubles. The sun has risen. A new day has arrived. Since the dismemberment incident at the Wanqing Commercial Center last night, numerous officers have been patrolling during the nighttime competitions. Additionally, martial artists have voluntarily formed patrols. However, due to the continuous incidents occurring at night, many have chosen to avoid that street, resulting in significant economic losses. Nonetheless, the martial arts competition must continue. Thus, the preliminary rounds concluded after 20 days. The elimination of participants was anticipated by the organizers, who announced prior to the commencement of the main event that new rules would be published on the official website for everyone to review. Furthermore, should there be a requirement for weapons, new entry forms could be applied for through the back end, available only to those who emerged victorious from the preliminaries. Out of hundreds of thousands, the remaining participants after 20 days of elimination numbered fewer than 50,000. This was merely the preliminary round. The main event would be entirely different. Matches would take place in the morning and afternoon, now under a point-based elimination system, further diminishing the chances of lucky participants. Regardless of who it was, anyone facing a contender listed on the dealer's board would inevitably lose. What everyone eagerly anticipated was the confrontation among those listed, particularly the infuriating Soggy Garb. Ever since that day when he wielded a weapon, Soggy Garb seemed to have unlocked extraordinary abilities. Once the fight commenced, he pursued opponents with dual daggers, and when pressed, he would hurl the daggers away and switch to a long spear. Each thrust was merely painful, but on that fateful day one individual, upon noticing the spear's approach, stumbled and inadvertently exposed his vulnerable area. Such was the cruel twist of fate. The spear struck its target. In an instant, in summary, that night in District 16 was certainly one filled with unforgettable experiences. The cloaked figure wielded a long spear imbued with extraordinary effects, leaving no one capable of matching his prowess. Opponents trembled at the thought of even a single encounter. It was no longer a matter of pain, as they hastily leapt from the arena, conceding defeat. Among them was a former top 100 contender from the previous tournament. In a subsequent interview, he revealed his aversion to filth, stating that being struck by that weapon, tainted with its effects, would be akin to facing death itself. As the competition progressed, the cloaked figure's antics became increasingly outrageous, showcasing an array of flamboyant maneuvers. In the eyes of the spectators, he transformed from an enigmatic hero into a loathsome rogue, the cloaked figure who targeted only the weak. Observers noted that while he exhibited some skill in close combat, his swordplay and spear techniques were nothing more than chaotic flailing. Yet, such recklessness still propelled him forward in the tournament. Meanwhile, the audience engaged in online voting to select the local competitors deemed the most exceptional. The contender universally recognized for his fortune was Zhang Yongji, while the title of the most contemptible player was bestowed upon the cloaked figure. Chapter 66. The emergence of regretful reflections. The 7-day respite unfolded in a leisurely manner. Throughout the past 20 days, Zhang Yongji endured considerable torment, and now that the preliminary round had concluded, he immediately returned home to practice diligently. After their defeat, the second and third brothers, having taken a few days to adjust, found a new perspective. They spent their days in the front yard honing their skills, even joining a club to execute their plans. Indeed, it was the Xiaolin cross-dressing initiative. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaolin's wardrobe contained women's clothing. Occasionally, when Lin Yuzi found himself alone in his room and reluctant to venture outside, he would curiously take a look at those garments. Of course, he would never don them. As a man of stature and fortitude, how could he possibly entertain the thought of wearing such dresses? "Are you looking to recruit me into the club for a theatrical performance?" they inquired. Yes, as newcomers it was imperative to join a club. Otherwise, one's university experience would be incomplete. The two exerted considerable effort, employing various persuasive tactics. Hearing their words, Lin Yuzi fell into contemplation. In his previous life, he had not joined a club, and even if he did in this life, his tenure would be brief. Moreover, they were right, without joining a club, his university life would lack completeness. A year later, when the realm of the game descended, he would no longer be a student. So preserving some cherished memories would be worthwhile. With this line of thought, he consented to join the club. Haha, Xiaolin has agreed. Here is the application form for club membership. I've spoken to the president over there. Once completed, you can join. Well, alright then. It was his membership. So why were his roommates so elated? Quite peculiar indeed. He picked up the application form, which required minimal information. 1. Do you agree to participate in club activities? 2. How would you choose between club activities and personal life in case of a conflict? 3. Are you willing to take on a role during the club's theatrical performances? Only 3 questions. Since he had resolved to join the club, he certainly desired to be engaged. Otherwise, joining would be akin to not joining at all. With the encouragement from the two beside him, Lin Yuzi took up his pen and filled in the boxes. 1. Agree. 2. Choose personal life. 3. Willing. That should suffice, he mused. This was merely a matter of collecting opinions for the club. Even without filling it out, it would be inconsequential. After all, aside from the student council, which was challenging to enter, joining other clubs was relatively easy. The second and third brothers dashed out of the dormitory with the application in hand, claiming they were off to find a senior to submit the forms. Their urgency seemed to suggest they feared he might have second thoughts. How absurd. Why would he reconsider? Did they not know the saying, "A gentleman's word is his bond"? As a man, one must honor their promises. Seated on the first floor, waiting patiently, Lin Yuzi noticed his roommates had still not returned. As noon approached, he decided to eat and took out his phone to inquire, "Are you not back yet? Are you dining out?" "Yes, don't wait for us." "All right." He pocketed his phone, pondering the mysterious behavior of the two. It was indeed quite strange. With a resigned demeanor, Lin Yuzi rose from the sofa, suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. Unbeknownst to him, petals shimmered with light in an unseen corner. After a brief respite, he attributed his discomfort to low blood pressure and dismissed it. He gazed at the sun outside, donned his hat, and stepped out of the quaint villa. The October sun had lost its fervor, yet its rays persisted. With his hat in place and protective sleeves on, he had always been diligent in safeguarding himself. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Yuzi's gaze fell upon the community area on the first floor, where memories of the past stirred within him, causing him to pause before ascending to the second floor. He wished to avoid using his discount card to evade any potential complications. However, upon reaching the second floor, he discovered a cluster of martial arts students dining together. Surely they haven't noticed me. Lin Yuzi wished to evade these individuals, particularly one familiar face among them. Yet, when one seeks to hide, fate often conspires against them. "Hey Xiaolin, come here." The call went unheeded as he hastened down the stairs. Strange, wasn't that Lin Yuzi? Why did he leave? Of course I recognized him. How could I not? Shuri Fang's fists clenched in frustration. "So, you've resorted to disguise to elude me? Just wait." In the span of 20 days, even Shuri Fang, no matter her intellect, had uncovered Lin Yuzi's true identity, realizing that the person she had desperately sought had inexplicably become her classmate. This revelation remained her secret. She was solely intent on confronting Lin Yuzi, eager to understand the drastic transformation he had undergone. Moreover, she pondered whether he had recognized her during that fateful night of rain. "I won't eat any longer. You all carry on." Shuri Fang rose from her seat, hastening after him. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Lin Yuzi had just exhaled in relief when a voice suddenly emerged from behind him, laced with animosity. Lin Yuzi, why aren't you running? Go on, run. He feigned composure, deliberately refraining from responding. Stop pretending. I know it's you. Tell me, why haven't you called home in a year? And how did you become this person? Have you lost your mind? What happened? After a year apart, you've transformed so beautifully. Did you skip school for plastic surgery? Lin Yuzi maintained his defiance, retorting, classmate, you have mistaken me. Oh, is that so? In that case, I shall summon Grandpa Lin. This revelation struck at the very core of Lin Yuzi's being. He turned hesitantly to face Shuri Fong, and after a moment of contemplation, he began, all right, I shall tell you. The truth is. Suddenly, just as he was on the brink of unveiling the truth, time seemed to freeze. Then, the entire scene began to rewind. Meanwhile, the 7 luminous petals upon Lin Yuzi's shoulder glowed brightly. A blinding white light erupted. Drip. A drop of water fell from the faucet, and time resumed its flow. Lin Yuzi suddenly awoke, gasping for breath, his pupils dilating and contracting as he anxiously surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in his dormitory, still seated on the sofa. But what had transpired? Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Shuri Fong was taken aback as she gazed at her hands. Just moments ago, she had sensed the presence of a temporal reversal. Who had wielded such power, daring to employ it with such intensity before the arrival of the Maze Realm OL, unafraid of the potential side effects? Moreover, it seemed she had forgotten something crucial. Indeed, there were repercussions. The 7th petal that had ignited was the price to be paid. It turned out that the 7th petal had struggled to stabilize until now. However, at that moment, spurred by Lin Yuzi's profound regret for having stepped outside, his ability was triggered, allowing him to return to the moment he most wished to revisit. In the instant his power was activated, his thought was, I should not have gone out. Thus, the petal activated the time mirror, enabling a temporal regression of all moments in this timeline. It reverted to the instant before Lin Yuzi had stepped outside. The regression of the time mirror essentially carved out a distinct timeline solely belonging to Lin Yuzi. Within this temporal space, all entities and individuals he had interacted with were preserved in the time mirror, allowing the expenditure of spiritual energy to revisit the past. Now, having returned to the past, Lin Yuzi had avoided the revelation of his true identity. Furthermore, upon the successful utilization of his ability, all memories of those who had come into contact with Lin Yuzi would be sealed. Unless actively deleted, these memories would automatically dissipate after a month, returning to the individuals from whom they were drawn. Thus, the crisis was temporarily averted. No one was privy to Lin Yuzi's true identity. He remained undisclosed. After a considerable pause, he began to compare the effects of the time mirror in reality with those within the Maze Realm OL, and suddenly clarity dawned upon him. It appeared that everything that had just transpired was indeed real. Shuri Fong had uncovered the truth. Well, if he could delay for a day, he would. He was at a loss as to how to confront Shuri Fong, opting instead to postpone the inevitable and refrain from erasing those memories. Ordinarily, as the top contender, utilizing his ability would draw the attention of the Blue Star's will. Yet this time, it had not pursued him, allowing Lin Yuzi to return to the past. Moreover, within his Blue Star OL character panel, an additional ability had emerged. Chapter 67. You have obtained the answer, Active Skill, Retrospection. This ability continuously consumes spiritual energy to carve out a space that belongs solely to oneself. One can choose to expend spiritual energy to leap to any point in the past within that space. The longer the leap, the greater the spiritual energy required. Should the spiritual energy be insufficient to maintain the space, one will inevitably exit it. Note: upon completion of a time leap, memories of individuals who have intersected with the current identity of the entity will be extracted from the temporal fragments. To simplify in spacetime, Lin Yuzi utilizes his ability to carve out his own spacetime B. Within spacetime B, his actions mirror those in spacetime A. If he encounters a crisis in spacetime B, he has the option to revert to a previous state. Naturally, he may also choose not to revert, and upon the dissolution of spacetime B, he will return to spacetime A. However, should he opt to revert and succeed, he can choose to temporarily extract the memories of individuals he has encountered, either preserving or erasing them. Once memories are extracted, the individual will lose recollection of their identity. For instance, Shuri Fong had originally surmised that her classmate Lin Yuzi was indeed the Lin Yuzi she sought. Yet, after the memories were extracted, she would lose fragments of the truth, consequently forgetting her classmate Lin Yuzi's true identity. Furthermore, she would also lose the recollections of the moments they shared in spacetime B. Nonetheless, there are exceptions for those of a certain caliber. Shuri Fong could sense the fluctuations of temporal reversion. After all, she had transformed into a Valkyrie post-cataclysm, possessing considerable combat experience. Yet, she found it perplexing that in her previous life, she had never encountered such a situation. Could it be that her rebirth had influenced the world's changes? It is often said that the butterfly effect exists. Perhaps she, as this butterfly, had altered certain events? Typically, when one butterfly appears, it is not alone. Likely, there are two. Meanwhile, another butterfly languished on the sofa, reluctant to venture outside for fear of encountering Shuri Fong. However, remaining indoors would lead to hunger. Indeed, he would find himself starving by midday. Perhaps it was wise to sleep, conserving energy. A 7-day holiday would be squandered in this manner. On the other side, the second and third siblings were enjoying lunch with their senior. The senior, Gong Sini, president of both the detective club and the drama club, was meticulous in thought and remarkably capable, yet possessed a strong desire for control, characterized by his unwavering resolve and disdain for contradiction. His aspiration was to become an exceptional detective, a dream ignited by childhood encounters with detective works from Neon, which captivated him to the core. Thus, the pursuit of becoming a renowned detective became the family's collective aspiration. Bearing this aspiration, Gong Sini maintained a serious demeanor as he accepted the application form, placing it in his briefcase while adjusting his tie. One might wonder why he would wear a tie while dining. Perhaps it symbolizes success. With arms crossed and a grave expression, he inquired, "Next month, during the Double 11 event, we will be hosting a drama. Will you be writing the script?" "No, we cannot write," came the reply. The second and third brothers were utterly bewildered. They merely intended to pass the time while observing Xiao Lin dressed in women's attire, without any ambition to become the backbone of the club. Little did they expect, upon hearing Gong Sini's refusal, to see a slight frown crease his brow. He was capable of crafting a script, yet he detested being turned down. Self-styled as a renowned detective, he believed that uttering words should not come with errors. Therefore, regardless of his writing prowess, he felt compelled to compose. He euphemistically claimed it was to provide newcomers with opportunities, asserting that he could not always take matters into his own hands. He stated with gravity, "This is quite simple. Just emphasize a theme of singleness, which can beautifully portray camaraderie and familial bonds." Unbeknownst to him, Gong Sini had been imparting knowledge for over half an hour. There was still time. It was only October 29th, and the date of Double 11 was still far off. "I believe in you all. Do not let me down." After speaking, Gong Sini glanced at his watch and remarked, "It's 1 o'clock. I have a meeting to attend, so I must take my leave." He rose, collected his tray, and departed the dining hall without hesitation. The second and third brothers were left staring at their scarcely touched meals, finding them tasteless and utterly unappetizing. "Alas, how do we write the script? We are completely at a loss. It seems we have indeed brought misfortune upon ourselves," sighed the second brother, rubbing his stomach, which still grumbled. Yet the food had grown cold, and their appetites had vanished. "Let's head back and buy some ingredients for dinner. That would have to suffice." They planned to dine on Xiao Lin's meal that evening and then consult him on how to proceed with the script. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin was fast asleep. In his dreams, he envisioned Shuri Fong, truly embodying the adage that thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. Having just experienced a flashback, he dreamt of her. In the dream, Shuri Fong, with tears like pear blossoms, clutched Lin Yuzi's garment. "Do you not know how much I adore you? Why do you persist in avoiding me? I cannot believe that for 18 years you have felt nothing at all." Observing her profound sorrow, Lin Yuzi remained silent. Had it been in a previous life, he might have been swayed, might have felt affection. Yet, this life was different. Aware of impending crises, he felt he had no time for romantic entanglements. Countless responses surged within him, yet ultimately, All his thoughts coalesced into a single phrase. I'm sorry. The affection from a past life had perished alongside its demise. He turned away, heading towards a land ravaged by war, clad in a black cloak, with a sharp blade at his waist. As his hand rested upon the sword, it emitted a low hum. Are you also longing for the thrill of battle? He murmured to himself before shaking off Shi Yifang's grasp, striding resolutely towards the chaos of warfare. Do not go, Shi Yifang cried out repeatedly. I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. I am so sorry. Regret washed over her as she lamented her pride in a past life, questioning why she had to be so haughty. Had she been less arrogant, then perhaps Lin Yuzi would not have met his fate. Dreams are indeed wondrous. Within them, one experiences a myriad of emotions: powerlessness, terror, joy, sorrow, and a sense of unparalleled superiority. It is also possible for two individuals to share the same dream. In bed, Lin Yuzi opened her eyes and softly murmured, "This is my heartfelt intention. Do you understand?" This phrase seemed directed towards someone. Meanwhile, in the nearby girls' dormitory, Shi Yifang abruptly sat up in bed. The dream she had just experienced. Two streams of tears cascaded down her face as she sorrowfully whispered, "I cannot believe it. Why? Masterful dreamers possess an uncanny foresight. Does the rejection within the dream signify that she is indeed devoid of any opportunity? Could it be that the world is so cruel to her, offering no chance for redemption?" In her dream, she boldly expressed her feelings, only to be met with refusal. In that moment, her sorrow was profound, devoid of the valiant spirit of a Valkyrie. In a past life, she had let go, and that confession of affection, hindered by her character, remained unspoken. In this life, despite their childhood friendship, he is no longer the same. Chapter 68. You should understand by now. Outside the window, October's scenery unfolds, heralding the approach of late autumn. When the maple leaves turn a brilliant crimson, one cannot predict when they will next behold such beauty. Today's events have profoundly impacted Lin Yuzi. He sat up in bed, his legs elegantly crossed, one hand propped on the mattress, revealing his delicate and smooth skin, his disheveled attire and long hair cascading around him. The awakening beauty exudes a languid charm. Upon inspecting his character panel, he discovered the addition of an active skill. Does this signify that he is no longer as feeble as a fledgling? Quite promising. The sun is descending. When feelings of contemplation arise, witnessing the sunset amplifies a sense of melancholy. Is she also gazing at the setting sun? I hope you come to understand. If the realm of Mystic World OL had not arrived, and if he were still in his past life, perhaps he would have embraced the feelings of childhood sweethearts. Now, can only be said that fate has eluded them. Dressed in comfortable, loose clothing, he descended the stairs. He noticed two individuals asleep on the sofa, a laptop placed before them, filled with dense text. It appeared they were engaged in writing. Writing is arduous. Why would they choose to undertake such a task? Lin Yuzi found it perplexing. Furthermore, if they were to write, why not retreat to a room instead of remaining on the first floor, where they had fallen asleep? At that moment, both of their phones erupted with alarm. Awakened by the noise, they groaned with eyes closed, stretching like zombies, their bodies twisting in a surreal manner. After some time, the second one opened his eyes and, upon seeing Lin Yuzi standing before him, abruptly ceased his cries. Rubbing his eyes, he nudged the third one. The third, still oblivious to the situation, continued his strange contortions. Eventually, after completing his transformation and yawning, he finally noticed Lin Yuzi. The yawn got stuck. Loading failed. This unsettling feeling is quite discomforting, but do not dwell on it yet. Greater discomfort lies ahead. The third one, his lips trembling, inquired, Lin, when did you arrive? Before the alarm rang, your bodies exhibited remarkable flexibility, capable of accomplishing complex maneuvers. Care to show us again? His eyes glinted with mischief. The two observed the scene, increasingly convinced that Lin Yuzi was a mischievous fox, always relishing their folly. Coughing slightly, the second one said, We were merely stretching. Every man does this, wouldn't you agree, Su Yongchu? Indeed, Sun Mingren speaks true. Men are all like this. Lin Yuzi fell silent. He would not indulge such banter. Redirecting the conversation, he asked, "When did you two return?" Upon mentioning this, Su Yongchu's demeanor deflated instantly. "We got back at 1 o'clock, he lamented, slumped over the table, clearly disheartened. "This arduous task is truly challenging. What's the matter?" Lin Yuzi gazed curiously at the third one. "Isn't it just writing? What's going on?" Sun Mingren explained, "It is like this." A few minutes later, Lin Yuzi covered her mouth and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so you all need to write a script for the Double 11 performance? Good luck with that, ha ha ha." The continuous laughter left the two feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Shaolin, don't laugh. You are part of this drama performance too." "Me?" Lin Yuzi paused her laughter, pointing at herself with a tone of disbelief. "Quite adorable indeed." "No, I must not be swayed." The second one nodded earnestly. "Indeed. It's you. You are also a member of the group, and if there's a performance, you cannot escape it." "Oh, I see." Lin Yuzi pondered while stroking her chin. The two, thinking Xiao Lin might refuse, were about to encourage her when suddenly, laughter erupted again. "Ha ha ha, is that so? If it exists, so be it. I'm quite curious to see what you two can come up with, ha ha ha." After laughing, she walked to the door and turned to ask, "I'm gonna have lunch, are you coming?" "No need, we haven't eaten yet. We bought groceries and plan to cook in the dorm." "Oh, I didn't eat lunch either, so let us eat together." "That's exactly what I was waiting to hear." The second one joyfully dashed to the fridge to retrieve the ingredients. The third one, concerned, inquired, "Why didn't you have lunch?" His mind began to race with thoughts. Suspecting that since they hadn't returned, Xiao Lin had been too lazy to go out for a meal. Lin Yuzi wore an expression that was hard to describe, reluctant to elaborate. "Come on, just tell us, we're curious." Yes, we are curious too. This is a long story. Then let us make it brief." Caught off guard, Lin Yuzi turned the tables and threatened, "Do you still want to eat the meals I prepare?" "Of course we do." "Then we want to ask." The two capitulated immediately. Seeing this, Lin Yuzi huffed, turned, and began to cook. The two sat on the sofa, seemingly focused on their computers, yet secretly chatting with one another. Clearly sitting right next to each other, what could not be said face to face? It was undoubtedly because the topic of conversation was Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin's earlier Tsunder demeanor was simply adorable. "I can't hold it in any longer." Upon seeing this, Sun Mingren's expression shifted dramatically as his fingers flew over the keyboard. "Su Yongchu, don't act impulsively. What are you thinking? I already have inspiration. I know how to write the script." The two began to take things seriously and started writing the script. The script unfolded as follows. Once upon a time, a couple had just entered university, deeply in love, renting a place together to cohabit. Gradually, the mundane trifles of life began to accumulate in their daily existence. The man endured daily torment as their affection dwindled. Eventually, he no longer wished to return to that house. After confiding in a close friend, the friend invited him out for drinks. That day, intoxicated, he concluded that breaking up would be best, granting them both freedom. Fueled by the alcohol, he called to end their relationship. Upon receiving the news, the girlfriend rushed over, silently observing the two intoxicated individuals. After laying down her garments, she consented to the breakup via a message and promptly blocked and deleted him. As she turned to leave, tears streamed down her face. The following day, upon sobering up, the man recalled the events of the previous night and anxiously returned to the room, only to find her absence palpable. Even their shared photographs had been altered to erase her presence. In that moment he wept bitterly. Soon after, music filled the air as his close friend arrived. They continued to drink, this time in celebration of singlehood. "How do you feel about this?" Su Yongchu eagerly awaited Old Three's approval. To his surprise, Old Three rolled his eyes and remarked, "Su Yongchu, your intentions are glaringly obvious. You wish to portray a romantic couple, don't you? Oh, how I wish I could just smack you." Old Three's critique prompted Su Yongchu to engage in introspection. Yet suddenly Old Three shifted his tone, stating, "Unless I am cast as the male lead in this romantic scenario, I deem it a splendid script. Get lost." "You're dreaming," came Su Yongchu's retort. Chapter 69. The Tyrant's Spiritual Garb. As the two engaged in a heated debate over who would play the leading male role, Lin Yuzi approached, bearing a tray of food. "What are you discussing?" she inquired. Cough, cough, nothing of significance. The second one quickly deleted the draft, powered down the computer, and unplugged it, all in a swift motion that left the third one astounded. Su Yongchu is truly cowardly. It appears I must pen the script myself. Sun Mingren is undeniably courageous. However, it would be prudent to dine before delving into scriptwriting. The trio sat down to eat. Once they had finished their meal, Su Yongchu and Sun Mingren volunteered to wash the dishes, while Lin Yuzi, finding herself with nothing to do, ascended the stairs to lie down. Recently, she had increasingly sensed that something was amiss with her body. It felt as though her little bird had lost its sensitivity, and her chest felt somewhat swollen? Could it be? A terrifying thought surged forth. While bathing, she discovered 7 petals had blossomed upon her shoulder, with the 8th petal's edges tinged with color. The sight grew ever more alarming. Could it be that she was truly destined to transform into a woman? Contemplating the peculiar changes her body had undergone lately, she noted that the holy water's blessing had not activated, leading her to suspect that these anomalies did not belong to a negative state. Particularly concerning was her facial structure. Comparing her reflection with past photographs, she could no longer discern the handsome visage she once possessed. Could it be a disaster? She recalled the jesting exchanges she had had with online acquaintances. What if, just what if, they took her words seriously? A wave of anxiety washed over her as she scrolled through their chat history. What was all this? What did she mean by those outrageous comments? This was bad. Very bad. If, by chance, she truly underwent a transformation and they approached her with the chat logs as evidence. No, she must eliminate that possibility. Trembling, she hesitated for a moment before sending a message. Peerless beauty. Are you there? Round. I'm here. In the next instant, Lin Yuzi dialed a number, clearing her throat to lower her voice, adopting a tone of authority. Hello. Yin Yanzhao fell silent, wondering why the elder brother had adopted such a low, bubble-like voice. It was rather off-putting. The elder brother's taste was indeed peculiar. Just as he was lost in thought, pondering how to respond, Lin Yuzi spoke again, utilizing that peculiar deep tone. Are you listening? Yes, I am. Who are you? I am the one who called you. You inquire as to my identity? You are the beautiful man? Yin Yanzhao was taken aback. How could someone so good-looking possess such a rugged voice? Ahem. Why does your voice sound like that? Have you lost it? Lost it? My voice has always been like this. It is simply my natural tone. At that moment, Yin Yanzhao felt an ominous premonition. His lips trembled slightly as he forced himself to ask, Are you male or female? Of course I am male, a true man. How can I believe that? Are you using a voice changer? Transform yourself. I am a man, so what? Do you want me to show you? I can assure you it's bigger than yours. To prevent any future embarrassing incidents, Lin Yuzi has indeed put in considerable effort. There was no choice. After the arrival of the illusion realm online, should he truly transform, he must sever all ties with his past. Although he feels reluctant to part with his friends, it is unavoidable. Life is full of encounters. No, it should be said that there are no everlasting feasts in this world. I have some good news to share with you. What is it? On the other end of the line, Yin Yanzhao, feeling defeated, had become utterly despondent. Dismay, confusion, and fury surged within him, intertwining various emotions, as the potential of the tyrant was about to be unleashed. Unexpectedly, the first ability to manifest would be that of the tyrant, rather than the conqueror. At this moment, he suppressed his emotions, maintaining a stern countenance, eager to hear what Lin Yuzi had to say. I have found a girlfriend. She is beautiful and has been my childhood sweetheart who followed me to school, and now we are together. Lin Yuzi carefully articulated these words, internally apologizing to Shuri Fong. There was no other choice. He had to bring someone into the conversation to convince the other party that their previous exchanges were merely jest. After all, he truly did not wish to face humiliation. Such thoughts were out of the question. Really? Congratulations. The voice was icy, and Lin Yuzi recognized the anger in the other person's tone. Swiftly cutting through the chaos, he continued, Thank you, that will be all. If you could, please delete the chat history. My girlfriend does not like me conversing with others, even with men. I understand. Yin Yanzhao clenched his fists, his rage boiling over, and with gritted teeth, he inquired, Was the character panel you sent me from Illusion Realm Online your actual self? How could it be? Of course. It was an image from the internet. Who would create a female character for a game? Is that so? His phone was crushed in Yin Yanzhao's grip. He slammed his fist onto the nightstand in a fit of rage. Bam! The nightstand, unable to withstand the force, shattered. Nightstand. I have cracked. Really cracked. If you're angry, be angry, but why take it out on me? Not only the nightstand, but the bedside lamp also fell victim to the wrath. Lamp. A crimson aura of tyranny emerged. In an instant, the will of Blue Star descended upon the manor, intending to unleash thunder. But upon discovering the connection this individual had with the first aberrant, it dispersed the dark clouds. Well then, I shall let this person be for now. From the judgment of the Blue Star will, the first individual, Lin Yuzi, was deemed a good person, and those closely associated with him were also good. For this reason, Yin Yanzhao was spared from the lightning strike. By a twist of fate, he inadvertently activated his tyrant state. His jet-black hair lengthened, billowing in the wind, as black armor materialized, accompanied by a red cloak. His eyes, filled with disdain yet brimming with brutality, were cold and merciless. Within his character panel, a line of text appeared. Tyrant. Continuous depletion of mana, entering tyrant state. Unlocked at this moment, the equipment manifested was specifically attuned to the tyrant state. In the realm of Blue Star Online, the character panel does not quantify mana. One can only gauge its remaining amount through intuition. However, for the human race, mana is synonymous with spiritual power. In this state, Yin Yanzhao sensed that his spiritual energy would be entirely depleted in no more than 5 minutes. In a fit of rage, he extended his hand, conjuring a weapon of the tyrant. A long spear crafted from his spiritual energy. With a mighty swing, the room was utterly ravaged. Yet, this destruction was not sufficient. He turned his gaze toward the wall and, with a fierce motion, unleashed a crimson light that cleaved the wall asunder. The butler, alerted by the commotion, had already arrived in the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene of the wall being severed, his expression turned grave as he dialed the master's phone. Master, the young lord's powers have been activated. It appears to be the tyrant's spiritual attire. The voice on the other end grew heavier with breath before a commanding male voice responded. Everyone must evacuate immediately. I will arrive at once. Understood. Chapter 70. The 5-star general's ability to manipulate time. The capabilities of individuals within the circle, particularly concerning their Mijiaol character panels, are no longer shrouded in secrecy. Each person possesses their own strategies to cope with the circumstances, given their privileged status as prominent figures. Upon learning that Yin Yanzhao had activated the tyrant spirit gear, not only did his father arrive, but military personnel also made their presence felt. Among them was a distinguished 5-star general clad in military green, his visage sharp and strikingly defined, exuding an aura of cool authority. Upon observing him, the head of the Yin family stepped forward to greet him. The general nodded, his voice grave. How is it that young Yin's abilities have been activated prematurely, and as a tyrant no less? This disrupts our plans. We are unaware as well, General. The head of the Yin family responded. The upper echelons intended for Yin Yanzhao to first awaken the Overlord spirit gear, which would facilitate his entry into the military, allowing him to lead troops and potentially resurrect the might of the Overlord. The 9 tripod power, a formidable enhancement skill, could amplify one's strength 9-fold, a capability of the Overlord series, immensely beneficial after the emergence of Mijiaol. The advent of the Tyrant Spirit Gear now signified that the Overlord Spirit Gear remained a distant prospect. After all, during his extensive gameplay, Yin Yanzhao had never unlocked either of these spirit gears, indicating that they could only be activated within the Blue Star realm. The think tank of the upper echelon had already analyzed a plethora of data, available solely to those within the circle. At this juncture, the general spoke with a resolute tone. Let us allow him to calm down. I shall test his abilities. As his words fell, the general's coat billowed as if caught in an unseen wind. He began to levitate effortlessly. Time slowed. In an instant, the flow of time around Yin Yanzhao decelerated, while everything in his surroundings accelerated in his perception. Not only that, but the general continued to murmur, time acceleration. A radiant light enveloped him, and everything around him slowed further. He could control time. Time deceleration. Active skill designate an individual, causing their temporal flow to decelerate with a maximum reduction of tenfold. Time acceleration. Active skill designate an individual, causing their temporal flow to accelerate with a maximum increase of tenfold. With one ability hastening and the other slowing, the general's movements appeared to Yin Yanzhou as if they were amplified 100-fold. Even under the effects of the Tyrant Spirit Gear, which augmented all attributes by 5 times, he was no match for the general's superlative speed. The general's objective was to prolong the encounter, thereby negating Yin Yanzhou's Tyrant Spirit Gear state. 5 minutes elapsed. Yin Yanzhou failed to land a single strike, his spiritual energy depleted, and the spirit gear dissipated into crimson specks of starlight. Gasping for breath after exiting the Tyrant Spirit Gear, he realized his physical constitution was insufficient to wield its power. More training was imperative. The general patted Yin Yanzhou on the shoulder before turning to depart. The head of the Yin family approached, surveying the devastation around him, marveling at the sheer force of the Tyrant Spirit Gear. Although the 5 primary skills and their unleashed techniques had not manifested, the damage wrought by the mere 5-fold increase in attributes was beyond imagination. How do you feel? Father, I feel utterly exhausted. Yin Yanzhou genuinely feels drained, as if his very essence has been depleted, and a sense of dizziness clouds his vision. This is a manifestation of excessive spiritual energy consumption. The head of the Yin family, seasoned in such matters, gestured, and the steward promptly presented a vial of medicine. Confused, Yin Yanzhou turned to his father. This is a restorative elixir developed by the upper echelon. It will alleviate your discomfort. I shall give it a try. Upon uncorking the vial, a robust aroma wafted forth, and he consumed it eagerly, much like savoring roasted soybeans, each crunch resonating with vigor. The medicinal properties unfurled within him, cascading throughout his entire being. The sensation of dizziness indeed subsided significantly, though the feeling of depletion lingered. Could it be that my vitality is waning? A flicker of panic gripped Yin Yanzhou. Despite his rational judgment, the emotional aspect was stripped away. Observing his son's improved condition, the head of the Yin family produced a key from his robe and tossed it to him, stating, "This estate has suffered your recklessness. I possess another villa in Wanqing. You shall reside there for the time being. But father, what of my competition? There is no need for that. Your spiritual attire has already manifested, rendering the competition ineffective for your training." Understood. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Yanzhou was already exhilarated to the point of wanting to leap with joy. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure, his fists clenched tightly. "Lin Yoji, no, it's not her. That scoundrel dared to deceive me. Just wait. Once I arrive in Wanqing, I will." Noticing his demeanor, the head of the Yin family narrowed his eyes and glanced at the steward, who, understanding the unspoken command, discreetly retreated, taking all the surrounding servants with him. "Speak, what has caused you to lose your composure to such a degree that you cannot even control your emotions?" "Father, it's nothing. I can handle it myself." "Is that so?" After casting a meaningful glance at Yin Yanzhou, the head of the Yin family turned to leave. "You had better manage this. Do not tarnish the family's honor. When it is time to be resolute, do not show weakness. Do not allow anyone to sway your judgment." Upon hearing these words, Yin Yanzhou was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on his childhood experiences, and he lowered his head to reply, "I understand, father." The head of the Yin family departed, satisfied. As the patriarch, one must ensure absolute rationality to lead the family to endure. The arrival of the Dream Realm Online is a trial. If the family can withstand it, they may continue their legacy for millennia. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi, upon realizing the call had ended, sent a message inquiring whether they had agreed to delete the chat history. However, he waited for an extended period without receiving a response. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he fell asleep. Upon waking, he found that there was still no reply. They must have deleted it. That is for the best. Without hesitation, he eradicated all chat records. This is perfect. Now, he must prepare new contact information and request leave from the academic office for participation in the martial arts competition. With the ability to trace back, he now had the opportunity to learn from his errors. Early the next morning, after utilizing his abilities, he hastened to the academic office. The director was diligently organizing materials, fully engrossed in his work. "Hello, Director. I have come to collect the leave form you promised me," said Lin Yuji. "Ah, it's you, student Lin. Your sick leave has expired, hasn't it? I heard that half of your classmates lost in the competition, and there is no opportunity to resume classes. Let me prepare a leave of absence for you." The director spoke at length, clearly preoccupied with his tasks, which rendered Lin Yuji's carefully prepared response futile. Could it be that the director had forgotten about his previous request to exchange the leave for a speech? Perhaps it was for the best, but should he still attend the speech? Never mind, he decided to take things as they come. Exiting the confines of the discussion, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Director. No need to thank me. Without the leave, you would be unable to attend class. The martial arts program is indeed quite unique." The mention of classes triggered a thought in the director, who then remarked, "By the way, there are many martial arts students at the equestrian center riding horses. Are you interested in going? I recall you have some experience." "How has that been?" "Fairly well," Lin replied. "Then you should go and learn. Captain Guan over there is quite skilled in horsemanship. He can teach you and you'll pick it up quickly." "All right, I will visit him for guidance when I have time." "Sounds good," the director nodded. Realizing it was time to take his leave, Lin Yuji expressed his gratitude once more before departing. As he walked back with the leave of absence form in hand, he couldn't shake the feeling that his luck had recently improved. Could it be that the heavens had finally opened their eyes? Chapter 71. The endless offering of souls and the accelerated corrosion of the heavens upon Lin Yuji's return to the dormitory. He found his roommates, the second and third, furiously cursing on the sofa. It was the first time he had witnessed such anger from them, prompting his curiosity to inquire, "What has transpired?" "Xiao Lin, come here and take a look," the second roommate replied, still seething with rage, pointing at the comments on the computer screen. The text was in a foreign language, incomprehensible to Lin Yuji. "What is this?" he asked. "It's from overseas," the second roommate explained briefly before swiftly translating the entire page with a few clicks. "Johnson's method is indeed remarkable. I have already found many sows. As long as I claim to be from the lighthouse, they come knocking at my door. Indeed, being in the Foreign Language Institute, claiming to be a chieftain, and handing out fake gold bars, I have 2 sows accompanying me daily. Aha! The people from Huayu Kingdom are truly the best. The women from the tribes are far too ugly and foul. I never imagined these identities could be so advantageous. I have already impregnated several individuals." The page had transformed into a platform for boasting about their exploits. Many shared images and videos, some of which depicted individuals being mocked by several others. Witnessing fellow compatriots degrading themselves in such a manner incensed the second and third roommates. Damn it! Lin Yuji felt a surge of anger after watching a few clips. He refrained from viewing more, overwhelmed by the plethora of insulting remarks and videos. How could they post such things? SNT Johnson dead? Those who revered this worthless individual as a life mentor, upon witnessing his demise, now seek revenge, assuming we orchestrated his death. That man is not worth mourning, Sun Ming declared vehemently. Rarely speaking in Lin Yuji's presence, his fury this time was palpable, indicating the depth of his indignation. Having come to Huayu Kingdom, how can one disregard its rules? This is no longer the Qing dynasty of a millennium ago. Those days of being bullied are a relic of the past. At times, the barrage of such news left one feeling powerless. Some individuals fail to recognize the advancing Huayu Kingdom, remaining trapped in a regressive mindset, perpetually belittling themselves. How could one expect respect from others if they disdain their own homeland? The shift in perspective is exceedingly challenging. Lin Yuji found no immediate solution, believing only through experiencing significant changes in the world could everyone come to realize the nature of the country in which they reside, ultimately providing them with a sense of security. Perhaps it is best to avoid such content, Lin Yuji suggested before ascending the stairs, feigning indifference. However, the turmoil within him was undeniable. How could he remain unconcerned upon viewing videos that belittled his compatriots? There would always be some unresolved feelings within. Even upon witnessing the disgraceful actions of some ill-mannered compatriots abroad, tarnishing the international image of Huayu Kingdom, he felt embarrassed, let alone in this matter. Lack of civility is a personal issue, one that cannot be intervened upon by the higher echelons. Moreover, as adults, individuals must take responsibility for their choices. If one opts to forsake humanity in favor of bestiality, no one can impede that decision. In such circumstances, one must set aside the impulse to assist and instead respect the destinies of others. The most significant distinction between humans and beasts lies in the understanding of propriety, integrity, and shame. It is inconceivable for anyone to stroll down the street without clothing. While humans cannot, beasts may, simply because they lack the comprehension of dignity. Meanwhile, within the casino, Endless Money was engrossed in watching videos. His favorite content came from foreign networks. The regional networks of Huayu Nation consistently shielded individuals from the more gruesome and violent aspects of life, leaving him unaware of such matters. Then, he stumbled upon those videos. Dare to insult me? In the footage, not only were there displays of triumph, but also a torrent of derogatory remarks aimed at the one who had slain Johnson. The assailant was denounced as a coward, one who preferred to lurk in the shadows and strike from behind. Without such treachery, the star of free fighting would not have met his demise. Additionally, the video depicted a caricature of him wearing a tall hat, mockingly suggesting that it resembled a pig's snout with a scallion, pretending to be an elephant. The audacity to aspire to the noble etiquette of the great lighthouse was laughable. A clown, no matter how well disguised, remains a clown, perpetually confined to the dark corners of society. In the video, the esteemed Mentor Johnson had claimed many lives. His death was indeed monumental. The more he watched, the angrier he became. Endless Money's teeth ground in frustration. His hat was destroyed, his glasses broken. He had intended to purchase a limited winter outfit. Now, he faced ridicule over these comments, accused of mimicking and being insecure. Feeling enraged with no outlet, he was like a mute suffering from bitterness. Very well, just wait. How could a dignified being tolerate being insulted by these commoners? The majesty of the transcendent cannot be disrespected. O great master of the enigma, your devoted follower prays to you. Grant me the strength to annihilate those who torment your people, and I shall offer you fresh souls. Enigma. The art of prayer, a mysterious wave of malevolence emerged, ascending into the sky in an invisible surge. The will of Blue Star sensed the anomaly and swiftly ascended into the heavens, determined to intervene. A thunderous roar erupted, and rain began to pour down unexpectedly. It seemed as if the sky had torn open, with a dense black aura swirling around the breach. Lightning flickered nearby, illuminating the heavens. Despite it being morning, the entire city of Wuhan had plunged into darkness. How could such a transformation occur so suddenly? The populace was astonished, unaware of how many times Wuhan had trended nationally. The eerie celestial phenomenon, the deranged murderer, the dual incidents at Wuhan University. It was utterly overwhelming. Ultimately, the dark gaseous mass penetrated through the opening. In an instant, the will of Blue Star seemed to falter. The cloud layers exhibited an unsettling stratification, resembling a glitch in the Blue Star OL that had loaded halfway, resulting in a failure to render properly. The rain transformed from individual droplets to cascading sheets, blurring the pathways, reminiscent of a scene marred by low frame rates and poor resolution. Within the small Western-style building at Wuhan University, Lin Yuzi stood by the window, observing the unfolding spectacle outside, his lips pressed together in silence. He experienced a disconcerting sense of temporal dislocation. Similarly, in the adjacent female dormitory, Shuri Fong stood at the entrance on the first floor, her arms crossed, her long hair flowing in the wind, exuding an aura of immense power. Her sharp gaze was fixed on the gaping hole in the sky. The erosion has accelerated. This phenomenon occurs only when the erosion reaches its midpoint. This indicates that the realm of the Maze OL, which was originally expected to manifest in a year, will now arrive in merely 6 months. This is troublesome. Half a year marks a critical juncture. Mutated creatures will begin to emerge in various corners of the world, with the ocean being the most profoundly affected. The vastness of the sea allows the Maze OL to initially influence marine life. It can be said that the boundary keepers within Wanqing have already sensed the ominous turn of events. The mastermind behind all this turmoil is none other than Chen Wujin. He has sacrificed the souls of everyone in the casino, tearing open a rift in the heavens to ensure that those who dare to provoke the boundary keepers understand the sanctity of their name cannot be insulted. Chapter 72. The Lighthouse Nation. the superheroes of the Divine Tower Bureau. O great lord of the illusory realm, your devoted servant acknowledges that these souls are insufficient. Grant me some time. I shall procure more souls for you. A black radiance enveloped Qian Wujin. Simultaneously, in the lighthouse nation, the sky tore open, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rain fell in relentless sheets, as if intent on submerging the entire city. Beneath the cover of ominous clouds, none were aware that a demon, a harvester of souls, had arrived. The catalyst of this turmoil was none other than those who boasted of their exploits and insulted Qian Wujin. He sought to make them remember one immutable truth at the cost of their lives. The majesty of the realm's guardians is not to be tarnished. I have arrived. Lighthouse swine. After Qian Wujin departed, the rain in Wanqing abated significantly, transforming into a gentle drizzle. Delicate droplets clung to the leaves, burdened by their weight, before cascading down. The droplets splashed upon puddles, creating a rhythmic patter. Gradually, the clouds dispersed, revealing the warm embrace of the sun. Following the deluge, birds flapped their wings, venturing forth once more in search of sustenance. The instincts of nature urged them to seize the moment to hunt, lest they be caught unawares by another sudden downpour. With a creak, a window swung open. He gazed at the distant leaves, where a droplet hung precariously, poised to fall. The discomforting aura faded. As the last words lingered, a gust of wind blew from afar, causing the droplet to slip away. Within the falling droplet, Lin Yuzi glimpsed the reflections of verdant trees, as if beholding the fate of the blue planet. None could thwart this unfolding. The droplet struck the ground, splattering water. Each flower and leaf carries its destined course. When to grow, when to bloom, when to wither, and when to fade. Only the wind and rain remain unpredictable. Otherwise, ancient peoples would not have beseeched the heavens for bountiful seasons. The war in the central regions commenced even earlier than I witnessed in my past life. It is time to strategize for profit. This is indeed a lucrative opportunity, beginning in November and extending until March of the following year. This period heralds the eve of conflict, after which currency will inevitably depreciate. Thus, the present course of action should be to stockpile oil. Revisiting old tactics, he ventured into the international crude oil trading market, commencing with a capital of 100 million. Meanwhile, a plan was unfolding in the Lighthouse Nation. After the leak of the Undersea Bell project, they deliberated on how to proceed with their surveillance efforts. Dubbed the Peacemaker Plan externally and the Prism Plan internally, this scheme required a significant event to serve as a cover. They were in dire need of such an opportunity. In the state of Columbibias, heavy rains led to severe urban flooding, causing widespread devastation. Strangely, not a single drop of rain fell across the borders of neighboring states. Realizing this was a surreal event, the Divine Tower Bureau mobilized. The guardians within the Bureau, collectively referred to as superheroes, dispatched a trio for this mission. In a helicopter, 3 individuals are seated. One has spider legs extending from his back, capable of launching silk and providing combat assistance, adorned with a tattoo of a flower spider on his chest, resembling a Spider-Man. His preferred pastime involves dangling from the bathroom ceiling or peeking through the glass, instilling fear in others. Another individual relishes riding a flashy motorcycle equipped with advanced weaponry. However, confined within the helicopter, he is unable to ride. Cloaked in a black leather mask, he is affluent, targeting emotional fools and clowns. Armed with the ability to eavesdrop through sonar, he often soars before these clowns, mocking them with his grand wings. The most ordinary among them is the super laser hero, codenamed Patriot, whose eyes can emit laser beams, always wearing a sinister grin. His temperament is fierce, resorting to any means necessary to accomplish his missions. Each possesses a distinctive character, befitting their superhero status. As the helicopter approaches a gaping hole, the trio prepares for an aerial descent, a leap from several hundred meters above. With a resounding thud, the superhero meets his demise. Of course, this is implausible. The Spider-Man deploys a parachute woven from spider silk, gracefully descending as a celestial arachnid, taking nearly an hour to reach the ground. The Batman glides using his large, fleshy wings, lacking control over his landing destination. The Patriot, in robust form, descends like a meteor, crashing violently to the earth. The entrance of the trio invariably results in destruction. Yes, splendid. I have obliterated a floor. Emerges the patriot from the rubble. Behind him, a once towering structure now reduced to ruins. Rain pours mercilessly into the debris, devoid of any survivors. A figure named Endless Wealth emerges from the wreckage, licking his lips as he gazes at his kin. The great lord of the maze has claimed his first sacrifice. During his descent, he had slaughtered the entire building's occupants, offering their souls to the lord of the maze. His power has increased. Now at the second tier of the Yellow Realm, truly the foremost in the Blue Star domain. The souls of ordinary individuals are woefully inadequate. I shall gladly accept yours. Upon finishing his proclamation, Endless Wealth wipes the blood from his lips and tosses a coin, which spins in the air before vanishing in a flash of golden light. Active skill. Spend money to avert disaster. Consumes coins to eliminate negative states. The shockwave generated when the Patriot pierced the rubble affected Endless Wealth, and this coin serves as a representation of that place. Now, he collects 2 coins daily. After usage, he retains a balance of 10 coins plus 1 that refreshes each day. All abilities are calculated based on the balance of coins, precisely 10, allowing him to elevate his tier. Thus, Endless Wealth currently stands at the 3rd tier of the Yellow Realm. People of the Huayu Nation, oh my friend, how did you arrive here? Spider-Man continues to soar through the skies, while Batman has glided away to an unknown destination. Despite this, the citizen of the motherland remains unruffled, a smile gracing his face as he ponders the mysterious emergence of Chen Wujin. Confronted with this inquiry, Chen Wujin offers no explanation, for he is incapable of comprehending the language of the lighthouse. Their communication falters, yet they rely on their physicality to sense each other's fervor. Behold, Chen Wujin has entered the fray. The citizen of the motherland, possessing remarkable resilience, withstands a brutal blow. He retaliates with a laser beam, striking true. Chen Wujin is injured. He begins to chant, contemplating retreat. Suddenly, a dark void materializes, enveloping Chen Wujin, who angrily exclaims, "Shameless lighthouse dweller!" His spirit unyielding. He is drawn into the abyss, causing the rift in the sky to vanish. The rain ceases. Meanwhile, the city of Wancheng is once again shrouded in ominous clouds. The void silently reappears, and the dark light descends as Chen Wujin emerges, clutching his chest. With a spitting of blood, his fury ignites. How could his opponent possess the audacity to unleash laser beams? Such a lack of martial ethics. Chapter 73. If I were to become a beggar for 3 days unbeknownst to him, after the endless departure of wealth, the citizens of the homeland gazed skyward, only to find the gaping void had vanished. How did the people of Huayu Nation acquire such formidable prowess? His expression turned grave. Typically brash, he was no fool. He promptly summoned a helicopter, declaring that he had engaged the enemy and secured crucial intelligence. The helicopter arrived swiftly, whisking him away into the skies. Half an hour later, the Batman glided in from the horizon, executing a dramatic landing and striking a dashing pose. "Oh dear friend, where lies the enemy?" he called out, but silence met him. He surveyed the surroundings with his small eyes filled with great perplexity. It seemed he was the first to arrive. Thus, he had no choice but to investigate personally. Such was the duty of the dapper Batman. Who could blame him for his affluence and excellence? After indulging in a moment of self-adoration, he chose a direction and set off. As for the ruins before him, they appeared perilous at first glance, and he would not venture there. Another half-hour passed.
Spider-Man landet.
Brushing off his attire and severing his webbing, scanning the area. He was none too fond of the damp environment left in the wake of the rain. Frowning as he surveyed his surroundings, his expression brightened suddenly. What are these ruins? Could those two have encountered danger? Ha! Heroes always make their entrance last. Here I come. With that, Spider-Man dashed forward, envisioning his grand entrance. In Wancheng, when the void appeared, countless individuals felt a stirring. They stepped outside, looking to the heavens. A gaping hole emerged in the sky, radiating dark light. After a few minutes, the dark glow dissipated. Lin Yuzi furrowed his brow. What had just transpired? Why had the void vanished for several hours, only to reappear so suddenly? And with such blatant disregard, did they not fear inciting panic? For the online uproar had reached a fever pitch. Many had captured videos of the void, proclaiming that the heavens had leaked. The rain was a consequence of this celestial breach, necessitating the intervention of Nuwa to mend the sky. Individuals began to scour ancient texts, asserting that the Shanhai Jing was indeed authentic, and that mythological tales held truth. A hole in the heavens had unleashed torrential waters, prompting Nuwa to repair the sky, halting the rain, yet the prior downpour had resulted in catastrophic flooding, leading to DUS efforts in water management and the continuation of tribal legacies. The uproar was considerable, and the authorities remained conspicuously silent, offering no refutations. Only a few media outlets emerged to provide scientific explanations, which were met with widespread skepticism. I believe the authorities must be concealing something from us. Consider this martial arts competition, held for several years without necessitating warfare. Is it really about strengthening the body through martial arts practice? Do you recall the game Mystic Realm OL? Just yesterday, I discovered that my records of in-game expenditures had vanished. I distinctly remember that charging was prohibited. I sold some Mystic Realm currency in real life and made a tidy profit. Yet now the bank statements show no record of that transaction, leaving me at a loss for an explanation, and my funds have been frozen. Me too. Me too. As more individuals began to share their personal experiences regarding the matter, audacious speculations emerged. Is there a conspiracy at play, one might wonder? The five alliances claim insufficient computational power. Could this be indicative of some arcane plan, perhaps ushering in an era of intelligence? I surmise it may be a rebellion of mechanical life forms, hence the incessant promotion of martial arts and physical fitness. Indeed, that must be the case. But how should we regard electronic products? I recently acquired a new car. Surely it won't transform into an automaton. Will it? Many minds began to wander into fanciful musings. This exemplifies the advantage of a lack of management. Discourse tends to evolve chaotically, and when it reaches a certain threshold, it either approaches the truth or strays further from it. Although the theory of a mechanical uprising seems somewhat far-fetched, there remains a skeptical acceptance among the populace. Some have drawn connections to the Southern Gate project, believing that the likelihood of extraterrestrial invasion is more substantial. It is well known that the Huayu nation prefers to keep its cards close to its chest. When the Southern Gate project surfaced, it signified the existence of even stronger hidden agendas. Perhaps the insufficient computational power cited by the five alliances is merely a simulation of an alien assault within the confines of a virtual realm, an attempt at salvation. The cessation of the project could imply victory or perhaps defeat. This group engaged in fervent discussion for an extended period. The authorities remained silent, and insiders refrained from divulging any information. Days passed, and the fervor gradually waned. In November, the weather remained clear for several days. The anomalies vanished, the rain ceased, and everything returned to normalcy. The main event was set to commence the day after tomorrow. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Yongji returned, his face etched with fatigue. The training regimen he had undergone could only be described as grueling. Originally, he was scheduled for further training today, but with the freshman speech tomorrow, all new students were required to attend, himself included. The dice of his ancestor, Zhang Yuyan, were indeed present in his home, known as the eight-sided divine dice. Yet he found himself unable to decipher its secrets. He resorted to other methods, perplexed as to why his household possessed techniques for dog beating. He even recounted a widely circulated incantation. To master this art, one must first experience 3 days of a beggar's life. Consequently, he truly embraced the role of a beggar for 3 days, enduring the elements, never fully sated, inadequately clothed, restless in sleep, and perpetually pursued by city management. Just as his 3-day odyssey as a beggar was nearing its end, the city officials caught up with him, intending to escort Jiang Yongji to the police station. In this age of advanced technology, there was always a chance to locate the beggar's family. Yet Jiang Yongji was reluctant. He evaded capture, sprinting down the streets. Ultimately, he managed to endure until the end of his charade, but hunger sapped his strength, and all he wished for was someone to offer him 50 yuan for a decent meal. He slumped at the entrance of a shop, where the staff attempted to shoo him away, unwilling to let a beggar tarnish their business. The city officials also contemplated forcibly taking him to the police station. At that moment, Jang Yongji's family arrived. A multitude of luxury vehicles appeared, and somehow, they even laid out a red carpet, collectively proclaiming, "The 3-day period has concluded. We welcome the young master home," in a rather exuberant manner. Listening to Jang Yongji, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if his very toes were gripping the ground. In a moment of feeble anger, he demanded assistance to board the vehicle. Subsequently, a crowd witnessed the beggar being whisked away in a luxury car, leaving them utterly bewildered. This news quickly ascended to local trending status, with officials remarking that they could understand the desire of affluent families to cultivate the resilience of their heirs. However, they suggested a more tempered approach, one that did not necessitate such extreme measures as pretending to be a beggar. The tale of the reality Dragon King left many astonished, becoming a frequent topic of conversation during leisure hours. Following this, Jang Yongji embarked on a rigorous training regimen. After several days of arduous practice, he had shed several pounds. Upon his return, he found his second and third brothers fervently typing away at the table. "What are you up to?" he inquired. "We're writing a script. We've been at it for days without finding anything satisfactory." "Well, continue on. I shall retire for a brief rest." Jang Yongji felt an immense weight upon his spirit. He had endured everything solely to shake off the label of a luck-based player. All this effort was for the sake of vindicating himself in the upcoming competition. Jang Yongji, am not merely a player of fortune. Chapter 74. Script finalization and oil strategy. Moreover, Jang Yongji observed that there were individuals betting on his inevitable defeat within 5 matches. This was a blatant display of disdain. He must triumph, ensuring that those wagering against him incur losses. To this end, he invested all his funds into securing his victory in 5 matches. After watching Jang Yongji ascend the stairs, the second and third brothers continued to refine the storyline. The script for the performance on Double 11 had nearly reached its polished form. It encompassed themes of brotherhood, familial bonds, romantic love, and friendship. Ultimately, it would culminate in the elevation of lovers into friends, concluding with a rendition of the song Breakup Alliance. As the performance reached its end, the entire cast would take the stage to bow in gratitude. They had even meticulously outlined the process, a true testament to the considerable mental effort they had expended. Particularly regarding Xiao Lin's wardrobe, they had devised numerous schemes. Initially, they would employ school uniforms to mitigate Xiao Lin's resistance, followed by work attire during rehearsals. Then, for moments of camaraderie, casual outfits would be donned, culminating in the rekindling of friendship, where everyone would once again wear school uniforms, reminiscing about the past. Due to the second and third brothers' persistent desire to portray romantic partners with Xiao Lin, they ultimately concocted a melodramatic love triangle. "I love you, yet you love him," was the essence of their painful triangle, serving as the background music for this segment. Additionally, the props team was tasked with creating snowflakes and rain to elevate the thematic elements. Once the script was completed, they forwarded it to their senior. The response they received was, "Not bad. Proceed with your vision. Have you secured the cast?" They had 4 actors on their side but required 3 more. "Very well. Please provide the specifications for the vacant roles, and I shall assist in finding individuals." Having accomplished this, the question remained, how to persuade Xiao Lin to take on the role of the female lead. They would need to wait for the opportune moment when Xiao Lin was in good spirits to broach the subject. A sudden realization dawned upon them. Exchanging knowing glances, they devised a plan, bribing Xiao Lin with delectable treats. They promptly ventured out and, before Lin Yuzi descended the stairs, returned with an assortment of delightful snacks. It was indeed exhausting work, particularly with lunchtime approaching. As Lin Yuzi made his way downstairs in search of sustenance, he fortuitously encountered the two on the first floor. "Are you still working on the script? How is it progressing?" "We've completed it and would like to invite you to participate," they replied. "Sure," Lin Yuzi agreed without hesitation, having already resolved to abstain from club activities, deeming it unnecessary to join the club. "However, I need to check my schedule first." The second and third brothers exchanged knowing glances, tacitly avoiding the revelation of the script's content and instead engaging in other topics. The performance is set for November 11th. We'll handle the costumes, but we need to know your size to place an order in advance. Forget the size. Just tell me what kind of clothes it is, and I'll buy them myself. Lin Yuzi was reluctant to disclose his measurements, politely declining their offer regarding the attire. Rebuffed, the two exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of how to proceed, and began exchanging subtle gestures. The second brother remarked, "What should we do? If we mention women's clothing, Xiao Lin certainly won't agree. Lao-san. Then we should prepare some vibrant and youthful clothing. We can consider the school uniform, but for the rest, we can only estimate what to prepare." Lao-er. You can estimate the measurements? How peculiar.
Lao-san, peculiar.
No, it's merely a keen eye. Lao-er. Well then, I shall rely on you. The two exchanged knowing glances, sending shivers down Lin Yuzi's spine. After their conversation, they noticed Xiao Lin's expression of unspoken words, prompting them to clear their throats and change the subject. Xiao Lin, you will need to prepare a youthful and energetic school uniform. What is the script? May I take a look? Lin Yuzi was intrigued about which play required school uniforms. Could it be a campus romance? That seemed rather kitsch. Upon hearing Xiao Lin request the script, the two grew anxious and hurriedly interjected. Wait, the script has two versions and is not finalized yet. We still need to make some revisions, but we will send you the lines. Alright, then what about the costume? That can be prepared in advance, right? At that moment, Lauda, having taken a brief nap, came downstairs. Upon hearing the mention of school uniforms, he inquired, "What school uniforms? Aren't they just academic gowns in university?" No. It's the performance attire for the play that requires a school uniform. By the way, here's your script. Come over here. Lao-er pulled Lauda over to sit on the sofa. Lao-san, with a cheerful demeanor, arranged an array of delectable treats on the dining table, inviting Lin Yuzi to come and sample them. Feeling that he had little to contribute in that moment, he approached the table, observing the lavish lunch, suspecting that the two had ulterior motives. Could it be that they are worried I might refuse to perform? A true man would never back out once he has committed to performing. By the way, since we are on the topic, I can inform them that international crude oil is a good investment now. Prices will rise soon. I have something to share with you, a business deal worth several $100 million. Upon hearing this, the three were instantly captivated. Let us eat first. I'll explain as we dine. Soon, the four gathered around the round table, one from each direction, with Lin Yuzi seated on the east, commencing his discourse. Time flowed quietly. Upon receiving this news, the three felt their minds buzzing, hesitant to make an immediate decision. I need to consult my father first. Same here. Lao-san remained silent, dialing a phone number. The three conversed with their fathers in their dialect. After a brief span of 10 minutes, they appeared disheartened. Xiao Lin, my father doesn't believe me. He can only allocate 5 million for me to invest, and he insists that if I incur losses, I must sell immediately. I only have 3 million. I only have 1 million. Lauda was on the verge of tears. All his savings had been invested in a venture he believed would secure him 5 wins, yet now he found himself unable to withdraw the funds. In that case, I shall invest 1 million as well, thus gathering a total of 10 million for the entry ticket. Rest assured, should you trust me, simply entrust the 10 million to my care. Allow me to ponder. In November, the ominous signs of war began to emerge, and by the year's end, the nation of the lighthouse would resort to cunning tactics, deliberately sabotaging the pipelines in the Central Sea. In my previous life, I naively believed this was merely a limitation imposed by war, thinking it would lead to a windfall from oil. However, upon reflection, it seems this act of destruction was intended to stifle the development of the central region, paving the way for their occupation of valuable territory. Weakening the adversary is, after all, a means of fortifying oneself. Consequently, by December, prior to the onset of winter, purchasing would be optimal as prices will peak around the new year. The central region will be exceedingly cold this year, with a dire need for oil. Hence, Lin Yuzi declared, once you entrust the 10 million to me, during the festive season, I shall return the profits to you. Very well, no objections, they replied, placing their trust in Xiao Lin. All right, I shall operate using a different account for your benefit, which will facilitate the calculation of returns. Agreed. The eldest, having contributed the least, had no reservations. Yet the second one was perplexed and inquired curiously, Xiao Lin, how much have you invested? 100 million. Upon hearing this, the trio gasped, for the power of wealth is indeed a formidable force. Chapter 75. The flavor of braised meat and field mice indeed. They nearly overlooked the fact that the adorable Lin was a master at generating profit. The memory of him earning a staggering 100 million in just 1 month was still vivid. Unbelievably, 2 months had already passed. Today was November 2nd. The preliminary round concluded on October 27th, followed by a 7-day break, extending from October 28th to November 3rd. This meant that the competition was set to commence on November 4th, just 2 days hence. Why was this news relevant before the contest? The leader felt a pang of distress. Had he known that following Lin would be so lucrative, he would not have pressured himself to win. Losing was simply losing. Luck favored some participants, and he could have avoided the 3 days of living like a beggar. Regretful tears streamed down his face. Boss, why are you crying? Are you overly excited? It's all right. Even if you only invested 1 million, we wouldn't mind. Exactly. What a character you are. Lin Yuzi remained silent, quietly savoring the delectable food. The chicken wings and duck legs were delightful. Wait, this roasted duck neck. He scrutinized it closely. How? Didn't he seem like a duck neck? Curiously, he prodded it with his chopsticks. Suddenly, a white object fell out. It was a tooth. Damn! Lin Yuzi gasped, startled. His voice high-pitched, reminiscent of a woman's. At least that is how it sounded to the 3 others. They all turned in unison, intrigued, and queried, "What's the matter? Where did you buy this braised delicacy? Why is there a mouse head in it? Is there braised rat as well? Is there?" The second one looked at the third. After a moment of contemplation, the third nodded, saying, "Well, it seems there is braised field mice entirely edible, so fear not." Field mice, if he recalled correctly, were quite pricey, around several dozen yuan per pound. Lin Yuzi silently observed as the two discussed the taste of field mice and even indulged in the braised delicacy. This peculiar scene made his stomach churn. Did it also ache slightly? "I can't take it anymore. You all enjoy. I need to go rest for a bit. Come on. Eat a bit more. There's still duck neck. It's delicious. And look, there's a duck head." When Lin Yuzi turned to look, he noticed a circular membrane next to the duck head. He pointed at the membrane in shock. "What is this?" Upon seeing it as normal men, they laughed. "Rest assured, that should be the ocular membrane of the duck, not the life barrier you might be imagining." "What was I thinking?" "I wasn't thinking anything," Lin Yuzi stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed today. Surely, it was the work of fate. "Ha ha ha, Lin, you wouldn't he normal men don't need such things, right? Look, it's only about 1 centimeter wide. Who's that small?" Their laughter pierced Lin Yuzi's heart like a dagger. Who indeed was that small? He felt as though he was being subtly mocked. He could no longer contain himself and rushed upstairs. This was the second time the trio witnessed Xiao Lin lose his composure. The elder brother chuckled and remarked, "Is Xiao Lin feeling shy? Who would have thought he was so innocent?" Innocent Xiao Lin was indeed quite endearing. The second brother chimed in, while the third brother silently nodded in agreement. After savoring a few flavorful field mice, the elder brother inquired, "By the way, about that script earlier regarding cross-dressing, could you elaborate?" Upon hearing this, the second brother's eyes lit up, and he whispered with a mischievous grin, "Well, it goes like this." Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Yuzi felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen. He rolled on his bed, bewildered by the intensity of the discomfort and pondering why the sacred water protection wasn't activating. It felt as if a power drill were burrowing into his stomach, a torment that was unbearable. The physical resilience of a Huangjing first-tier physique felt utterly inadequate against such genuine anguish. "Ah, this sacred water protection. Please activate soon. I feel like I'm dying." The sacred water protection seemed to be powerless. This was not a negative status, but rather a physiological condition. A certain hormone within Lin Yuzi's body was battling to expunge the excess. The 8th petal was already stirring, merely awaiting a stimulus to ignite its brilliance. In agony, he pressed a blanket against his abdomen, hoping the warmth would alleviate the pain, but it was futile. That churning sensation persisted. Unsure of what was transpiring, he initially believed he had eaten something that upset his stomach and hurried to the restroom. Sitting on the toilet, his legs grew numb, Yet the pain showed no sign of abating. He felt a chill and, in a state of desperate confusion, thought to take a shower. If he could catch a cold, it might trigger the sacred water protection. This should dispel the torment. One must admit, Lin Yuzi was quite clever for discovering this loophole. Swiftly, he stripped down and turned on the cold water. In November, the midday cold water was quite frigid. The showerhead released a stream of water that cascaded down his delicate collarbone. Drip, drip, drip. He trembled slightly from the cold, yet he persisted, determined to catch a cold. In the chill, his stomach seemed to ache even more. He glanced down and recalled a remark from the dinner table whose little bird is so small. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and feeling defiant, he attempted to activate the little bird. The first activation attempt failed. The second activation attempt failed. The third failed again. Success eluded him. Even though he gazed at his enticing flat abdomen, with its perfect proportions, slim waist, and curvaceous hips, he scolded himself for such self-description. Yet, the physique was undeniably admirable, aside from a couple of missing fat rolls. Everything else was splendid. The cold was beginning to take its toll, and his immune system kicked into action. It sensed that the host was unwell and immediately relayed this feedback to the brain. The brain instructed the host to cease his self-inflicted torment. But the host was already beside himself. He disregarded everything and continued to stand under the cold water. Heaven did not drench Lin Yuzi. Rather, he willingly sought out the rain. Truly, what a fool he is. At last, after enduring half an hour in the cold water, he trembled, his teeth chattering incessantly, while his stomach ached painfully. Amidst this multitude of adverse conditions, the blessing of divine water was invoked. A shimmering blue light swept through, instantly eradicating all negative states and even drying his drenched hair. Lin Yuzi felt a surge of vitality. His waist no longer ached, his legs regained their strength, and he could effortlessly ascend 25 flights of stairs. Ha ha ha, as expected of me, truly clever. Elated, he collapsed backward onto the bed, kicking his slippers about. His long, fair legs were unabashedly exposed to the air, his bathrobe askew, hair tousled, and a smile graced his face. Oh dear, what a sight! Yet it mattered not. Only he could behold this splendid view, and with the pain in his stomach alleviated, he was filled with joy. Chapter 76. Where is the magical horse? Joy is an inadequate description of Lin Yuzi's current state of mind. The sensation he had just experienced, akin to that of a dental drill, is one he fervently wishes to avoid ever again. It was utterly inhumane, comparable to the 10 most torturous punishments. Fortunately, it was merely an isolated incident. He vows never to indulge in such delicacies again. Just a single encounter has left an indelible shadow upon his tender spirit. How terrifying it was! Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon had slipped away. He recalled that his roommates were still on the first floor, and wondered how they were faring with their meal. It had been quite some time. Surely, they ought to have returned upstairs by now. Having eaten sparingly at lunch, he felt a pang of hunger. Contemplating a descent in search of sustenance, he went downstairs only to be greeted by the following scene. Stop! Please, cease this at once. You mustn't continue to fight. Do not restrain me, Susu. This is a duel between him and me. See, indeed, a person like him is unworthy of your affections, eh? That is not my intent. I merely do not harbor any feelings for either of you. I consider you both as friends. B and C knelt on the ground, crying out, "Oh no, this is too despicable." Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yuzi watched their antics with amusement, surprised to find that these three retained their childlike innocence, engaging in a game reminiscent of childhood play. After clearing his throat to announce his presence, he turned to them with a smile and inquired, "What are you doing?" The trio was visibly embarrassed. One scratched his face, another tugged at his hair, while the third scanned the surroundings, none daring to respond. Several minutes passed, and as their sense of shame began to wane, the second one finally spoke. "We are rehearsing for a dialogue play." "Really?" Lin Yuzi responded, skepticism evident in his gaze. "Absolutely." The trio replied earnestly, their voices strong and certain. They were determined not to be misconstrued as merely playing house. "We are adults now, not so childish." Seeing their conviction, Lin Yuzi remained somewhat doubtful. Very well then, what is the script? May I take a look? Perhaps I could offer some suggestions. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged knowing glances. Ultimately, they revealed only a portion of the content. After perusing it, Lin Yuzi found the plot rather peculiar. A love triangle? Indeed. Must it be so melodramatic? Regardless, the president had approved it. Well then, he mused, what else can I say? I shall merely make a cameo appearance. With so many roles available, simply sharing a line would suffice for participation. Where are my lines? The lines? They have yet to be organized, they replied. By this evening, we will have them sorted and sent to you. Very well. Lin Yuzi did not fret over the play. His primary concern lay with the speech scheduled for tomorrow afternoon and the upcoming competition the day after. However, there was still one pressing matter at hand. His hunger. Just as he was about to step out, the second one questioned curiously, Xiao Lin, have you taken a shower? Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I just caught a whiff of shower gel. Are you heading out? The second one swiftly and awkwardly changed the subject, and Lin Yuzi did not delve deeper, simply stating the facts. There is plenty of braised pork left in the fridge, it just needs to be heated up. Upon hearing the words braised pork, he was reminded of the delectable flavor of field mice, which suddenly stirred his stomach uncomfortably. Please, spare me the details. Farewell. Lin Yuzi, unwilling to endure any further torment, hastily exited the quaint little villa. The three exchanged glances, each wearing a look of intrigue. Field mice are quite delicious, crispy and delightful. Once Xiao Lin departed, they shared knowing smiles. Shall we continue? Hurry up. I can hardly wait. I am here too. In the campus corridor, Lin Yuzi meandered, finally arriving at the ice island. Here, one could order beverages as well as skewers. After spending 100 yuan and placing his order, he settled in, enjoying the air conditioning while scrolling through his phone. He perused trending news on Weibo, a platform he seldom visited, now curious about what topics captivated the youth. It was essential to stay connected to societal trends and to find engaging topics for conversations with classmates. At the top of the trending list was, unsurprisingly, the martial arts competition. Following closely was criticism directed at a certain poorly executed scripted drama by various official media outlets. The script had its flaws, and the writer bore the brunt of the blame. While few cared about logical inconsistencies in novels, adaptations for the big screen, especially those based on real-life themes, necessitated adherence to reality. Otherwise, they risked ridicule. The disconnect between the characters' portrayals and real life was stark. In novels, to enhance the narrative, numerous unrealistic elements might be woven into the protagonists' lives. However, when adapted, retaining these elements only led to absurdities. A plethora of trending topics revolved around this particular drama. Lin Yuzi mused that even if it faced scorn, it was of little consequence. The pockets of the writer and director were already overflowing, and a few criticisms were merely inconsequential. For anyone else, earning such a significant sum would render the backlash irrelevant. Beyond the 10th trending topic was news of a war erupting in the central region. In the 20-something slots, images of a gaping hole in the sky above Wanqing were compared with similar images from the United States. The latter had suffered severe destruction with numerous casualties, while Wanqing reported no fatalities. The United States claimed this was the result of Huayu Nation's meteorological weapon, utilizing the hole in the sky for offensive operations. Speculation arose that this hole could be the true ace behind the Southern Sky Gate plan. Such conjectures made the United States wary of acting recklessly. Intelligence from their homeland proved invaluable. Indeed, the individual in question hailed from Huayu Nation and had come with the intent to harm civilians. They were perplexed, suspecting ulterior motives. Before uncovering the true purpose, they could only grit their teeth and endure this humiliation. As for Spider-Man and Batman, their foolish actions led to disciplinary measures from the Divine Tower Bureau. Due to meritorious actions, a citizen of the motherland has been promoted to the position of deputy director. Of course, this is merely internal news from the land of the beacon, of which Lin Yuzi is blissfully unaware. As he gazed upon the ominous chasm, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He recalled that in the game Maze Realm Online, every time a boss emerged, a dark abyss would manifest. It seemed that prior to his demise in a past life, a similar black void had existed before the demonic steed. In retrospect, The signs of impending danger were evident. But where exactly is the demonic horse of Wuhan University in Wuhan City? Did it materialize with the arrival of May's realm online? Or is it a result of local biological mutation? The situation is rather perplexing. Just then, the skewers were ready. Lin Yuzi had no choice but to set aside his phone and attend to his hunger. Meanwhile, at the morning assembly of the Divine Tower Bureau, the newly appointed deputy director commenced his speech. Greetings, everyone. I am a citizen of the motherland, and I am delighted to assume the role of deputy director. Today, our topic of discussion is unity. Chapter 77. Unity is multiplication. Why dwell on this theme? It is none other than the folly of Spider-Man and Batman. One dreams of a grand entrance as a hero, while the other seeks to appear cool, only to evade danger. Thus, the audacious Captain America commenced his speech on unity. Aiming to harness the power of superheroes. Clearing his throat, he began. Unity among ordinary individuals is additive, while unity among superheroes transcends to multiplication. Just as 1 + 1 = 2, yet 1 multiplied by 1 suddenly, Captain America faltered. However, he quickly regained his composure. Spider-Man and Batman embody that 1 multiplied by 1, equating to 1, lacking even the cohesion of ordinary folks, and we must not emulate them. Applause erupted from the audience. Spider-Man and Batman pouted, visibly displeased. Yet, who could forget that the once junior leader had ascended to the position of deputy director? Captain America, undeterred by his earlier miscalculation, reiterated his examples. The unity of ordinary people is additive like 11 or 22, while we exceptional superheroes, when united, yield 2 multiplied by 2. His voice boomed with confidence, deliberately raising an eyebrow at the 2 superheroes, the embodiment of 1 multiplied by 1. But the audience fell silent. 22 and 2 multiplied by 2. It appears both result in 4, offering no distinction from ordinary individuals. Perhaps, Deputy Director, you should refrain from further examples, for your mathematical prowess seems lacking. Of course, this critique remained unvoiced, merely a silent grumble in their hearts. The somber atmosphere soon made Captain America aware of his blunder once again. Regardless, unity, still the essence of unity. Yes, how splendid to be direct and unambiguous. The scene shifts to Wanqing. Chen Wujin was ambushed by a beam of laser light, leaving scorch marks upon his abdomen. After utilizing gold coins to heal his injuries, his expression darkened. When did his fortune begin to wane? It was that woman who had marred his attire with her arrows. He realized it was her fault that his luck had soured, and it was certainly not because he deemed her an easy target. What if he struggled against a fellow adversary? Mattered not. Vanquishing a defenseless woman would be a trivial task. Lacking subordinates, he resolved to confront her personally. Donning a vintage suit, wielding a cane, adorned with a red hat, and affixing a handlebar mustache, he transformed into a figure of nobility. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. Chen Wujin needed to wait until the morrow for his gold coins to refresh, allowing him to accumulate 10 and elevate his status. He refused to believe that he could lose to this woman again. Should he falter once more, he might as well hang himself. Within the campus of Wuhan University in Wanqing, in the realm of Ice Island, there was no trace of Lin Yuzi. He ventured into a local supermarket to procure a sumptuous array of ingredients, as he had engagements that demanded his attention for the next 2 days. Although few were privy to his plans, he resolved to treat himself and bolster his spirits. The cashier, familiar with Lin Yuzi, inquired with curiosity, to which he candidly replied, "I am purchasing some ingredients to cook in the dormitory." The cashier, impressed, remarked, "Oh, you are not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, and possess culinary skills." Lin Yuzi modestly responded, "Oh, my skills are merely passable." With laughter shared between them, the cashier's eyes were fixed on him, her hands deftly processing the transaction while her thoughts wandered. Such a shy young lady. How adorable. I wish to be closer. Upon tallying the expenses, the total approached 1,000 yuan. The cashier offered to apply a discount using her employee card, but Lin Yuzi politely declined. He was aware that the employee discount capped at 1,000 yuan per month. Any expenditure beyond that would incur full price. He refrained from taking advantage of this benefit, having previously feigned poverty, but now that he was financially stable, he could not deceive others any longer. It's all right, my roommates will contribute. I am merely the chef procuring the ingredients, he assured her. With a farewell to the cashier, Lin Yuzi returned to the dormitory. Upon his arrival, he discovered 3 individuals sprawled on the sofa, appearing to have exhausted themselves from play and taking a rest. Instead of waking them, he proceeded to prepare the meal. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, and cooking wine were his chosen ingredients. He began by using the cooking wine to eliminate any fishy odor, followed by the oyster sauce to enhance the flavor, and finally the soy sauce for coloring, specifically dark soy sauce. The dish he prepared featured duck meat. When asked why he opted for duck once again, Lin Yuzi admitted that his repertoire of dishes was rather limited. He also prepared stir-fried bitter melon with meat, along with a nourishing soup that contained ginseng, abalone, chicken, and various traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. This constituted the bulk of his expenses, as it was quite costly, especially with a competition on the horizon. He felt it necessary to nourish himself well. As he completed his preparations, the clock neared 6 o'clock, and the 3 individuals on the sofa roused from their slumber, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. This time, the residents from the adjoining dormitory could no longer contain themselves. They rushed over, eager to partake in the meal. How outrageous! You've hired a little chef to cook for you. How infuriating! I must also pay to have her cook for me, they exclaimed, having previously derided anyone who could cook so well as likely to remain single. Now, upon witnessing the culinary prowess of this little chef, they wondered what more they could desire in terms of companionship. In response to their comments, Lin Yuzi chose not to clarify, and the 3 individuals held their tongues, finding amusement in the misunderstanding. They had previously embarrassed themselves before Lin Yuzi and were now keen to return the favor. Guests are guests. Since you have arrived, let us add a few more pairs of chopsticks, he declared. Is he really ordering us around now? Lin Yuzi thought with a hint of exasperation as he turned to fetch bowls and chopsticks. The occupants of the neighboring dormitory gazed at Lin Yuzi's graceful figure, their mouths nearly watering. So virtuous, truly virtuous. One remarked. Clearing his throat, another chimed in, this Lin, she is from our major. I recall seeing her that night. The second one, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, indeed. I knew it all along. How could there be such remarkable individuals? Turns out to be the radiant sister Xiao Lin. Ugh! How revolting you all are. Lin Yuzi clenched his palm with intensity. Do not presume he cannot hear, and that radiant miss, he truly feels an overwhelming, indescribable emotion. Alas, we are classmates. A smile is in order. Does anyone have Xiao Lin's contact information? I believe I have fallen for her. I have resolved to pursue her starting tomorrow, having already been eliminated from the selection process. I mock you all. Lin Yuzi could no longer endure it. Why must he encounter those who covet him? They speak of affection, but is it not merely lust? With a sullen expression, he placed his bowl on the table and sat in silence to eat. He consumed his meal swiftly, then ventured outside for some fresh air. In less than 5 minutes, he astonished everyone. Has the little chef finished already? She ate so little. No wonder she is so slender. The evening breeze carried this remark to Lin Yuzi's ears, and in annoyance, he meandered to the lakeside, kicking pebbles. Surely, it is not about any girl, humph. Yet the words he uttered grew fainter, and he began to doubt himself. Self-deception had little effect. He was acutely aware of the changes in his body each passing day. Chapter 78. The new speech Lin Yuzi was filled with both trepidation and curiosity regarding the changes that lay ahead. In both his past and present lives, he had never experienced the identity of a female. The prospect of truly becoming a woman seemed somewhat acceptable. Yet, he was troubled by the implications. How could he possibly manage a harem of 3,000 beauties if he were to transform? With 7 petals already aglow upon his shoulders, he anticipated that the illumination of 10 would signify his metamorphosis into a female. However, he was plagued by the fear of an incomplete transformation. What if the previous identity lingered, sprouting new complications? The thought was overwhelming. This very fear bred a deep aversion to the declarations of affection he received, the pursuits and compliments regarding his beauty. Each utterance added to his internal torment. What if, in the future, more manifestations arose, and what was meant to fall away remained? Anxiety surged like a tidal wave, enveloping him from the darkened corners of his mind. It was truly frightening. In his previous life, he had barely crossed into his 20s, sheltered within a protective ivory tower, untouched by the trials of society. His current existence mirrored this sheltered life. Thus, despite having lived for 40 years cumulatively, his psychological age remained that of youth, instinctively recoiling in the face of challenges. Yet, there was an undeniable craving for exhilaration. The audacity to love and venture forth was the hallmark of youth. In this life, he had suppressed himself for 18 long years in order to navigate the labyrinthine world of OL. It was exhausting. Lin Yuzi wandered for what felt like an eternity, eventually emerging from the lakeside onto a path flanked by trees. As the wind rustled through the leaves, a refreshing breeze caressed his face. He kicked at stones in frustration, while distant streetlights illuminated his way forward. Upon returning to the quaint villa, he found that his companions had prepared everything. The dishes were washed and tidied. Nonetheless, they had left some uneaten food for Shaolin. As soon as they saw him return, they sprang up to greet him, bowing in apology. Observing this, Lin Yuzi waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. They were not at fault. It was unjust to involve the innocent. He advised, "You should rest now, you have a competition tomorrow." "Shaolin, I apologize. Those individuals spoke without thinking, and I have reprimanded them sternly," the eldest stated, bowing deeply in contrition. The second, filled with righteous indignation, chimed in, "Yes, Shaolin, do not be upset. The eldest has dealt with them harshly." Second, refrain from using such easily misinterpreted phrases. "I merely speak the truth. Your stick is long and sturdy, and it made them scream. You be quiet." Their banter grew increasingly peculiar, prompting a smile from Lin Yuzi. "All right, I appreciate your intentions. Let us go upstairs." Shaolin's smile is enough. "Let us go. The food has been reheated." "Yes, let us head up." After much coaxing, akin to soothing children, he finally ushered the three upstairs. He approached the dining table, gazing at the untouched dishes, and sat down to savor the meal. It was delicious, truly a testament to his culinary skills. As the night deepened, a vehicle came to a halt in the center of Wanqing, and a young man stepped out. Father indicated that this is indeed the villa. As the night grows late, it would be prudent to enter and rest. After a day's respite, we shall proceed to witness the competition directly tomorrow. He instructed the butler and servants who accompanied them from the estate to carry in their belongings while he entered the room empty-handed. The villa stood tall, offering a view of the Wan City Commercial Center. Encircled by a cluster of villas, the outside world sparkled with countless lights. Lin Yoji. You. Sigh. He found himself at a loss for words. After one bout of anger, recollections only brought forth a resigned exhale. As the night deepened, the horizon began to brighten imperceptibly. Unbeknownst to him, vendors appeared along the roadside, having set off from the commercial center at dawn, around 6 o'clock. Another half-hour passed, and the streets buzzed with life. The night in Wan City came to an end, ushering in the clamor of day. At 7 o'clock, the streetlights extinguished, and people pushed their carts forward, arriving at their designated spots, where they succumbed to drowsiness. Within the quaint villa, a soft rustling sound emerged. The eldest son had risen. After splashing cold water on his face to invigorate himself, he ventured to the front yard for some exercise. As the competition approached, nerves began to stir. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuzi also awoke, glancing towards the front yard, feeling a tinge of apprehension about his speech later that afternoon. How can I ensure that Shi Fang feels completely at ease? The freshman's speech is no trivial matter. Just then, the director's call came through, inquiring about his preparations for the speech. "Rest assured, Director, I've got it covered." "Very well, I'll place my faith in you. Do not let it falter." "Indeed, no worries." After hanging up, Lin Yuzi descended to prepare some breakfast, afterward heading out to bond with the horses. Today was a day of rest with no training scheduled. Before long, the day slipped away. November 4th. Tomorrow brings the competition and afternoon speech, and an evening freshman welcome party. Early in the morning, Lin Yuzi vanished, having procured a disguise and inserted 10-centimeter insoles into his shoes. all in an effort to recreate a height of 181 centimeters. He also acquired a hat, a scarf, gloves, and a coat. Once donned, he could only feel one thing: overheated. Yet it mattered little. A bit of warmth was just right. Those who were delicate and susceptible to cold could reasonably wear more. Lin Yuzi returned briefly at noon after his meal. The three companions sensed an air of mystery surrounding him after a busy day, yet they could not discern his activities. They wished to inquire but found no opportunity. As the freshman speech approached, one of them seized the chance to ask, "Lin, the freshman speech is about to begin. Will you attend? I can save you a seat." "Sure. Please do save a spot for me. I might have some matters to attend to and will arrive a bit later." "All right." The trio set off. Once they departed, Lin Yuzi followed closely behind. After changing outside, he made his way to the backstage of the grand stage amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. The host, upon spotting Lin Yuzi, immediately recognized him as the upcoming speaker. "Is it you, Lin? We have been waiting for you for quite a while. Have you prepared your speech?" "A speech? Why should I prepare one?" The host fell into a moment of silence, but soon adjusted his expression, smiling amiably as he said, "No worries. It's perfectly fine if you haven't prepared a speech. We have already prepared one based on your remarkable story." Looking at the thick manuscript in the host's hands made Lin Yuzi feel dizzy, and he firmly declined, "I don't need a manuscript. The experiences are vividly etched in my mind. I can convey them without any notes." "That makes sense." The host realized that Lin's assertion was indeed accurate. It was merely a matter of recounting the events. What need was there for a manuscript? Moreover, an impromptu speech would come across as more genuine and persuasive. He then encouraged Lin Yuzi to take a moment to gather his thoughts before stepping onto the stage. "Oh, all right. When you call my name, I will go up." Chapter 79. The tale of the kidney. Lin Yuzi truly had no script. However, he was capable of weaving a narrative. Those two roommates who wrote screenplays were rather unreasonable. Had they allowed him to contribute, the process would have been expedited, sparing them the protracted wait. The theme was the prevention of scams. He intended to convey the naivety associated with greed, the remorse felt when deceived, and the sense of relief upon salvation. Ultimately, the message was clear. One must refrain from being lured by small temptations. This served a noble purpose, using real-life examples to awaken the freshmen. The director had indeed put in considerable effort. Following an opening statement, the male and female hosts proclaimed in unison, "Let us welcome Lin, who will enlighten us about the dangers abroad." The applause erupted, fervent and enthusiastic. The trio of friends, puzzled, wondered where Xiao Lin was. The event had commenced, yet he had not yet arrived. At that moment, Lin Yuzi ascended the stage, heavily bundled in layers, sparking whispers among the students. In this weather, everyone else donned short sleeves at most, perhaps a light jacket, yet none appeared as exaggerated as he did. His peculiar attire piqued the curiosity of the audience, and Lin Yuzi, fully aware of this, conceived a brilliant idea. "Greetings, I am Lin. Today I wish to share a true account." He feigned a weak breath, pausing for several seconds before continuing. "As you can see, my unusual attire may seem odd. It is because I have been scammed and have lost one of my kidneys, which makes me particularly sensitive to the cold." Gasps arose from the freshmen below. Is this truly the case? How could one appear so frail without a kidney? Cough, cough. There is no need for doubt. This is indeed true. I possess a disability certificate and a medical examination report. Lin Yuzi displayed the medical document, the one he received after being taken to the hospital by the military-clad officer. The report was rather unclear, while the disability certificate had been passed on to him by the director. With this corroborative evidence presented, many freshmen began to believe him. They gazed at the figure on stage, swathed in a heavy coat, feeling a phantom ache in their own kidneys. How tragic. Cough, cough, cough. Do not dismiss this as a trivial matter. It is anything but. As he spoke, he extended his hand, panting, "Could someone please fetch me a chair? I can no longer stand." The host, unsure of the situation's authenticity, promptly brought a chair to the stage. Once seated, Lin reclined slightly, microphone in hand, and commenced his tale. Since the establishment of the school, aside from the leaders, he might be the only one to have spoken from this prominent position. His speech was fragmented and lacking vitality, as if he might depart from this world at any moment. The freshmen held their breath, captivated, as they listened intently to the perils that awaited abroad. When I sought channels for making money, they instructed me to meet at the border. I went, and there were many others. They transported us in a dilapidated van to the park. As I crossed the border, a sense of trepidation enveloped me, accompanied by pangs of regret. Yet, the prospect of earning tens of thousands each month ignited a flicker of hope within me. Alas, it was that very hope which heralded the onset of my nightmare. As he spoke, he coughed, eliciting discomfort among the new students. How could such a fate befall anyone? Still, they remained silent, listening intently. Lin Yuzi, with a concealed smirk, pondered the narrative ahead and slowly began to articulate his tale. Upon entering the compound, my identification and mobile phone were seized by thugs. Should anyone refuse to comply, they faced electric shocks. In that moment, I realized I had been duped. On the first day of my deception, they claimed it was for a security check at a tech company. It was, in fact, a scam. When I resisted, I was beaten. By the second day, having gone 2 days without sustenance, they compelled me to seek help from my family. I replied that I was an orphan, only to be met with further violence. On the third day, I could no longer endure. The scammers had failed to extract any money, inciting their fury. They yanked my hair and dragged me several meters before commencing to extract my blood. As he recounted this, his voice grew fervent once more, punctuated by persistent coughs. Yet, undeterred, he continued to share his harrowing experience. I witnessed the blood being drawn, a wave of panic overtaking me as I pleaded for mercy, only to be met with fists. Fear consumed me, and I lamented the greed that led me here. At this juncture, Lin Yuzi feigned tears, his sobs evoking empathy in all but the most hardened hearts. The audience, both male and female, found their eyes moist with understanding. They comprehended why Lin no longer needed a script. His very existence was a poignant narrative. As the crowd immersed themselves in the sorrowful atmosphere he crafted, his voice returned, this time laced with an icy detachment. Do you know, during my time in the compound, I was sold repeatedly? People would pay for me to survive, and the instances blurred into a haze of transactions until, at last, no one desired me. Not even for 50,000. In a resigned tone, the audience grasped the impending doom. An unwanted commodity must inevitably fulfill its final purpose. You may have surmised that my kidney was excised, without anesthesia, the pain excruciating, yet my expression remained numb. Having uttered this, he fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, he rose to bow, his voice laden with remorse. I sincerely apologize for unveiling this aspect of my past. I merely wish to implore you not to be misled by the alluring tales of high salaries from the outside world. I speak earnestly. With that, Lin Yuzi descended the stage. Regardless of the veracity of the preceding narrative, his concluding remarks were heartfelt, a plea to prevent others from falling victim to deception. Long after Lin's departure, the audience remained enveloped in sorrow. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi had quietly returned to his class, seated silently on the ground. The earth covered in soft grass, typically a football field, was now repurposed. After a considerable interval, the host ascended the stage, tears in their eyes, their voice trembling with emotion as they spoke. Lin's plight evokes a deep sense of sorrow, as he shares his personal experiences to remind us that youth can often lead to naivety and deception. No one anticipated such a grave topic would arise at the freshman orientation. The mere thought of blood draws and kidney removal without anesthesia sends shivers down the spines of many female classmates. It is truly terrifying. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yuzi searches for Shuri Fong, uncertain whether she can comprehend his plight, and has ceased her own search for him. Can you understand this? You must, for you have always been exceptionally intelligent. At the front of the classroom, Shuri Fong wears an expression of profound seriousness. A year has passed without any information. Turns out I was deceived. But that cannot be right. You once spoke of campus life, was that all a fabrication? She is indeed astute, yet her thoughts diverge from what Lin Yuzi wishes her to grasp. Furthermore, this particular address has provided Shuri Fong with undeniable proof of his existence. Lin Ha, I knew you would still be here. Do not think you can hide from me. Chapter 80. The competition begins. Hidden Blade Master. Not all events unfold as anticipated. Lin Yuzi has made an error this time, which may expose him to danger. However, at this moment, he remains blissfully unaware, engaged in quiet conversation with his roommates. The freshman welcome party is about to commence, but the nature of the performance remains a mystery. It should be humorous, one would think. After the preceding sorrow, a tragedy would indeed be a true calamity. I concur, remarked the second and third roommates, asserting that based on the script, the welcome party should transition from tragedy to joy. There must be a distinctive highlight to leave a lasting impression on the newcomers. Lin Yuzi found some merit in their reasoning. As evening approached, there was a 2-hour intermission. Many had returned from dinner and freshened up. The fragrant aromas wafted across the playground, a spectacle that occurs once a year, igniting a sense of excitement among the attendees, who eagerly sought companionship for the evening. Should one miss this opportunity, the next chance would not come until the following year, when the freshmen would be first-year female students. In truth, some upperclassmen had come in search of attractive freshmen, hoping to cultivate sweet romances on campus. Naturally, beautiful girls drew attention, and Lin Yuzi, with her innocent appearance, attracted a swarm of admirers. "Hello, classmate. My name is Yen Lingfeng." The dashing senior's introduction was interrupted as he recognized Lin Yuzi. "A classmate? Have we met before?" Nearby, a boy vying for Lin Yuzi's contact information scoffed, mocking, "I say, senior, your approach to flirting is rather outdated. Allow me to show you how it's done." He pushed Yen Lingfeng aside, stepped forward, and with a flick of his hair, adopted a tone of feigned desperation, pleading, "Miss, could you assist me in completing a task on a certain app? If successful, I shall treat you to bubble tea. I only need a few more people." With a sly grin, he thought to himself that this was the modern way to flirt. Free bubble tea, surely no girl would refuse. If you don't accept, you're not a true girl. Besides, this is bubble tea earned through assistance, a reward, making it perfectly acceptable to receive. Regardless of whether he succeeded in the task, he would claim victory and offer bubble tea, thus fostering familiarity. He had thought this through quite well, yet Lin Yuzi deviated from the expected script, politely declining under the pretext of not participating in such activities. How could it be? Such an advanced method of flirting had failed. Dejected, he retreated to stand alongside Yen Lingfeng, though he himself was unsure why he lingered there. The next contender, donned in sporty attire and clutching a basketball,
Radiated à Sony disposition.
Lin Yuzi observed him with curiosity, eager to discover what sophisticated approach he might employ. "Classmate, are you interested in swimming and fitness? Well, this is not a mere flirtation. It is an advertisement." Lin Yuzi turned away and departed, bidding farewell. "If you desire contact information, you might request a favor from the other party first. If they decline, simply express urgency." Later, arriving in a hurried manner, one would continuously apologize and even offer to treat her to a meal. After dining, one would remark on the delightful conversation, hoping to acquire a contact. Of course, one must not learn this indiscriminately to avoid complications. After much effort to dismiss the group of suitors, Lin Yuzi truly felt overwhelmed. Alas, at times, being exceptionally attractive can be a burden. "You three, stop staring and come quickly to help me fend off people." "All right, Xiao Lin." The three appeared. At that moment, Yen Fengbo recalled where he had seen Lin Yuzi before. Upon looking up, he saw the trio approaching and promptly fled, as if struck by lightning. How embarrassing! As a distinguished third-year senior, he should not have stumbled in front of underclassmen. Finally, tranquility returned, and the welcome ceremony for new students commenced. The performances included singing, skits, acts, choral singing, and recitations, all reminiscent of the past. However, this time, the martial arts seniors presented a lion dance performance, which was quite impressive. As the host announced the successful conclusion of the event, fireworks erupted from all corners of the campus. It was beautiful, truly enchanting. In a previous life, Lin Yuzi had witnessed such displays without much thought. This time, however, he understood that this was the last occasion he would see fireworks, and he cherished it immensely. "It has come to an end," he murmured softly, bowing his head. "This is all right. Beautiful things like fireworks are fleeting. It is not about eternity, but rather the moments once experienced that suffice." The night grew late. The students returned home. Tomorrow, those who needed to attend classes would do so, and those participating in competitions would compete. Time flew and the next day arrived. Zhang Yongji rose early, warming up in the front yard before stepping out of the school gate. Lin Yuzi soon awoke, his gear resting in a locker at the commercial center, and he made his way there to change. After all, he too was competing in the morning. The security booth on campus was now open. Grandpa Guan adjusted his hat, changed out of his security uniform, and stepped out dressed in casual attire. 2 hours later, the main event commenced. This competition was quite grand, adorned with colorful flags and ribbons. Police officers patrolled continuously along the streets, and many temporary posts had been established. 16 judges stood at 16 arenas, calling out the competitors' designations. In the first district, the first match featured Zhang Yongji against the code-name Captain Jia. Zhang Yongji stepped onto the stage, donning tattered clothing to showcase the power of the dog-whipping stick technique. His outfit was so disheveled that the driver who brought him to the competition earlier had even offered him money to change clothes. However, Zhang Yongji insisted that there was no need to change. This attire was much more fitting for his persona as a stick fighter. As for the opponent, Captain Jia, with his middle-parted hair and distinctive mustache, possesses a lean physique and asymmetrical eyes. When he grins, one can discern the absence of several teeth. The competition commenced. Captain Jia swiftly retrieved a boomerang from his waist and launched it with remarkable agility. Zhang Yongji deftly wielded his staff, deflecting the boomerang with precision. At this moment, his stance resembled that of a bow, one foot forward and the other back. His center of gravity lowered, hands firmly gripping the staff's end, angling it forward while his gaze remained fixed on the tip of the staff and Captain Jia, as if seeking guidance through the weapon. Simultaneously, in Zone 16, the Raincoat Man took the stage. Armed solely with a long spear, he regarded his adversary with an unwavering gaze. Lin Yuzi faced an opponent who had ranked among the top 100 in the previous tournament, known as the Hidden Blade Master, a practitioner of the elusive dual blade technique, whose strikes were nearly impossible to anticipate. It was crucial to avoid being ensnared, for once caught, defeat was likely imminent. The duel between the two combatants promised to be a spectacle. Lin Yuzi initiated the confrontation, taking a step forward, channeling power from his waist and hips, exerting half his strength as he thrust the spear toward the Hidden Blade Master. The latter crossed his two blades to parry the strike, swiftly retracting his left-hand blade and allowing it to fall. This maneuver caused Lin Yuzi's center of gravity to shift. In that instant, the fallen blade was seized by the Hidden Blade Master, who launched an attack toward Lin Yuzi's lower regions. Observing this, Lin Yuzi quickly retreated and raised his spear to defend himself. After successfully blocking the low attack, he narrowly dodged another descending strike. Then, from an unexpected angle, the Hidden Blade Master, wielding a knife in his left hand, aimed a blow at Lin Yuzi's abdomen. This marked the third blade. Truly, the Hidden Blade Master proved his prowess. The audience erupted in excitement. Ha ha ha, it is indeed the Hidden Blade Master whose technique is elusive and formidable. The Raincoat Man merely employs clever tricks. The Hidden Blade Master is the one to cheer for. Eliminate him, for such a person does not deserve to be called a martial artist. Chapter 81. The main match commences. Scoring mode upon the elevated platform. The organizers took their seats. The president furrowed his brow. He was quite familiar with the Hidden Blade Master, whose intricate knife techniques were formidable and nearly impossible to defend against. He recalled that this time, the Hidden Blade Master had a customized weapon. The Twin Blades. Twin Blades. A creation of the Hidden Blade Master. A large blade concealing a smaller one. One blade triumphs over two. On the arena in Zone 16, many believed that this strike would surely land. However, Lin Yuzi was merely a first-tier Yellow Realm practitioner. He summoned all his strength, withdrew his spear, and began to wield it before him. The clash between the wooden sword and the wooden spear was intense. The assault from the three blades was ferocious. I cannot afford to be passively defensive. I must create distance. Lin Yuzi swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed on the Hidden Blade Master. At that moment, the Hidden Blade Master held the twin blades once more. The knife that had been trapped between his legs was nowhere to be seen. Truly, a competitor within the top 100. His prowess was undeniable. Lin Yuzi realized he had to employ every ounce of physical capability afforded by his realm. After all, relying on only half his strength would result in his speed faltering, and he could very well face defeat. He had compelling reasons to avoid loss. Lin Yuzi had not trained in spear techniques. Wielding the spear was akin to a novice swinging wildly at a master. The contest of spear skills was devoid of hope. He could only rely on the advantages of his realm to achieve victory. Understanding one's strengths was essential, but it was equally important to acknowledge one's weaknesses. To confront an opponent's strengths head-on with one's own weaknesses was folly. Thus, Lin Yuzi abandoned close combat. What a pity! Had I known, I would have brought my bow and arrows. Next time, he would undoubtedly carry his bow and arrows, and he must not succumb to arrogance. He began to circle the hidden blade master, intent on discerning the whereabouts of the concealed blade, so as to prepare himself in advance. However, after a prolonged observation, he could not identify the third blade. The hidden blade master, aware of the mantis master's intentions, deliberately exposed his back, feigning a vulnerability. As anticipated, Lin Yuzi fell into the trap. Regardless, the hidden blade master was a seasoned fighter, brimming with experience. Just as the spear surged toward him, he sidestepped, his gaze calm as he watched the spear fly past his chest, and with his left hand, he thrust the blade forward. The strike severed Lin Yuzi's straw hat, and in that instant, he transformed his right hand from wielding one blade to two, intending to slash but instead catching one of the smaller blades with his left elbow. Suddenly, he realized that with the straw hat gone, long hair cascaded down. The hidden blade master was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "You are a woman?" Seizing this opportunity, the mantis master exerted force, shaking the spear tip and striking the hidden blade master's chest, causing him to stagger backward and tumble off the stage. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. They had shifted their focus from the outcome of the match to the revelation of the mantis master's gender. Her flowing dark hair and bright, expressive eyes seemed to hint at an extraordinary identity. Was the mantis master indeed a woman? It appeared to be true. The hidden blade master never fought against women. Alas, the despicable dagger wielder has indeed ruined the young lady's straw hat. Upon discovering that the raincoat master is a woman, the public automatically adorned her previous clever tactics with a charming filter. You claim that the raincoat master favors ambushes and lacks martial ethics? Pray, this is merely a display of intellect. Do they assume everyone is a brute? The young lady's physical prowess pales in comparison to that of the brawny men. So what is wrong with employing a bit of strategy? The public sentiment swiftly shifted. The dagger wielder, left with a wry smile, lamented his ill fortune in encountering a woman. He truly found it hard to take action. It was at this moment that the referee announced the match results. In the first bout of District 16, the raincoat master emerged victorious. "I have lost." Upon hearing the outcome, the dagger wielder was filled with emotion. Rising, he clasped his fists in apology, stating, "I shall compensate the young lady for the damaged straw hat at its full price." Lin Yuzi found himself at a loss for words. Should he offer an explanation? The events had already transpired. Clarifying would serve no purpose and might even heighten the risk of exposure. Thus, he remained silent, picked up the hat, donned it once more, and quietly descended from the stage. The results of the other matches began to unfold. In District 1, Zhang Yongji secured a narrow victory. Who could have anticipated that his staff could extend and enlarge? Captain Jia had calculated the distance perfectly, yet suddenly the staff transformed, toppling him from the platform. Infuriated, Captain Jia vented his anger from the sidelines. Zhang Yongji's retort was straightforward. All's fair in war. In District 3, the Valkyrie continued her unchallenged triumph. To this day, no one has tested the limits of her strength. Speculation abounds that beneath her attire lies the might of a champion. In District 5, the Park Elder claimed victory, wielding a large blade. In close combat, he swiftly dispatched his opponent. After winning, he eloquently proclaimed, "You mere scoundrels, all are but rodents." Quite imposing, indeed. The father and son duo with their green watermelon heads faced defeat. Their youthful combination techniques could not be executed separately, rendering them ineffective. They faltered in the main event. As they lost, the three embraced in tears, vowing to leave the commercial center upside down and aspiring to reach the main event in next year's grand competition. Youth shall never fade. The figure in the black robe wielded formidable chains, disarming his opponent and binding them, tossing them off the stage in a peculiar fashion. The reason it is termed a main event is that the prowess of many strong contenders cannot be concealed in a 1v1 scenario. A single misstep could lead to calamity. District 16 hosted numerous matches. Lin Yuzi stepped up once more. Indeed, this is the merit-based system. An individual can participate in multiple contests. This time he had learned wisely, bringing along a bow and arrow to deny his opponent any opportunity for close combat. "Young lady, may I have a glimpse of your face?" The opponent's impolite words caused Lin Yuzi to frown slightly. With the referee's signal to commence the match, he swiftly drew an arrow and shot. In less than a second, the adversary's vital point was stained, causing his head to spin. Realizing he was on the brink of fainting, he summoned all his strength to exclaim, "Such a lack of chivalry," resorting to a sneak attack. With that, he succumbed to the effects of the anesthetic and fell unconscious. The display of archery instilled a sense of dread in many hearts. Indeed, under the new rules, one need not adhere strictly to traditional weapons. Wasn't that figure in the black robe the one who had customized chains? Soon, an array of peculiar weapons emerged, leaving no room to conceal one's trump cards. The fear of encountering an unscrupulous opponent, akin to the Raincoat Man, who might launch a sudden ambush, loomed large. A defeat would result in a deduction of points. Each individual matches are limited, capped at 20 encounters. After 5 consecutive victories, winning the next match would yield an additional 5 points. 10 consecutive wins would garner 10 points, and 20 victories would secure 20 points. There is no provision for 15 consecutive wins. In other words, achieving a perfect record would yield a minimum of 55 points. Jiang Yongji, having secured 5 victories, would ultimately conclude the competition with a score of 5 points. It appears daunting, and the execution is far from simple. Chapter 82. The emergence of the Zonglong. Jiang Yongji had already participated in 2 matches, losing the second one. He faced the man in the black robe and managed to endure for 5 minutes, receiving commendation from his opponent. To withstand the prowess of a realm master for 5 minutes is indeed commendable. The other competitors had a mixed record of wins and losses, revealing the true strength of the top contenders. Among the elite first tier, those who initially entered the fray were far ahead. Some participants were already at a deficit of 2 points. Soon, the morning matches concluded. In the afternoon, Lin Yuzi had no scheduled match. This round was entirely filtered by a supercomputer, meaning some individuals might not compete on certain days. After all, the main competition spanned 20 days, with some participants having fewer matches on a given day while others could engage in several. By the end of the day's competitions, the most disheartening score emerged. 6 matches played, all lost. It was evident that he was all but eliminated. The Blade Concealer also participated in numerous matches, securing victories in 3 consecutive rounds after losing only to Lin Yuzi, thus catching up to the first tier with a score of 2 points. As the afternoon matches wrapped up, ample time remained. Lin Yuzi changed into casual attire and strolled through the streets outside Area 16, a place notorious for its dangers and troubles. This time, he chose randomly and found himself on 6th Street. Unexpectedly, he encountered someone somewhat familiar. "Ah, it's you again. Miss, shall we add each other on WeChat this time?" "All right then." For the 3rd time, he had crossed paths with this film sister. Truly a stroke of luck. After adding each other, she gleefully boasted to her fans. At that moment, a tall, handsome man strolled by, and the film sister gasped in surprise. How can there be such a handsome guy? Intrigued by her reaction, Lin Yuzi glanced over. The man was indeed tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, and undeniably handsome, though there was something peculiar about his gaze, an unsettling lack of warmth. A rather strange fellow. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, hey, that handsome guy is looking over here. Do you want his WeChat? Why would I want his WeChat? I'm off to grab a bite to eat. Farewell. All right then. After their brief encounter, they parted ways. The pang of separation hadn't even lingered in the film sister's heart for half a minute before her infatuation surged, and she waved enthusiastically at the 6'3" handsome man. In the distance, Yin Yanzhou's expression darkened. Who was that waving in this direction? Did he recognize someone in his vicinity? Or was this woman addressing him? He was certain. His intuition told him she was indeed signaling him. With no desire to engage with other women, he turned and left. Just moments ago, he thought he had seen a familiar figure. I must be ill. Everyone looks like Lin Yoji to me. On the other side, Lin Yuzi approached a street vendor, purchasing a savory pancake and a box of takoyaki. Savoring the delightful flavors, he relished the meal, feeling content and wishing for more. Recently, his stomach has been acting rather strangely, constantly yearning for snacks. He swore to the heavens that he had never been like this before. Nevertheless, he indulged himself, unafraid of the consequences. Even if he were to suffer from poisoning, he still had the blessing of holy water to protect him. One must not deny oneself the pleasures of life. As long as life persists, so too should the enjoyment of fine cuisine. To live is to eat, and to eat is to live. Little did he know that while he was joyfully consuming his treats, someone had already appeared. At last, I have discovered you. You had best not let me catch you, thought Chen Wujin, licking his lips. This time he dared not act recklessly. The martial artists surrounding him were formidable, and it would be wise to proceed with caution. Among ordinary people, there certainly existed those capable of besting their peers. Who truly is the master of their realm? How infuriating! He soon discovered that the figure in the raincoat was none other than the young girl before him. He would never forget her remarkable archery skills. However, Chen Wujin overlooked one crucial detail. He was clad in an eccentric vintage suit, an outfit so peculiar that it drew attention, coupled with a sinister grin from his vantage point. This ultimately led to him being reported by passersby, prompting the patrolling officers to approach him and request his identification. Lin Yuzi turned to glance at Chen Wujin, noticing that a crowd had once again gathered around him. Curiously, he sweetly inquired, "Grandma, what is happening over there?" The elderly woman replied, "Dear girl, a voyeur has appeared over there, dressed rather dapperly, lurking in the shadows to spy on young ladies. You must be cautious." "I understand. Thank you, Grandma." With a sweet voice, Lin Yuzi was surprised to find that he possessed such a skill, as his tone inexplicably drifted towards a more feminine inflection. How infuriating! All of this was the fault of the heavens. It was quite strange. The heavens had not troubled him in recent days. The heavens, however, indicated that they could no longer hold back. Half of Blue Star had been eroded, and their will was being suppressed, leaving them hesitant to take further action. Blue Star, comprised of 70% water, now found 50% of its surface overtaken by the mysterious realm OL. At the depths of 30,000 leagues, peculiar organisms began to emerge. No, rather, bizarre creatures. The civilization of these mysterious realm beings was birthed here. Many mutated marine creatures developed a sanguineous appetite, leading to rampant carnage, which drastically reduced the population of marine life. In this ruthless cycle, these creatures evolved rapidly by consuming one another. The deeper the ocean, the more perilous it became. Among these occurrences was the rumored creature, the Tsanglong. This being, which should have faced extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period, had eerily resurfaced under the influence of the mysterious realm OL's enigmatic power. Its head was colossal, with a length exceeding 100 meters, surpassing the current record of 17.3 meters. Moreover, the Tsanglong continued to devour the life around it, evolving in intellect and form. Its ancestors were the giant lizards that roamed the land. Yet, the creatures of the mysterious realm OL could no longer be judged by the biological laws of Blue Star. The erosion by the mysterious realm OL was still ongoing. With each increment of 10%, the world experienced profound changes. Currently, the seas surrounding various nations appeared deceptively calm, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous currents raged. In the Lighthouse Country, within the Lantern Palace, a document known as the Peacemaker Plan received the president's signature. The contents of the plan flashed by in a fleeting line: destroy the seabed. And this was the opportunity for crude oil that Lin Yuzi had captured. The opportunity was approaching, but so too was danger. On the high seas, a distant fishing fleet had been missing for a month. This had happened before, yet no one paid it any heed, merely assuming it was a signal error and dispatching a supply vessel for repairs. At this moment on the open sea, Various nations' deep-sea fishing vessels were clustered together. In this critical hour, they set aside their national conflicts, uniting as one. The ships of Huayu Nation formed the core of this assembly, chosen for their superior quality and safety. Encircling them were layers of vessels from different countries, forming a barrier against the unknown monstrous fish lurking beneath the waves. Indeed, these were monstrous fish capable of devouring even steel. This alarming transformation had begun 3 days prior, during their routine netting when they discovered the net was damaged, with large bites taken out of it. Initially, no one paid attention, attributing it to a shark's bite. Just as they were about to change positions, they realized the anchor had been severed, and due to the calm weather, no one had noticed the anchor's breakage. However, when they beheld the sonar imaging of the seabed, their expressions turned grave in an instant. Chapter 83. The Crisis of the Eroded Ocean. In the realm of illusions within the confines of the monitoring room, the ocean floor lay desolate, devoid of any signs of life. Sensing an anomaly, the captain of the Huayu Nation's vessel immediately called for assistance. Fortunately, the signal could be transmitted, albeit limited in range, as fellow vessels received the distress call and hastened to the scene. It became apparent that they too had encountered the same dire circumstance. The seabed was lifeless. Attempts to communicate via satellite networks revealed that all signals had vanished. The sky remained perpetually shrouded in rain, an inky darkness that obscured the sun. The abnormal magnetic fields and pitch-black heavens left them unaware of how many days had elapsed, uncertain if aid would ever arrive. Aid did come. The Huayu Nation would not abandon its compatriots. The supply ship transmitted real-time signals as it embarked into the open sea. An ancient proverb states, "The deeper the water, the more profound the abyss." The surface of the ocean appeared unnaturally dark. On board the supply vessel, an experienced captain, having navigated this route for decades, quickly discerned the troubling situation and promptly reported the anomaly. Upon receiving the message, the Coastal Defense Command Center consulted higher authorities and mobilized satellites to survey the area where the supply ship was located. Clear, colored images were captured. Alas,
A grave situation unfolded.
the photographs depicted a solitary vessel sailing across the pitch-black waters, akin to a brushstroke on a canvas of ink. The sea lay still, devoid of even the slightest breeze. It was as if the ocean had lost its vitality. In stark contrast, the supply ship appeared even more desolate, the solitary beacon of light amidst the encroaching darkness. At that moment, the think tank at the command center, based on existing data, concluded that the fishing vessels in the open sea were already facing near-certain demise, rendering a rescue mission unwise. AI data indicated that the risk associated with this rescue operation was excessively high, recommending abandonment of the effort. On board the supply vessel, the old captain silently gripped the intercom, aware that this might be his final conversation with the command center. He then summoned all crew members. "Come here, those who wish to return may do so. I will lower the lifeboat. Those who choose to stay, gather here and speak your minds." The crew, not merely sailors but soldiers at heart, felt a twinge of unease yet bravely committed to their mission. No one stepped forward to depart. Very well, the old captain began to record a message. He hoped that the Huayu Nation would not forget the ancient spirit of human perseverance against nature. "Commander, I regret to inform you that the supply ship 007, Captain Deng Shiming, can no longer contribute to the maritime endeavors of the Huayu Nation." He removed his hat and saluted towards the direction of his homeland. The remaining crew members did likewise, embracing their fate with valor. Their ancestors had never shied away from danger. In the face of natural disasters, they stood resolute. When had they ever retreated? "My life is governed by me, not by heaven." The legends of En while mending the sky and Dayu, controlling the waters, exemplify the indomitable spirit of this nation, one that never accepts defeat. The 9 crew members shared their final messages. "Dear parents, we have embarked on a mission, the duration of which spans a lifetime. Please forgive this unfilial child for departing without notice. Perhaps I shall fulfill my filial duties in the next life. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been challenging to balance. How can one serve both country and family without neglecting either? Many possess small hearts, accommodating only their modest households, while some, with similarly constrained hearts, embrace the vastness of the nation. It is precisely because such feats seem unattainable that people admire and respect those who strive in perilous frontlines. No one is entitled to mock those who charge into danger. Forgive me, dear brother, and strive diligently in your studies. As for the wedding, might it be postponed? Never mind, I wish you happiness. Should I return, I shall certainly convey my blessings. It is essential for the child to know that his father is an exemplary soldier, a hero. The message has concluded. The atmosphere in the command center is grave, as the signal has grown feeble. Take care of yourselves. The command center of Huayu Nation will await your signal, regardless of when it may come, and we eagerly anticipate your triumphant return. Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. With a crackling sound, the communication was severed. The satellites could not locate the supply ship. The vessel's signal vanished entirely from the radar, as if it had never existed. Was the message preserved? It has been saved. The technicians were heavy hearts. Separation is always sorrowful, and they were uncertain of what to do next. Should they inform the families of the message? The commander of the command center discerned the technician's thoughts and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Preserve the message. We must believe in them. Our nation has never lacked in miracles. This time shall be no different. Miracles will occur. Indeed, the solitary sail has traversed the vast, inky expanse of the sea. It is often said that a single log cannot support a great weight. Navigating a lifeless ocean, various negative emotions incessantly tested their nerves. Loneliness, fear, isolation, and cold. 9 crew members and 1 captain gathered in the cockpit, gazing ahead. They have never lacked the courage to forge ahead in darkness. Should the arrival of the abyssal realm render the world devoid of light, they would willingly burn themselves to illuminate the way. As long as the flame is passed down, they will reclaim their rightful brilliance. Full speed ahead. Yes. 10 individuals, their spirit unwavering. On the high seas, people from various nations congregated together, their provisions pooled in one place. Naturally, under the compulsion of human nature, some concealed their food supplies. Yet, their fishing vessel yielded no catch. The foremost challenge they faced was food, followed by fresh water. Ultimately, in such an environment, how long can one endure without succumbing to despair? We must unite, believe in our nation, and assistance will surely arrive. It can be said that among the vessels venturing into the open sea, only the people of Huayu Nation still harbor hope. The leader of the fishing vessel from the Lighthouse Nation, in utter frustration, clutched his hair and lamented. Those blood-sucking capitalists, if they knew I could not return the ship, would tear my family apart. The captain of Neon Island bore a pallid visage, reminiscent of death itself. They were merely employees, bound by signed contracts. Should the vessel suffer damage, they would bear the responsibility. In the absence of funds, their families would be consigned to a perpetual cycle of debt. The women at home would take to the seas, while the men would toil as laborers, enduring this fate for generations until the compensation could cover the cost of the ships. The captains of other nations displayed similarly despondent expressions, betraying their surrender to despair. The spirit of camaraderie had dissipated, rendering leadership a formidable challenge. The captain of Huayu Kingdom had endeavored to persuade them, yet the crew had long succumbed to hopelessness. Some, unable to endure the torment of darkness, chose to leap into the sea. A final resolution. Beneath the waves lay a realm inhabited by myriad enigmatic creatures, undetectable by the technologies of Blue Star. In other words, the ocean floor teemed with life, yet those aboard the ship remained blissfully unaware. Their only barrier against peril was a thick layer of iron. Upon plunging into the depths, the forsaken crew members uncovered the truth of the world. They yearned to share their revelations with those still on board, but before they could utter a word, they were ensnared by monstrous fish and dragged into the abyss. Chapter 84. Divination and Prophecy. Peering into the future with a decade of life, the peculiar behaviors of those who plunged into the sea before their demise did not escape the notice of certain individuals. They resolved to take the audacious step of sending someone to investigate. Yet no one was willing. Thus, the nation of Huayu had no choice but to organize the endeavor themselves. Be cautious. I understand. The first mate, an adept diver with a wealth of experience, donned his diving suit, secured the lifeline, and, taking a deep breath, fell backward into the ocean. At the very moment he submerged, he tugged on the lifeline. The captain reacted swiftly, calling for the crew to pull the line back up. Despite their haste, when the first mate emerged, a bizarre fish had latched onto his leg with its round mouth. He writhed in agony. Observing this, the crew used fire to pry the creature off, finally managing to remove it. However, as the creature vanished, half of the first mate's leg also disappeared, revealing a wound marked by corrosive traces. The excruciating pain of his severed limb induced him to scream. The torment felt akin to being submerged in a cauldron of concentrated sulfuric acid, unbearable enough to make even this resolute man cry out. The ship's doctor rushed to provide aid. Meanwhile, the captain and helmsman summoned crew members from other nations to relay the grim truths lurking beneath the waves. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in grave trouble. Simultaneously, a supply ship traversed the ocean's surface, maintaining vigilant watch over the depths below. Surrounding it were fishing hooks designed to allure certain creatures. As fate would have it, they ensnared the very strange fish. An immediate dissection was conducted. This auspicious start elevated the morale of everyone aboard, instilling a renewed sense of hope. However, all occurrences on the ocean's surface were shrouded in secrecy. The disappearance did not solely pertain to the vessels of Huayu. Others from various nations were also unaccounted for. Ultimately, the news leaked. When it reached the digital realm, it read, "Fishing vessels in international waters collectively missing. Huayu has dispatched a supply ship for investigation." In this era of information, the year 3032, vanishing without a trace is a formidable feat, especially in the vast expanse of international waters, regularly surveilled by satellites. Yet, here they were truly missing. Some began to draw connections to the fabled Bermuda Triangle and its enigmatic incidents. The higher-ups remained silent on this phenomenon. After all, the distance from the mainland dulled the immediacy of their concern. Those who possessed a deeper understanding of the world's truths wore solemn expressions. Among them was Shi Yifang, her elegantly arched eyebrows furrowed in confusion. How could this be? In my past life, signals from the ocean were lost only after 6 months. How is it that it has happened in just 2 months now? She was perplexed, sensing that events were spiraling beyond control. Regardless, this was her first experience of survival after the cataclysm of the game Mijiaoel. Yet, the current state of affairs eluded her comprehension. Was the butterfly effect truly so potent? In Huayu, a specialized field dedicated to the study of divination existed, rebranded as topology. The number of individuals studying this discipline across the nation did not exceed 10,000. These individuals spend their days delving into future events, which may seem eccentric to outsiders. However, the upper echelons have gained foreknowledge of many matters through divination and the intelligence provided by Shi Yifang. When mysterious forces intertwine with divination, peculiar transformations occur. Within the Kunyu Palace, 1,000 scholars are gathered, all clad in Taoist robes, attentively listening to the discourse of the figure in the elevated position. To practice divination, one must be well-versed in the Huangdi Neijing, Zhouyi, and Biopuzi, adhering to celestial phenomena. As a diviner, one must comprehend a crucial truth. Understanding the heavens is simple, but defying them is arduous. The figure in the elevated position bears a pattern of divination inscriptions upon the back of his hand. The inscriptions have already been illuminated, and the consequence he faces is a shortened lifespan. With each use of divination, he glimpses fragments of the future, simultaneously losing 10 years of life. Next year, the toxic side effects will dissipate, and he could have waited a year before utilizing his abilities again. Yet today, he intends to impart a different lesson to his students. Though challenging to defy the heavens, he firmly believes that human determination can triumph over fate. As he speaks, a tortoise shell materializes in his hand, beginning to tremble as he chants incantations. Divination, unleashing technique, a glimpse into the future. A simple skill description belies its profound effects.
En étréal aura manifeste.
Revealing images of the future. He scrutinizes the visions with great seriousness, his hair gradually turning white. The students below display expressions of sorrow, vowing to master this discipline. Name: Zhuge Tongyi. Gender: male realm. Human realm level 5 ability. Destiny sign side effect progress: 10-10. In a state influenced by side effects, each use of the unleashing technique will deplete 10 years of life. Divination: unleashing technique a glimpse into the future. After a lengthy period, Zhuge Tongyi withdraws from his ability, weakly stating, "The human race shall not be defeated." Upon finishing his words, he collapses from the exhaustion of his life force. The students below are instantly thrown into a state of panic. This proclamation reaches the ears of the 5-star general. There are 5 such generals within the Huayu Kingdom, each bearing their own code names, not the likes of Dragon King, War God, or Son-in-Law. They gather together to discuss significant matters that remain unknown to the common populace. As the meeting concludes, the commander solemnly declares, "We must not allow this to disrupt the martial arts tournament, lest the public begins to speculate wildly." Agreement resounds around the table. The martial arts tournament is one of the most esteemed competitions in the Huayu Kingdom. If it were to be abruptly halted, it would signify that the kingdom is facing turmoil. Such a reality would incite panic among the populace. Therefore, regardless of the dangers that lurk outside, it is imperative to shield them from harm, ensuring the smooth progression of the martial arts tournament. The tournament serves as a banner upon the battlefield, one that must not fall. Several days have passed since the commencement of the main event. During this time, Lin Yuzi has participated multiple times. Today is November 10th. He has a match scheduled for the morning, after which he will have several days of respite. The referee announces loudly, "Zone 16, the Raincoat Man versus the Hidden Blade Man." Once more, they find themselves face to face. Both are momentarily taken aback. Upon ascending the stage, the concealed blade wielder clasped his fists, contemplating surrender. "Wait, are you looking down on me?" he retorted. "I do not engage in combat with women." This statement ignited a fiery indignation within Lin Yuzi, who replied vehemently, "Then simply do not regard me as a woman. That is unacceptable. Are you afraid of losing? This time, do not hold back. I can still triumph over you. You speak the truth." Observing that the concealed blade wielder had entirely lost his fighting spirit, Lin Yuzi grew anxious and shouted, "If you dare not fight me, then you are not a man." At this declaration, the audience gasped in astonishment, only to burst into hearty laughter moments later. To determine manhood, one must engage in battle. Someone quipped, "Who said that? If you wish to perish, do not drag us into it." Laughter erupted again, as they remarked on the surprisingly amusing nature of the raincoat-clad fighter. "Look, the concealed blade wielder's expression has changed." That statement was truly devastating. Indeed, it was. The challenge had directly affronted his masculine dignity. The concealed blade wielder's demeanor grew serious. "My dear lady, I shall disregard your impertinence. Let us proceed." Chapter 85. Cornering the archer, striking with arrows, the blade concealer ceased to utter further words, advancing swiftly with dual blades in hand. He had meticulously studied the fighting style of the raincoat archer and was acutely aware of her formidable archery skills. Hence, proximity was essential. Once he closed the distance, victory would be assured. This determination underscored the seriousness of the blade concealer's approach. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzi remained unfazed. He swiftly nocked an arrow and released it. The arrows flew with great speed, yet all were deftly evaded. As he neared the archer's perilous range, Lin Yuzi retreated quickly, employing evasive maneuvers while continuing to shoot. The blade concealer began to utilize his dual blades for defense. "Let us see how many hands you possess." Lin Yuzi reached behind him, drawing forth 4 arrows. With his bow drawn, he focused intently on the blade concealer. Now, the 4 arrows were loosed at varying angles. Just as one might possess a technique for shaking a spear, it is only reasonable to expect a similar technique for arrows. The arrows traced incomprehensible arcs in the air, one gliding close to the ground, targeting 4 distinct positions: front, back, above, and below. Upon witnessing this, the blade concealer halted, crossing his blades. After a series of intricate maneuvers, a 4th blade emerged. The audience erupted in excitement. "Incredible! For blades, the blade concealer is astonishing." With 2 blades in each hand, one secured by his left elbow and the other by his right knee, he assumed an unusual stance reminiscent of an octopus. The blade concealer began to spin, deflecting the incoming arrows. However, Lin Yuzi would not permit him such ease, unleashing a relentless barrage of 4 arrows. The thuds resonated throughout the arena. The blade concealer expertly parried them with apparent ease. Lin Yuzi, upon feeling his dwindling supply, discovered he had but 5 arrows remaining. After releasing another 4, he surged forward in pursuit of the arrows. Midway through his run, he raised his hand to shoot once more. This arrow, swifter than the preceding 4, disrupted the blade concealer's defensive rhythm. He hastily dodged, with the 4 arrows closely trailing behind. The spinning resumed. Just as he barely managed to block the incoming projectiles, a wooden bough came into his line of sight. The bough thudded against his head with a crisp sound. A fine noggin indeed. The blade concealer experienced a momentary lapse in focus, and as he sought to retaliate, he found a short dagger at his throat. All strength drained from him, and the 4 blades clattered to the ground. Lin Yuzi raised his gaze, locking eyes with the blade concealer, a smile gracing his face. You have lost. I have lost. At that moment, the referee declared the raincoat archer victorious. Yet the audience's spirits were not high. Despite the blade concealer's impressive display with the 4 blades, successfully deflecting arrows and executing a flawless defense, the outcome remained baffling. It is often said that those who defend for too long will inevitably falter. The blade concealer, unable to mount an offense, remained in a state of passive defense, with Lin Yuzi holding the reins of initiative. He shot at will, determined by his whims, deciding the quantity and timing of his shots as he pleased. Just like the final 4 arrows, which were strategically deployed to coax an early reaction from the blade concealer. Then an arrow disrupted the rhythm. Even though the subsequent 4 arrows were blocked, others arrived. First, they struck the skull with the bow, then silenced the throat with a knife. Who says archers cannot engage in close combat? Even if an archer runs out of arrows, they still possess their bow. This time, Lin Yuzi imparted a lesson to everyone, a lesson no one wished to learn. It was utterly devoid of martial ethics, shattering their lofty and mysterious impression of martial artists. Were it not for the fact that the cloaked archer was a girl, I would have surely scolded her. I feel the same. That being said, the cloaked archer is quite formidable. One cannot help but wonder which noble family she hails from. I feel the same. Lin Yuzi, however, is no noble lady. He is merely an ordinary person who has been reborn. After securing victory in this match, having won consecutively for the entire morning, he hurried back to school. A drama performance is scheduled for tomorrow, and today he needed to return early for rehearsals. Inside the quaint villa, 3 individuals sat engaged in conversation. Beside the sofa lay exquisite women's attire, all inspired by fashion insights gleaned from urban fashion magazines. Although the 3 believed that Xiao Lin was not the epitome of a mature urban woman but rather a delightful girl next door, they agreed that referencing her outfit choices was still permissible. That lace-trimmed top of mine is rather lovely, pure, and innocent. It would certainly look beautiful on Xiao Lin. I think a light yellow long skirt would be splendid, complemented by Xiao Lin's flowing hair, presenting a graceful appearance. No. She should wear a JK uniform to showcase her long legs, for that is eternally divine. Ha, Sun Mingren, do you dare let Xiao Lin don a JK outfit? Are you not afraid of her retaliation? Ahem, well, I was merely jesting. The youngest, Sun Mingren, coughed awkwardly, discreetly hiding the JK outfit, ensuring it wasn't discovered that he genuinely wished for Xiao Lin to wear it. The eldest favored the pure and innocent vibe. The second preferred the graceful demeanor of an older sister, while the third, well, let's not discuss him. He simply adored long legs. As they conversed, Lin Yuzi returned. Ding ding ding, I'm back. The sudden voice nearly caused the 3 to choke on their own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. After a moment of frantic coughing, they hurriedly engaged in some actions, then feigned calmness as they inquired, Xiao Lin, what brings you back so suddenly? What, are you not welcoming me? I returned to rehearse for the drama, after all. Welcome, of course. It's just, we have a small request. Go ahead. Lin Yuzi was in high spirits today, having triumphed over the hidden knife wielder, proving that no one could claim victory was granted due to gender. Moreover, he was neither a woman nor a girl. He was a charming and radiant young man. Well, the trio had already concocted their plea. As they finished speaking, their expressions were filled with earnestness. Xiao Lin, this is for the sake of art. Just think about it. The drama club is filled with rough men, with faces like misshapen melons. How could they possibly portray beautiful women? Indeed, just look at the three of us. We possess robust physiques, and we hardly appear suited for the roles we are to play. The usually taciturn third member finally spoke up, urging caution. This marks our inaugural performance as a club, and we have invested countless days crafting this script. What if we falter? The third member began to weep, employing a strategy of emotional manipulation. They were aware of Xiaolin's gentle nature, knowing he had a propensity for compassion. Forgive me, Xiaolin, this is the final time. Lin Yuzi's lips twitched slightly. He was not foolish. He could discern that these individuals were merely feigning distress. Who would have thought that, after previously playing the victim to elicit sympathy, his roommates would turn the tables so swiftly? It seemed almost too rapid a turn of fate. Surely the heavens must be at fault. Yet, upon reflection, their words held merit. This was indeed the club's first event, and the efforts of the other two had not gone unnoticed. Writing extensively is a laborious task, and yet they persevered for so long. Moreover, with the advent of the game Mystic Realm OL approaching within a year, opportunities like this may become scarce in the future. Perhaps I shall take part in the performance. Furthermore, cross-dressing could indeed be quite exhilarating. What young man is not curious about such experiences? No. Lin Yuzi quickly corrected himself. Why was he contemplating dressing as a woman? This was merely about portraying a female character, not necessarily donning women's attire. Oh dear. My rationality has been compromised by fate. I feel a bit disoriented. What should I do? Just as his thoughts began to spiral, he inexplicably agreed. When he regained his senses, he was met with 3 pairs of eager eyes. What are you doing? Xiaolin, this is the costume for tomorrow's performance. Could you please change into it first so we can begin rehearsals? Hey, pay attention. Your foxtail is already showing.